Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist with me, Simon Whistler. This one is all about the dating game killer, which I definitely heard of. Maybe you've heard of it as well. It really got me thinking. In 10 years or something, The Casual Criminalist, we're definitely going to be covering, and it's really grim to think about, but there's definitely going to be Tinder serial killers. There's going to be Uber serial killers, Uber Eats serial killers, because now we just get in. I know Uber's safe or anything, all allegedly. Please don't sue me, Uber. But it's we're just getting into cars with strangers a lot, which is the sort of thing we're told not to do as kids. And I love Uber. I use it all the time. But there's definitely going to be Uber serial killers, right? There probably are already. And this is a really grim topic. Well, this is The Casual Criminalist. Grim is what you're here for. Should we just crack on? What happens here, of course, is Callum has prepared me a script. I have no idea other than vague awareness of the dating game killer from pop culture knowledge and stuff. I don't really know what this is about. Callum has written it for me. I'm going to read it live right here. I mean, this isn't live. It's obviously edited because there are effects and music and all of that sort of stuff. But I'm going to read it, maybe add some comments. This is a very heavy script. This could be a long episode. Let's jump in. How's your love life? Good, I hope, but if not, hang in there. It'll all work out someday. I know it's not easy to be single in the 21st century, especially for women. The modern dating scene can be a nightmare of unsolicited aubergine emoji. Aubergine? How do you even say that word? That's a very common word that I should know how to pronounce. Aubergine. Emojis, or eggplant, I think as Americans might call it, and obnoxious pickup artist tactics. What happened to the good old-fashioned days of chivalrous, silver-tongued gentlemen? Well, let's not be so naive. Fans of true crime are well aware that romance in days gone by was just as a minefield of creeps and freaks as it is today. We know that stranger danger has always existed. No matter how much you might trust someone, you can never really be sure that you know them. This kind of risk is multiplied when you're not hiding behind a phone screen, safely swiping away all the cannibals and kidnappers of the world. How do you know if you're swiping them away, though? It's not I've been married for the better part of a decade. No, I haven't been married for the better. I've been in a relationship for the better part of a decade and married for several years. I don't know what Tinder looks like, but in your profile, you're not going to be writing hey, my name's Simon. Interests, cannibalism, murder. It's just not going to go there. Singles in past decades had to take radical steps like leaving their houses and interacting with other humans in person. It sounds awful. Callum and I are on the same page on that one. After I talk you through today's case, I'm sure you'll agree. You'll be praying that you get to stay curled up at home, safe and alone forever. The story starts in the 1970s in California, the stomping ground of a young fashion photographer who was reportedly a big hit with the ladies. His objective, however, was never to find love. This Romeo had far darker motives in mind. I don't think we should call him Romeo. That's way too nice. And it reminds me of Leonardo DiCaprio played Romeo in that movie, right? Where they kind of modernized Shakespeare, but did they not change the language? It was weird.
Josh, thou art deceived!
I haven't seen that movie in 20 years. Longer than that. The reason his story stands out against the rest is that, unlike the others, we can actually watch this silver-tongued sociopath at work. I mean, for obvious reasons, we don't have Ted Bundy's Tinder profile or Dahmer's Plenty of Fish chat logs. I'm kind of glad we don't. I'm sure it would be terribly disturbing. For today's case, though, we have a media relic from a long-forgotten format, the primetime TV dating show. That piece of vintage TV is our entry point into the horrific story of Rodney Alcala, the dating game killer. I've never seen The Dating Game. When I was growing up in the UK, we had a TV show called... It was maybe Blind Date, although I feel that wasn't it. It was with a woman called Cilla Black, who is quite a character.
On teenagers, weird.
And I guess maybe this could be the same concept. There's 3 dudes and they sit on chairs and there's a woman behind a screen and they get to ask questions of each other and then they go on a date together. This was weak. TV back in the day was weak. The dating game scene.
From Hollywood, the dating capital of the world, it's The Dating Game. Here's the star of our show, your host, Jim Lang. Hey!
Let me set the scene for you. Sparkling curtains open to reveal a gaudy orange and white TV set plastered with retro flower patterns. The whole thing is so 1970s, it makes me sick. So begins tonight's primetime episode of The Dating. This was a primetime TV show. I'm not sure if Cilla Black's blind date or whatever it was called was primetime. I somehow doubt it, but then I do forget the TV was terrible in the past and we just had to make do with what we had. So begins tonight's primetime episode of The Dating Game, a campy game show in which a single woman has the choice of 3 bachelors for an all-expenses-paid date. This sounds like exactly what I was talking about. So I've seen the British equivalent of this. The catch is that she can't see what they look like. All she has to go on are the answers to 3 questions chosen by her. If that sounds familiar to UK listeners, you're probably thinking of Blind Date, the syndicated UK version, hosted by Cilla Black. Oh, and she's dead. Callum writes, long may she rest in peace. I didn't know she was dead. Well, I am glad. I mean, I'm not glad that Cilla Black is dead, obviously. But I am glad that I got the name of her TV show right. That was good. The US version featured the same, sometimes cheeky, sometimes cringy interactions. Those with a weak tolerance for social discomfort should probably give any repeats a miss, especially this episode, which aired September the 17th, 1978. That's because this one was different. It lives on in infamy because of Bachelor number 1, whose answers to the innuendo-laced questions are retrospectively much more sinister than any viewers would have guessed at the time. Oh god. Also, I was way too young watching Blind Date with Cilla Black, because I'm sure there were loads of innuendos and stuff, but I don't remember getting any of them. When the stage rotated to reveal the 3 contestants to the audience, all they saw on the first chair was a normal enough guy, quite tall, tanned, looking a bit like a poor man's Weird Al Yankovic.
Hello!
Honestly, I'm not quite sure why he's often described as handsome. The hippie hair and beady eyes really aren't doing it for me. Host Jim Lang introduced him as a successful photographer and a fan of extreme sports, but this bachelor had a few more major interests which he didn't disclose to the production staff. We'll be going plenty in depth on those over the next hour or so. It's information which I'm sure Bachelorette Cheryl Bradshaw wishes she had when she stepped on stage ready to choose her date. But all she had to go on were these 3 questions. Let's have a listen.
Bachelor number 1.
Yes.
What's your best time?
The best time is at night, nighttime,
Why do you say that?
because that's the only time there is.
The only time? What's wrong with morning, afternoon?
Well, they're okay, but nighttime's when it really gets good.
Alright, so it's a bit of an awkward start, but that's to be expected when 2 total strangers have to start flirting with each other in front of an audience of millions. The next question, though, is when things start to get really uncomfortable for multiple reasons.
I'm a drama teacher, and I'm going to audition each of you for my private class. Bachelor number 1. You're a dirty old man. Take it.
Come on, over here.
Okay, now this show hasn't aged particularly well. Yeah, that's true, Callum. You can hear the audience laughing because the tinge of retro sex pest awfulness in the answer was par for the course back then. But looking back, it's a bit not on, given the wider context. It's 100 times worse. Before I elaborate on that, there's just one more answer that we have to give a listen to, so let's brace ourselves, and here's the clip.
Bachelor number 1. I am serving you for dinner.
Oh,
What are you called, and what do you look like?
I'm called the banana, and I look really good.
Can you be a little more descriptive?
Peel me.
Okay, it's super weird. Anyway, Callum says, Jesus, call me a prude, but this is not my cup of tea. It's the carry-on camping primetime TV equivalent of a dick pic. Let's just take a second to deconstruct that little exchange. Oh, do we have to? This is particularly grim, especially if you have any familiarity with what is about to happen later in today's episode. Okay, bananas are phallic. Very clever, number 1. But peel me? That's the sort of chat-up line only a serial killer could find arousing. However, I assume that the audience there must have some big, laugh and applause sign, because they are laughing and applauding. And it's not that funny. It's just creepy and weird. Amazingly, though, Bachelor number 1's banana-based patter won Cheryl over. I guess the bar was pretty low back then, and the stage rotated to reveal Rodney Alcala, tall, dark, and supposedly handsome. She was thrilled with her pick. The 2 listened as the host revealed the date they'd be sharing, a tennis lesson, followed by a trip to the Magic Mountain theme park. That is extremely overly wholesome. This was back in the day, though. Another perfect match made. Job well done. Once the couple were clear of the cameras and spotlights, however, things started to sour. Backstage, Alcala began giving off some decidedly creepy vibes. Dude, the vibes were already creepy, so they must... It got so bad that Cheryl started to come round to my way of thinking. She had actually made a severely bad decision. Good news, Cheryl, you can still back out, unless you're contractually obliged to. But then, I'd still back out. He sounds scary. Or hopefully there's cameras going on this day with you? Bachelor number 1 had made a similar impression upon the producers of the show a few weeks prior, but against their better judgment, they decided to put him on the air anyway. Cheryl wasn't quite so nonchalant with her safety. She decided to opt out of the date altogether and never saw her jilted would-be lover ever again. Cheryl, I get the feeling that you made a very smart decision. It was probably the best choice she ever made in her life. Some foreshadowing there. 2010 court scene snapshot. See, Bachelor number 1 would have plenty more airtime over the following decades, but for very different reasons. Fast forward 32 years, and we see him again. His trademark long, wavy, somewhat pubic hair is now even more scraggly and grayed. He's wearing an orange jumpsuit, with his hands cuffed behind his back. It's not a cheeky camp game show this time round. This is Courthouse TV, and Rodney Alcala isn't having quite the same success here that he had back in 1978. In fact, he's being sentenced to death. Oh, yeah, no, that is rather different, isn't it? The judge gives an impassioned condemnation of the man while onlookers weep and quietly celebrate the impending end of his life. So, what has he done to deserve their hatred, besides his cringy chat-up lines? To answer that, we'll get right back to the start of his story, one of the bloodiest and most depressing true crime tales in American history. And then Callum here says, the, impending end of his life. And it's like, well, if that's when he's getting sentenced to death, it's going to be years, maybe even decades before he's actually executed because there are so many appeals. Well, we'll get into all of that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's jump into backgrounds. Rodney Alcala was born in San Antonio, Texas in August 1943. When the boy was about 8 years old, the Alcalas relocated to Mexico, where Mr. Alcala decided to go out for a pack of cigarettes and never returned. After that, Alcala, his siblings, and their mother decided to head back to America and settle down in LA. At just 17 years old, he decided to enter military service with the Army. This was well into the years of the Vietnam War, but Alcala wasn't off hunting down Charlie from a chopper. He served as an administrative clerk in the States, safe and sound. Just short of 5 years into his service, he had a nervous breakdown, presumably from all that intense stamping and filing. You weren't there, man. Alcala went AWOL from his base and hitchhiked all the way back to his family home. That was, of course, the first place the army went looking for him. Your criminal career is off to a... AWOL's a crime, right? Yeah. Your criminal career is off to a brilliant start, Rodney. He managed to avoid any severe punishments for abandoning his post because a psychological evaluation resulted in a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder. He was discharged on medical grounds and found himself out of work. So he did the only thing someone with limited prospects and antisocial tendencies can do. He went to art school. I'm only joking. Please don't flood my inbox. That's Callum's joke. Alcala studied fine arts at the University of California, Los Angeles, graduating in 1968. He's known to have repeatedly boasted about his genius IQ throughout his life, although by the time we're finished, that'll seem pretty dubious. Keep it in mind as we go along. Yeah, he went AWOL and he just went home to his house. Although he did have, a mental condition, was he in Mensa or anything? Did he have any proof of this genius IQ? After graduating, he decided it was time for a change. A very fast, out-of-the-blue change of coasts. He relocated to New York and enrolled at New York University. During his time there, he took film classes taught by Roman Polanski, who was basically the poster boy of 1970s sex crime terribleness. Consider that a touch of foreshadowing. Plenty of that in today's episode, Callum. But when Polanski, future fugitive pedophile, let's call him what he is, allegedly, looked at his class register, he wouldn't have seen the name Rodney Alcala listed. That's because the subject of today's story was actually enrolled under a false name, John Berger. Why might that have been? First known crime. Well, let's jump back to California just a few weeks earlier. A man was driving down a street in Hollywood when he witnessed something that sent his alarm bells ringing like hell. A wavy-haired man with decidedly bad vibes was speaking to a young girl on the sidewalk. She was 8-year-old Tali Shapiro, and he was, well, I'm sure you can guess. Oh no, so this guy was killing kids as well? I didn't know that. That could be grim. I mean, if he is, that's horribly grim. Or maybe he's just talking to her. I get the feeling he's not, because he's a psycho. The driver watched as the man beckoned the girl into his car and decided to follow. Whoever you are, dude, in the car, you are a hero. When he saw the pair step out and head into an apartment, he wisely chose to call the police. Patting his pockets for his cell phone, he realized they wouldn't really be a thing for a decade yet, so he drove to the nearest payphone. This guy is a bit of a legend. I got a personal story. A friend of mine, he was in the shopping center, a mall, as Americans might call it, and his daughter, who's, I think, 3 years old, maybe, just absolutely starts having a hissy fit. He says, just for no reason, she's just had enough, and she starts absolutely crying and just going nuts. And he's like, yeah, so I have to carry her home, and he lives next to the shopping mall. So he picks her up, and he carries her home. And the police come to his house, and someone had called the police, and had followed him, called the police, just in case, he'd kidnapped a girl. And he was like, this was super weird, but also awesome at the same time. And I'm like, that is, as someone who has a 1-year-old daughter, it's pretty awesome that someone would do that. And I was like, that's really cool. But also, dude, that's intense. Chris Camacho was the responding officer that day. I want to know about the driver. I want to give him credit. He approached the front door of the apartment and announced himself. Alcala leaned out of a side window and said that he was in the middle of showering. Camacho gave him 10 seconds to open the door before kicking it in and rushing through. Legend. Tali Shapiro lay on the kitchen floor, beaten and bloodied. She had been raped and hit repeatedly with a steel bar, which now lay across her neck. At first, Camacho believed she was dead. The amount of blood loss seemed more than any little girl could possibly survive. As he later put it, the image will be with me forever. We could see in the kitchen there was a body on the floor, a lot of blood. We all thought she was dead. Wow, so this guy, the driver, he definitely saved her life. I'm assuming she survives because that bar is probably going to cause her to die. Just a shame he didn't, if cell phones were around back then, he'd just made the call. The police might have got there faster and things would have been better. But Tali was a fighter, it seems. She suddenly coughed and Officer Camacho did everything he could to stabilize her. Thankfully, he was successful. Tali was transported to hospital in her comatose state but made a full recovery over the next few days. She claimed to have no memory of her time inside the apartment, which is probably for the best, all things considered. What about Alcala? Well, he used that 10-second warning to make a break for it out of the back of the house. Detectives found his university ID inside, and the FBI issued a warrant for his arrest. It took a further 3 years before he made the leap onto their most wanted list, by which point he was safe and sound on the opposite side of the country. Why should he be safe and sound on the opposite side of the country? They know who he is. Was this just something in the past? You could just get a new ID much easier? I don't know. How do you even do that? It's maybe if you're planning crimes, you're I'm going to work out how to change my identity. But I'd have no idea how to do that. So how did Alcala pass the time during his new life on the lam? Well, we already know he was enrolled in film school, but his other activities will probably make you feel extremely uncomfortable given that last development. Yeah, no shit. During a summer break, Alcala, now in his mid-20s, landed a job as a counselor at an all-girls arts camp in New Hampshire. Apparently, the guys running background checks in those days just made sure that the new hires pinky promised that they weren't psychopaths and left it at that. The lack of any national criminal register didn't exactly help matters. It's insane that there wasn't a criminal register back in... What was this? The 1970s? 1980s? What was the date on this? Anyway, whatever it is, it's wild. And also, when you go to do a background check on a dude, isn't it a bit suspicious when he doesn't have a background? It's he just made this new character up. You don't want to get a reference? Maybe two? Maybe a police background check? I've had to do police background checks. What did I have to do a police background check for? I can't even remember what it was, but it wasn't even important. Again, the name Alcala used to get the gig wasn't his own, and it wasn't John Berger either. He decided he wanted to invent another fake identity in case he needed to flee from here as well. This new alias was John Berger. That's genius-level IQ at play there for sure. Despite such masterstrokes of deception, Alcala's time as a free man was running out. One day, a couple of the children he was charged to protect noticed Mr. Berger's face on an FBI wanted poster. Hardly what you need when you're stranded in the middle of a forest with that guy. Also, what's an FBI poster doing in the middle of the forest? The feds promptly showed up before Alcala could strike again and dragged him off to jail. Good. But the fact that, they knew he should be in prison for the rest of his life for his crimes. So how did he get to commit more crimes? Because look how thick this script is. What has gone on, justice system? Now, looking at the time bar in this episode, you might have expected another lucky escape for Alcala just then. Surely this must be the end of the story, right? It should be. The guy was caught red-handed trying to kill a kid for Christ's sake. But unfortunately, Alcala never felt the full weight of all the charges stacked up against him, namely rape, attempted murder, and child molestation, the whole scumbag bingo card. In the end, only the last 3 charges stuck. The reason was that Tally's family had since relocated to Mexico and refused to let their daughter testify in an attempt to protect her from the trauma. Fair, but this guy needs to go to prison forever. Without that key testimony, the prosecution's case was looking a lot shakier than they would have liked. Rather than risk a not guilty verdict, they gave Alcala a plea deal, allowing him to go down on only a child molestation conviction. Oh, please go to jail for a really long time at least. Come on, come on. This meant only a fraction of the punishment he was really due. In prison, he made an effort to put on a show of rehabilitation, attending educational programs, reading studiously, and being an all-round model prisoner. This led to his parole in August 1974 after 36 months. What the hell, justice system? This is not right. He spent 3 years in prison, even if it's just for child molestation and not the whole rape and attempted murder thing. That's still outrageous. If that has got you worked up, Callum, how did you know? I have to warn you, it doesn't get any prettier from here. Oh dear. Despite Alcala's efforts to prove his reformation in prison, he didn't display quite the same progress on the outside. Within 2 months of regaining his freedom, he had violated his parole, and not some minor technical violation either. Alcala was caught giving marijuana, or the ganja, as the cool kids call it, to a 13-year-old girl. Dude, I don't think anyone... I can't... The ganja? Just call it weed. When the park ranger... What's the other one? God's lettuce. I like that one. When the park ranger who caught him in the act interviewed the girl, she told them Alcala had kidnapped her. That was never proven, but the parole violation was undeniable. Giving weed to teens is highly illegal. In case you're not aware. I could have guessed, even in California, right? Where it's, I mean, this is the 1970s. Had the war on drugs kicked off? When was Nixon? Oh, whatever. He went back to prison for a further 2 years after less than 8 weeks outside. Good. So we know that Alcala wasn't interested in turning over a new leaf. Any chance he had of gaining a sliver of sympathy from us is long gone. It was long gone from right at the beginning, where he was a weirdo on the dating game.
Peel me.
Don't be like that. Astonishingly, though, his dark past had very little effect on his life after getting out of prison. We already know that 1970s background checks were basically non-existent, which is how he was able to become a typesetter with the LA Times in 1977. To his credit, his resume was connected to headline news, but in all of the wrong ways. I mean, the paper he worked at was knee-deep in coverage of the exact sort of crimes he had previously committed. This was the gruesome heyday of serial killers. The Hillside Strangler was running amok in California, while the son of Sam plied his trade on the East Coast, and the nation watched as Ted Bundy's trial began to unfold in Colorado. For a young serial killer at the start of his career, times were good. I understand there were no background checks and stuff, but how do you get a job at the LA Times when you've been in prison for molesting a child and then violating your parole for selling weed to children and then going back to prison for 2 years? I don't understand how they... Isn't that information in some sort of database that someone can look at? Amazingly, Alcala was even interviewed as a potential suspect for the Hillside Strangler while he was working at the paper. Really, though, those crimes were committed by cousins Kenneth Bianchi and Angelo Bono Jr., and by the way, that may be a spoiler for a future episode, so please forget what I just said instantly. All that matters is that it wasn't Alcala. That's not to say that our guy wasn't strangling people on hillsides, however. He just wasn't that particular hillside strangler. Oh, that's dark. And yes, I did say that this was the start of his criminal career because, unfortunately, by the mid-1970s, the bulk of Alcala's misdeeds were yet to come. It was during this time that he established the modus operandi, which would cement his dubious reputation as a repulsive Romeo. Using his artsy credentials, he convinced women that he was a big-time fashion photographer who could help them be recognized by the modeling industry. I guess today, if this happens, you're like, you're a weirdo. Unless you're actually an official photographer, and they must probably struggle with this connotation. Anyway, he would charm his marks with that silver tongue of his. I'm called the banana, peel me. Oh God, Callum, no. And tell them that he wanted some photos of them for a competition. He did this to hundreds of young women, but it's worth mentioning that it didn't necessarily mean they all met a horrible end. We'll never know exactly how many of the women in Alcala's portfolio died at his hands, but there are a few that we can verify beyond doubt. In the summer of 1977, Rodney Alcala got the urge to do a bit of traveling. There was a problem though. Under the condition of his parole, he wasn't allowed to leave the state of California. He unsuccessfully appealed to his parole officer, asking that he be allowed to take a trip back to New York to advance his photography career. How is the parole officer not being like, hey, LA Times, this guy, he was in prison. How's that not a thing? I mean, I guess because he wants him to be rehabilitated, but he already violated his parole once. And speaking of that violation, why would his parole officer let him do anything? He went back to prison for 2 years for parole violation. Parole officers aren't quite as naive as summer camp HR staff, so his request was quickly shot down. However, Alcala was able to convince his minder to let him visit family in the state, because apparently there were still some members of the Alcala clan who were quite happy to keep in contact with their child predator relative. That's a tough call though. Because if it's like his parents or whatever, they'd be like, oh no, I mean, they gotta be like, he's reformed, he's innocent, something like that, you know? Right? Back in his old stomping grounds, free of all the stress of parole officers and criminal records, Alcala could finally be himself again, his terrible, murderous self. Not long after his grand return, a woman by the name of Ellen Hover was reported missing. Her father was the owner of the famous nightclub Ciro's in L.A., C-I-R-O, not sure of the pronunciation there. Obviously not that famous to me. So the story broke onto the front page of newspapers on both coasts. As detectives went through her personal effects to find out where she might have gotten to, they came across a diary. On the day of her disappearance, she had timetabled an appointment with a photographer. His name was John Berger. B-E-R-G-R, not B-U-R-G-E-R. So, I mean, big brain genius, this guy. Yes, the genius Alcala used the exact same alias he was living under when he was busted by the FBI just a few years earlier. Dude, just get a new alias. If you're just randomly choosing a name, why did you choose the same name? Come on! See, this is what happens when you let narcissists dictate the record on their own intelligence. They lie. Still, being a liar is far from his worst flaw. The detectives who made the link were more set on proving him as a murderer. They asked Alcala to take a polygraph, which he obviously refused to do, and so he was free to go. It's like, will you take this polygraph and prove your guilt? No. Okay, well, we can't prove your guilt, so you're free to go. What is the motivation for taking the polygraph if you're guilty? There is none. So he's guilty. Otherwise, he'd take the bloody polygraph. At this point, there was nothing but circumstantial evidence to connect him to the case. It would be just short of another year before Ellen Hover's remains were found. Her body was abandoned near the Rockefeller estate of New York City. There was nothing there which could pin the blame on Alcala, but another New York model later came forward to tell detectives that he had taken her to that very same spot for a photo shoot. This was not long before Hover's body was left there. To say that Bachelor number 1 had raised some red flags would, by this point, be a massive understatement. So far, we know that he's raped at least 2 people, beaten 1, killed another, and attempted to kidnap 1 more. That last victim, however, seemed to have been something of a watershed moment in Alcala's grisly career. In late 1977, Jill Barkham, an 18-year-old from New York State, was busy planning the rest of her life. She had recently graduated from high school, and like many young people at the time, she saw her future on the sun-soaked Californian coast. That's why she decided to run away to Los Angeles at the end of the year. Not long into her new life, things ended in disaster. Jill was found beaten and strangled to death not far from the iconic Hollywood sign. Her body was in a crouching position with her knees tucked up against her chest. Nearby were a pair of blue pants, which had evidently been used as the murder weapon. Also in December 1977, police entered a home in Malibu, California to find the occupant dead. She had been raped, beaten, and strangled to death. This was Georgia Wixt, a 27-year-old nurse at Centinela Hospital in Inglewood. 6 months later, the body of 32-year-old Charlotte Lamb was found in the laundry room of her apartment building in El Segundo, California. She had been raped and strangled with a shoelace. Beginning to see a bit of a pattern here, aren't we? Almost a year to the day after that, on June the 14th, 1979, a woman called Jill Marie Parento was also strangled to death in her Burbank apartment. One of the most unsettling parts of this series of killings is that often the bodies were found in carefully arranged poses, as if the photography session had intended when the victims died. Big brain genius killer. Uses the same name, same method of killing, same location, takes photographs. You're going to get busted. I really, really hope. We know your name, so you get that. Spoiler alert, right? All of these women were reportedly drawn in by Alcala's charms and looks, which I've previously stated were not all that, in my opinion. In the end, it probably came down to his skill for manipulation. This was a fully fledged predator, capable of easily gaining the trust of the people he met. In the same year as the murder of Jill Parento, another woman was fortunate enough to have missed her photography appointment with Alcala. She later recounted he was so easy to trust. He had a way of talking to people that really put them at ease. Significantly, it was somewhere between the last and second to last killings, which we've mentioned so far, that Alcala made his definitive TV appearance on The Dating Game. Judging purely from that, I can confirm the way he speaks does nothing to put me at ease. Yet he sounds like he's hiding stuff.
Peel me.
You know, it just sounds, the way he speaks sounds fake. His co-contestants felt the same. One of his fellow bachelors, Jed Mills, described him as a very strange guy with bizarre opinions. He reportedly told Mills in the green room, "I always get my girl." In hindsight, that is pretty damn chilling, but as we know, he never got the girl this time. As I mentioned before, Bachelorette Cheryl Bradshaw was so put off by Alcala backstage that she refused to go on the date with him, and it's thought that this rejection deeply affected him, influencing his crimes to come. Violent egomaniacs typically don't do well with having their delusions shattered. Now, if you have the stomach for it, consider scrolling back to the audio clips from earlier and listening to Alcala's answers again, knowing what you know now. It gets a whole lot creepier when you know the stuff he's been up to. Before we move on, I feel like I should say that I understand it might feel a bit disrespectful to dedicate so little time to each of the aforementioned victims whose lives were tragically cut short. But the fact of the matter is that Alcala's list of victims is too long to dedicate a full section to each on this show. The story of his next crime, however, warrants a deeper exploration. It would be the one that proved to be his undoing for good. And I think that's okay, Callum, because, I mean, we had the same thing on the Shipman episode. It's often something gets these guys caught, and that's the one that is often, the one to be explored. I mean, Harold Shipman, didn't they think he killed 250 people? We can't go into each one. Before we head into the Rodney Alcala endgame phase, I should warn you, if the story of his first brush with the law was distressing for you, expect more of the same here. Because less than a week after the murder of Jill Marie Parento, Alcala once again set his sights on a minor. This was Robin Samso, a 12-year-old girl from Huntington Beach. On the 20th of June, she was on her way to ballet class riding a yellow bicycle. Her ballet instructor must have assumed that Robin was sick that evening because she never arrived. More worryingly, she never arrived home afterwards. This has got it, I don't know, I got a kid. This is, it's that nightmare territory that you don't like to think about. Her parents already had cause for concern. Earlier in the same day, Robin and her friend Bridget had been sitting by a cliffside near the beach when they were approached by a strange man with wild wavy hair. He was asking to photograph them. One of their neighbors had spotted the odd interaction and came out to challenge the creepy stranger. As soon as she got near, the man rushed off and disappeared. The neighbor, Jacqueline Young, walked the girls back to Bridget's house. After Young explains what had happened to Bridget's parents, Robin borrowed a friend's bicycle and rode off for ballet practice. After Robin was reported missing, it was Bridget who provided a description for the police, creating a photo fit which was released to the public. Any hopes of finding the girl, however, would prove to be in vain. Robin was already dead. On the day of her disappearance, a forestry worker named Dana Crapper was driving down a road which ran off Santa Anita Canyon on the forested outskirts of LA. By the side of the road, she noticed a parked car, a blue Datsun F10, and nearby she saw a man with long wavy hair pushing a young girl towards a creek. Later, she traveled back on the same road and saw the same man. He was now alone, back against a rock, his clothes covered in dirt. This is the point where you expect Anna to call the police, but I'm afraid you've got far too much faith in her. It was another 5 days before she did anything, returning to the scene to investigate by herself. She found the beaten body of Robin Samso lying in the dry bed of the creek, and then she called the police. Right? Well, no. Like I said, you've got too much faith in Dana Crapper. She actually never reported her findings at all. It wasn't until, what is wrong with you, Dana, however you say that name? Don't really care. I mean, come on. It wasn't until 12 days after Robin's disappearance, when one of Dana's co-workers came across the remains by chance, that the police finally got brought to the scene. The lesson here is that if you're ever unlucky enough to find some evidence of a horrible crime, don't do a Dana. Yeah, definitely don't. Call the police, for God's sake. Think of that hero who saved that girl's life at the beginning by following the guy in the car. That guy's a legend. Be like him, whose name we don't know. Don't be like Dana. His arrest. It was perhaps her negligence that meant Rodney Alcala had time to get in contact with yet another young girl just a few short weeks after the death of Samso. By this point, Rodney had gone through a bit of a panic phase. After the slapdash nature of his crime, in which he was spotted both before and after, he decided it might be time to flee. He told his girlfriend he was suddenly dead set on moving to Texas and cut the long curly hair, which had been his signature look for decades. He ended up driving up to Seattle, where he rented a storage locker, giving conflicting stories to his friends and girlfriends. Alcala's Texas dreams were never to come true, however. When the police sketch was released to the public, his parole officer recognized him instantly, and the game was up. The young girl he had been talking to at the time was Cynthia Libby, a 16-year-old. On their last date, Alcala had told her, "I could do anything to you. No one would know." That wasn't enough to put Cynthia off, but before their next arranged meeting, her mother informed her that her oddball Prince Charming was in the papers. He had been arrested for murder. Had he not been caught when he was, it's very likely he would have followed through on his threat. And so the police searched Alcala's house, finding the receipt for the storage unit he rented a few days before. After copying down the data from it, they were able to get a warrant to travel to Seattle and open it up. Using a key found in Alcala's impounded car, they opened the rolling door, and they were shocked at what they found inside. Here was the portfolio Alcala had been building up over the years. Reportedly, over 1,000 photographs of women, teen boys, and young girls, often nude and in sexual poses. Most worryingly of all, there were many unknown people represented in the images. Did this mean that Alcala had claimed dozens more victims than even we had suspected? A full investigation into that angle would follow, but for now, the detectives had something more immediately pertinent to focus on. Inside the locker were a pair of old earrings which had belonged to Robin Samso. Her mother confirmed that she had been wearing them on the day of her disappearance. With that, the police had enough evidence to go to trial. I mean, fortunately, you just need like one kid to be murdered to get this guy in the chair, or however they killed people back in the day, or at least life in prison. Is California? No, what's his name? Charles Manson was sentenced to death, and that was a little bit later, right? Or was that before? Oh, who knows? Maybe he's going to get executed. The whole thing seems pretty clear-cut to me, and not just because I've already read 100 articles on this case in its entirety. Thanks, Callum. Your diligence makes this show. All of that evidence was also plenty to convince a California jury who, in 1980, convicted Alcala of killing Robin Samso. It wasn't a particularly lengthy trial due in part to a bizarre coincidence on the part of the defendant. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, Bachelor number 1 chose to represent himself at trial. Needless to say, his supposedly giant intellect did him little good in a room full of proper, well-adjusted adults. In fact, he kind of just embarrassed himself throughout. Consider, for example, his coup de grace, arguing that the park ranger, Dana Crapper, who had now finally come forward to support the case against him, had actually coerced the police into giving a false story while hypnotized. Now, I admit I didn't go to law school, but I'm 99.9% sure that they don't teach hypnotism as a legitimate defense. Atticus Finch, he was not. I'll tell you, Callum, they don't teach hypnotism at law school. When you defend yourself so flimsily, you can expect the worst sentencing possible, and that's exactly what Alcala received, the death penalty. Yay! He was bundled into the back of a police van and unceremoniously delivered to death row, where I'm sure many of you believe he very much belonged. After over a decade of death-dealing, Bachelor number 1 would now find himself on the receiving end, or so everyone thought. Is he gonna fall into that because California abolished the death penalty? And that's why Charles Manson only died recently, because he was given the death penalty, then the state got rid of it, so he was never executed, even though he was sentenced to death. I get the feeling this might be the same time. As it turns out, the conviction was overturned just 4 years later. Alcala had launched several appeals to prove that his conviction was unlawful, as the jury had been improperly informed of his past criminal record during the trial. It seems strange to me that past convictions for assaulting and kidnapping children shouldn't be judged pertinent to the kidnapping and murder of a child, but again, I'm not a lawyer. Yeah, I believe this is sometimes the case, and it's ridiculous, because obviously it matters. Obviously. Regardless, it would be another couple of years before a retrial could take place. This was another complete walkover, and Alcala once again found himself on death row. Yay! It seems like he was headed to the gas chamber for sure this time. Okay, so that's how they killed people back then. But amazingly, this one never stuck either. This was partly because Alcala spent much of his time behind bars furiously studying a way to get out of the mess that he'd gotten himself into. I mean, you may as well, right? Along the way, he wrote a book entitled You, the Jury, which was supposed to prove his innocence. To which I reply, shut up, Rodney, you scrotum, you're as guilty as they come. Callum and I, absolutely on the same page on this one, Rodders. The second conviction held up all the way until 2001, 15 years after it was handed out. This is when it was overturned on a technicality related to witness evidence, partially down to the court's refusal to admit the alleged psychic hypnosis as evidence. You can't be serious. Callum says, yes, I'm serious. I'm like, no. This is utterly ridiculous. Arcalo would therefore get his day in court for the third time. Who knows what kind of legal masterstroke he had planned for this run. Whatever new nonsense he had up his sleeve, the California's prosecutor's office had a whole lot more. Unfortunately for Arcalo, technology had far overtaken his limited wits by this point. Not only was he now being retried for the original murder, but a host of DNA evidence discovered via major advances in forensics throughout the 90s and 2000s had now definitively tied him to other California murders that we mentioned before: Joel Barkham, Georgia Wixt, Charlotte Lamb, and Joel Parento. In 2003, a motion was filed to lump all 5 murder charges together into one bumper package, which would surely finally see Rodney convicted for good. It took several years for the motion to pass, taking us all the way to 2006, and it was a further 3 years before the first day of the trial commenced. I don't think the death penalty is on the docket. On the docket, is that the right word? It's not on the table anymore, because California got rid of the death penalty. I'm pretty sure. People listening be like, Simon, what are you talking about? California still has the death penalty. Executing people all the time. Don't know. Unsurprisingly, Arcala acted as his own attorney once again. Why is that unsurprising? It should be surprising. It failed so miserably for him the first time. It's like, what are you doing? Even the free lawyers are better than this. And prison had done nothing to sharpen his legal skills. Some highlights included claiming he was at the theme park, Knott's Berry Farm, when Samso was killed, without any proof, of course, spicing up his closing argument with a snippet from the song Alice's Restaurant by Ario Guthrie, delivering bizarre Q&A sessions with himself using 2 different voices like a deranged ventriloquist, and presenting his own memoirs as evidence. Why do we let people represent themselves? This doesn't seem like a good idea. It just turns the courtroom into a comedy. Ever the narcissist, Arcala couldn't even resist playing clips from his reality TV appearance on The Dating Game to prove that he had worn the gold earrings found in his locker at the time. Take a look at the video when you get time. His hair is so long and bushy that his ears are totally concealed, so it's hardly a smoking gun. You big brain genius, Rodders. As for the other 4 murder charges, he barely even tried to contest them. Arcala just said that he couldn't remember killing the women. He probably hadn't quite expected to ever have to account for them, so his years of planning this mad performance were pretty much focused solely on Samso. Still, are you convinced by his legal pantomime? Absolutely in no way whatsoever, Callum. I didn't think so, but just in case, let me quickly summarize the prosecution side of things. As we already know, the DNA evidence collected against Arcala was substantial, and there was no shortage of witnesses who had seen him acting extremely suspiciously on the day of Samso's murder. Shockingly, none of the sightings were at a theme park. Of course they weren't. He wasn't there. He was killing people. What's more, autopsy reports revealed that Arcala had taken joy out of toying with his victims, strangling them unconscious over and over again just for the thrill of it, before finally killing them. All these diabolical developments led to convictions on all 5 counts. The most surprising part, though, was yet to come. When the court moved to the next phase of the trial, deciding whether to hand out the death sentence, the prosecution summoned a surprise witness, Tali Shapiro. Now a grown woman, Arcala's first known victim, was able to take things into her own hands and finally face the man who had attempted to kill her all those years ago. He must have seemed much less terrifying in person than in her memories, just a scraggly old idiot putting on a sock puppet show in place of a legal defense. Shapiro's testimony contributed to the overwhelmingly strong case for the death penalty, and Arcala was sent back to death row in March 2010. I guess after all of that, I was totally mistaken on California death row. Or maybe there's the federal death penalty or something like that. Look, I don't know. I'm going to stop talking about it because I just don't know enough. The pictures and scale of his crimes. That essentially ends the main section of the story of Bachelor number 1, but I'm afraid there's a grisly epilogue yet to come. See, when you look at the sheer rate that Arcala was committing murders in the late 70s, it casts a bit of suspicion on his years of relative inactivity. Surely such a prolific predator has more skeletons in the closet, right? Well, we do actually have a pretty good idea of how many. Rather than skeletons in the closet, we found the photographs in the storage locker. I told you earlier that there were boxes upon boxes of photos, but you might not have processed the full implications of that at the time. Oh god, where are we going with this? See, these weren't just images of the known victims. Well over 100 women, girls, and boys were featured in them. This was his life's work, his so-called portfolio, with which he lured trusting victims, promising this charming, successful stranger could turn them into a fashion model. He even had the gall to share some of the explicit photos with his co-workers at the LA Times, claiming that the mothers of the girls had asked him to take the pictures. Please, if you ever find yourself in that situation at work, call the police, for Christ's sake. Yeah, there's a lot of lessons here about, when there are crimes, you should call the police. Take that away from today's episode, please. Please. In an attempt to work out the exact scale of Alcala's crimes, the authorities released parts of the photographs to the public in 2010. The aim was to link them to both survivors and cold cases across America. Of course, they came up with quite a few hits. One was the case of Christine Ruth Thornton in Wyoming, who was strangled to death in 1977. Her sister recognized Christine in the images, but her body wasn't identified properly until 2015. A year later, Alcala was charged with the crime. He's yet to face trial for it, as he's reportedly too sick to travel to Wyoming for the proceedings. A woman, just bring the proceedings to him. Just bring the proceedings to him. I think we can manage that. Although he's already on death row. What do you want? Kill him twice? But he should be convicted for these horrible crimes. A woman named Monique Hoyt also came forward to report that she had been knocked out and sexually assaulted by Alcala during a photo shoot which featured in their boxes. Alcala himself had bragged about 30 additional victims in the 1970s, one of whom was probably Pamela Lamson. She was assaulted and killed in the Bay Area, although DNA evidence gathered was too degraded to make a clear match to Alcala. It was also alleged that while studying in New York in the early 70s, he spotted Cornelia Crilly, a 23-year-old flight attendant with Transworld Airlines, who was in the process of moving into a new apartment in the Upper East Side. Not long after, Cornelia was found in that same apartment. She had been raped and strangled with her own tights. In 2011, Alcala faced trial for this murder and that of Ellen Hover, his other New York victim from earlier. Apparently sick of being slaughtered in court, he decided to just plead guilty and get it all over with. This tacked an extra 25 years onto his death sentence, a largely symbolic move. With all the photos still left unidentified, all the cold case links, and all the new convictions rolling in over the years, it's possible to make a decent guess at the scale of Alcala's crimes. The number arrived at by various authorities involved in the case put it at somewhere between 50 and 130 killings, placing him among the worst serial killers in American history. If you're a bit jaded and desensitized after all of that, I certainly don't blame you. Yeah, this was a brutal one, Callum. When someone has racked up this many horrible killings throughout their life, it all kind of blurs together into one big and awful mess. All that's left to talk about now is how that terrible life is likely to end. We all know that it probably won't be due to the death penalty. California, finally we're getting the answer. California is currently under a moratorium on all executions issued in 2019, while the state looks at potentially outlawing the practice. Alcala is currently 77 years old, meaning that in any case he'll probably be left to die of old age after a miserable and lonely retirement behind bars. Good, where he belongs. Although plenty of people happily call him a lady killer, both figuratively and literally, or a criminal mastermind, I'd rather not give him the satisfaction of those big, impressive labels. Instead, I demand a retrial in the court of public opinion. Charge number 1, Alcala is not an intelligent man. Charge number 2, he's not a charming man. And charge number 3, he's far from a perfect 10. Yeah, he doesn't seem that smart, he made loads of mistakes. He's not that charming, he's just creepy. And he's not a perfect 10. He's got that weird hair. I don't even have any hair. So what can I say? But, public opinion will guilty on 1 and 2. Didn't I just declare him a perfect 10? Whoops. There's no accounting for taste, but I'm pretty sure if there wasn't a screen between Bachelorette and the contestants, Bachelor number 1 would have been booted off the dating game within the first few minutes. As for his intelligence and charms, those embarrassing performances in court, reports of his ultra-creepy demeanor, and god-awful chat-up lines say plenty. Callum and I. Same page again. It's not really surprising, is it? Because we're talking about murderers and how we don't like them. So we're going to be on the same page often. So let's bring it home with my closing argument. All I ask is that we dampen the mythology we weave around these kinds of people. Drop the word genius. Drop all the celebratory language, in fact, and call these serial killers what they are. Narcissistic. Violent trash. Yeah, it's all too tempting. We did one recently on the genius killers, Leopold and Loeb. Might actually have gone out after this one, so I don't know if you've seen it. It's like they weren't geniuses. It's just a headline that works in the papers, and it's all kind of bullshit, so let's stop it. At the end of the day, they're the absolute worst of us, so why not treat them accordingly, right? Dismembered appendices. A perennial moaner, Alcala has been hard at work throughout his incarceration to exploit any legal technicality that might defer his death sentence and regain him the limelight that he clearly craves. He even tried to sue the prison system in California for not providing him with a low-fat diet. Hashtag justice for Rodney. No, don't do it. Number 2. This wasn't the last time a US dating show had issues with dodgy contestants. In 2018, the show The Bachelorette featured a contestant named Lincoln Adam, who was convicted just days before the premiere of groping a woman on a cruise ship. A year later, a contestant was booted off the same show when his violent past offenses against women surfaced. 2 words, people. Background checks. Get it done. This has been an episode of The Casual Criminalist. I have been your host, as always, Simon. If you didn't like this episode, it was horrific. If you enjoyed this episode, if you're listening on a podcast, please do make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you leave us a review wherever you get your podcasts. Apparently, you can't leave reviews on Spotify, people tell me. So that kind of sucks. Spotify, get on it. But if you're listening on Apple Podcasts or Stitcher and stuff like that, please leave a review. If you're watching this on YouTube, leave a comment, leave a like. Also, make sure you're subscribed. And thank you for watching or listening or however you consume this show. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist. I, as always, am your host, Simon. This one is all about, well, I'm not going to spoil it. I realize often I give these long-winded intros and kind of give my thoughts on it up front, which might be a mistake because, well, you're going to learn all about it later. I will say that this script has been written by Callum. Thank you, Callum, for putting it together. And if you're watching this show, don't forget to smash that like button. If you're listening on iTunes or podcasts or wherever you get this show, please consider leaving a review or something like that. Anyway, at The Casual Criminalist, what happens is I will read this script that I have in front of me that Callum has provided me. This one is heavy, so I guess this episode is long. I'll add some of my own thoughts if I feel like it. And, well, let's just jump in, shall we? The internet is arguably both the worst and the best thing to have ever happened for humanity. It's pretty outstanding that we have access to almost the entire collective sum of human knowledge in our pockets, but at the same time, we also have access to every bizarre idea ever dreamed up by someone's mad uncle or head of state. Indeed, like the spread of conspiracy theories. If you're not aware, I have several YouTube channels, and the number of people who believe in wild, truly wild, not like JFK, maybe there was another assassin conspiracy theories, but, you know, the assassin was a crazy lizard person conspiracy theories. They are rife, and the internet facilitated this. It's not good. For every piece of information, there's another piece of misinformation. For every fact, there is a falsehood. It's hard to overstate the effect this has had on crime investigation culture in recent decades. We don't just passively receive news stories in our living rooms, we can participate directly in them as they unfold, for better or for worse. The world of online true crime culture is filled with stories of amateur detectives trying their best to crack the case, while madcap conspiracy addicts, as I already mentioned, spin wild yarns from even the thinnest thread of detail. Today's case is one of modern history's very best examples of this kind of post-mortem crime phenomenon. As far as unsolved cases go, this has to be one of the most mysterious out there. So much so that it spawned theories of haunted hotels, shady conspiracies, and satanic cults. Whenever anyone's like, the ghosts did it, as someone who is a very hard skeptic, it's like, no, they didn't. Let's try and find the person who actually did this crime rather than blame it on the ghosts. You know what the police detectives are not doing? It was ghosts. It was ghosts. Never happens. But is this just the tragic tale of a young life cut short? Or is there some truth buried amongst all this weird and wild speculation? One thing's for sure, the start of the story will ensure that you never drink anything but bottled water ever again. Environment be damned. The water tank. It's mid-February 2013. We're at the Cecil Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. This is a hotel that has a fascinating history, by the way. I have a channel called Geographics where we do about 20-minute long videos about different places around the world, like interesting locations and countries and stuff like that. And the Cecil Hotel we actually covered in detail. It's got a super interesting history of like from luxury hotel to super seedy place. There was a famous serial killer who was involved with it somehow. It's a good video. if I might say so myself. Feel free to check it out. After you're done with this one, of course. It's not the cleanest or fanciest place. In fact, it's just plain dirty compared to your average Holiday Inn. But even though the rough old establishment has seen better days, the guests still hold it to some standards. Pubic hairs on the toilet seat are par for the course, but dirty tap water is just a step too far. The front desk had received dozens of complaints about this within just a couple of days, all of them reporting that the water smelled and tasted awful and had a strange blackish tint for the first few seconds each time the tap was turned on. That's when it even came out at all. Others complained that the low-pressure water was making it impossible to shower. Although, to be fair, a little bit of a spoiler here, you should be grateful that you didn't get to have a shower there, to be honest. Santiago Lopez was the maintenance man on duty on the 19th of February that year, and he was assigned to fix the issue. He walked up to the top floor of the hotel, disarmed an alarm on the rooftop door, and stepped outside. Along one edge of the rooftop were 4 large water tanks, each of which held about 1,000 gallons. These provided water to all of the guest rooms, as well as the kitchen and a cafe downstairs. Lopez set up his ladder and climbed up to the top of the tanks. When he craned over to look inside, he got the shock of his life. Staring back at him was the corpse of a woman, floating face up, quite badly decomposed. He later recounted, "I noticed the hatch to the main water tank was open and looked inside and saw an Asian woman lying face up in the water approximately 12 inches from the top of the tank. I'm assuming he excluded a few holy f***s from that calm and collected retelling." Lopez informed his manager, who called the police to the hotel. There was little doubt about who the woman was, even before she was officially identified. This was Elisa Lam, a young woman who had gone missing from the hotel over 2 weeks prior. When she was found in the tank, she was completely naked, her clothing floating alongside her. The coroner's report later reported a sand-like substance on the fabric. Of course, the police quickly issued an order informing the patrons that the tap water was strictly off limits for drinking, bathing, and everything else. When they found out about why, it probably resulted in the fastest TripAdvisor rating plummet in history. Decent-sized room. Friendly staff. Oh, the water was contaminated with human remains. 3 out of 5 stars. The task of getting said remains out of the water tank was more difficult than you might imagine. The whole tank had to be drained and a hole cut on the side so that technicians could bring in their equipment. Now, I'll lay down a ground rule for myself right now. I'm not going to go into graphic detail about the state of the body when it was found, apart from when the detail is explicitly pertinent to the theory. Yeah, Callum, we don't need you to. It was in there for, 2 weeks in water in Los Angeles, which I don't know when this occurred, but is usually fairly warm. That body is going to be fairly, let's say, ripe. I mean, the victim was a struggling young woman at the beginning of her life, and it's pretty demeaning to reduce her down to some garish details for the sake of entertainment. Instead, let's rewind a bit to talk about who she was in life and discover how she found herself staying at the Cecil Hotel in the first place. The victim. Elisa Lam was a 21-year-old Canadian student with a love of literature and art. Her parents were immigrants from Hong Kong who owned a successful restaurant in a town east of Vancouver. Elisa, or Lam Ho Yi, to use her Cantonese name, had been studying at the University of British Columbia, but it wasn't going quite as well as she had hoped. A nightmare for someone with an academic aptitude as good as hers. Yeah, the Asian students taking foreign or Western names is an interesting one. I went to school with a bunch of kids from China, Korea, and they all took very stereotypical English names, and it was slightly amusing, I guess. One dude chose the name Whitney, which I always found quite a strange choice, but yeah. Anyway, a diagnosis for bipolar disorder and depression had thrown her studies into something of a crisis, causing her to drop some classes back in 2012. She wrote online that she had essentially been trapped in her first year of university for 3 years now in a row, all on account of these speed bumps. At the start of 2013, she was on an extended hiatus from her studies and feeling the pressure of her future looming over her. To escape from the stress for a while, she dreamed up a plan. She would go on a solo trip down the west coast of America, enjoying the kind of free and easy existence that her favorite writers had lived and written about, if only for a short while. Her parents were understandably hesitant to agree. Every parent in the world is anxious about the idea of their kids flying the nest, especially for a solo trip to another country. Yeah, I've done this. And now as an older man, I definitely appreciate that my parents might not have felt this was the best thing in the world. I went on boating trips by myself, motorcycle trips by myself, backpacking trips by myself, and I got into trouble. Never any serious trouble. Never, I wasn't that close to dying, but I was close to some pretty bad accidents at points. And yeah, I now, as an older man, have a bit more appreciation for for what my parents put up with. Eliza was able to convince them by offering to call every day to check in, and with their hesitant consent, she set off for her adventure. Yeah, it was definitely months in between calls back home. I'd send emails being like, no, still alive, doing good. And this was the era of Facebook, so it was, yeah, no, I'm sure that made them feel better. By late January, she had made it down to San Diego. Despite a missed flight and a night spent sleeping in an airport, things were going great. We know that because Eliza was a keen blogger. In 2010, she started a public diary on Blogspot, but then switched over to Tumblr with a page she called Nouvelle Nouveau. Her posts mostly focused on art, mental health experiences, and a huge love of books, although during her trip she also wrote some updates of what she was getting up to day to day. In San Diego, on January the 25th, she wrote, "Today I slept, took a long hot shower, stuffed myself silly with a $3 dinner. It has been most productive and enjoyable. I seriously have done nothing in San Diego that is out of my normal routine at home. I do what I want." All caps. Invigorating stuff. At this point, there was apparently no cause for concern. Eliza was feeling happy and free. After a great time in San Diego, it was onwards to Santa Cruz, or that was the original plan anyway. On the way there, she decided to stop over for a few days in LA, likely just since she was so nearby already. Arriving by Amtrak train on the 26th, she later checked into the Cecil Hotel on the 28th for a 3-night stay, probably attracted by its budget hostel rooms and central location. On the 27th, the night before she went to the Cecil, she had already decided to hit the town and soak up the LA atmosphere. As detailed in a couple of brief blog posts from that day, she went to a local speakeasy-style bar, a little worried about the, and I quote, creepers who might talk to her. She probably never mentioned those kinds of half-joking worries to her parents, but she did honor her promise to keep them updated every day. And then, on the morning of January the 31st, the call never came in. The video. Her parents were worried sick, so they called the Los Angeles police later that day, who discovered that Eliza hadn't shown up for checkout at the hotel. They began to investigate the case as a disappearance and brought in dogs to search the premises, even heading to the rooftop without any luck. This is great police work. I wouldn't expect, if a young woman, just doesn't show up for a hotel check-in or call her parents, and she's out on some adventure, that the police immediately get the dogs involved. I like that. Detective Wallace Donnell later said that they searched every nook and cranny of the building where we thought there was a room, locked or unlocked. It was to be opened. It was to be searched. This stands in slight contrast to the statement of one Sergeant Rudy Lopez, who mentioned that they first searched all of the areas they could legally access without probable cause. This means that the long-term privately rented rooms would likely have required consent from the occupier to access. In any case, nothing turned up. Eliza's family flew down to aid in the search, unsatisfied with the fact that the police hadn't instantly labeled the circumstances as suspicious. The police are doing a good job. They're searching the building. I'm impressed they've done this much. Although, if it's your daughter, I suppose you're do more. In the eyes of the LAPD, there was a solid chance in those early stages that Eliza would turn up after a day of sightseeing or a few crazy nights out on the town. But as the days rolled on, there was still no trace. To everyone involved, it seemed as if she had simply disappeared entirely, leaving her belongings laid out in a hotel room as if she planned to return. Her phone, however, was missing. As the chances of finding Eliza by conventional means dwindled, the police turned to more controversial methods. They released footage of Eliza's last known sighting to the press. Why was this controversial? Well, this was no ordinary CCTV footage of someone strolling past a cafe or buying cigarettes at a 7-Eleven. The last recorded footage of Eliza Lam was profoundly strange and profoundly disturbing. It was captured by the cameras installed in the hotel elevator, said to be at around 2 a.m. on the day of her disappearance, although the timestamp is blurred out. In the grainy video, Eliza enters the lift and presses a bunch of buttons on the panel. The doors don't close, and she then leans out into the hallway, looking left to right before quickly retreating back inside. She stands calmly in the middle of the elevator for a sec, before skirting around to hide next to the control panel. The whole time, the doors remain wide open, suggesting a malfunction, which might have been caused by the button mashing. At around 2 minutes in, Eliza hops out and seems to be communicating with an unseen person while moving her hands in erratic, strange gestures. After that, she walks off down the corridor out of frame as the elevator doors start opening and closing over and over again. Admittedly, the whole thing is distressing to watch. I watched the video before we did this, before I sat down to record this today, and it is a weird video. I'm not sure if we'll get copyright dinged for it if you're watching the video version of this, but if you're just listening or you're not seeing a clip from it right now, It's worth looking up for context, and it is very weird. This video hit the internet on the 14th of February, and it instantly went viral. With millions of views and tens of thousands of comments, the story spreads not only in America, but also overseas. On Chinese web media platforms like Baidu and Youku, it garnered 3 million views in just 10 days. Those users had the same conversations about evil spirits and malicious cover-ups, which probably plagued the YouTube comment section. Have a stroll down if you're watching on YouTube, you'll probably see what I mean. I'm also intimately familiar with YouTube comment sections. The fact that automatically scheduled posts continued to be released on Elisa's blog for several months after her death certainly didn't help matters. Neither did the eerie similarities to the 2005 horror movie Dark Water, which follows pretty much the exact same plotline as this real-life case. Those two factors fueled the conspiracy theories and supernatural theories, respectively. Add to that the theories of amateur analysts who insisted that the blurred timestamps on the video seemed to skip forward at one point, revealing that it was edited before release. Likewise, Elisa's mouth seems pixelated at times, as though we're not permitted to know what she's saying. It's unclear if these are technical flaws in the poor quality footage, or if it really was edited, perhaps to protect the privacy of some innocent passers-by unconnected to the case. As for the ghost theories, on the other hand, I'm sure some of you happily tossed them aside outright. I mean, the idea that this old hotel was haunted by some malicious spirit which killed poor Eliza does not belong in a police report. Yes, Callum and I are on the same page. So I don't think it belongs in any responsible exploration of the facts either. Although, you know, if you disagree with me, or if you want to see people disagreeing with me, like I say, the YouTube comment section on this video will be rife. So what do the facts tell us? Well, we know from the toxicology report that Eliza had been prescribed at least 5 different kinds of drugs for her mental health conditions. With this cocktail of drugs potentially reacting badly in her system, it's very possible that what we're witnessing on the tape is just a serious mental episode. Or more compellingly, it might have been caused by the absence of drugs in her system. The same report seemed to suggest that Eliza had been off some of her medication for at least several days, and on the day of her death, she had not taken some key mood stabilizers and antipsychotics. These kinds of drugs are often prescribed in tandem to combat their individual side effect, meaning a lapse like this could have major consequences. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like immediately, okay, it's got something to do with mental health and drugs. You know what it's not got something to do with? Ghosts. The strange hand movements, not unlike those which someone on Class A drugs might perform outside any British nightclub on a Saturday night while telling the bouncers how much he loves them, are known in medical circles as psychomotor agitation, a fairly reliable indicator of a manic episode. And if a manic episode were taking hold of the victim, there's every chance it could be accompanied by hallucinations and delusions. But the meme-averse doesn't care about tragic tales of mental health problems. The masses demanded ghost stories. Damn it! And unfortunately, the Cecil Hotel was all too happy to oblige. History of the hotel. I'm glad we're going to get into this a little bit because it is an interesting building. Like I say, if what you hear just now isn't enough for you, definitely go check out that biographics video. See, this was no ordinary rundown budget inn. The Cecil has a long and troubled past, which gained it a reputation of being cursed long before Eliza stepped through the doors. You might not guess to look at it from the outside. It looks like any other 20th century hotel built in a style called Beaux Arts, which you'll see a lot of in the older parts of LA. It opened its doors in 1927, marketed as a fairly glitzy marble-floored hotel for businessmen visiting the city. For the first couple of years, its 600 rooms did a roaring trade, but the Great Depression is coming. But if you know your US history, however, you'll understand that business wasn't exactly booming after that. Just a couple of years after the grand opening, the Great Depression hit. The neighborhood which it stands in on the western corner of colorfully named Skid Row was already the epicenter of drug abuse and homelessness in central LA, and things only got worse as the country plunged into recession. With Los Angeles the final stop on the cross-country railways, the area became a magnet for drifters and runaways. After about 90 years of that kind of decline, you can imagine that the Cecil wasn't the nicest place to lay your head. By this point, the place was split between a slightly revamped youth hostel and rooms which had long been inhabited by the down-and-outs of LA. I'll leave it to Eliza herself to describe the neighborhood as she saw it in 2013 when she wrote about it on January the 29th. I've arrived in La Land, sick, and there is a monstrosity of a building next to the place I'm staying. When I say monstrosity, mind you, I'm saying as in gaudy, but then again, it was built in 1928, hence the Art Deco theme, so yes, it is classy, but then since it's LA, it went on crack. Okay. Blog posts are quite hard to read. She's not wrong, the area was really plagued by crack when the drug hit the streets in the 1970s, accelerating the decline of the local area and dragging the Cecil down further with it. As local guide Richard Shave explained, by 1990 the LAPD won't go in there. It was like, if we're called, we'll go in, but we're not patrolling. As you can imagine, that kind of lawless reputation has made Skid Row a magnet for some unsavory characters throughout the years. The most high-profile of them was the Night Stalker. No, not an ill-advised superhero character concept. It was the nickname given to serial killer Richard Ramirez. He was a proud Satanist and sadist whose year-long murder spree left 25 people dead. I actually made a video about Richard Ramirez. He is a total psycho. If Casual Criminalist, if you'd like a video about Richard Ramirez, sort of more in-depth look, let me know. In fact, I haven't specifically made a video about Richard Ramirez. It was covered in the Cecil Hotel video. So if you would like a video about Richard Ramirez, you know what to do. Suggest it to me. About 6 years after his capture, another serial killer laid his hat at the Cecil. This was Austrian Jack Unterweger, a journalist who used police ride-alongs to scope out areas where he could strangle prostitutes to death. His bizarre story warrants an episode in itself, but cool, I'm glad to see it. That will be a good future one. But for now, I'll just tell you that this awful human being became popular in the European art scene for his poetry and autobiography, got released from prison after 15 years, became a TV celebrity, and then returned to California for more killing. Yeah, this guy was a total psycho. I know his story. They let him out. This is true. They let him out, and then he continued killing. So don't let him out. He's a serial killer. Come on, guys. Anyway, the point of all of this was to show you that the Cecil was fertile ground for all sorts of theories to spring up about it online. Alongside all the dust and dirt and decline, the rooms of this ill-fortuned hotel had accumulated no end of rumors and myths for the masses to feed on, including a dubious connection to the Black Dahlia murder, an unsolved rape murder, and a string of suicides, one in which a jumper landed on a passerby, killing them both. Not a sweater, but a person jumping off a building. When you actually look at the stats, however, there were likely no more or less unnatural deaths than any other hotel with a high percentage of down and outs. I mean, if your life was going how you always dreamed it would, chances are you wouldn't have checked in at the Cecil. And it's LA, for Christ's sake. Half the sociopaths in the world live there. Regardless, you can be damn sure that every one of these macabre connections was labored to death when the case of Elisa Lam broke online. The paranormal versus the psychological explanation. Oh no, here we go. I really hope that the paranormal explanation gets absolutely destroyed because it's clearly bull. Eliza's demise was just the latest chapter in a long and troubled history, which eventually caused the hotel to change its name and branding entirely. It's now just called the Stay on Main Hotel. If you're at all superstitious, be sure to check their reviews for any recent paranormal activity before booking. You don't need to do that because there's no paranormal activity because it doesn't exist. People might be wondering why I'm so adamantly against this, and I'm adamantly against anything where there isn't really any evidence outside of anecdotal stuff that, even though people have been trying for decades, maybe even centuries, to try and prove that this stuff exists, when it doesn't. You know, James Randi, who sadly recently passed away, famously a very famous skeptic who, didn't he have a very large prize for anyone who could prove the existence of ghosts or the paranormal and stuff, and yet no one did it. Because if the internet is to be taken at its word, then the place is potentially a hotbed for all kinds of bizarre phenomenon. The theories surrounding Eliza's death are too many to count, but a few stand out for their extravagance and prolificness. I'll run through a few of them here in no particular order. Number 1, a supernatural entity which preys on residents of the hotel possessed the victim and forced her to enter the tank. Number 2, the victim was playing the Korean elevator game, which allows you to access an alternate dimension by pressing elevator buttons in a certain sequence. That cannot be real. Please, people. Number 3, Satanists who meet at the Cecil ritually sacrifice the victim to the devil. Oh no! A Mexican death metal musician sacrificed the victim to the devil. Well, I mean, that one is slightly plausible. I mean, not the actual sacrificing to the devil, but he could believe it. I mean, I don't believe there's any evidence to support that, but at least it's something that is possible, rather than pressing magical elevator buttons to get to a different dimension. Maybe I'll try that the next time I'm in an elevator. Number 5, a firm called the Invisible Light Agency, which makes invisibility cloaks, killed Eliza for trying to reveal their secrets. Well, if they're a company that makes invisibility cloaks, surely they wouldn't want secrets. I mean, it'd be a pretty shitty marketing campaign. These are all ridiculous. Let's move on. Okay, with that out of the way, we can move on to more serious considerations. See, I think the mental health angle is the more reasonable one. Yes, Callum, fully agree. I hope everyone listening also agrees. The mind is a powerful thing, and the materialistic approach tells us that natural malfunctions in the ultra-complex lump of grey matter in our skulls are responsible for every spook and spectre we've ever dreamed into existence. Yeah, anytime, like deja vu is another one. Every time I have deja vu, it's like, this time is different. I definitely had a dream about this. And then 5 seconds later, you're like, ah, yeah, stupid brain. And anytime it's like, someone walks over your grave, or you get a shiver down your spine, or you see something out of the corner of your eye that isn't there, it's not ghosts. It's just your brain being imperfect, because, as Callum said, it's wildly complicated and things go wrong with it. There's a fascinating condition called exploding head syndrome, where some people, as they're lying down for bed and going to sleep, they hear an enormously loud bang, and it's just their brains messing with them. And I'm like, that is crazy, and I hope I never get that, because it would terrify the crap out of me. You don't have to look far to find stories of people who are prescribed drugs for conditions, whether mental or physical, only to experience strange apparitions and dissociative experiences. In essence, our understanding of the mind is still pretty rudimentary, miles behind our understanding of the body, so psychoactive drugs are still an imprecise science. Yeah, I really think, while it is incredible, the drugs that we now have for treating mental health and stuff, I do think in the future we'll look back on it and be like, wow, we didn't understand shit. Yes, this drug works, and we vaguely know why. Sometimes we don't. But, I still don't really think maybe I'm wrong on this, but I feel like I recently read that we don't understand why lithium works as a mood stabilizer. We just know that it does. And I'm like, that is wild. And we're going to look back in the future and be like, whoa, we were giving ourselves all kinds of crazy stuff and hoping it works. Yeah, for good reason. I mean, if it stabilizes your mood, take it. But it is fascinating. I find all of this stuff fascinating. Unlike the paranormal, which I have no interest in because it's all made up. If we were to ask if it's possible that a psychotic episode alone would be enough to cause Eliza to strip down, climb into a water tank, and drown herself, the answer would hypothetically be, of course, yes. People have done stranger things on account of cognitive misfirings, a reality which is probably more frightening than any ghost story. Yeah, because it can happen to you. Your brain can go wrong and you could do something really dumb. Don't just take our word for it, though. There's evidence that Eliza's mental state may have been slipping in the days leading up to the event. We know that the manager moved Eliza from the hotel dormitory she had originally booked into a private room after just 2 nights. The other guests in the room had reported her acting strangely, which made them uneasy about sharing a space with her. Or maybe that was just a clever ploy to get a private room at a hostel. What's more, Eliza's family actually failed to mention her mental health issues when she first went missing, perhaps trying to keep it in the family, which is common in cultures which view mental health problems as taboo. Also, it's going to get the police to take it more seriously, because they're going to be like, oh, okay, maybe she's having some sort of mental... Maybe they would take it more seriously if she was having a mental episode, actually. But they might be like, oh, she's out running around like crazy, rather than she has been killed. Their own explanation, however, was that they thought that to suggest their daughter was deranged might have caused the police to jump to conclusions, okay, and dial down their search, okay, fair enough, a misguided attempt to aid the efforts to help find their daughter. Before we go any further, let's take a quick look at exactly what kinds of drugs and conditions I'm talking about. The toxicology report is one of our best pieces of objective evidence, and it checked for 5 drugs which should have been in Eliza's system according to her medical records. Bupropion, an uncommon antidepressant, was missing. Only its metabolites remained, which in plain English means that she had taken it recently, but not on the day of her death. The same was true of the mood stabilizer lambetrigine, which was found in trace amounts in her liver. She had, however, taken an antidepressant called venlafaxine that day. Wow, she was carrying around a lot of pills. But most importantly, there was zero trace of her antipsychotic quetiapine. Maybe, I'm sorry about these drug pronunciations, they always make them very difficult, meaning she had likely been cut off this for days. It only takes around a day and a half for this to break down in the body completely. Now, if you're sitting there confused and without a medical degree, do not worry. I don't have one either, but according to people who do, the most important thing to take away from this data is this. The antipsychotic drug was likely prescribed to reduce the risk of manic switches, which can be triggered by strong antidepressants like bupropion when given to people with bipolar disorder. Once the antipsychotic left her body, Eliza was potentially vulnerable to these unhappy side effects. So there's a strong chance that what triggered this whole thing was a simple matter of brain chemistry, the complications from a lapse in medication or an unforeseen exacerbation of existing mental health problems. Eliza was at the age when more serious medical conditions like schizophrenia can start to manifest. In all likelihood, though, we have to assume that the drugs hold the key. I doubt the manufacturers have since amended the labels, though, to say positive side effects may include drowsiness, itchy skin, or suicide by drowning. That's not great for sales. Although, I don't think they're really concerned about sales when they're doing those, may cause things. They're definitely legally covering their ass. We don't have ads for prescription drugs in the UK, and I don't think in Europe as a whole. Anytime I go to America, like sitting down at breakfast at the hotel or whatever and turn on the TV, or there's a TV on in the background, and there's an advert for drugs, which I always find so strange. And then they list this huge list of side effects while people are walking on a beach or something. It's like, okay, it's like may cause death, stroke, heart attack. It's like, oh my God, okay, never mind. I don't want it, but I'm imagining they're legally obliged to do that. Suicide by drowning wasn't quite the wording used by the authorities. Her death was listed as an accident, with bipolar as a contributing factor. The distinction makes sense. If Eliza genuinely believed she was being chased or threatened, then her logic in entering the tank would have been to hide in there rather than to end her life. Her death was just the unforeseen result of panicked delusions. That's the official verdict anyway. But is this perhaps too simple of an explanation? Maybe in trying to cut through all the noise and mad theories, we've gone too far in the other direction and rushed right past the possibility of mundane foul play. Before we can say for sure, we need to understand why some people cast doubt on the idea that Eliza would even have been capable of ending her own life in that way at all. The complications. These are the reasons why the case just refuses to be laid to rest in the unsolved crime community. The gaps which overactive imaginations have filled with all kinds of ideas, some of which may possibly have some truth to them. The first concerns the basic practicalities of accessing the roof at all. As I mentioned before, when the custodian Santiago Lopez went up to the roof, he had to turn off the alarms before opening the door. How could Eliza have opened it without triggering those alarms? This fueled speculation that perhaps someone with the access card or codes for the roof had taken Eliza up there. However, this story was big news from the get-go, and some of the more enterprising amateur sleuths weren't content to just sit and discuss ideas online. One Chinese true crime fan decided to visit the hotel in person to check for any access points to the roof, finding that it was actually possible to bypass all the security using the hotel fire escape instead. Of course, he posted a video of the whole thing online. Yeah, getting onto the roof of buildings without setting off alarms, I don't imagine, especially big buildings, I don't imagine is going to be the greatest challenge in the world. I mean, people must go up there to smoke. Also, it's a hostel. Like, it's literally young people who are bored and don't have enough money to go out and do other things, so they're likely just to, mess around. Like, I've definitely done this many times, maybe not specifically climbing onto the roof of places, but just messing around, going places you're not supposed to go. I can't imagine it's that challenging. Although the fact that this Chinese dude flew halfway around the world to find it out is, that's dedication. The next question then surrounds the tank itself. Lopez and the other maintenance man usually use ladders to access the 8-foot-tall tanks, yet 5'4" Eliza had seemingly clambered up there unassisted. What's more, the covers themselves weighed around 35 kilograms, which Eliza would have to lift first and then close as she entered. Well, first off, the same Chinese netizen was able to demonstrate that one part of the roof actually stood at a higher height than the tanks and had a bright red ladder fixed to its side. This means it would be very easy to climb up there and then jump down onto the tanks. What's more, in the video, he can clearly see that 2 of the tanks are still sitting open. Okay, all of this stuff and all of this speculation about how did she get into the tanks, I'm just like, you don't think the police considered this? You don't think the police noticed that a part of the roof was higher and there was a bright red ladder there, which she could easily climb up? It's like, yeah, it's not in the police reports, or it's not mentioned by the police, because it's so blindingly obvious. This was 1 year after the accident, and the hotel still clearly hadn't learned its lesson. It's responsible to some eyes, then, that all of this talk of unbeatable alarm systems and completely secure tanks may have just been part of the hotel management's attempt to avoid a financially crippling ruling in the wrongful death lawsuit launched by Eliza's family. If we imagine that a confused Eliza went up to the roof out of either fear or curiosity, getting into the tank would have theoretically been no problem at all. So it's the closing of the hatch which is the real crux here, because according to the proponents of this theory, to do so from the inside or while entering would have been nigh on impossible. The height of the tank and weight of the cover would have prevented it. This is a popular and compelling argument among those who argue foul play was involved, but actually, I don't think it warrants any consideration at all. Why? Because in 2013, 6 months after her death, Eliza's parents launched that wrongful death lawsuit that we mentioned a moment ago. They argued that the hotel didn't do enough to ensure the safety of their daughter. The case itself would eventually be thrown out 2 years later, but the documents from it include an important rundown of events from Santiago Lopez himself. We heard the crucial part of it earlier, describing when he found the body, in which he clearly states, "I noticed the hatch to the main water tank was open. Apparently, nobody had noticed this during the first search of the rooftop because nobody had thought to climb up onto the water tanks. So, based on the testimony of the person who actually found the body, there's no reason to believe that Eliza did actually close the cover. This just seems like a textbook case of misinformation muddying the waters. Now, there are conflicting reports floating around about whether the hatch really was closed or not, but in the absence of any definitive version of events, I'd defer to the legal testimony. Shoot me if I'm wrong. Go on, I'll write about it in an episode. Yeah, this just seems people grabbing at straws to make it more interesting, to find a conspiracy when there isn't one. This just seems like the sad death of a mentally sick young woman. So far, there's nothing which can't be reasonably explained. But how about the toxicology report? Can we fully trust it? Is there any reason we shouldn't? Again, are we looking for a conspiracy where there is none? There's that fantastic explanation of why we like conspiracy theories. So, as hunter-gatherers or whatever, we were out hunting in the forests, looking for deer and shooting them with spears or throwing spears at them. And if there was a tiger in the bushes and it was rustling, it really makes our bodies are wired to hear that rustling. And so even when it's just the wind blowing through the brushes and there is no tiger, our bodies are like, there is a tiger there. Because, the risk of there being a tiger there and us ignoring it is really, really high. And this is the same for conspiracy theories. Like, the rustle in the bushes is the conspiracy theory. There's no tiger there 99% of the time. Since there wasn't enough blood to run as thorough a screening as some would have liked, they believed that the coroner might have missed some illicit drugs in Eliza's system. As you're probably already aware, California is not short on psychedelics, and a drug such as LSD could certainly have caused all of the strange behavior in the elevator. Was Eliza spiked with acid, or perhaps some other drug? Well, she had been alone the whole evening, as far as any witnesses had seen, and there was only a trace amount of alcohol detected in her bile, pretty much negligible, as we know she had been drinking on some of the evenings prior, and she had none in her blood, which makes the spiking theory unlikely. Other aspects of the autopsy have been called into question online. For example, the absence of rape kit findings in the final report, when one had apparently been ordered from the beginning. Also, the fact that there was apparently pooling of blood in the anal cavity of the body. The latter can be taken as evidence of a potential sexual assault, but several forensic pathologists have explained that it was most likely due to the natural process of decomposition in water. Again, not to go into too many grim details, but she was floating in the water for 2 weeks. Her body was decomposing. Likewise, the inherent problems caused by this kind of strange death can account for the apparent indecision surrounding the cause of death pronouncement. Some online sleuths have pointed out that on the paperwork, it seems that the coroner first checked one box, ruling the cause of death unexplained, and then changed their answer to accidental death, a simple clerical error, or a revision in their conclusion midway. We'll never know for sure, but it's certainly not proof of anything strange. The last pieces of evidence which might give us reason to suspect something shady are circumstantial. The first is that Eliza visited a nearby bookshop the day before her death. The owner, Kate Orphan, said that she had been buying gifts for her family and was outgoing, very lively, very friendly. She hardly came across as someone on the edge of a mental break and had no wild plans for the day. Yeah, but she can have different parts of a mental episode. For example, if she's manic and stuff, then she is probably outgoing and friendly, and then later on that can switch, or the manic behavior can become a lot worse. It's complicated. And then, as I mentioned before, her phone was missing. If you dig around online, you'll also find people mentioning her missing laptop too. Had someone stolen them after killing her? That's what some internet theorists would have you believe. But again, we have to go back to the lawsuit statements which came to light towards the end of the case in 2015. Those are far more reliable than anything a quick Google search might throw up. Detective Tonelli stated that, in fact, the laptop was among the objects which the staff stored in the luggage room in the basement while the search was underway, along with Eliza's backpack and other personal effects. Case closed. The phone, however, that really was missing. But through a little light detective work of my own, well done, Callum, I might have found an explanation straight from Eliza Lamb herself. Remember her Tumblr post about getting ready to head out to a bar? Well, later that night, she followed it up with this. The speakeasy was awesome, except I lost a cell phone. Sigh. It's there for anyone to read. I'll admit the phrasing makes it slightly inconclusive. A cell phone and not my cell phone, but the explanation lies in the hashtags, which sounds like a line from a hammy police procedural aimed at tweens attached to the post. Eliza wrote, hashtag and it's not even mine, hashtag it's my friend's old BlackBerry, hashtag that he's lending to me, hashtag and, hashtag well, not lend. What is up with her hashtags? She's hashtagging like individual words like and, it's, that. Is that how hashtags work on Tumblr, or is this lady not aware of how hashtag works. Not lent hashtag he doesn't want it anymore hashtag but ugh hashtag stupid. Okay, hashtag stupid. I think you can do that one. Callum notes that actually saying hashtag each time would work best here for a light-hearted tone, and I agree. It does sound ridiculous. Why would she need to borrow anyone's old phone? Well, let's jump back to December the 29th, 2012, and you'll find that Eliza wrote a Tumblr post which said, "Unfortunately, my cell phone is misplaced," and that's in quotations. Life tip number 1820, never ever work in a shoe store, especially if it's ladies' shoes. Her surrounding post suggests that she was stressed working at a shoe store job during the post-Christmas rush, and she seems to be suggesting here that she lost her phone sometime during that busy period. We can reasonably assume then that she got the replacement BlackBerry from her friends before the trip, perhaps not telling her parents what had happened. Then, after losing that BlackBerry at the bar on the 27th, she was left without a phone and had to find another way to call home. Somehow, this seems to have slipped to the attention of a lot of people who have looked into the case, attaching so much significance to the missing phone. Really, it seems likely, given these little details lifted from the blogosphere, that it's a complete non-issue, explainable, without resorting to any wild conjecture. Yeah, I mean, this was easily solved. It was in her blog posts. Again, there's people looking for tigers where there are no tigers. There's nothing in particular about any of these objections which discredits the idea of a tragic accident. Simple misinformation has sent some well-meaning people barking up the wrong tree. But if you find my skepticism frustrating, I don't, Callum, I love it, and want to let your mind run a little bit wild with the possibilities, let me introduce you to someone with a very different opinion. The media fallout. Perhaps the most dedicated proponent of the foul play angle is a writer named Jake Anderson, who published an entire book on the case in 2020 called Gone at Midnight. Depending on which side you're already on, you might find it an incisive piece of investigative journalism or just another piece of sensationalist exploitation. Whatever the case, the amount of time and energy Anderson expended on the research means will give his theory a fairer crack of the whip than the others. The main crux of the theory, developed through in-person interviews and visits to the locations involved, is that one of the employees at the hotel, which has a track record of hiring people with patchy pasts, may have exploited Eliza's mental health condition to draw her up to the rooftop and murder her. Anderson speculates that's maybe why she was mashing elevator buttons, she was stopping someone else from using it, or vice versa. Let's lay out a timeline of events if that was the case. First, Eliza checks into the hotel, staying in a dorm room for a couple of nights. After that, she's moved into a private room. Someone at the hotel senses an opportunity now that they have access to a young woman staying by herself all evening. Meanwhile, Eliza heads out to the bookshop, buying gifts for her family and chatting to the cashier. When evening comes, she returns to the hotel. Perhaps she goes to her room, perhaps she has a walk around the place. Whatever the case, someone, be it a guest or more likely a member of staff from the hotel, takes their chance. They attack Eliza, or otherwise make her feel threatened, and she flees down the stairs and into the elevator. She presses the buttons to prevent her assailant from using the lift themselves while trying to hide. Her attacker catches up with her, leading to the conversation by the elevator entrance. Eventually, Eliza heads off down the corridor, either fleeing or convinced to go willingly. Whichever way, her life ends that night, on the rooftop or in another part of the hotel, after which she is hidden in the water tank. That sounds like a terrible place to hide a body, because eventually someone is going to notice that there is a body in the water tank. Perhaps this happens right away, or perhaps she is hidden in another part of the hotel until after the sniffer dogs have done their sweep of the roof. After that, the perpetrator manages, with the help of an employer who'd rather sweep the whole thing under the rug, to edit the CCTV tape, removing their face by chopping out almost a minute of footage. That's that. So far, I'm like, okay, plausible. And now I'm like, the employer's going to help the guy who killed someone edit the CCTV footage and get himself included in a way more serious crime than no crime whatsoever. Very skeptical of that. They realize that Eliza's existing mental health conditions, revealed by the drugs in her luggage, will mean that the resulting footage can stand as evidence that she took her own life. On top of all of that, some of the sources Anderson interviews imply that a corrupt LAPD may have been complicit in a cover-up, either to wrap things up neatly for the cameras in the city or to protect corporate interests, with links to the hotel and plans for an impending renovation. Again, it's a fairly seedy hotel. I don't think there's going to be a ton of money in that, is there? And also, corrupt police. Is there evidence of that? There's no mention of evidence. So, do we find the whole idea credible? I mean, yes, I suppose, at a stretch, some of Anderson's theories, I don't know, I haven't read the book, are believable. They're certainly an option. but they just don't seem like the most likely option, do they? I mean, I can't stop you buying into it, but if we take some quick swipes with Occam's razor, we already know we can trim this case down to a tragic set of accidental circumstances. Exactly. Why, for example, would anyone in the police risk so much for the sake of some beat-up old hotel, especially when the victim was a well-off foreign citizen? And why, if the hotel or police were covering something up, would they release their edited footage online for millions of viewers to see? And why, tell me why, please, would their method of covering up the truth involve such bizarre circumstances which could invariably draw the largest amount of media attention possible? Exactly. I just think there are too many wild stretches in this version of events. But at the end of the day, if someone is desperate to write a noir story, they'll find a noir story to write. Essentially, Anderson's book just gives a further platform to the cast of oddball conspiracy theories who have latched onto this case tightly for the past 7 years or so. The most compelling question he poses relates to something that was corroborated in the wrongful death lawsuit testimony. There was additional footage from the hotel which the police never released. Why? Apparently, it featured two men entering the hotel lobby with Elisa and then handing her a small box. Surely those two people must have been of interest to the investigation. As I mentioned, this isn't just some nonsense invented on internet forums. Detective Tonelli said in his deposition, "We did see her come in with two gentlemen. They had a box. Gave it to her. She went up into her to the elevator. We never saw them again on video." Could these two men have been involved in some way, or was the contents of that box perhaps what triggered Elisa's condition that evening, making them potentially culpable for the whole thing? I'll admit that this is perhaps the one thing that doesn't quite sit right with the neat and tidy explanations, but it doesn't exactly derail them either. With no footage of these men ever entering the hotel again, there's no reason to believe that any illicit drugs were in Elisa's system. There's every chance that the meeting and the box were totally innocent. Perhaps the men were interviewed and their faces weren't revealed to the public for fear of inciting the wrath of the internet mobs who were so invested in the story. It's worth noting that there is information in the case which hasn't been made public, likely to avoid a fresh wave of sensationalism. Another worrying sign is that Anderson leans heavily into the possibility of paranormal activity in the hotel, giving a description of his magnetic pull, which seems more fit for a Stephen King novel than a rational investigation. Yeah, this is the worst. Whenever someone... and this is a problem. I don't know if it's a problem just I have, but whenever I'm listening to someone and, okay, so say it's a doctor and I'm listening to an interview with a doctor who's talking about something, and they're like, and then there's the toxins. And I'm like, oh, okay. Now I really have to consider everything you're saying because I don't know if you actually are, competent. And people will say something like this, like there'll be a investigation and all of the things seem to add up. And then it'll be like, and there were also ghosts. And it's like, well, thanks. Now all of your rational stuff, I just can't take seriously because you believe that there were ghosts involved. It's like, come on. All of this in a book ostensibly about getting to the bottom of an unexplained death. That, for me, tips what is likely intended as a well-intended investigation into the realm of exploitation. And what a legacy of exploitation this case has been. Besides true crime books, it has inspired all kinds of media throughout the past 7 years. The elevator footage itself has been replicated in a Hong Kong horror movie, Hungry Ghost Ritual. A whole series of the TV show American Horror Story was inspired by the hotel. Bands have named singles after the victim and produced music with videos with her as a character, and Elisa has even popped up in video games. None of this is tasteful. None of this should have been done. Not nice. Seriously, imagine tragically losing a troubled loved one only for some video game developer to throw a pixelated version of her into some demon-infested elevator to be dragged off to hell. I'm not exaggerating, that's genuinely the plot of that part of the game. Its name is Yik, a postmodern RPG, and that of the studio that made it explain this questionable creative choice as follows. The death of Elisa Lam has bothered me since it happened. I feel like there still hasn't been a great official story about her. I remember on local news they reported it from the gross out angle because people drank water that a corpse had been floating in. That's unfortunate. What about the poor girl who died? It's easy to say that she was off her meds, but why can't people think about her a bit more like a person? Well, how about you think about her and her family as people and not put her in your bloody video game? Continuing. Yeah, well done, mate. What we really needed to happen was a playable reenactment of the whole affair with demons thrown in for good measure. Yes, Callum and I, same page. Yet again, this is very distasteful. I'm sure the parents are very thankful as well, if only it had been finished in time for the wake. I'm sure her extended family would have loved grinding away to save their loved one from the shadow dimension. With the sheer weight of media based upon this poor girl's death, you really have to take a step back and just say, guys, stop. I mean, even if the creator's aim is to explore Elisa's case tastefully, you still have to question if a real human being should be so extensively fictionalized and remixed, especially less than 10 years after her death. The first film script, directly based on the events, was cashed in on by scriptwriting siblings Philip and Brandon Murphy just a year afterwards. The movie is The Bringing. Yeah, and I really hope in this episode of The Casual Criminalist, I realize here I am making a piece of media about this woman when I'm criticizing people for making pieces of media, but I want to point out that this is not the same. It's not an exploitation piece. This is, I hope, a rational, factual look into a police investigation and a rather distasteful side of things, and hopefully bringing that to light rather than further exploiting someone's death. I don't feel bad about this. My moral radar doesn't tick wrong on it, so I hope that you guys feel the same. That's the age we live in, I'm afraid, where basic decency ends, exploitation begins, and where conventional investigations fail or falter, madcap theories sprout up like weeds through cracks in a pavement. It's enough to make a good, honest, old-fashioned crime show presenter weep indeed. So if you want to believe that Elisa was attacked by government spooks or regular old serial killer spooks, I can't stop you. Otherwise, I hope you'll agree that we've had a good go at chopping through the jungle of weeds which have sprouted up around this tragic story. In the end, the overwhelming likely reality is that a young woman fell into some troubles due to long-standing mental health issues and didn't get the help she needed in a time of crisis. Likewise, despite its rough track record, there aren't any ghosts at the Cecil Hotel. It's just a place where the effects of drugs, despair, and deprivation have cropped up time and time again. That's about as close a thing to a curse as reality ever offers up. In closing for today, folks, I'll leave you with this. Remember to be one of the good guys. Whenever the next true crime dumpster fire starts online, don't start throwing gasoline onto the flames. Grab an extinguisher instead. As an online community, we owe it to the victims not to interfere with cases in ways that sensationalize their deaths or impede the progress of proper investigations. Even if you're a total skeptic about the official interpretation of events, think of it this way. If there really was some foul play involved in Elisa's death, the flurry of madcap theories has only helped the perpetrator slip through the cracks. And even if there was a grand conspiracy to it all, the sheer saturation of these theories in the public consciousness has allowed the truth to disappear into all that noise. No matter what you believe, I think we can all agree that it's in the best interests of everyone, victim, family, police, and all of us humble true crime fans, to not get carried away. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. While much of the online attention heaped on this case was good-natured, some was markedly less so. Case in point, a second video was released online purporting to show another angle from another elevator on Elisa's last evening. In reality, it was a shoddily done hoax featuring a completely different Asian woman pretending to be choked by a ghost and cowering in the corner. Online opportunists can really make you sick sometimes, agreed. Number 2. Even after all these years, Elisa's blog Nouvelle Nouveau is still active. I hope you'll agree that including little snippets of her writing added a bit of a human touch to this episode rather than just portraying her as a troubled victim. If you want to get a sense of the kind of person she was in life, definitely go seek it out, although please do so with good intentions. Don't go combing through the coded messages about the Canadian CIA or whatever. Number 3. This one proves that A, tinfoil hat wearers will go out of their way to dig out any so-called evidence and cling to it, and B, sometimes sheer coincidence can throw them a big juicy bone. Around the time of the story, a tuberculosis outbreak in Skid Row meant that authorities were administering a common test for the disease, which was conspiracy theory gold. Why? Because its acronymic name is Lamb Elisa. That is quite a coincidence, but it is just that. It is a coincidence. Number 4. To finish it off, let's briefly return to the bizarre Mexican death metal artist theory that I mentioned in passing. Going by the name of Morbid, he regularly stayed at the Cecil and had recently shot a violent video there back in 2013. This was evidence enough for internet mobs in both China and America to label him a prime suspect, because of course it was. Oh God, of course it was. Anyway, this has been another episode of The Casual Criminalist. I feel like I shouldn't say whether you enjoy these episodes, but I hope you enjoyed this episode. If you did, please do consider leaving a review wherever you get your podcasts, or if you're watching the video version of this, please do hit that like button below, leave a comment, all of that good stuff. I'll be back with another show real soon. Hello there, welcome back to another brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist. This is a full, long episode. It's Finland's biggest mystery, the Lake Bodom murders. I was actually just reading in the news today, someone hit me up on Twitter, as people often do. I, a while ago, made a video about the Dyatlov Pass incident, which is this, I believe it was in Siberia, in Russia, might have been somewhere else in Russia, where a bunch of hikers went missing and their bodies were found, and they had been attacked by like some scary beast or something. And it turns out it might have been an avalanche, and like some really specific sort of avalanche that caused this craziness. And yeah, so maybe that has actually been solved, although they're not sure. We could cover the Dyatlov Pass incident here on Casual Criminalist, although it now seems like it would be more just natural event accidents rather than crime. But anyway, what happens here is Callum has written me a script. I don't have the paper script in front of me because I'm being environmentally conscious / I forgot to print it out this morning. So let's just crack on, shall we? Callum writes this for me. I shall read it. You shall listen or watch it, depending on where you get this show, whether as a podcast or as a YouTube video. If you are listening as a podcast, please do consider leaving us a review for this show. If you're watching on YouTube, please do smash that like button. And shall we just crack on with it? According to my vast knowledge of world cultures, the people of Finland mostly spend their days cross-country skiing down the eastern border, keeping a lookout for Russian battalions. That sounds legit, and I 100% believe you, Callum. But I'm also informed that in their downtime, they also like to make the most of their country's vast swaths of natural beauty. Finland is an outdoor paradise filled with dramatic mountains and vast lakes. There are more hunting, fishing, and camping opportunities than you could ever hope for. Today's case, however, might make you think twice about pitching your tent out in the forest. When I think of like safe countries, like Northern Europe always comes to mind. It's like, yeah, everything's really peaceful up there, right? I mean, I know it's like dark for a large amount of the year, but it seems very safe. Safe and expensive is kind of what I think about Northern Europe. Anyway, outdoor adventure can turn to slasher movie terror in the blink of an eye, and with nobody around to help, the consequences can be horrific. Callum makes it sound like it's an absolute regular occurrence. Like, yeah, you go camping in Finland, you're going to get destroyed. Whereas I don't think that's the reality. That was exactly what happened at Lake Bodom near the southern tip of the country, just a short drive from Helsinki. The name of that beautiful place will forever be synonymous with the terrible events that unfolded there 60 years ago. What began as a bloody story about an attack on a group of teens spun into the most enduring mystery in all of Finnish criminal history: the story of the Lake Bodom murders. The crime. Morning and afternoon. On the 4th of June 1960, a group of teenagers were riding on mopeds around the edge of Lake Bodom in southern Finland. These were, and you're really going to have to excuse my pronunciation here. Yeah, you're going to have to excuse my pronunciation a bunch through this video. Even Bodom, I looked it up on my pronunciation dictionary. It was said in a weird Finnish way, so I'm saying it as like the closest I could do in like with an English accent. Okay, let's try these names. Maila Imenli Bjorkland, her boyfriend Niels Wilhelm Gustafsson, another couple called Anja Talicki Mackie, and Seppo Antero Boisman. Oh man. I hope these guys have nicknames that we can use, Callum. Both of the girls were 15 years old, and the guys were 18. Yes, it was a different time. 1960s. Okay. Regardless, a questionable age gap is the least of our worries today. The two girls knew each other from vocational school, while the boys were both apprentices at a foundry. The campsite they chose for this weekend was at Hogness, a peninsula on the southern edge of the lake. Once they arrived there in the afternoon, they pitched their tent and settled in for a nice, relaxing day in nature, going swimming and fishing before the short Nordic nighttime set in. Oh, and the boys did a bit of drinking. It is Finland after all. I didn't know that the Finns were particularly big drinkers, but there we go. Evening. It was around midnight by the time the group settled down to bed in their single tent. But we know from Maila's journal that they weren't down for long. She wrote, 5th day camping at Lake Bodom. Seppi and Nisse were drunk, up at 2 a.m. Seppi was fishing. It's thought that both of the boys were struggling to sleep, so decided to do a bit of late-night angling to pass the time. Now, I don't actually remember what it's like to go outside, but I'm told it's beautiful. Yeah, if, depending on when you're listening to this, we're recording this on the 28th of January 2020 and 2021. I keep writing 2020 and whenever I fill out a date form, but it is 2021 and COVID is still everywhere. I really look forward to going back outside and resuming my normal life. Not that I spend a lot of time outside anyway, because I just live in my studio or at home. But, I like to have the option. In such a lovely place surrounded by gorgeous scenery, all illuminated in the moonlight, the two boys must have been feeling pretty damn carefree. The vodka buzz probably helped, but mostly it was the scenery. When they were done, they returned to the campsite and crawled into bed to settle down for the night. Morning scene. It's now morning, and the peaceful scene of the evening prior has been replaced with one of pure horror. The tent has collapsed, its beige canvas soaked red with blood. Under the fabric, we can make out the form of two bodies. Another lies on top of the tent, Jan Mailer, naked from the waist down and disfigured from countless stab wounds. Of the four campers, only Niels Gustafsson is still alive. He lies unconscious outside the tent, suffering from similar head injuries to those that killed his friends and partner. Their skulls had been fractured from blunt force trauma, and knife wounds crisscrossed their arms. Gustafsson had survived the hits to the back of the head and jaw, but only just. Cerebral fluid was leaking from his nose. On top of that, there was a gash on his cheek so wide and deep that his teeth showed through it. Found. The scene I've just described is gruesome enough from a distance, but imagine actually coming across it in person. That's exactly what happened to Esko Johansson and his son, who had gone down to the lake to swim at around 11 a.m. Before diving in for a dip, they spotted the collapsed canvas in a clearing and went over to investigate, hopefully without his kid by his side. By 11:15, both of them were running back downtown as quickly as possible to call the police. While they were away, another man named Sigmund Volasma stumbled across the same grisly sight and went off to make the same phone call. When the authorities arrived, they were able to cart off Gustafsson to the hospital, where he spent a few weeks recovering. The attack had left him with a potential brain injury and therefore some pretty foggy memories about what exactly had gone down. Still, the police were able to get some key details from him with the help of hypnosis, a common police method at the time. His account of what happened would give rise to one of the most mystifying and infamous cases in Finnish history. Do they still use hypnosis? Is that actually a thing? Or was that, discredited? I feel like I've seen it in CSI or, in movies and stuff, but I can't imagine we're still actually hypnotizing people and expecting it to be real, right? Or is it? I don't know. I don't know. What happened? So what exactly do we know about what happened that night? How did a simple camping trip go so horribly wrong? Well, we can narrow down the time of the murders to sometime between 4 and 6 a.m. The short nights up this far north meant that an attacker would only have a limited window of opportunity if they wanted to work in secret before any early birds were out wandering the forest. That's exactly what happened at 6 a.m. It was about 6 decades before Fortnite, so young boys were still doing strange things like hiking and birdwatching. The past was the worst. At least now we have video games to entertain us. So they'd be like, oh, look, the spotted crescent. Two such young lads spotted the collapsed canvas tent from a distance on their morning stroll, but didn't really think anything of it. They reported seeing a blonde man walk away from the site at the time, but didn't think to call the police. As far as they knew, all they were seeing was the morning after a wild woodland vodka party, probably not a rare sight out there on the weekends. If I saw a collapsed tent, though, I'd probably go over and investigate, I think. Although maybe I'd have got murdered because the murderer, if it's the blonde dude, definitely still seemed to be there. So maybe I'd be dead if I was this kid. Well, okay, let's move on. The blonde-haired individual would be painted in greater detail by Gustafsson, who had the somewhat vague recollection of a man dressed in black staring down at him through a hole in the tent. Rather than coming through the entrance of the tent, this man had cut the guy ropes to ensnare the teens inside before stabbing and beating them through the fabric. A fisherman's son who had been angling relatively near to the campsite hadn't heard any commotion, but he did report seeing this mysterious blonde individual walking down a path that morning. Now, I know what you're thinking, isn't everyone blonde in the Nordic countries? Well, sort of. We'll have to admit that it doesn't narrow things down that much. The only other details we have are that he was around 5'8" and likely in his 20s. An observant onlooker at the crime scene might have also noticed that this assailant had taken the wallets and the bike keys of the teens. I feel like any basic detective would have noticed, oh, their wallets are missing. Isn't that the number one thing? That, it's like, oh, let's look for some ID. Oh, they haven't had their wallets. Okay, the wallets were stolen. Some of their clothes were also missing. Were he to be caught with them in his possession, it would undoubtedly serve as conclusive proof. The investigation. But if it's conclusive proof you are looking for, then don't go calling the Finnish police circa 1960. As soon as they arrived at the scene, the chances of solving the crime actually plummeted rapidly, which is exactly the opposite of what I look for in a police force. It's what everyone... what do we like the police to do? Solve crimes. What do we not like them to do? Not solve crimes. Easy. A host of officers, search dogs, soldiers, and onlookers descended upon the area to contaminate the crime scene with all of their wayward trampling. Authorities never even bothered to set up any police tape to cordon off the area. What, did they just not think this was important? Oh yeah, like 4 teenagers were murdered. It's low list of priorities. This meant that in the days which followed, any campers who hadn't heard the news could easily have come and set up on the very same spot. Even all you hardened outdoors folks out there would probably think twice about that. Despite the immediate parade of blunders, they were able to extract some interesting clues from the campsite. For one, Gustafsson's shoes had been recovered around half a kilometer from where the tent was pitched. As for the rest of the missing belongings, they were never recovered. The same was true of the murder weapons, thought to be a knife and a rock. The Finnish army conducted a thorough search of both the lake and the surrounding forest, but it seemed like the killer had taken both with him. However, he might have left one key clue behind, which turned up during the army's search: an empty drink bottle floating in the water near the campsite. 2 fingerprints were lifted from it, and with that, the authorities were now hot on the trail of probably some random litterer who threw their Coke bottle in the lake. Yeah, if that's the best evidence you got to go on, it's not a great start, is it, guys? Seems like the guys tasked with finding the missing objects felt that they needed to justify their job somehow. A little more substantially than that, and 100 times more perplexing, was the pillowcase next to the tent, rolled up and held with an elastic band. Investigators found traces of blood and semen on the fabric, but peculiarly, none of these could be definitively linked to the victims. It's possible that a mix of multiple people's blood and/or semen could have confused the results of the relatively rudimentary testing back then, but we'll never know for sure. At the morgue, closer inspection of the bodies offered up nothing much more than some freshly horrific details. Boisman, for example, had suffered stab wounds on the neck, likely dying from blood inhalation. Bjorklund had defensive wounds on her arms. She had been stabbed around 15 times, some of them probably after she was already dead. As for the man who inflicted these wounds, officers spent the next several days searching the forest and setting up road checkpoints to try and find him. Their dragnet approach amazingly managed to net a full 88 wanted persons who had been roaming around out there in the countryside to the northwest of Helsinki. That's incredible. So they went looking for one person. They found 88 criminals who are just hiding in the woods. I mean, I started off making fun of, like, yeah, you're probably not going to run into any murderous criminals in the woods of Helsinki. Turns out, it's where all the criminals seem to go to hide. It's like Alaska. It's Finland's Alaska. That's pretty good going, but unfortunately, none of those captured were the mysterious murderer of the teens. All in all, around 4,000 people would be interviewed in the hope of finding him, and several likely candidates were identified. So who was the mystery blonde man? As I said before, when the police were trying to get a better description of what he might look like, they employed hypnosis on the survivor, Gustafsson. I feel 1960 got to be before, like, proper DNA evidence and stuff. I mean, were they doing some stuff with blood types back then? But if they've got the DNA, biological samples on the tent and of the victims, maybe they can find some DNA stuff later, run it through a database and see if the guy was ever arrested or anything. Who knows? Maybe we'll find out. He gave a description which was eerily similar to that of the fisherman's son, meaning that the sketch which the police had drawn up of a chisel-jawed man with high cheekbones and coiffed back hair was likely accurate. Suspects. So let's arrange a lineup of all of the potential suspects. This is where things start to get even weirder, because we're about to meet some bizarre characters, most with extremely shady pasts. Well, I mean, if they're on the list of potential suspects for this horrific murder, they're probably not the best people in the world. They're just roaming around in the Finland wilderness, hoping not to be caught for previous crimes. The first promising candidate was one Pauli Kusta Luoma. This wasn't based on a likeness to the police sketch, but something even more obvious. A dust-covered Luoma had approached a carpenter who lived in the forest to ask for a cigarette at around 10 a.m. on the day after the murders. He had bloodstains on his arms and chest. Case closed, right? Yes, indeed, just not our case. See, Luoma was wanted by the police as he was an escapee from a labor facility at the time. He had a track record of robbery and theft, but was very unlikely to be the one who killed the teens at Lake Bodom. You see, he had a bulletproof alibi for that evening. It's likely the blood was just his own from whatever misadventures he went through during his getaway. I am truly amazed by the number of criminals hiding in Finland's woods. This is a whole new thing to me. So, if it wasn't the escaped thief, how about an escaped psychopath? Are we serious? What is going on, Finland? All of your criminals are escaping and running off to the woods. Apparently, Finland is just crawling with fugitives. Callum and I, same page. And it just so happens that another one was in the area at the time. This one was Pentti Soininen, then just 15 years old and on the run from his care home. Nobody really suspected him at the time, but as his violent offenses racked up over the following years, winning him a psychopathy diagnosis, officers interviewed him about the time near Lake Bodom. This proved fruitless, however, and Soininen was ruled out as a suspect. He wasn't near the campsite on that night. Wasn't this years later? I'm always amazed, when you're watching a TV show, and the police are like, can you tell me where you were on the 15th of February, 2017? And the guy's like, yes, I was with my friend here. And I'll be like, I have no idea. I don't even know where I would have not the vaguest clue. And I'd look in my calendar, there'd probably be nothing on that day, and I'd be like, I guess I was at home? We're now moving towards the two potential suspects who offer up the most for us to chew on. The first one is Valdemar Gilstrom, and I swear each new name is getting harder and harder to pronounce. It is, Callum, I noticed. Instead, we'll just call him by a local nickname, Kiosk Man. That is a lot easier. That was understandable because he owned a kiosk in the nearby town of Oita, maybe, just a little west of where the campers were set up. Now, although Kiosk Man's name might just make him sound like a short-lived superhero from some crappy old comic, he was actually a well-known villain around town. Towns have villains? The world has actual villains? Isn't that just from, fiction? He was a violent alcoholic. Okay, this guy sounds pretty villainous, with a track record of aggression towards his wife and kids. Doubt to be getting a spot in the MCU anytime soon. More importantly, though, this villain was also known to hold a grudge against any and all campers in the area. Bloody campers. Get off my grounds! You know the hillbilly at the start of a slasher movie who tells the teens, we don't take kindly to new folks around these parts? Well, that was basically Gilstrom. This didn't just mean dishing out nasty glares either. He went as far as throwing rocks at visitors in the forest, putting razor blades inside apples, and cutting guy ropes. I don't know if this guy's the murderer, but either way, he does sound like an absolute dickhead. It seems there's a clear motive there then. A strange one, but a motive nonetheless. The guy just couldn't stand campers. Add to that the similar methodology to his past harassment, and it seems like we might have our man. This misguided guardian of the woods was one of the first people that the townsfolk cast their suspicions upon, leading the police to search his property. I mean, the stuff about the cutting the guy ropes and stuff and throwing rocks, that doesn't sound like the worst in the world, but dude, putting razor blades in apples? What is actually wrong with you? That makes me think that you could be a bit of a murderer. As it turns out, in the time between the murders and their search, Kiosk Man had reportedly filled in a well on his property with dirt. Although the police never came up with any of the missing objects during their search, years later, his son-in-law maintained that he was certain they were buried down there. His wife, on the other hand, argued for his innocence. His son's betraying him. He's like, yeah, no. It was him. Well, he also wasn't he was a violent alcoholic towards them. So I guess who could blame him? Told the police that he couldn't have committed the murders because they were at home together that whole evening. It's thought by some that her defense of Kiosk Man caused the police to wrap up their search much faster than they should have. Perhaps they really had found their guy and they let him slip by. Is the wife a reliable alibi? Do police have to trust alibis like that? That seems a bit dodgy. Even if that were the case, there's zero chance of him ever standing trial. In 1969, the Kiosk Man walked into Lake Bodom and drowned himself. Damn, it's not how I would choose to go. It's like, how did you kill yourself? Oh yeah, just swam out into a lake and drowned. Why? Hans Arsman. Really, it's actually spelled Assmann. If you thought that last entry was pretty wild, the next one is a cut above. Our second prime suspect was a 36-year-old German man named Hans Arsman. Simmer down, we're all grown-ups here. Oh, Callum, you make me feel like I have a juvenile sense of humor, which I absolutely do. Hans also lived in Espoo. Really? The Arsman lives in Espoo? Spelt E-S-P-O-O. Just a few miles from the scene of the crime, and he had even more local legends woven around him than our last maniac. One was that he had been a prison guard at Auschwitz during World War II, although that kind of rumor was probably spread about to every German expat in those days. The more believable story, though, is he once belonged to the Luftwaffe. After his death, his sister produced proof that he had in fact received a full pension from them. He wasn't shooting down fighter planes in the last years of the war, however. Those he spent inside a Soviet POW camp after being captured in 1943. People in Oita believed that during this time, Hans was recruited as a spy by the KGB. Wow, they really didn't like this guy. In terms of negative things that you could be in the 20th century, it's like, yeah, no, I was a Nazi. I was specifically a guard at Auschwitz. That's fairly low. It's like, what's next? Oh yeah, I was a spy. I'm a spy for the KGB. Brilliant. Again, I should probably state that this kind of rumor was likely not exactly novel in a country which was always on high alert against Russia, especially at the height of the Cold War. Yeah, this does kind of sound embellished a bit, doesn't it? At the same time in the West, the FBI were keeping tabs on anyone they even suspected of having communist sympathies, ready to give them a kick with the steel-toed jackboot of freedom. Finns and Americans alike were being extra paranoid about the Red Terror to the east, so it's very possible that Hans was actually just your everyday average Joe ex-Nazi. That being said, the KGB angle might not be so fantastical after all. See, there's this other little detail that might lend the rumor some credence. When Hans returned to Germany after his release in 1945, he met a Finnish woman named Vienna, who would eventually go on to marry. She was also a suspected spy on account of the fact that she assumed false names when she visited various countries, and nobody could quite understand why. That does sound very spy-like. And like moving around hotels was another one. What was the Casual Criminalist episode where there was the guy who they thought was, or the girl who they thought was a spy and kept changing names and moving around? It's spy behavior. It is definitely spy behavior, or maybe just someone who likes anonymity. But never mind that. We're looking for a murderer. We're not hunting down KGB spies. That's my day job, and I don't really like talking shop after I clock off. As it turns out, we also have plenty of reasons to suspect that Hans was responsible for the Lake Bodom killings. He turned up to the Helsinki General Hospital on the 6th of June acting strangely. His clothes were stained red, and it appeared that there was dirt under his fingernails. While doctors were preparing to treat him for an unknown ailment, he pulled some weird stuff like pretending to fall unconscious and throwing abuse at the staff. More importantly, though, he fit the description of the mystery blonde man to a T. A future university professor, Jorma Padla, was the doctor assigned to see him, and he was convinced that he had found the guy from the radio reports. He called the police, who came in to interrogate Hans. Amazingly, though, they never thought to take away his blood-stained clothes for analysis. They just reported that Arsman had a strong alibi which exempted him from suspicion. What was that alibi? Well, at first, it was deemed of such a sensitive nature that it couldn't be made public. Is he a spy? But court documents later revealed that the situation was that he was getting some, as the kids say. So why didn't the police this doesn't seem like, in the grand scheme of things, very sensitive. The married Assman was off in Helsinki staying at an apartment with his side chick. Her landlord backed this story up by saying that he saw the two of them at breakfast time. Apparently, the hostess had woken up at 6 a.m. to prepare the morning meal and aroused the lovebirds at 9 a.m. to come down for coffee. If Hans were to have snuck out to commit a murder, he'd have to have had the stealth skills of, oh, I don't know, a KGB spy. Oh my. Yeah, again, not rock solid, is it? But I mean, interesting suspect. And I get the feeling, because this piece is titled Finland's Biggest Mystery, rather than Finland's biggest mystery was solved when the case was concluded, that we're not going to find out what happens here, so we're just left with speculation. Anyway, as for the red stains on his clothing, he explained that to the police, saying it was the result of some drunken home decorating at a job site. Dr. Palla wasn't convinced, though. Even decades later, when writing books on the case, he maintained that Assman really was covered in blood, and the police made a fatal misstep, taking him at his word. Why would you take him at his word, police? Come on, do your job. It's like, no, I definitely didn't kill those kids, and all of this red stuff on my clothes is paint. I don't know. I've had blood on clothes, and I've had paint on clothes. It's really different. It's really very different. Even if you don't have this magical, like, future technology to test it on, I feel like you'd be like, smells painty, smells bloody. And most importantly of all, he looked so unbelievably like the police photo fit, you'd have thought he would have posed for the sketch. Surely nobody is that unlucky, right? This must have been the man the witnesses saw. He coincidentally changed his hairstyle not long after the description went public, but the rest was a strong match. Guilty. Seems mega guilty. For all you Assman apologists out there, however, there remains some reasons to doubt that it really was him who was seen there. See, Alavi Kivlati, the fisherman's son, didn't have the best eyesight. He was nearsighted and estimated that the mystery man passed at a distance of about 50 meters. It's possible that at least some of the details he gave were him just filling in the blurry blanks. Is it possible that he already had the image of the local legend Hans Arsman in his mind when doing so? It is a stretch, but stranger things have happened. But how then would the victim Gustafsson have been able to give a matching description with his recollections? Well, maybe they weren't really his recollections after all. Neuroscientists have gone on the record to state that this kind of amnesia he was suffering from could not have been bypassed using hypnosis, as was carried out by the police. I think the only response there is shocking. Had he somehow found out about the description of the blonde man given by the fisherman's son? It's unlikely, and would have required some major slip of the tongue on the police's side. Still, it's not entirely outside the realms of possibility. Even if that were the case, though, what would Gustafsson's incentive be to lie about the whole thing? Well, we're actually not at the end of our lineup of suspects just yet. There's one final, unlikely addition that we need to consider. The surprise arrest. It's now 44 years after the murder, March 2004. Most have given up hopes of finding any conclusive resolution to the story, and its one survivor is now in his 60s. The Finnish public was shocked when, with little warning, Gustafsson himself was brought in by the police and charged with a horrible crime committed against his friends all those years ago. It's 44 years later. I mean, maybe there's not a statute of limitations for murder, but it seems like a really long time ago. Although, I'm feeling a bit sorry for this old man, but then again, no, he committed a horrible murder. He should definitely go to prison if he's guilty. It doesn't matter if it's been 44 years. It was a multiple murder. This new development was based on modern forensic analysis of a key piece of evidence, the shoes found stashed 500 meters away from the campsite. Remember I told you that old-timey blood analysis would struggle to extract anything useful from a cocktail of different samples mixed together? Well, modern analysis has no such drawbacks. 44 years of technological improvement really going to make a big difference. It found that Gustafsson's footwear had on it the blood of the 3 other victims, but none from the man himself, suggesting whoever had committed the crime would have likely been wearing them at the time. This, and some undisclosed new DNA evidence, led to the spinning of a new narrative in which Gustafsson had come into conflict with his friends, enacted a horribly bloody and disproportionate, yeah, no kidding, revenge, and finally went to extreme lengths to cover up his crime. After spending 59 days in jail waiting to discover what would happen to him, Gustafsson was released when the judge deemed him not to be a flight risk. He would have to wait another 14 months, however, before getting to properly defend himself against the accusations in court. The trial commenced on August 4th, 2005. The trial. As I said, the prosecution's case rested on the shoes. Not only was there no blood from Gustafsson on them, but there were some striking blood patterns which seemed to prove beyond a doubt that the killer was wearing them during the murder, a fact long assumed by investigators. This meant that either a raging town drunk or KGB hatchet man decided to swap shoes with the 18-year-old before killing him and his friends, or that the killer was actually the rightful owner of said shoes. It was also suggested that it was Gustafsson who the 2 young birdwatchers spotted leaving the camp early that morning. He was the tall blonde figure heading off to hide the evidence of his crime in the woods. Without an obvious motive to go on, the prosecution essentially whipped one up out of a few limited ingredients. Regardless, it's certainly worth hearing them out. See, a new witness had just come forward to tell of how, when they went off walking alone, Gustafsson and Boisman had stumbled across another campsite a mile or so round the lake. The witness was a woman who was staying there, and she said she spoke to the young men that night. Apparently, Gustafsson had overindulged on the alcohol and was trying to fight his mate. Still, how many of you have gotten into a shouting match with a friend over a few vodkas? That's standard UK pub behavior and not necessarily proof of murderous intentions. Yeah, every time I had a go at a friend after a few beers and then didn't murder them, that's fairly normal. How about proof of a guilty conscience, though? It was alleged that 2 different individuals had actually heard the accused admit his guilt in the years which followed the crime. One was a lead investigator, although the statement Gustafsson made in front of him was so vague that it didn't prove much. Another was a female acquaintance who said she'd overheard him bragging about escaping justice around a decade later. That about accounts for all of the major pieces of evidence, so let's take a look at the narrative which was pieced together from them. Sometime in the evening, Gustafsson made sexual advances on Bjorklund, who rejected them. He wasn't happy, and his resulting outburst caused the others to kick him out of the tent. Rather than settling down for a drunken sleep on the ground, Gustafsson returned shortly after and was confronted by Boisman. The two got into a fight, and the suspected murderer ended up getting a good smacking, potentially causing his broken jaw and other facial fractures. Wow. Isn't this the guy who had cerebral fluid leaking through his brain? He got an absolute beatdown. Still, shouldn't be laughing about that. Still not content to just chalk up the night as a loss, Gustafsson returned a second time. Now he was armed with a knife in one hand and a rock in the other. It was he who cut the ropes, then fell upon the trio in a frenzy of striking and stabbing. It's possible that one of them managed to kick out through the canvas, scoring another hit to his face, which would have been the cause of his injuries. Okay, I mean, even so, this guy was out for 40-something years, free in the world afterwards. Surely if you are this temperamental, like you get drunk and get into a fight and you murder 3 people, you're going to have a criminal record afterwards, because this isn't the sort of thing you just do once, right, and then are a perfect law-abiding citizen forever. After the heaped mass under the tent stopped moving, Gustafsson enacted perhaps the most sadistic part of his revenge. He kept stabbing at the body of Bjorklund, twisted retribution for rejecting him earlier. All in all, he stabbed her 15 times. After the fog cleared, Gustafsson realized he would soon be in trouble when the day trippers returned to the forest. Thinking fast, he decided to grab various items from the victims to imitate a robbery. He did away with them somewhere nobody would ever find them, and who knows where, because nobody ever found them. Before getting rid of the knife, he proceeded to carve his own body to simulate an attack on himself. With that taken care of, he returned to the tent shoeless before lying down and waiting for the police to eventually arrive. Medical expert witnesses were called by the prosecution to argue that he had in fact exaggerated the scale of his injuries at the time. This allowed him to cast himself as an innocent, a traumatized victim for over 4 decades before the law finally caught up with him. Again, this is the prosecution side of things, and I would say, yes, it all fits together rather nicely, but I'm saying, I personally have doubts, and also, I'm assuming in Finland, you got to prove beyond all reasonable doubt, and this doesn't seem very likely, does it? Anyway, let's move on to the defense. So, that is a good story. If it really is the case, then Gustafsson would have to be one of the most ruthless, quick-thinking, and devious killers we've ever covered on this show. But the defense team had plenty lined up to try and prove that this wasn't the case. They argued, for example, that if the drunken teen had really taken a beating strong enough to break his facial bones up, then he would struggle to take on 3 people in a scuffle, even given the fact that they were stuck in the tent. I don't know if you've ever been punched before, but it really hurts. Is it really believable that with such a mix of head trauma, self-inflicted wounds, and drunkenness, Gustafsson would have had the energy and presence of mind to execute such an expert cover-up? And never mind a punch to the face, we already know that the man had some pressing medical emergencies to deal with, namely the gaping hole in his face and the crack to the back of his skull. The defense called their own medical witnesses to counter the claims of exaggeration. They presumably just took the stand for a few seconds to say, "Mate, there was literally brain juice dripping out of his nose." Okay, I'm glad that the defense brought this up, because it's like he was seriously injured. I mean, if young Gustafsson was able to fake those symptoms, he must have had no problem pulling a sickie at school. And on top of that, his broken jaw and facial bones matched those of the other victims, meaning they were all likely done with the same technique and weapon, and most importantly, from the same angle. This is a bloody good defense. The blood evidence offered up some similar support. The accused's blood was inside the tent too, meaning he was either attacked while sleeping next to his friends, or the prosecution's alleged scuffle happened inside. Also, the rest of his clothing was curiously absent of any blood splatters, like those which peppered his shoes. And remember the new DNA evidence teased by the police in the lead up to the trial? Well, it never really materialized in any significant way. The mystery pillowcase with traces of blood and semen wasn't even included, as it continued to stump pretty much everyone involved. So much so that it seemed they were all content just to pretend it didn't exist for the sake of convenience. Then there's the logical issues with the narrative itself. If Gustafsson really wanted to hide the shoes, why not dispose of them in the same way as the still missing objects? How did he walk all the way back to the camp without leaving dirt all over his relatively clean socks, or at least on his feet? And if he really was acting out of frustrated rage, why would the woman that rejected him get a worse attack than the man who had humiliated him and beat him down? To top it all off, the fisherman's son who gave the report of the strange blonde man was adamant that it was not Gustafsson. The birdwatchers, given the fact they caught a fleeting glimpse, could neither confirm nor deny. This is a solid defense. There's no way that this guy, even if he is guilty, this defense is so solid that I don't know if they have judges or juries in Finland. Whoever that is, that defense is solid. result. You'll have noticed that I just sprinkled in enough seeds of doubt to grow a whole bloody orchard, and that typically doesn't go well for the prosecution. In a resolution issued on the 7th of October 2005, Judge Lama Heki Mikola acquitted Gustafsson of all the charges. The jury, they have a jury, there you go. The jury asserted that there was simply not enough evidence to prove the prosecution's narrative, which seems pretty clear given all the unresolved questions. Gustafsson raised another court case seeking compensation for his imprisonment, eventually managing to get just shy of 45,000 euros for his trouble. Not bad for a couple of months' work. He believed he was still due more compensation for dragging his name through the mud. I kind of agree, and yeah, that's a lot of money for like 2 months that he was incarcerated or whatever while awaiting trial. But I mean, the stress of that must have been intense. Especially after living with this horrible thing for your whole life. I can't believe the police even took it to court with this like scant evidence. Throughout the whole affair, especially when the DNA, it just turned out, oh yeah, we didn't really have the whole thing that we started basing this extra trial on. It's like, come on. Throughout the whole affair, the tabloids had been plastering his face all over the front pages and speculating on his guilt. He understandably wanted to have a go at those vultures as well, but his request to sue for defamation was denied. That surprises me. I feel like that would have been fair. Consider for a second what we've just seen unfold. It's very likely that based on some paper-thin evidence and investigative hunches, the sole survivor of a brutal knife attack was hauled off to court to be accused of the crime. Over the course of the affair, he even had to look at the same tent in which the bodies of his friends and girlfriend once lay, pitched once again inside the courtroom. Assuming he really is innocent, 45,000 euros seems like a majorly cheap payout for all of that stress. Again, Callum and I are on the same page about that one. Kiosk Man returns. So that was a surprising little detour ride, but it was a dead end, as it turned out. So, well, where do we go from here? Well, it's worth retreating to some old grounds before we finish, as I'm not quite done with our diabolical duo of suspects from before. First, let's return to our first suspect, the Kiosk Man 2, Sociopathic Boogaloo. As it happens, Gustafsson wasn't the only person who reported to have confessed to the crimes. Kiosk Man also took the blame during several conversations with acquaintances, the last being a drunken exchange with his neighbor at a sauna one evening in 1969. It just so happens that he killed himself the very next day. Police had followed up on these reports over the years, but gave little credence to them, as the man was known to be extremely troubled. They just assumed that this famously drunken violent guy was being a drunken violent idiot. It is possible that he was just leaning into the townsfolk's existing suspicions for reasons which probably only make sense to the sort of people who hide razor blades in apples. Yes, something clearly not right with this dude. You might not be so fast to let him off the hook, however, when you hear that his wife, who had originally given him his bulletproof alibi, revealed that she had only done so because Kiosk Man threatened to kill her if she didn't comply. This is why, when I mentioned earlier, you shouldn't rely on the wife for an alibi, especially when you know the husband beats the wife. Jesus, police, come on. Really, she had no idea where he was. None of this inspired any major action from detectives. Why not? You took the victim to court and dragged him through the mud on some wrong DNA evidence. So you have to wonder if this was maybe just a case of Idletown gossip being jumped up by the press. It's not like Kiosk Man was short of any enemies after all. One of his most vocal opponents was a local politician, Ulf Johansson, who later wrote a book called, Legendum om Bodum Arthendra something. Never mind, he wrote a book, alright? And it's probably something about the legend of Bodum. I'm guessing legenden means legend. He put forward the case for the ornery shopkeeper's guilt. Within its pages, he purported to prove that this violent local nuisance had previously been committed to a mental institution. Safe to say that his name is still in competition for that top spot in the list of suspects. The Arseman cometh. And contestant number 2, as we all know, is everyone's favourite possible KGB agent and brilliantly named man, Hans Arseman. The model Aryan has been the subject of the majority of the cold case digging over the years, and as it turns out, he was an even more suspicious character than we first thought. We first thought he was a KGB spy. How much more suspicious do you get? And an Auschwitz guard. The Germans' brushes with the law in the years before and after the killings reveal a character who had a strong propensity for violence. For example, in 1961, the police jailed him for severely beating his wife Vienna in public, kicking her even after she fell down in pain. Thankfully, Vienna was able to get out of that horrific situation after another 9 long years. Oh God. Free of Hans's control, she revealed that he often spent time in the area where the crimes occurred, meaning he was very familiar with the terrain. If local suspicions are to be believed, he was also no stranger to murder. He was a person of interest in the murder of a teenage girl killed in a hit and run while riding her bicycle, and in another case where 2 young girls were killed while camping. I have my desire to go camping in Finland. I mean, I didn't have one already, but I thought, you think that would be nice. And I'm like, hard pass. There's way too many crimes and murderers. If the perpetrator of the Lake Bodom murders was an experienced killer who knew how the investigation might go, perhaps some of the evidence, such as Gustafsson's shoes, was intended to divert the police's attention. This is just speculation, of course, so let me give you something a little more concrete. Ooh. Hans Arsman passed away in 1997, but before he did, he called a journalist to his sickbed to record his memoirs. The result was a book which detailed the often cryptic conversations which transpired between the two. When asked about the Lake Bodom murders, Hans replied, "I suppose you expect me to talk about those tent and knife things. I have to disappoint you. I will not speak about the details. I will not admit nor deny things." Not a solid no by any means there, even on his deathbed with nothing to lose but perhaps his reputation. He wouldn't confirm either way. This intentional ambiguity drew the renewed ire of the public, who laid into the police for not pursuing the angle properly. Then, when unsealed court documents revealed that his supposedly rock-solid alibi turned out to be a pinky promise from the landlord and hostess, distant relatives of Hans, don't trust people's relatives for alibis. Come on. The authorities were slaughtered in the papers. Another book was released a few years later which added fresh fuel to the fire and crystallized a bizarre theory which had slowly been gaining credence as the years went on. It was written by Professor Jorma Parlo. He never quite forgot his encounter with the man on that strange evening at the hospital in 1960. A full 43 years later, he ended up publishing a book giving a rundown of all the evidence to suggest Arsman's guilt. The doctor revealed that he kept the clothing left behind by the German and was astounded that the police never came back to retrieve it. His most shocking assertion of all, though, was that the KGB rumors surrounding Arsman were all true. This meant he secretly enjoyed immunity for the crimes for the sake of diplomacy with the USSR. That sounds pretty outlandish, and it was condemned as such by the Finnish authorities. However, given the climate of the 1960s and Finland in general, having just settled into their own conflict with the Ruskies a couple of decades prior, it's pretty obvious that there would at least be some KGB spies dotted around the country. By 1980, it's thought that the Soviets had over 200 operatives in the country. The only question is, was this particular guy one of them? And if so, was he able to leverage his position to avoid prison? We'll never know for sure, but I'd like to leave you with one last image to ponder. In the early 2000s, a picture from the joint funeral of the Lake Bodom victims surfaced. Among the packed crowd, a face is visible. Chiseled jaw, blonde hair, sharp cheekbones. It's hard not to conclude that this very well could be Hans Arsman himself attending the funeral of the Helsinki kids, despite having no good reason to be there. If the image of a murderous KGB spy attending the funeral of 3 teens who he may just have brutally slaughtered just days earlier doesn't send a chill down your spine, I don't know what will. Yes, that is incredibly disturbing, and that guy, allegedly, I don't know, he seems like the most likely, doesn't he? And they just left him alone. That is bizarre and, disappointing. Wrap up. By this point, you're probably pretty much up to date with the story, and sadly, there's still no proper resolution. It's easy to see why it's such an enduring case in Finnish culture, but unless we get some more deathbed confessions or the like, it looks set to remain as cold as a Nordic winter. In the absence of any convictions, we're left with 3 main theories. 1, famous anti-camper kioskman finally went too far with his campaign of terror. 2, the only survivor was the culprit and managed to wangle out of a conviction in court. Not likely. And 3, an undercover KGB agent who once fought for the Axis powers leveraged his sway with the Russians to dodge arrest for his violent crimes. I can't believe I'm saying this, but number 3 is possibly the most likely. Let me know what you think, or if you think there's another possibility which may have slipped the attention of all of us. I'm with Callum on this one. I think it's the KGB spy. I mean, there's the least information around that one, so maybe there would be, and there wasn't a defense for him put forward in court and all of that stuff. But number 3, right? Who knows, maybe the Finns will give you a nice shiny medal for breaking the case. One last thought. For any of you out there with a bit of an outdoors phobia, I apologize for sending that into overdrive today. Just remember the vast majority of camping trips are nothing but roasted marshmallows and good times. Still, there's no way in hell you'll catch me out there anytime soon. No, I'm suddenly like, I don't want to go camping, especially in Finland, and I enjoy camping. Dismembered appendices. If the name of the lake has been ringing bells for you throughout, a Finnish band from the Espoo area named Inearthed was looking for a new moniker after signing with a record label. They turned to a local phone book for inspiration and chose a certain location with strong macabre credentials. The headbangers out there will better know them as Children of Bodom. Number 2. If you have time for a deep dive into an absolutely bizarre biography, consider looking even further into the life and times of Hans Arsman. In the aforementioned book, he apparently verified that he had in fact been an Auschwitz guard and an SS trooper, but grew disillusioned with Nazism when he fell in love with a Jewish woman. This led to his exile to the Eastern Front and subsequent capture. Unless the journalist was taking some major artistic license, the KGB angle isn't so wild after all. So, that's where we leave things today. I think number 3 is so much more likely. It's definitely not. I don't think it's number 1. I don't think it's number 2. I think maybe it's number 3, or maybe it's just completely unsolved and it was something else entirely. As always, this has been an episode of The Casual Criminalist. I hope you enjoyed it. If you're a listener of this show, please do consider leaving us a review wherever you get your podcasts. If you're a viewer of this show on YouTube, smash that like button. Subscribe to this channel. Tell a friend. Or you can tell a friend if you're listening as well. Why not tell a friend? I see people sharing this on social media and I like it. I'm at Simon Whistler. If you want to tag me when you share it, that would be welcome. And thank you for watching or listening. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. This one's all about the pig farm killer. Oh, hello, I'm Simon, the host here. What happens is Callum has put me together what can only be described as a hefty script. My printer told me it was 17 pages as printing this out, so buckle in for a bit of a long ride today. Obviously, this is one of our long episodes. We also have short episodes. There are 2 a week, so if you're not subscribed to this podcast or YouTube channel, however you consume The Casual Criminalist, make sure you are. I've got an empty cup of coffee. There's about half a centimetre of coffee in this cup, which is not enough to keep it going. So at some point, there's going to be an edit here while I go fill up my coffee. In a previous episode, I mentioned something about, disposing of bodies with pigs. Like that there was a movie, I think it was Snatch or one of these, and people were all in the comments telling me what movie it was, and I've already subsequently forgotten. But, today we're talking a lot about, I think, pigs and pigs eating bodies and stuff. Actually, I have absolutely no idea, to be honest, because what happens here is Callum writes me something, 17 pages of something, and I've never read it before. So we're going to learn together. Let's just jump in. Canadians enjoy a funny reputation around the world. We know they're a bit like Americans, only milder. Sort of, I would say, one thing that always amused me, there's like a map of the world, how like America, or an American, someone from the USA sees the rest of the world, and Canada was just America's hat. It's the same basic recipe, just with about 75% less guns, a dollop of socialized healthcare, and a sprinkle of French zest for a sophisticated flavor. But much as our Canadian friends enjoy this more sensible reputation, there's Callum, come on. It's very sensible to own a ton of guns. I don't know what you're talking about. It's very sensible to be able to purchase an AR-15 in Walmart. I don't know. You probably can't purchase an AR-15 in Walmart. I think I told the story before on Casual Criminalist. I went to a Walmart in the USA, and you could purchase a machete for $3. That surprised me. There's plenty going on north of the border, which I'm sure they'd like to sweep under the rug. That much will be clear by the end of today's episode, because today we're exploring probably the most infamous case in Canadian history, the story of the pig farm killer. While the world has only just finished collectively trying to wrap its head around the strange story of Tiger King, the zoo owner arrested on suspicion of hiring a hitman, Canada is still processing the horrific legacy of its own hillbilly prince of crime. Just like the tragic ballad of Joe Exotic, his story is filled to the brim with drugs, sex, money, and murder. I can't believe I haven't seen it yet, but I haven't seen Tiger King, and I must be the only person in the world who hasn't seen this. I do have the excuse, and people are like, Simon, you've been inside literally for a year because of coronavirus. How have you not watched Tiger King? And I think it's mostly because, I work a lot. And also I've got a very young kid who leaves me with less free time than I used to have or would perhaps like. Surprisingly, though, the Canadian case is far more extreme. And fair warning, if you happen to be eating pork mince right now, you might want to put it aside. Oh, God. Oh, no. Let's jump in. The brothers. At the center of the story are two brothers, David and Robert Picton, from Port Coquitlam, from not far from Vancouver. Here, the brothers and their sister Linda owned a pig farm, which they had inherited from their parents in the 70s. Not fancying spending the rest of their lives tending to swine, the siblings decided to sell off the land to real estate developers piece by piece, pocketing a pretty penny in the process. Yeah, because the value of land for building houses on is way more than the value of land for farming. Like, I vaguely have considered building a home, and I look at the price of land and you're like, wow, this land's super cheap. It's like, oh yeah, because you can't build on it. And then you look at some other land that is literally hundreds, if not thousands of times the price. And it's like, why is this so expensive? Oh, because it's got permission to build a large home on there. Or series of homes. Or an estate. They started doing this in the early 1980s when the pig industry took a massive hit. Pork industry, maybe. So it became more profitable to just dismantle most of the operation. It was a smart decision. One single land sale netted the siblings a cool 5 million Canadian dollars. In the 1980s, that is a lot more than 5 million Canadian dollars today. They're rich, is what we're saying. They are rich. By the mid-1990s, they had amassed millions of dollars in property as a result. The farm was still operational, but only just. David and Robert had much bigger concerns than attending to the dwindling family business. Despite being in their mid-40s, the two bachelors were massive party animals. They had a reputation in the area for their wild lifestyles, which caused plenty of friction with the law over the years. Foul-mouthed David was the younger of the two. He looks a little bit like Robin Williams if Robin Williams had gone into meth dealing rather than comedy. Oh, It's like toothless Robin Williams who looks like a ghost. Still, you'd have to call him the handsome brother because big bro Robert looks a bit like Moby. Hey, people say I look like Moby. If Moby was into barbecuing roadkill rather than veganism. Callum, this is savage. From that, someone in the comments the other day was like, don't image shame people. And I was like, what? I just read what Callum writes and then broadcast it all over the internet, and I pay Callum. So, yeah, I am kind of responsible, I suppose. I apologize. For that, we can thank his unholy monster of a mullet. Proof that you could be a paper millionaire and still look like you steal shopping trolleys for the scrap metal. How did this guy look? Moby's, famously bald. I guess he just really has Moby's, facial structure? Robert Smith, and anyone who thinks I look like Moby is just because I am bald. That is the only... It's like... The number of times I see on Twitter is like, hey, look, I found your twin. And it's just a picture of someone who is just bald, wears glasses, and has a beard. And I'm like, that's just a dude who's bald and has glasses and has a beard. The one I used to get, who actually has a similar facial structure to me is Ralph Fiennes. People are like, you look a bit like Ralph Fiennes. And I'm like, yeah, no, I get that one because I do look a bit like Ralph Fiennes. But the bald and beard thing is I don't look like him. He's just bald and bearded. Robert's misfortunes didn't end with his hairstyle. He was also known for carrying around the unbearable stench of sweat and manure. Oh, by the way, when people... I know I'm going on about this. I apologize. We'll get back to the story. Whenever someone says this to me, oh, you look like... Johnny Sins is another classic, just because he's bald. He's a porn star, by the way, if you are unaware. And anytime someone says that, or says I look like anyone, or like Bingy with Babish, I'm like, yeah, no, we're cousins. We're cousins. I just embrace it. I've got hundreds of bald cousins. This was partly because he was the one left in charge of what was left of the livestock business, which he saw to in the evenings after working low-level jobs in David's new businesses during the day. Yep, despite dressing like the head of a biker gang, David was actually a fully legitimate businessman. He had a few ventures on the go throughout the 80s and 90s, mainly a topsoil and salvage demolition operation. He was also famously paranoid, always traveling around with his trusty German Shepherd by his side. The quirks, why would you be involved in topsoil and demolition doesn't sound like the most, although being a demolition person would actually be fairly awesome. But if you're super rich, do you have to do this? The quirks of the brothers can probably be traced back to their troubled upbringing. Louise Picton, the matriarch of the family, was famously harsh with them. She forced the kids to work grueling shifts on the farm from a young age. If they refused or otherwise misbehaved, they'd be hosed down as punishment. That bit of trauma might explain Robert's deep-seated aversion to showers. He likely got the brunt of all this mistreatment, as he was a slow kid. In school, he was required to attend special education classes after being held back grades. He often told his friends in later life how his parents had gifted him a calf to love and care for, only to have it slaughtered. Why? I mean, I don't understand. I understand, punishing a kid, not by hosing them down, but, some level of discipline is important. I'm not some, Montessori school person. But it's why? You don't need to be cruel. When he was feeling a bit overwhelmed from all of this awfulness, young Robert would climb inside a hollowed-out pig carcass to hide. Dude. Again, that probably couldn't have helped much with the stench or his mental well-being, to be honest. So life wasn't exactly easy growing up on the Picton pig farm. The domineering control of their mother persisted until the siblings were well into their 20s. It was then that they inherited full ownership of the business. Their father died in 1977 and their mother just 2 years later. With a bag of cash each and a sack of social dysfunction flung over their shoulders, the Picton kids went on to lead some pretty colourful, in italics, adult lives. The Piggy Palace Good Time Society. In 1996, David and Robert decided they wanted to share some of their wealth with the community. They filed an application for their very own non-profit organization dubbed the Piggy Palace Good Time Society. In the application, they wrote that their plan was to organize, coordinate, manage, and operate special events, functions, dances, shows, and exhibitions on behalf of service organizations, sports organizations, and other worthy groups. It just sounds like they're founding a party organization and getting some non-profit tax advantages or something? Maybe? It sounds lovely. So what kind of charitable fundraisers were they running? Sports days? Charity auctions? Community picnics? Actually, no. The philanthropic activities of the Pictons were a little more R-rated than that. We're talking drugged-up raves filled with prostitutes and Hell's Angels, all for the good of the community, of course. If you were stupid enough to accept an invitation to one of these parties, you'd have arrived to find that the palace wasn't quite as swanky as Buckingham. The yards around the farm buildings were littered with dilapidated vehicles and piles of rubble from David's demolition and topsoil business. As you passed through the front gate, you'd have spotted the charming sign hanging on it, claiming that the property was guarded by an HIV-infected pit bull. The dog breed, not the rapper, I'm assuming. Interestingly, you can say that your dog has HIV, right? Because there probably is a canine version of HIV, but it's probably not. I don't know this as a fact. It's probably not transmissible to humans. I remember I stayed in an Airbnb once, and the owner was like, "Oh yeah, this is our cat. He's really sick. He's got cat AIDS." And I'm like, one, is cat AIDS really a thing? And then he's like, I know what you're thinking. And no, you can't get cat AIDS. You can't get AIDS from a cat with cat AIDS. At least that's what he told me. If there are any virus people listening, sound off in the comments. Can I get cat AIDS? Can I get AIDS from a cat with AIDS? What are we doing here? Let's get back to the story. This was just a sick little joke on the part of the owners, of course, but it set a nicely menacing tone to match the parties inside. You'd then walk through the mud to a converted slaughterhouse where hundreds of revelers would regularly gather for so-called community events. It was reported that these events would often descend into violence. Crystal meth and biker gangs tend to have that effect on the vibes. One unidentified partygoer once told the Canadian television network, "I've actually had to take friends to emergency rooms because they've gone to the booze can after we left the bar. My one friend looked at a girl wrong and ended up getting beat up so bad. The bouncers picked him up and were beating him more as they were throwing him out the door, throwing him on the pavement outside." I mean, that was pretty bad English. I apologize for my stumbling over my words, but we get the idea. I'm told that booze can is Canuck slang for a shady or illegal bar, and they don't come much shadier than this. When the city intervened to try and have the parties shut down on the grounds of illegal liquor sales, the brothers reaffirmed they were raising money for the community. "You can't stop us having our drug and sex parties. Think of the children." Strangely, some in the community seem to agree. Although most people complained about the rowdy parties of up to 1,700 guests, several long-term residents told the papers that the Picton brothers were hardworking and generous and donated a lot of money to charitable causes around town. That doesn't mean you're above the law, though, does it? I mean, you can get some slack and maybe people won't report you to the police. But when you get reported to the police by someone, the police can't be like, "Oh no, you're a good dude. You give to charity." It's like, no, you're having some sort of crazy drug party. Even if this made up for all the noise and substance abuse, there was some stuff going on behind the scenes, which I'm sure even the most tolerant neighbors wouldn't have approved of. ER scene. So, it's clearly not all good times at the Piggy Palace. David and Robert's idea of altruism turned out to be illegally selling whiskey to bikers and sex workers, and they've drawn the irritated eye of the law as a result. But you'll be amazed at how much the local police were willing to let slide. Case in point, Robert's arrest in 1997. It was no secret that the older of the two brothers was a big fan of curb crawling. I don't even know what is that. Twice a week, he would transport, okay, we're going to find out. He would transport a truck full of waste barrels to a processing plant in the Lower East Side of Vancouver, where the employees referred to him as the Pig Man. The area is one of the most deprived in all of Canada, which for a time had worse HIV rates than North America. Drugs and prostitution were rife, making it a perfect playground for a guy like Rob. As a regular in the area, he would pick up prostitutes. Oh, does curb crawling mean like to pick up a prostitute? I see. Apparently, we're not supposed to call them prostitutes anymore. They're sex workers. So, come on, Callum, get it together. And I also should know better. On other occasions, he would have his biker gang friends bring them along to parties. It takes a desperate soul to accept the invitation of a creepy, stinking, mulleted dude to come back to his slaughterhouse, which is why Robert tended to target women with crippling drug addictions. The Piggy Palace became known as a place to score an easy fix, even if it meant a pretty considerable risk to your safety. One woman who lived to regret visiting told a reporter, "That farm was the dregs of the earth. It was a hellhole. You can say to someone, don't go, but if they are an addict, the addiction overcomes the senses." Police had known about the farm for some time, but nothing changed. One weekend in 1997, a woman, Wendy Lynn Eistetter, fell into that exact trap. She had been working as a sex worker in Vancouver's Lower East Side at the time and was struggling with substance abuse. Robert pulled up alongside her on the way back from the plant and gave her the usual offer: drugs, party, place to sleep. She took him up on his offer and hopped in the car. Back at the farm, the two slept together before the mulleted wonder started acting strange. He brought out a pair of handcuffs and forced them onto Wendy's left arm. She wisely decided to opt out of this little game and shoved Robert away. In response, he drew a knife and stabbed Wendy in the stomach. Things have escalated quickly. She was no meek little victim, though. She managed to grab the knife off her attacker and stab him right back before making a run for it. Good for her. She was found later that night by a driver on the nearby motorway. He picked her up and took her to the hospital. When she arrived, the police were already there investigating another stabbing. Quite a coincidence. As it turned out, Robert had beaten her there and was currently getting treated for his own wound in the emergency room. Fancy seeing you here. He had told the authorities that a hitchhiker woman had tried to rob him. The police took a conflicting statement from Wendy, but she was still under the effects of the drugs, so wasn't at her most coherent. This meant that they had obvious reason to question her story, but it was soon backed up with some concrete evidence. Any doubt over who initiated the tit-for-tat stabbings was dispelled when they found the handcuff keys in Robert's pocket. Then they fit the shackle hanging off of Wendy's wrist. Dude, come on. I know I'm always saying on the Casual Criminalist, criminals, you just do better. This is a good example of that. Come on. With that, Robert Picton was arrested and charged with attempted murder. The officers collected his clothes and boots as evidence, and once he recovered, they carted him off to jail. Surely, it would be a pretty clear-cut case, right? It should definitely be clear-cut. This guy should go to prison. When your handcuffed victim rocks up to the same hospital and you have the key in your pocket, you're, to use the legal terminology, totally screwed. But unfortunately not, since Wendy was a known addict and was high at the time of the attack. The prosecution decided that her testimony wouldn't be reliable enough to secure a conviction. That is very unfortunate. On January the 27th, 1998, the charges were stayed indefinitely. Robert Picton was allowed to walk free, and the Piggy Palace parties continued on, bringing joy and prosperity to the community for years to come. Sarcasm sometimes doesn't come across in text, but that was definitely sarcastic. The Piggy Palace Good Times Weapons Raid. But that wasn't the end of the palace's trouble with the law. For some reason, the cops were reluctant to let these hillbilly humanitarians go about their fundraising in peace, all because of a few little stabbings and brutal beatings. In 2000, they were successful in crashing the party for good and the Piggy Palace closed down. Even though they couldn't legally hold events there, the brothers continued to make it their base of operations. Likewise, rumors continued to circulate of strange happenings at the farm, and it never lost its dangerous reputation among the working women of Vancouver. Several visitors to the farm had started to notice some strange things, which suggested that there might be something in the rumors. In 1999, a close female friend of the Pictons thought she spotted some bloody female clothing in bags behind a trailer, along with discarded Aboriginal ID cards. She reported what she saw to Bill Hiscox, a salvage worker in the employ of the Pictons, and he in turn went to the police. Why didn't you just go straight to the police? Be like, yeah, I'm going to go to the guy who works for them. Be like, what if he's in on it? He might murder me. I'd immediately just be like, let's go to the police, anonymously tip them off, whatever. That's what I would do. I don't know. Okay, maybe there's more to this anyway. They told him that his report legally only amounted to hearsay, as it was second-hand information. To get a warrant, they needed something more tangible, like the original person going to the police, for God's sake. Okay, well, if it's tangible you want, how about this? Later that year, the police received an anonymous tip telling them that a woman named Lynn Ellingson had gone to the farm and spotted the body of a woman hanging from a hook in the slaughterhouse. However, when the police went to question her, she vehemently denied seeing anything. I should add that Lynn was a struggling single mother who relied on Robert Picton to supply her with drugs. The police brought their concerns to Robert nonetheless, who agreed to let them search the farm, but the officers decided to pass. Come on, police! You have one job, it's catching criminals. This is part of it. Once again, nothing was done, even though Robert was already strongly suspected of attempting to murder a prostitute. The police just decided to leave him to run his business. This is especially infuriating when you consider the context. It's infuriating already, Callum. I get the feeling I'm just going to be more infuriated. Around 65 women had gone missing from the red light districts of Vancouver since the late 1970s. Seriously, guys? When the authorities started properly tracking the statistics. It was especially dangerous around the Lower East Side, where Wendy Lynn Iseter had been working at the time of her ordeal. Things had only gotten worse in the 90s despite public demand for action, with dozens of women disappearing between 1995 and 2001. Despite the police's baffling inaction, at least the farm was on their radar. In the end, they finally took their opportunity to search it when an ex-employee named Scott Chubb reported seeing illegal guns on the property. The woman hanging from a hook in the slaughterhouse was not what got them to search it. It was illegal guns. All right, then. The detective who interviewed him probably tried his best to dismiss it all as hearsay so he could clock off early and go grab a beer. Standard Vancouver PD procedure. But Scott was adamant. Good. And so, warrant in hand, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, better known as the Mounties, descended on the farm on the 5th of February 2002 in their ridiculous red outfits, wielding hockey sticks, attack grizzlies on standby. Yes, I refuse to deal in anything but national stereotypes. It means a grizzly bear. Pictures from the day show a long line of police cars and news vans parked out front of the property. They did manage to find some illegal guns at the farm, and although both brothers were arrested, only Robert ended up with any charge against his name. It was hardly a surprise that the Hillbilly Party Ranch had some illegal weapons, but that wasn't all the cops found. During a search of Robert's trailer, they found something which would be very interesting to the detectives working on the disappearances: a prescription inhaler with the name of one of the missing women on the side. This was enough to involve the British Columbia Missing Women Investigation, a joint venture between the Mounties and the Vancouver PD, founded in 2001 to look into all the disappearances. Are the mounted police like the FBI or something? This sounds like, the FBI working with the local police, like the federal agency or whatever we call that in the UK, like MI5 or Scotland Yard or something like that. I think this was also something that was explained to me in the comments. Like, everyone was wondering, I was wondering, what does Scotland Yard do? Are they the British FBI? It's like, I swear I know more about American police because I just watched so many, there's so many American cop shows. The task force had a lot of cases on their plate by this point, most of them women who barely existed to normal society and whose disappearances had gone largely unheralded, save for the grief of a few family members. As a clearer picture of what was going on at the farm for all those years emerged, any hope they still had for a happy reunion with their loved ones was about to be shattered. I mean, I wouldn't hold on to a ton of hope. The full search. For the moment, the brothers were free to go after posting bail for Robert's weapons charges. He was kept under close police surveillance, probably on account of the stabbing and guns and missing women's stuff. The farm was now cordoned off as a crime scene, meaning all the pig man could do was go about his days knowing full well what the police were about to discover. The search began on the 6th of February, just one day after the firearms raid. The federal agents handed over control to their colleagues on the Project Even-Handed Task Force, who picked apart every inch of the farm for clues. The picture they were painting would soon turn into something straight out of a horror film. Their discovery started with a pair of ID cards belonging to two of the missing women. These were found in Robert's trailer alongside used syringes containing a mysterious blue substance. There were also pieces of clothing, jewelry, and makeup strewn around. DNA testing would take some time, but it was safe to assume that these were not the property of the subject, unless he had a fledgling drag career that slips the attention of the law. The hillbilly drag queen theory was thoroughly debunked with the next discovery. In a freezer located in Robert's workshop, officers found the severed heads, hands, and feet of two women. These were Serena Abotsway and Mona Wilson. Their killer had barely even tried to hide the crimes. I don't understand this, criminals. Like, the police are closing in. I mean, I know destroying evidence is a crime and all that, but dude, finding a head in the freezer, I mean, that is like the worst case scenario. On the 22nd of February, Robert Picton was once again arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder in the first degree. He was carted off to jail and held without bail while the police went about establishing the extent of his crimes. There were plenty of questions left unanswered by the preliminary search, after all. Well, like, why are there heads in your freezer? One which stands out is the mystery of the dildo gun. Oh my. Yes, you heard that correctly. Why, we must wonder, did the authorities find a .22 caliber revolver with a dildo fastened over the barrel and 1 round shot right through it? Picton would later claim that, like a deranged X-rated Matlock, he had improvised the device as a makeshift silencer. Cracking idea for the next Bond movie if any screenwriters happen to be listening. More importantly, though, in trying to ascertain just how many victims they should be looking for at the farm, the police cooked up a clever scheme. They would send an undercover detective into jail to share a cell with Picton and see if he would give up any details. Given what we know about the killer's personal hygiene, I hope the officer got knighted for his bravery. As we mentioned before, Robert wasn't the brightest. His brother described him as overly trusting and gullible, so the police's gambit, it worked like a charm. He gladly shared details of his crimes with his new roommate, even getting a kick out of being the center of attention. You are a bit of a dim-dim, aren't you, mate? Robert gleefully told stories behind his murder souvenirs, which helped in identifying some of the victims. In his mind, he was set to become a big celebrity when the news broke. His only regret was that he got sloppy with his crimes and never got to cap off his kill count at a nice round number. As for the total number of murders he did manage to commit, Robert boasted, "I got a murder charge on me and 48 more. 48 more to come. Whoopee." This got horrific. Excavations. Now the challenge for investigators was to find the physical evidence to make sure every one of those murder charges could be slapped on the slack-jawed slaughterer. Yes, I've given him another nickname. They dug up the yards, raked through all of the rooms, and even dismantled the buildings. Personal effects from dozens more victims turned up along the way. Conveyor belts and other machinery were brought in to help sort through the dirt and the piles of rubble left from the salvage business. All in all, a total of 383,000 cubic feet was sifted through in search of evidence, and the farm became the largest crime scene in Canadian history. I'd also be surprised if it didn't turn up the most individual fragments of evidence too. All in all, there were 600,000 separate exhibits and 200,000 DNA samples. This was mainly because Picton hadn't buried his victims whole. It's thought that he dismembered the bodies before forcing the pieces through a meat grinder and throwing whatever was left to the pigs. Amazingly, that's not the most appalling part. Dude, how much worse can this possibly be? In 2004, investigators reported that some of the ground human remains may have even been sold to the public, mixed in with pork. Oh god, I was planning on having burgers tonight. Not anymore. Oh no, I'm supposed to give content warning before stuff like that, my bad. To be fair, you're listening to a podcast called The Casual Criminalist in the True Crime section. I think you know what you're in for. Once the samples were recovered, the hard part began. Forensic anthropologists were faced with the task of sorting through all those thousands of small pieces of bone, hair, and teeth to try and determine exactly who they belonged to. It was no easy task, as some of the samples were heavily decomposed due to both the time they had been left in there and the method of disposal. Some were more intact, though, and provide a deeper insight into Robert's sick methods. He had cut apart some victims' skulls and placed their hands and feet inside. Dude. The families of the women who had gone missing from Vancouver were asked to provide DNA samples to make the process easier. However, some of the women sadly had no relations to contact. A forensic toxicologist was able to ascertain that many of the victims had been using drugs when they died, both prescription and illicit. This was backed up by the needles and other drug paraphernalia in Robert's trailer. This process ran all the way through until November. With each new positive identification, Robert was hit with another round of murder charges. On the 2nd of April, he was charged with the deaths of Jacqueline McDonnell, Heather Bottomley, and Diane Rock. On the 9th, Andrea Joesbury and Brenda Wolfe the day after. In September, Georgina Papin, Patricia Johnson, Helen Hallmark, Jennifer Furmanger. In October, Tanya Holk, Sherry Irvin, Inga Hall, and Heather Chinnock. These were the 15 victims that Robert was officially charged with by the end of 2002. Not quite the full 49 he claimed to have killed, but it was a start. It was around this time that Lynn Ellingson came forward to reveal that actually she had seen that body hanging in the slaughterhouse back in 1999, and now she wanted to tell the truth. We hope someone gave her a medal. Had she come forward sooner, or the police had just gone ahead and searched the damn farm, 10 women's lives would have been saved. This is a recurring theme on Casual Criminalist, where people, witnesses, police don't take some action, and then just these horrific crimes continue, and it is always, like, Come on. Another blast from the past came when officers re-examined the small matter of Robert's botched murder from 1998. As I mentioned, his clothing and boots from that day were seized, and when they were recovered from storage in 2004, forensic analysts were actually able to match samples found on them to 2 more missing women. These joined the fresh batch of charges laid against Picton in 2005 for the murders of Andrea Borhaben, Marie Frey, Tiffany Drew, Cara Ellis, Deborah Lynn Jones, Kerry Koski, Sarah DeVries, Angela Jardine, Wendy Crawford, Cynthia Felix, and Diane Melnick, and one final unidentified woman. The total number of murder charges now sat at 27. Although police were fully convinced that he had been speaking truthfully about his 49 total victims, they were unable to find any conclusive evidence for the rest. They'd already spent over $70 million just to get this far. It's thought that his murderous career might have stretched back decades, however, all of the confirmed cases occurred between 1995 and 2001. They might not have managed to prove everything they had wanted, but even one of these charges would have been enough to let prosecutors pursue the maximum possible sentence. With 27 to go on, they prepared to prosecute the pig farm killer. The trial. The court case began at the Supreme Court of British Columbia on the 30th of January 2006. Robert Picton entered a not guilty plea for every one of the 27 charges against him, meaning the whole thing would go to trial the following year. In case you're not familiar with this whole crime and punishment thing, 27 murders is actually quite a lot. Had all the charges been heard in the same trial, the jury would have set aside their own lives for about 2 years just to take part. And it's not like in courtroom TV dramas. Real jury duty is filled with so much tedium that 2 years of it would drive any reasonable person insane. It's also, massively disruptive to your life. If I was called to jury duty, fortunately where I live, they don't have juries. I don't know, I kind of like the idea of being trialed by your peers, but here, I live in the Czech Republic and everything's just done by judges. So you don't have jury duty, which is convenient. Not that I'd be a very good jurist because my Czech is not that great. So over the course of 2006, the judge went about whittling down the charges and evidence into a more manageable package. In the end, it was decided that the first trial would go ahead with only the 6 strongest charges. The case of the unidentified Jane Doe was even thrown out entirely. The remaining 6 charges were the murders of Wilson, Abbotsway, Papin, Wolfe, Frey, and Joesbury. When the main part of the trial began on January the 22nd, 2007, the jury heard how Picton had lured each of these women into his trailer, offering them heroin and other drugs before ending their lives and brutally disposing of their bodies. We already know that he used a knife to kill some of his victims, but during the trial, some witnesses revealed more horrific details of his murder methods. Scott Chubb, the guy who called the police about the illegal guns, had once gotten an unsolicited murder tip from his boss. Robert told him that one of the easiest ways to kill a drug-addicted prostitute is to inject window shield washer into her veins. That explained the blue substance in the syringes. Another witness revealed how Picton had bragged about strangling his victims to death. He would bind them, kill them, and then process them just like he was taught to do with livestock. This meant draining the blood from the bodies, removing the organs, and dumping the remains into the pig pens. Why are these people not, if some dude came up to me and was like, hey mate, I've got some experience in killing people and I just thought I'd give you some tips on how to get rid of them. I'd be like, go to the police. I'm going to the police. Are you not, what? The mulleted maniac's tongue had clearly loosened up over the years as he grew more confident in his crimes. His behaviors had likewise changed over the years. Picton had grown progressively more bold as his killing career matured, with only 1 confirmed murder in 1995 and 7 in 2001. These were all just allegations at this point, of course, but surely a conviction was inevitable, right? When Callum uses the right question mark thing in his scripts, I always brace myself for disappointment, but this guy murdered dozens of people. He's going to jail. And if they had death penalty in Canada, which I'm almost certain they don't, he would be getting the death penalty. Well, on the 9th of December 2007, the jury returned their verdict. Not guilty of first-degree murder, but 100% guilty of second-degree murder. Had you go in there for a second. For those unclear on the law, the difference between these 2 types of murder is intent. If you plan to kill someone in advance or do so as part of another crime like kidnapping, that counts as first-degree murder in Canada. Well, wait. He intended to kill them. That is not without doubt, and he did it as part of another crime, drug use and or soliciting prostitution, no? If you intentionally kill someone on the spur of the moment, that's second degree. That's not what's going on here, is it? Surely, given everything I've said so far, the jury must have made a mistake. I mean, if the guy boasted to his mates about his favorite murder methods, you have to assume a fair bit of premeditation went into the crimes, especially when you've done it a second time. You know what's going down. But remember, Picton wasn't short of pocket change. He had enough to get a decent legal team on his side. His defense went about picking apart the prosecution's evidence by portraying poor Robert as a slow-witted simpleton, manipulated into his confession by the nasty police. It's what I like to call the Forrest Gump defense. His lead counsel, Adrian Brooks, repeated during the closing arguments that Robert wasn't the sharpest tool in the slaughterhouse. A series of witnesses had been called to prove as much, with the aim being to discredit the confession of Robert himself. So let's just go on the numerous bits of evidence. One of his neighbors testified that he was kind of a hilly-billy type, half backward and not as intelligent as the most of us. His own ex-sister-in-law told the court that he would often struggle to keep up with the jokes and complex conversations. Brooks laid into his client's intelligence again and again before claiming that the video evidence of his jailhouse confessions couldn't be trusted. To paraphrase Johnny Cochran, if the man's a dimwit, you must acquit. That makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, if he's of a mental capacity where he can't stand trial, yes, sure, he's of a mental capacity that he can't stand trial, but this guy's just dumb. Dumb people commit crimes all the time. I'd say dumb people commit more crimes. Using a poster board, he showed links between what Picton was told by investigators the day of his arrest and what he said in the cell the day after. There were some stark similarities which the defense claimed was evidence that this simple little hillbilly boy was just parroting back what he had been accused of by the detectives. Apparently he was so worried about his farm and his family that the mulleted maniac was willing to confess to anything just to make the investigation go away. The poor dear. So, if that were the case, what did they have to say about all the human remains? When you boil it down, they were basically saying that on a busy farm like that, a man like Robert Picton couldn't have done it all alone. He was taking the heat for one or more accomplices who may even have pressured him into participating or taking the blame. All of this defense is well and good, right? But he's killed a lot of people for second-degree murder, right? So, I mean, they're not going to have those prison sentences served concurrently. They're going to be consecutive. So even if he gets a few years for each one, he's going away forever. So why this defense? Unless the punishments for second-degree murder can be served consecutively concurrently in Canada or something like that. But really, I mean, jail forever. It was enough to convince the jury to downgrade the murder conviction to second-degree murder, but the judge still seemed pretty convinced of Picton's maliciousness. He handed out a fittingly harsh sentence, life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. That's the absolute maximum penalty possible under Canadian law. Over the next few years, Picton's defense team would raise appeals all the way up to the Canadian Supreme Court, but none of them were successful. Wow. So they really do have to bundle all of them together, and he can get 25 years and then he can get parole, which is wildly an underpunishment in my opinion. As for the other murder charges left hanging, they were eventually abandoned. It was ruled that pursuing them to trial was unnecessary since any convictions wouldn't result in an increase in Robert's sentence. Many of the families were understandably outraged, and you have to wonder, if his victims had been from less deprived backgrounds, would their deaths have gone unanswered like that? I think it's very likely that they would have caught him sooner. How the police failed the victims. I'd say it's a fair enough assumption, given how much the police had already failed the victims by this point. Vancouver Deputy Police Chief Doug Lepard issued a public apology for the time it took to catch on to the goings-on at the Piggy Palace. He said, "I wish that the several agencies involved, that we could have done it better in so many ways, and I wish that more lives would have been saved. So on my behalf and behalf of the Vancouver Police Department and all the men and women that worked on the investigation, I would say to the families how sorry we all are for your losses, and because we did not catch this monster sooner." Now, it's all well and good, Doug, but come on. It was staring you right in the face so many times, and I don't mean to be rude, but I had the guy pinned as a serial killer the moment I saw a picture of him. Callum. You can't just be like, you're a serial killer because you look like a weirdo. How did the police fail to follow up a stabbing and reports of women hanging in the slaughterhouse? It's a bloody good question. Well, as I mentioned before, many of the women who had gone missing were Indigenous Canadians, and most were working as prostitutes. They were already fairly invisible to society even before they went missing. One woman named Sherry Rell wasn't even reported missing until 3 years after her disappearance in 1984. Ever since 1991, the people of Vancouver had been demanding the police do more to combat their disappearances, starting with the first annual Women's Day Memorial March. The police had disbanded their first task force to combat the issue back in 1989, and now they basically just told the angry public that there was no evidence of foul play and that the women probably just moved on elsewhere. When many of the missing women were alone in the world, it was a hard thing to disprove. When Picton ramped up his criminal activities in the 90s, rumors floated around among the Lower East Side sex workers of a serial killer on the loose. The women took it upon themselves to organize into pairs and pass along warnings about violent clients. Even when they were victimized, they rarely trusted the police enough to report the assaults and robberies that they regularly endured. Their problems, this is a huge failure on the part of the police. Their problems in receiving adequate care and respect from the authorities didn't stop with death either. The family of Georgia Papin, First Nations Canadians, told the papers that the Victim Services Department discriminated against them, denying them meal and bus tickets during the trial. The worst part was that they weren't informed they'd be hearing a traumatic play-by-play account of Georgina's death until they were already entering the courtroom. Later, the family of Cara Ellis revealed how they had only been given part of her remains and they had to chase after the authorities for 3 years to get the rest. If you think this all sounds completely awful, you're not alone. 2 separate inquiries were set up in response to the case. In 2016, the national government issued an investigation into the treatment of missing person cases involving Indigenous women and girls. 4 years earlier, the British Columbian regional government found that their police force's prejudice against sex workers had led to a tragedy of epic proportions. Yeah, that would be a fair way to describe it, guys. They set up a separate branch of the police force dedicated to missing persons cases as a result. The appalling irony of the whole thing is that on account of their marginalized lives, these women's words couldn't be trusted as evidence in court, but their bones could. If you were an at-risk woman working on the Lower East Side, the only chance you really had of having your story heard was if it had already come to an end. Did the others know? But we cannot end on that. I don't want you walking... Yeah, Callum, there's a bunch more pages. I don't want you walking around weeping for the rest of the day. How about a bit of conspiracy theory to take the edge off? You like conspiracy theories, don't you? Of course you do. Yeah. I mean, who doesn't love a good conspiracy theory, even if it's just a on it? For this one, let's circle back to something said by Robert's defense lawyer. It does seem a little bit strange that the remains of 27 women could be scattered around a busy farm without anyone being involved. This was the hub of David's business as well. After all, both brothers lived there. Despite being the older brother, Robert was largely subservient to David. Dave was the brighter of the two, and he mostly ordered his big brother around. As Audrey Stebenuk, the court witness who called Robert a hillbilly, said of the family business, Willie was the worker, or slave kind of thing, and Dave was the boss. Some friends of the two even said the younger brother dictated when the slack-jawed slasher went to bed. Despite all of that, David wasn't even called to testify at trial, which seems extremely strange. Several of the victims' families asserted that there was no way he could have been ignorant to what his brother was up to. As a result, 9 families launched lawsuits against Robert Picton in 2013, and 7 of those lawsuits also mentioned David as a co-defendant, with some throwing blame towards their sister Linda too, although she lived miles away. Around the same time, David was reportedly spotted driving around the Lower East Side, and women there started spreading the word. At the local homeless shelters and drug clinics, warning flyers were posted on the walls reporting that the brother of a serial killer was trying to pick up women. The man himself argues that there's no way he could pick up a streetwalker even if he wanted to, because his German Shepherd hates strangers and wouldn't stand for it. That is a flimsy-ass excuse. But David was no stranger to violence against women. A little bit of digging into his background shows as much. In 1992, he was convicted of sexually assaulting a co-worker on a building site. He cornered the woman in a trailer and groped her before being interrupted when someone else entered. He allegedly threatened to rape and kill her if she told anyone about it. David was only fined $1,000 and served 30 days probation as a result of the assault, a slap on the wrist, basically. He was ordered to refrain from contacting the victim, and so she never saw him again until about 10 years later when his face popped up in the news. This triggered a panic attack. The woman threw up and impulsively bleached her house before going to the hospital. In 2015, she won her own lawsuit for psychological trauma, receiving $45,000 in damages. It doesn't paint a particularly pretty picture of the Hell's Angel wannabe, and there's one final detail of the story that sounds eerily similar to much of what we've heard today. The woman revealed how, shortly after filing her original police report, one of Picton's work buddies threatened that she'd be cut into pieces if she stayed in town. Now for the part where I spray my lawyer repellent into the air because I'm coming close to accusing a man who's not been found guilty of court, so all of this is absolutely alleged. 100% allegedly, none of this has been proven, and it's just wild speculation. With that out of the way, I mean, Come on. His mentally challenged brother murders 27 women right under his nose, and David doesn't notice a single thing. He never goes into the brother's trailer and sees all the handbags and ID cards, never wanders into the workshop to grab a beer out of the dismembered head freezer. He never asks about the dildo gun. It's a stretch, isn't it? It really is, allegedly. I won't bother speculating on exactly who might have been involved and how. I'm sure you're quite capable of filling in those blanks by yourself, and also, don't want to be sued. Suffice for me to say, it seems very unlikely that Robert was the only one who knew about his crimes, and I'm far from the first person to suggest this. Bill Hiscox, the former employee of David, is one of the biggest proponents of the theory, and even goes so far as to suggest a cover-up including local police officers and officials. Wow, that is extreme. It stems from the fact that, according to Bill, the police turned down his offer to blow the lid off the case too easily. He told a reporter in 2012, "I was willing to go inside. I was more than willing and more than happy to do whatever it took to stop this guy. I went as far to suggest as they put a wire on me." But the police decided against it. When Officer Laurie Stenner was quizzed on the situation, she claimed that Hiscox was unwilling to go undercover for them because he himself was a recovering addict. He still asserts that's completely false, and that the officer just cut off contact with him for no reason, citing false claims of harassing Officer Schenner. So why does he think the police would want to intentionally botch the investigation? Well, apparently the Hells Angel gang connection was more significant than many thought. Some even claim that David Picton himself was a member, and that the body of a murdered gangster was hidden on his property. Again, some claim, all alleged, nothing proven. Speculation in the wildest degree. In the version of events hinted at by Hiscox, the money and influence of the gang meant that the Piggy Palace and its owners might have had a bit more power around town than anyone thought, enough that the goings-on there were intentionally allowed to let slide. It's an interesting theory, but we've really slipped too far into speculation, and I promised I wouldn't do that. It's probably just enough to state that it seems unlikely that Robert's crimes went undetected by all of his associates. And if David really was just turning a blind eye, it might not be the first time that he's seen a family member end someone's life. Ooh. One last bonus murder. Oh, do we have to? There's so much killing already, Callum. There's one more tragic page. Actually, there are three. From the Picton family scrapbook. Okay, to take a peek at before we finish up today. This one takes us all the way back to the 1960s, an origin story for one of today's miserable miscreants, which gives us another window into the troubled upbringing of the Picton kids. Writing for the Toronto Star in 2007, journalist Steve Cameron went digging into some of the rumors which had sprung up around his troubled family over the years. The story at the centerpiece of our article was sourced from one of Robert's close friends, who confided to him in the 1990s. On the 16th of October 1967, David Picton had just got his driver's license and decided to take his father's truck out for an evening drive. While driving around a road not far from the farm, he accidentally ran over one of his neighbors, Tim Barrett, a 14-year-old boy. David rushed home to tell his mother, who went back to the scene with him. Rather than call an ambulance, she apparently decided it would be better for the family just to dispose of the kid, and she then shoved and agonized him into a ditch about 10 feet from the side of the road and just left him there. Dave was left to try and cover up what had happened, taking the car to a mechanic to get the damage to the front end repaired. It wasn't until the next day that Tim was found. A neighbor had seen him walking down the road earlier on and offered to help his parents search along it. It was his father who found the body. His son had drowned in the water at the bottom. This is horrific. He drowned in the water at the bottom of the ditch. His other injuries were severe but not fatal. A fractured skull, broken pelvis, and cranial hemorrhage. If he had been taken to hospital, he would have likely made a full recovery. David's juvenile record is sealed, so we don't know if he ever received punishment for his role in the death of Tim Barrett. Louise Picton faced none, as nobody could prove that she had moved the boy into the water. Still, it became common knowledge around the neighborhood that she had some part in the death. Wait, so how do we know? We don't know. Okay, it's speculation. If the story's true, it seems like the criminal credentials of the Picton clan predate Robert and David. If the latter really was roped into his first murderous cover-up so young, maybe turning a blind eye to his brother's deeds wouldn't have been so difficult after all. Allegedly. That concludes today's field trip to America's friendly northern neighbor. After all that, we really call it friendly, Callum. It started with a horrific tale of how Robert Picton killed and dismembered up to 49 victims before feeding their remains to his pigs, and ended up a profile of one of the most morally questionable clans in Canadian criminal history. Now the worst of them is thankfully behind bars, and the farm where he played out his horror movie murders has been paved over. A strip mall now stands in its place. It's depressing that Robert was able to continue his reign of terror for so long without being captured. You can believe that it was the result of a cover-up if you want, but the likelihood is that the whole shambles was the result of the same same old social problem that rears its ugly head time and time again. Extremely vulnerable people not being afforded the protections that they desperately need. Picton took advantage of the anonymity of his victims, counting on the fact that nobody, not even their families, the police, nor a passerby, would give a damn about what he did to them. Sadly, he was right. Time and time again, the police failed to treat the violence against these women with proper urgency and gravity, and more died because of it. Other than that, the only other takeaway from today is that the next time you get invited to some smelly hillbilly slaughterhouse, do the sensible thing, go grab a few drinks, do a bit of networking, or, stay as far away as possible. Your choice. Dismembered appendices. Despite apparently having limited mental capacities, Robert Picton is a published author. The book was released in 2016 entitled Picton in His Own Words. It said that he managed to send the manuscript to an associate in California who had it published. You'll struggle to find a copy now, though. An online petition gained almost 58,000 signatures, causing Amazon and the publisher to drop Picton's grammatically questionable debut. Good. Number 2. The police botched more than just the initial investigation into Picton. When transcripts of the undercover jail cell conversations were released in 2010, they forgot to censor the officer's name several times. He thankfully never faced any retribution from the Pictons or their Hells Angels buds, but I'm sure he got sweaty palms whenever he heard a Harley Davidson coming up the street for a few years after. You can bet. The family's victims weren't the only ones launching lawsuits. In 2009, the 2 non-incarcerated Picton kids filed a suit against the RCMP, claiming that they had disturbed, disrupted, killed, and destroyed the various plants, trees, ground covers, and other vegetation and fish in the ponds. I mean, yes, it's a shame for the plants, but your brother did bury 27 human heads under them, so yeah, Jesus. This has been felt long. It's not actually that long, less than an hour episode of The Casual Criminalist. I do hope you enjoyed it. Thank you, Callum, for putting it all together. I never thank Jen, but Jen makes the magical graphics and the music that you hear. If you're listening or watching, that sort of stuff. If you like the show, please do leave a review if you're watching as a podcast. Make sure you subscribe. Leave a review if you're listening as a podcast. Leave a like if you're watching on YouTube. Subscribe if you're on both platforms. That is possible. So please do that. And thank you for watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to episode 2 of The Casual Criminalist. My name is Simon, your host here on the channel. What happens is we have a very dark criminal story. Obviously, as The Casual Criminalist, that's exactly what you expected. This one has been put together by our fantastic writer Callum. I'm going to take you through it. I'm going to add some commentary if I feel like it. And generally, well, this one's really grim. It's all about Dr. Harold Shipman, who there's a lot of talk about, serial killers. And when we think of serial killers, who comes to mind? Ted Bundy, Ed Gein, John Wayne Gacy, these kind of guys who are forefront in our mind of serial killing. There was a recent report and update on Harold Shipman, and Callum, I guess, will get into it later, as we go through the script today about just how many people he killed. And I don't think there's really any spoilers here because this is The Casual Criminalist. People died. People killed. He killed more people than possibly any other serial killer. So that's Dr. Harold Shipman. I remember this story coming out early 2000s, late 90s, I guess we'll find out. And it was, I don't think I quite appreciated at the time the scope of this guy's crimes, and maybe the justice system didn't either. So let's jump in. Let's get on with our story. I'm going to have a sip of coffee. Outside of your family and close friends, who do you trust the most? Take a second and think. Maybe it's your kid's favorite school teacher. Maybe the nice old lady who lives next door. Maybe it's your local police, although that last one really depends on where you live indeed. I'm recording this in 2020, and I'm obviously British. I tend to think, our police, they don't have guns. Generally, they're people who aren't asked for directions on the street. That's kind of been, other than when I once accidentally bought something that was stolen, that's kind of my limits of interaction with the police. Oh, my uncle's a detective, or was a detective before he retired. So that's about it. But obviously, this is 2020. If you're in America, you probably have a really different opinion of the police, because that's pretty intense. Let's continue. I'll bet that a fair few of you thought of your local doctor instead. Picture him now. Late middle age, thinning grey hair, warm fatherly smile, thick-rimmed glasses tilted slightly to the side, and an unwavering air of comforting competence hanging around him. And to top it all off, this person has dedicated their entire life to the very specific task of making sure you don't die. Obviously, unless you're Harold Shipman, in which case, well, we're going to find out what. Surely with this person, there's no safer hands to be in. Well, actually, as it turns out, the friendly face you're picturing right now could actually be that of a cold-blooded killer. Not just any old killer. This was one of the most gruesomely prolific killers to ever operate in the UK. Indeed, Callum, I'd just add, I think, to operate anywhere in the world, whose decades-long killing spree claimed the lives of a veritable pile of victims in what must be one of the most flagrant violations of the Hippocratic Oath in history. His legacy of unassuming terror sent shockwaves through the entirety of British society and caused an overhaul in the health system aimed at making sure that nothing like this could ever happen again. National Health Service workers of a particular generation will shiver when they hear the name Harold Shipman. So what was Mr. Shipman doing? Was he killing people for medical researchers a la Burke and Hare, who were two Scottish people, I believe, who were killing people and then selling the bodies to medical researchers because getting bodies for autopsies and stuff like that was very difficult back in the day? I think I've done a video about this on my Today I Found Out YouTube channel. If you'd like me to cover it on Casual Criminalist, though, and a more laid-back style like this, a bit more longer in depth, let me know, and it shall be done. Stalking the streets with his at night with a scalpel, creating his own Frankenstein's monsters in the clinic supply closet. Well, as it turns out, the reality was actually far more insidious than any of that. To get to the bottom of it all, let's rewind to the mid-1990s. Acid-wash jeans were all the rage. The Backstreet Boys battered it out with the Spice Girls for the top spots in the charts. I'm glad music moved on from that. And a certain Dr. Shipman was plying his noble trade down in the town of Hyde, near Manchester. I don't know Hyde, but I certainly have heard of Manchester. That's a very large city. After a decade of working in the Donnybrook Medical Centre, he had gathered the funds to start his own clinic on Market Street in 1992, cementing his position as a familiar, friendly face around town. Known as Fred to his friends. Wait, wasn't his name Harold? He was the picture of professionalism, a real family man with 4 children to his wife, Primrose. To any and all observers, Fred seemed like a decent guy. Someone you'd say hello to down the pub. Someone you'd happily take your kids to for treatment. The one who sat by your grandmother's bedside during her final moments. He even had the beard and build to make a pretty convincing shopping centre Santa Claus if he ever fancied the gig.
Hello!
Yeah, the doctor's side gig, Santa at the mall. Everything seemed fine in the leafy town of Hyde until March of 1998, when a local undertaker noticed a worrying trend. Deborah Massey had spent her whole working life around death, so she knew a thing or two about it. And as she went about her morbid business, she realized that a certain name kept popping up over and over again on the death certificates of her dearly departed clients, particularly the elderly women. After presumably spending hours deciphering the incomprehensible scrawl that is Doctor's handwriting, she discovered the name belonged to our plucky hero, Dr. Shipman. Even in jest, I don't think we should call him a hero, Callum. Yes, it seemed to her that old Harold had a higher kill count than your average Call of Duty player, almost all down to natural causes, which meant one of 3 things. Either he was the unluckiest doctor in all of Manchester, he wasn't. He was just some incompetent guy who nicked a lab coat and made a medical degree on Photoshop, he wasn't. Or something much more sinister was going on. That's the one. The number of deaths wasn't the only red flag either. Shipman's patients also had an unusually high rate of cremation. That's never good. Like, what happened to the body? It was cremated really quickly afterwards because the body was filled with poison. Never a good sign. On top of that, most of the newly deads were found in the exact same position. At home, sat in a slightly reclined position on the sofa, fully clothed. So we have a local doctor with the power over life and death in his hands who seems biased in the favor of the latter and who recommends incineration as the best method of burial to his elderly patients' families. That's enough red flags to carpet a mansion. Though, why you'd be carpeting a mansion with flags? Well, I guess you just have a weird house, Callum. Needless to say, Massey didn't just give Shipman the benefit of the doubt. She spoke to her father, who confronted the doctor directly about the stats, but he reassured them that there was nothing to be worried about. Old ladies die. It's just a fact of life. Yeah, but so many die with you, Harold. Fred, whatever your name is. He couldn't save everyone. There must at least have been a part of them that just wanted to accept this excuse and move on. Surely this round-faced little local man couldn't have intentionally killed anyone. Surely not. Nonetheless, Massey brought her worries to another GP right across the street from Shipman's clinic, who already had some suspicions of their own on account of all the cremation forms that they were being asked to countersign. After double-checking the stats, which revealed a 10 times higher death rate than average, the GP contacted the district coroner. And now the noose was tightening. If Harold really was the killer, which some suspected he might be, then surely this was the end of his grisly career. The long arm of the law had finally caught up with him, and justice was well and truly... Oh wait, no. That's what Callum writes here. And it is like, yeah, I mean... There's a good 10 pages here left to go. So, and also, spoilers from the beginning. We know he killed a lot more people. So, yeah, let's crack on. No, actually, the subsequent investigation turned up no evidence of wrongdoing. Apparently, the rookie police sent to investigate the matter were perfectly happy to buy the plain bad luck excuse and close the case in the middle of April, less than a month after it began. They hadn't dug into Shipman's patchy past at all, but to be fair, the records of all his deceased patients did seem to set a reasonable precedent for the ways in which they died. Patients diagnosed as having heart conditions would pass away from heart attacks. Those who had a history of liver cirrhosis would succumb to liver failure. The files all seemed pretty clear-cut. Yeah, but he's also making the files. It was like, the woman with a heart disease died of a heart attack. The only evidence of that is the fact that he wrote heart attack on her death certificate or whatever, and then very quickly had the body destroyed. So Harold returned to work just as before, and the old dears of the town entrusted their lives to him as they had for decades. The reporter who first broke the story of Dr. Death, Michaela Sitford of the Manchester Evening News, later visited him at his clinic. In 2020, she recounted, "When I approached Shipman, still working at his surgery, and asked him to reassure his patients he was innocent of any wrongdoing, he declined in a thin, reedy voice, his beady, pale eyes staring at me through his glasses. As I left, an old lady in the waiting room tutted at me for daring to question him." That's right, like a cow rolling its eyes at the vegans picketing the abattoir, the old woman in the waiting room got annoyed at Sitford for harassing poor Harold with no regard for the danger she might have been in. I guess it's easier to believe that some faceless bureaucrats in the NHS made a mistake, rather than face the fact that your much-loved family doctor might have killed some of your best friends. Yeah, this trust that people have, like once you've built up that trust over a while, I mean, it's going to be really hard to tell people otherwise. It was this, the steadfast trust of the Hyde community, indeed, built up over years and years, Callum and I, same page, years and years of loyal service, which allowed Shipman to kill a further 3 more victims in the following months. Oh, I'm sorry, was that a spoiler? Were you waiting for the big twist, where it turns out poor Harold was actually framed by a nefarious coroner or the victim of some conspiracy by rival clinics? No, he was absolutely guilty, incredibly guilty, but trust me, the real shocks are still to come. Yeah, again, apologize for the spoilers right at the beginning of the show, but no, Harold Shipman he killed many people. If you listen to this, you've probably heard of Harold Shipman. You're like, I know he did something bad. It wasn't that he wasn't stitched up by a coroner. Before we get to those, though, let's go back to the very beginning. How exactly does someone with such a fascination for death get into a profession which is all about preserving life? Well, the answer might well lie in Harold's formative years. The story of how he came to be the man he is was a recipe lifted straight from the serial killer cookbook. Narcissistic delusions of grandeur, trauma, and mother issues. Yeah, what were the guys we mentioned earlier? Ted Bundy, Ed Gein, John Wayne Gacy. Yeah, you can see where serial killers come from. Baby Harold was born on the 14th of January 1946, the middle of 3 children in a working-class family in Nottingham in England. His father drove lorries, meaning that for the most part, the Shipman kids were under the sole care of their mother, Vera. By all accounts, she was controlling and hard to please, and gave her eldest and youngest a stressful childhood. Harold, however, was let off easy. His mother made no secret of the fact that he was the favorite child, and she had high hopes for his future. Being told every day how much better he was than his siblings and schoolmates gave the boy a severe superiority complex, which made it difficult for him to make friends. Remember that one kid at school who thought he was destined for Mensa just because he aced a basic algebra exam? That was Harold Shipman. Yeah, those people are incredibly annoying. I mean, annoying. Hopefully, most of them didn't go on to become serial killers, but Harold Shipman obviously did. The attitude stuck with Harold throughout his life. One of his colleagues from his time in Hyde, Dr. Jeffrey Moisey, once told reporters he had very high opinions and very strong opinions, and he felt the way in which he practiced medicine was the standard to which all his colleagues should aspire. Yes, can you really even call yourself a doctor if you don't have a double-figure kill-to-death ratio? Indeed. His mother's soft spot for Harold meant that when she was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer, it was he who took much of the burden of her day-to-day care, even though he was just a teenager at the time. Despite the adult he became, you have to feel kind of sorry for the kid that he was. By just turning 17 years old, he was watching the final days of his mother's life unfold right before his eyes. Yeah, I mean, anyone can have sympathy for that. That has got to be pretty brutal. But don't become a serial killer because of it, Harold. Come on! And what most fascinated him about it all were the drugs. The morphine which their family doctor would administer to his mother to ease her pain. With one little vial of liquid, she was relieved of all her suffering. It was this which inspired Shipman to study medicine, which he went on to do at Leeds University after his mother's passing. At the very beginning of his studies, when he was 19, Harold had another coming-of-age experience. He got someone pregnant. The girl was 17-year-old Primrose, who he married in a small ceremony at the registry office when she was 4 months due at the demand of her super-religious parents. That sort of thing was common in the 1960s in England. When a child was born out of wedlock, it was a big taboo. Fast forward 10 years, and the couple had another child together and were living together in the small town of Todmorden, West Yorkshire. It was this quaint little pastoral town of just 15,000 people where things started to unravel for Shipman. His colleagues in the local medical centre noticed some strange discrepancies in his files. Most notably, they were wondering why the hell this guy prescribed so much morphine. From the amount he had dished out over the first half of 1975, it seemed like this was his go-to cure-all for any and all ailments, which you might recognise as a tip from Trainspotting rather than a medical textbook. Yeah, morphine is not the cure. Can you just go into the doctor? It's like, yeah, I've got this mild cold. And he's like, some morphine will fix that right up. It's like 1800s. You want some cocaine drops? It turns out that he had written up to 70 false prescriptions for the opiate drug pethidine to feed his own drug addiction. Pethidine is usually given to women during childbirth, but Shipman had spent the last 6 months injecting himself with around 700 milligrams in the arms and legs every single day to deal with a severe bout of depression. He claimed it was caused by his suggestions not being taken seriously enough by his peers at the clinic. Oh, Harold, you snowflake. Get over it, you intellectually entitled idiot. Which for someone so used to intellectually dominating the room must have really tortured his pride. Indeed, so much so that he had to take morphine to get over it. Oh my. In February of 1976, he was summoned to a court in Halifax where he admitted to 8 counts of obtaining drugs by deception. By way of excuse, he said that he had become fascinated by drugs during his time at university, which is a fair enough explanation for a little bag of weed in your bedroom drawer, but not so much for raiding the pharmacy of its stockpile of injectable opiates. Also, you're a doctor. It's been 10 years since you started, so you've been practicing medicine for 4 years? People expect better of you, really. But amazingly, the punishment for doing so was pretty light. It was the 1970s after all. He got a £600 fine, which is, going to be a few £1,000s today, so not small, but you'd kind of think he might go to prison or lose his medical license, right? And also compensation to the NHS, that's the health service in the UK, to cover all of the drugs he stole. After settling the bill, Shipman set off to drug rehab in the city of York, where he laid low for a while and attempted to kick that drug habit. This disgrace was the first major roadblock in the career of our frustrated, self-assumed genius, and it may well be what completed his transformation from garden variety narcissist to cold-blooded killer. It took less than 5 years for the heat to die down, and Harold returned to practicing as a GP. Okay, so he took some time off. I'd say that 5 years is quite long. I mean, I guess people have got to forget about it and stuff, but, they didn't take away his medical license. I guess, he's just addicted to drugs. He's not exactly like he's killing anyone, right? In 1979, the Shipmans relocated to the community, which was to become his hunting ground for the next 2 decades, the sleepy town of Hyde, where our story began. Despite his record of criminality abusing his position, he landed a job at the Donnybrook Medical Centre, and the rest is history. Dark, grisly, depressing history. At his tribunal for stealing drugs in 1975, the presiding magistrate, Dr. Morris Golden, said to Shipman, "It is indeed a very sad case that almost at the beginning of your career, you should find yourself in this position. And God, if only he knew the positions that the pethidine-loving doc would find himself in the years to come." So now we're all caught up on the life and times of Britain's most heinous killer. We find ourselves back in the innocent days of 1998. Let's recap. We have a killer on the loose who was reported by his colleagues but had been cleared by the police. He's also maintained the good faith of much of the community and looks set to ride off into the late 90s sunset with Wonderwall blaring out of the stereo of his Ford Focus. That is the most 90s reference ever. My dad drove a Ford Focus. I loved that album. What's the Story? Morning Glory from Oasis. Wonderwall. Mwah! But see, there's a funny thing about serial killers. They don't exactly have the best impulse control. Shipman was no exception. So instead of wiping the sweat off his brow after his close call with the law and calling time on his career as a murderer, he just kept on doing what he did best. On June the 24th, Kathleen Grundy, the former mayoress of Hyde, was found dead in her house at the age of 81. Her family were shocked at the speed of her passing, but they were assured by a trusty Shipman that he had just seen her that morning and that she hadn't been in the best of health. No need for an autopsy. Certainly not. Why would we want an autopsy? It might reveal something suspicious. Quick, burn her body! It was perfectly natural for people in their 80s to pass like this, and why put the family through any more stress and worry? Of course, the victim's daughter, Angela, took Shipman at his word, and a week later, hundreds of townsfolk attended the funeral at Hyde Chapel to say their farewells. Among them were Grundy's 2 grandchildren, who she had been gushing about to her friend just the night before her passing. They said their final tearful goodbyes, and Mrs. Grundy was taken away to be buried. From Shipman's perspective, it was another job well done. Well, not his actual job. He'd obviously done a terrible job of that, but another flawless murder, the perfect crime, which the police seemingly couldn't figure out, even if it was staring them right in the face. The world continued on as normal, and Angela Woodruff set about setting her mother's affairs in order. But as she dug into the drawers of paperwork containing the insurance policies, bank books, and all the other dreadful admin that has to be done after a death, she made a strange discovery. Apparently, her mother and the good doctor had been closer than she realized, so close that he was now the sole beneficiary of Mrs. Grundy's £386,000 estate. This was outlined in a new will, which had only been completed recently. The document read, "All my estate, money, and home to my doctor. My family are not in need, and I want to reward him for all the care he has given me and the people of Hyde. He is sensible enough to handle any problems and that this may give him. My doctor is Dr. H.F. Shipman, 21, Market Street, Hyde. Residue to my daughter. I wish my body to be cremated." This is so maximum level suspicious. I mean, take this to the police, lady, and surely something's going to happen. Or maybe not in retrospect, but surely just look at some handwriting from her previous wills or something like that. It's so sure to just give all the money to the doctor. Burn me. Oh, okay, so the grandkids were going to get nothing while some random doctor was getting every penny she owned. Sounds legit. After the initial shock, Woodruff took a closer look at the document and found that, as you might have already noticed, it was written with about as much subtlety as an 8-year-old forging their own sick note for school. Sorry, Johnny can't come to school today. He's very, very sick. Signed, Johnny's mum. Yeah, it is very amateurish, isn't it? Now, while the childish levels of trickery might fool some naive souls, Woodruff was a lawyer. She dealt with this stuff every day of her life, and rarely did any authentic legal document look as slapdash as this. The typesetting was all uneven, the grammar was poor, and the signature of Mrs. Grundy didn't even match her usual one. Woodruff went to the police with the document, and further checks revealed Dr. Shipman's fingerprint in the bottom left corner, with none from the deceased anywhere to be found. Considering how many people he killed, and how long he got away with it, how could he possibly be so sloppy? So while it was Al Capone's lax approach to taxes which eventually brought him down, Dr. Shipman's Achilles heel was his ham-fisted word processing skills. With his smoking gun in hand, now the real investigation could begin. It began rather depressingly with the, I thought Callum was going to write, but no, he continued murdering people. It seems that this is actually where he starts to get caught. Was it really through something so sloppy, Harold, or Fred? It began rather depressingly with the exhumation of Mrs. Grundy's body. The town was torn apart by a fresh wave of anxiety as they waited with bated breath for the results of the autopsy. And sure enough, as Angela Woodruff had suspected, her mother hadn't passed away from natural causes. It was a massive overdose of morphine which had seen her off. Okay, so the note said that she was to be cremated, so I guess her family didn't obey her wishes and had her buried, which obviously turns out pretty useful in this case. The coroners managed to narrow down the injection to around 3 hours before the time of death, which was precisely when Harold Shipman had been visiting. In Mrs. Grundy's diary, she had written that the doctor would be visiting her to take a blood sample for a Manchester University survey on aging. Oh, come on, Doc. She wrote it in her diary. There's so many breadcrumbs. They're going to look up that study. It's probably not going to exist. Yeah, the study was totally fictitious, and instead he administered her with a fatal dose of diamorphine. I think diamorphine is heroin. Like, that's the medical word for heroin, which I believe is a prescription drug in the UK and almost nowhere else. Might have made a video about that somewhere else. As it turns out, this was completely typical of his modus operandi. Shipman wasn't just some opportunist, he was a full-fledged predator, a con man who wiled his way into the trust of his victims and engineered the perfect conditions to kill them without suspicion. But now all of this good faith and benefit of the doubt had dried up, and on the morning of the 7th of September 1998, Shipman was asked to come down to the police station for questioning. While raiding his house, the police gathered boxes of medical records, a collection of jewelry pieces, which were likely taken as souvenirs from his victims. Don't take souvenirs, Harold. You're already looking psycho enough. I mean, you are a psycho. You killed so many people, but come on. There's so many breadcrumbs. How did it take so long for you to get caught? And even a battered old typewriter with a broken key, which was an exact match for the documents forged in the name of Mrs. Grundy. Harold, you amateur. How did you kill so many people and get away with it for so long? Good Lord. With Shipman in custody, the police set to work on raking through the files found at his home and clinic. Given the prior investigation, they had reason to believe that Mrs. Grundy might not be the only victim. And how right they were. All in all, they identified a further 11 cases in which the deceased could be exhumed for examination. Over the following months, the graveyards of Hyde were restless as investigators worked through the nights to open the graves of Shipman's patients and deliver the bodies back to the morgue. That has got to be super unpleasant. I mean, those bodies are going to be pretty ripe. Of course, high levels of morphine toxicity were discovered in all of them, despite the causes of death being listed as natural. Now, with 12 separate murder charges hanging over him, the good doctor went head-to-head with investigators as best he could, despite basically having the word guilty written across his forehead. Predictably, his excuses were about as convincing as the signatures he forged on the fake will. For the most part, he just stuck to one-word answers, despite some pretty intense grilling. But when probed about the typewriter in his home matching the documents, he said that Mrs. Grundy had borrowed it from his home several times. He just couldn't remember when. Dude, this is so weak. Get a lawyer. Do you not have a lawyer? Can you not come up with something better? Detective Chief Inspector Mike Williams of the Greater Manchester Police later told the BBC, "My assessment of him was that he was treating this as some sort of game or competition, pitching his, what he considered to be, superior intellect against those of the officers who were interviewing him." Oh, Harold, I hope they... I know they crushed you and you end up in prison forever, but yeah, no, this makes you very unlikable, Harold, and all the murdering as well. Well done, Harold, the old "she borrowed my typewriter" defense. Checkmate. Surely no detective, judge, or jury was going to be such a match for your masterful deception. His most audacious gambit was trying to retroactively paint one of his victims as a drug addict herself. He can be heard on the investigation tape saying, "I had my suspicions she was actually abusing a narcotic of some sort. She did have drugs available. She may well have given herself accidentally an overdose." What? All of them, Harold, all 12 that they dug up. Good luck with that one, mate. As if it weren't enough that he had taken away someone's mother, someone's grandmother, someone's wife, he was now even willing to put them through the heartache of those baseless accusations if there was any chance they might see him walk free to kill again. But in reality, Dr. Shipman wasn't quite the evil genius he envisioned himself. Obviously not. I mean, the typewriter, the forged letter, the souvenirs, let's cremate them really quickly. Quick, burn the body. You're not an evil genius, Dr. Shipman. Not at all. He failed to provide any convincing alibi or explanation for the pile of bodies by his side. By the time the trial came around, the police had gathered a total of 15 counts of murder to send him down on, all of the victims women, all of them elderly. Those 15 murder charges, with an additional one for forgery, were brought before Preston Crown Court on October the 5th, 1999. The media went into a frenzy over the case of Dr. Death, which I believe is the kind of nickname that he was given, rather appropriately, and the entire nation was in a state of total shock at seeing the mask of a small-town doctor ripped off to reveal a cold-blooded killer. During the trial, Shipman's murderous methodology was laid bare by the prosecution. We already know that he used his trusted position as cover. He would visit his patients at home, either at their request or under some false pretenses, then inject them with enough morphine to sedate a racehorse. It's chilling to imagine his elderly victims welcoming Shipman into their homes with a smile and brewing him a cup of tea as he prepared the needle which would end their life. Yeah, I can imagine this. I mean, I've got elderly relatives, and it's like, that's really depressing. His penchant for targeting the elderly was no coincidence either, and it wasn't just because he really loved a good cup of tea before a kill. Shipman knew that nobody would ask questions if some old octogenarians passed away quietly in their homes, and nobody would demand an autopsy. To make sure of it, he even went back into the patient's medical records and added fake conditions to the notes to back up his reported causes of death. There's your criminal masterminding, Harold. Maybe you're not an irredeemable criminal mastermind after all. Well, I mean, you are irredeemable, but like in terms of being a criminal mastermind. This malevolent stroke of genius had allowed Shipman to sidestep the first investigation into his hefty kill counts. But as we already know, old Harold wasn't the most tech-savvy of people. The prosecution explained how each of these amendments had an electronic timestamp added, which showed Shipman altering data from years gone by, just hours after each of his victims died. I take back everything I said. You're an idiot. Like, when you edit a file on any computer, it's always like, last modified. I mean, come on. What's more, he also scooped up all of their prescription medications on the way out of the door. It seemed Harold hadn't quite managed to kick that drug habit, which plagued him in his 20s. In the weeks leading up to his murders, he would often prescribe the victims with his favorite drugs, so he'd have a nice post-kill hit just waiting for him. That is disturbing. These paper trails were damning in the highest sense of the word. Like I said before, Shipman was so utterly, unbelievably guilty that not even the best lawyer in the world could have got him acquitted. And he didn't exactly do his defense team any favors with how he came across in court. Harold maintained the same aloof demeanor which had irritated his colleagues and schoolmates throughout his life. Presumably, his lawyer spent much of the trial kicking him under the table and whispering, "Cry for Christ's sake." Now, I mean, even if he cried, that jury is sending him away, or that judge is sending him away. I mean, come on. On the other hand, the first witness in his case made a fantastic impression. This was Angela Woodruff, ace attorney, the solicitor and daughter of Shipman's final victim. Her calm, collected account of her quest for the truth won the jury over wholesale. If we ever had to choose a hero of this story, it would probably be her. You'd think it would be the police who tracked him down, but they didn't do that great of a job the first time around, did they? As more and more victims' relatives took the stand, some revealed how Shipman had claimed to be calling an ambulance for their loved ones as they passed away, but his phone records proved that he had hung up the calls before they ever connected, leaving the patient to slowly slip away with their worried family looking on helplessly. Shipman's defense against these piles of evidence was paltry at best. His story kept shifting between sessions of questioning, and when it was obvious that there was no wriggling out of this one, he tried to claim that he was acting on compassionate grounds. But that hardly stands up when you consider the fact that none of his victims had a terminal illness. Far from it. Take 77-year-old Lizzie Adams, for example. She was still working away as a dance teacher, as nimble as ever, when Shipman took that all away from her. Yeah, I mean, dude, you've been caught. There's so much evidence. It's time to be like, yeah. You got me. You're going to prison either way. Why put yourself through the stress? You're going to prison, Harold. With all this information in hand, the jury retired to deliberate for a total of 34 hours, and you can probably guess the conclusion they came to. On January the 31st, 2000, Harold Shipman was convicted on all counts and sentenced to 15 consecutive life sentences, plus 4 years for forging the will. The judge decided to combine all of these punishments into one neat package: life without parole, an extremely rare sentence in the UK. Oh, and he lost his medical license, of course. And finally, yeah, life without parole, you don't hear about that often. Like, generally, especially compared to our American friends, getting a life without parole sentence, I mean, you don't really hear of it that much. Even some pretty bad murders, it's, 20 years, and then you can be out after less if you behave yourself. When the sentence was handed out, Shipman stood in the courtroom, pale and anxiously biting his lip. Aside from having his evil laid bare for all to see, he had to face up to the fact that he had been well and truly defeated. Better people had thoroughly humbled him by unraveling what he thought to be the perfect web of deception. But it wasn't, Harold. Your web was very, very shoddy, wasn't it? Judge Forbes's closing remarks tried to express the betrayal felt by all of the victims' families, the people of Hyde, and the whole of the NHS whose reputation Shipman had tarnished. He said, "Each victim was your patient. You murdered each and every one by a calculated and cold-blooded perversion of your medical skills. I have little doubt that the victims smiled as they submitted to your deadly mistreatment. The sheer wickedness of what you have done defies description." Afterwards, the doctor was taken off to start his new life in Durham prison, where he would presumably be barred from helping out in the infirmary. Bloody well hope so. The judge turned to the weeping crowd in the public gallery and spoke about how emotionally harrowing the whole affair had been. He thanked all of the witnesses who were willing to relive their trauma to secure justice for their loved ones. So Hyde was free of Dr. Death, and its old dears could finally go get treatment for a cold without risking their lives. Everything's all good now, right? Well, not quite, because the true horror was still to come. Indeed, like I mentioned at the beginning how he is the most prolific serial killer ever. So far, he was convicted of killing 15 people? Let's just say there's a reason there's another 4 pages of Callum's script today. I mentioned that the 15 murder charges which Shipman went down on were mostly based on autopsy results, but we already know that he did his best to convince the families to have his victims cremated, which makes an autopsy around 10,000 times more difficult. Yeah, no kidding. So what kind of body count are we really talking here? 20 people? 50 people? This is the question on everyone's mind for months. The media went crazy for the story, with all sorts of estimates floating around the front pages of the newspapers. After the trial concluded, the BBC reported an estimated total of 146 victims. For comparison's sake, your average double-decker bus holds about half that many people. Shipman had potentially filled 2 entire double-decker buses with victims. But that was essentially just hearsay at this point, media sensationalism, surely. To get to the bottom of it, 2 separate inquiries were commissioned. Dame Janet Smith and Professor Richard Baker of the University of Leicester both independently went through all of Shipman's files to identify cases which seemed to match the conditions of his confirmed murders. After poring through the evidence for months upon months, the inquiries arrived at some truly mind-boggling figures. 236 and 216 victims respectively, with serious suspicion hanging over a further 4 dozen or so cases. Now, we're desensitized to these sorts of figures nowadays, so let's take a second to really appreciate the gravity of this number. Around 250 times, this man watched on as someone he was charged to protect slowly died in his hands. 250 times he went home and slept, having just ended a life. Each murder an eerie echo of his own mother's dying moments, reenacted over and over through his sick addiction to murder. At the beginning, I mentioned that Harold Shipman was the UK's worst serial killer, but I have to admit that was a little misleading. Actually, he has the highest number of confirmed victims of any murderer in modern times. Shipman is the world's worst serial killer. Yeah, as I said at the beginning, I thought so. I mean, it's an extraordinary number of people. The extensive list of his victims reads like the closing credits to a movie. Charles Harris, 70, Dorothy Fletcher, 74, Christine Hancock, 53, Lily Higgins, 83, Leah Johnson, 80, and on and on. But one name stands out among the rest. Susie Garfit, who was under Shipman's care for complications related to her cerebral palsy. In 1972, while working at his very first job as a junior doctor at Pontefract General Infirmary in West Yorkshire, Shipman killed Susie when her mother left her bedside for 10 minutes to get a cup of tea. She was 4. Cases like this were unearthed for years after the original conviction, and the researchers involved agree that the spree probably started just a few months after Shipman gained his medical license in 1971. But unfortunately, the good doctor wouldn't be hanging around to answer for all of these crimes. The man who was so obsessed with taking the power of life and death into his own hands did it one last time. On January the 13th, 2004, in his cell at Wakefield Prison, where he was relocated to 6 months prior, Shipman took his own life. He hanged himself from the window bars of his cell with a set of bedsheets, and so ended the story of Britain's worst murderer and the most prolific serial killer in the world. Now, I'm not someone who believes in hell, but boy, sometimes I wish I did believe. This is a good example of one of those times. Perhaps knowing the full gargantuan scale of his crimes, he couldn't face the fact that he would continue to face fresh interrogations for the rest of his days, or maybe he finally felt the long overdue guilt for his almost 3 decades of menace. I doubt it somehow. This guy, I mean, he's obviously a murderer, but he sounds like obviously he's a complete psycho. Total psycho. Or maybe he just wasn't a fan of prison. I've heard it's not that great. Some say that his wife Primrose suspected foul play was involved in his death, but she must have been hard-pressed to find anyone who even slightly gave a damn. Yeah, it'd be like, oh no, he killed himself. Let's deeply investigate this. Really, really deeply. Immediately give up. The self-appointed Grim Reaper was public enemy number one after all, and he had decimated public trust in the NHS. How the hell could they have let this happen? And how many other doctor killers might be out there? The General Medical Council was on full damage limitation mode, while the Public Inquiry Commission took those involved to task for their failings. The next time you mess up at work, just imagine how the rookie police officer who originally cleared Shipman of wrongdoing must have felt at this point. Yeah, no kidding. That, like, not doing your job properly back in the day. I mean, you're not responsible for this, but you got to be feeling pretty damn bad. The GMC brought charges against 6 other doctors, not for murder, but for countersigning so many damn cremation forms for Shipman without noticing that this guy really liked burning bodies. They were all cleared of any wrongdoing, but not so for 2 other doctors from Tameside General Hospital, who somehow failed to address the massive amounts of morphine in the system of one of Shipman's victims in 1994. The Greater Manchester Police Force apologised for their mistake, but defended the detectives assigned to the case as having done the best they could with the information available at the time. I'll leave it up to you to decide whether that's true or not. They did seem a little bit negligent, didn't they? Allegedly. As for the health service itself, they made some serious changes in the hope of avoiding a calamity like this happening again. Single doctor GP clinics went out somewhat shunned for their lack of internal oversight, and health authorities started keeping a closer tab on small town doctors and their reported stats. GPs started underprescribing pain medicine for fear of accidentally prescribing too much and inadvertently inheriting the Dr. Death nickname. There were even extra questions added to the standardized cremation paperwork, thanks to Shipman, which read, "Do you consider that there should be any further examination of the remains of the person who has died? Do you know or suspect that the death of the person was violent or unnatural?" Wait. Just right. If you're Shipman, be like, no, and absolutely not. Let's burn this body quicko. It's basically asking, oh, by the way, do you reckon the doctor killed them? Oh, okay, never mind. These are for the coroner, of course. Okay. Thankfully, the answer is almost always no, because Shipman is actually the only doctor in the history of the UK to be convicted for killing his patients. But that's just the thing. He's the only one to be convicted of it. Therein lies the real chilling aspect of this case. Was he the only one? Couldn't it be the case that others have done the exact same thing but refrained from pushing the limits and getting greedy? Just how long could someone like that keep getting away with it, all while wearing the smiling mask of your friendly family doctor? The total number of deaths in a case like that might make Shipman's 250 pale in comparison. I'm not sure about that. He killed a lot of people, and he got caught for it. If there's people killing less, then they're less likely to get caught. But I don't know. Who knows? I absolutely hope that isn't the case. My advice, don't dwell on it. That's the way madness lies. Yes, absolutely. And that's where we end today's Casual Criminalist. Or that's where we end the Dr. Shipman part of this episode. And we've just got some, what Callum has described as dismembered appendices. So let's have a gander. Number 1, if you're left wondering how such a meticulous killer could have been caught through such childish slapdash forgery, you're not alone. Some suspect that it was left because Shipman actually wanted to get caught, as he couldn't stand the anxiety of his downwardly spiraling life of drugs and deceit. Number 2, the press weren't the first to give Dr. Shipman the Dr. Death moniker. It was old biddies around town who came up with it. For 2 years prior to his capture, the elderly ladies of Hyde began referring to Shipman by that gruesome nickname, yet for some reason they kept going to him for treatment. Come on, police! Please do something. Someone's going to hear that you're calling your doctor Dr. Death. Someone should look into that. One was quoted as saying, "All the old ladies die with him. They say he's a good doctor, but you won't last." Oh my. Number 3. Despite being present at 2 of the murder scenes, Shipman's wife Primrose defended his innocence to the last, possibly because she was under his abusive control. Psychologists call the phenomenon folle à deux, where 2 people are so close that they share a common delusion or warped worldview. His suicide may have been a kind of twisted thanks for her loyalty, as she was still entitled to receive his NHS pension if he died before turning 60. Really? They didn't take that away? Number 4. This is the final one. If you find yourself down in the town of Hyde, you can pop into the Garden of Tranquility to pay your respects to the Shipman victims. The memorial opened in 2005 in the town park as a place for some quiet reflection on the darkest episode of the town's history. Yeah, 250 people. It's just... I mean, Casual Criminalists, we cover killers, we cover crimes, but we're here at episode 2, and we've already covered one of the biggest. As always, thank you for listening to The Casual Criminalist. If you watched on YouTube, thank you for doing that. Leave me a comment if you're on YouTube. Leave me a review if you're listening to this on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I would appreciate it. And thank you for listening. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist. I, as always, am your host, Simon, and this one, Merry Christmas everybody. I'm recording this in November, but we record these things ahead of time, so you get them at times that are relevant rather than me. So I'm going to be feeling rather Christmassy in November. You're going to be feeling rather Christmassy around Christmas. This is a big script written by Callum. What we do here is I will look into something. Today is the disappearance of Patty Vaughan. I'm going to read through this script. You're going to come along with me. I'm going to add some comments if I feel like it. And let's just jump in, shall we? This is all about, I think I said this already, the disappearance of Patty Vaughan. Christmas is coming, have you noticed? By this point, we've been suffering through Mariah Carey's Sugary Sweet wailing every time we visited the shops for about 6 weeks, so by my reckoning, that means it's just another few days until the main event itself. Callum, who writes this, is also British. I don't know about you guys, but that song is just everywhere around Christmas, and it makes me slightly sad, because it's just, sugary sweet. Anyway, enough of being a Grinch. It's a day for coming together as a family, for splashing sickening amounts of cash, and something to do with a guy called Jesus, I'm told. Well, that depends on your beliefs. Although I guess if you say, look, I'm not religious and I celebrate Christmas. Everyone celebrates, obviously not everyone celebrates Christmas, but a large proportion of people in Europe and America and I guess other places in the world celebrate Christmas. I'm not sure it really got anything to do with Jesus anymore, at least for me. Whether you're a follower of old JC or not, there's a good chance that you'll be having a family get-together on his birthday, and depending on your family dynamics, that'll be a blessing or a curse. The Christmas dinner table can either be an altar of togetherness or a battlefield for settling all the years' repressed grudges. My experiences, I don't know, I quite like my family. We normally have a good time on Christmas. We have a long meal, and we talk about all sorts of stuff, and then we fight about politics. But all in good spirits, you know? But no matter what kind of dysfunction your family unit suffers from, not to say that my family unit doesn't have any dysfunction, because it does. You can count yourself lucky in one respect. Nobody's going to die, right? I mean, you might feel inclined to strangle your uncle when he starts ranting about politics after one too many sherries, but you wouldn't actually go through with it. Probably. Apparently, though, some murderously inclined individuals can't even suspend their violent ambitions during the season of goodwill. They turn up at Xmas with knives in hand and guns in hand rather than presents and candy canes. Which brings us to the case of Patty Vaughan, a mother of 3 in Texas who went missing under mysterious circumstances on Christmas Day, 1996. I'm warning you, today's story is a world away from the usual miracle on 34th Street. You might want to have a glass of mulled wine on hand, or eggnog, or whatever weird stuff Americans drink. I feel like we don't really drink... Do we drink eggnog in the UK? I don't live in the UK anymore, and I feel really out of touch. I thought that was an American thing, but it doesn't really matter. All that now I'm regretting is that because it's November rather than Christmas when you're listening to this, I'm just having coffee instead of mulled wine. These could be kind of fun if I was drinking wine. Another channel of mine is sponsored by a company called Bright Sellers, who ship out boxes of awesome wine, like based on your, wine preferences. Come on, Bright Sellers, get on the Casual Criminalist train, and we'll drink while doing these. They could become substantially worse. What are we talking about? Can you imagine the rambles that I would go on if I was drinking? I already ramble too much. Let's crack on. Setting the scene. It's Christmas Eve, 1996, and with an imaginary drone shot, we're panning high over the town of Lavernia, Texas, about half an hour east of San Antonio. All of that means nothing to me. I mean, I've been to San Antonio, but still, I don't know where it is in Texas. I guess it's somewhere in the middle. Who really knows? It's a small place, a few main roads with pockets of housing leading off, all surrounded by sprawling miles of pasture and woodlands. Yes, this is Texas. In the city park, you can still see the lights of the Christmas tree towering over the central pavilion and the glistening of the slowly melting sledding run made with imported snow to give southern kids a taste of a proper white Christmas. Does that really happen? Wow. Some families are still milling about here. We can see them putting the finishing touches on miniature snowmen as the evening starts to darken. But of the thousands or so people who call this place home, most already tucked away inside having dinner with loved ones. This is a deeply religious part of the United States, after all. And it's a place where family is everything. If you don't have the whole family tree crammed inside someone's dining room, it's not really Christmas time at all. One such family is just sitting down as our imaginary drone drops down, hovers by their window. Callum, you have missed your calling as a screenwriter, I'm afraid. This is all people, most people are just listening to this as a podcast. Some people watching on YouTube are probably watching my face being like, Simon, your production value could be higher, couldn't it, mate? Get some drones. Go to wherever this place was, Lavernia or whatever. Do some shots. But I won't. Okay, this is definitely illegal nowadays, but it's the 90s. And I don't think any drone legislation has been written yet, so relax. Also, back in the 90s, there were no drones. If you wanted a shot like a drone, you had to rent a helicopter and a camera crew and all sorts of crazy stuff. As long as nobody gets naked, we're not breaking any laws. All right then. Anyway, inside, we see a table set with heaped plates of all the Christmas fare. Sat along one side is a woman, early 30s, blonde hair styled into a perm. This is Patty Vaughan. By her side is Gary, an ex-boyfriend with whom she's recently fired up the old flame. That's going to be fun for Christmas dinner. Who did you bring, Patty? Oh, I brought my old boyfriend who we recently got back together with. And I don't know, someone's going to kill someone, so I'm also speculating that it's going to be a bad time. This is the first time she's ever introduced him to her family, and by the looks of things, it's going really well. I spoke too soon, apparently. He's good with Patty's children, who are sat at the kids' table with their cousins. Her sisters Barbara, Jenny, and Kathy seem to like him too, as does their mother, Patsy Wallace. But most importantly for all of them, Patty looks happy. This is the best Christmas gift they could have ever dreamed of, because for too many holidays just like this one, they've had to watch her cry. For that, they had JR to thank. This got dark, and I get the feeling it's going to get a whole lot darker because this is the Casual Criminalist. At some point, someone's going to get murdered. JR was Patty's estranged husband. Full name, Jerry Ray Vaughan. Despite having a name fit for a country music career, I was trying to think of a good anecdote. I was like, oh, what does he sound like? But I'm not quick enough. Fortunately, Callum is quicker, and he also has time to think about these things when he writes it. He actually made his living as a construction contractor. He wasn't a bad-looking guy with his slicked back hair and black moustache, but he wasn't the best looking in the world either. A young Patty must have seen something in him. They met just a few years after Patty graduated high school in Okinawa. Wait. Isn't Okinawa in Japan? And got married in 1985 in San Antonio. Over the next 5 years, the couple moved around a lot, with stints in Maine, Georgia, and Virginia, before settling down in Lavernia. Along the way, they had 3 kids together, a daughter, then 2 sons. Patty doted on her kids and did everything possible to give them a happy childhood. Her little sister, Jenny, later told reporters, she was the kind of mother who did everything for her children. She made them clothes. She made curtains for the house. She did everything. Even for me, she was like a second mum to me. Oh, and Callum, you've started using the past tense. She was the kind of mother. Like we say, this is the Casual Criminalist. Somebody is getting murdered, and it seems likely that it's going to be... Or, well, she disappears. That was spoiled in the title. By the time the Vaughans settled down in Lavernia, they had the perfect church-going nuclear family image. A hard-working blue-collar dad, musically talented housewife mother, and 3 beautiful kids filling their house with noise. But, as is often the case with small-town suburban bliss, the joy was just surface level. Over the course of their relationship, JR had become progressively more and more controlling of Patty. She was prohibited from working outside their home, and he was known for dishing out demeaning comments. Sounds like a bit of a dickhead. There were even rumors circulating that he had thrown a mayonnaise jar across the room in anger when a family member was visiting. By the time the mid-90s rolled around, several people had noticed some suspicious bruises on Patty's body. Okay, I mean, throwing the mayonnaise jar across the room in anger doesn't seem as bad as, like, dishing out demeaning comments to your wife. I've probably broken something in anger or, like, frustration, but I don't demean my wife. Throughout 1996, the tensions between the couple rose to a boiling point, and Patty eventually accepted the advice which her loved ones had been giving her for years now. This guy was no good. The relationship had to end. Surprisingly, the next episode was relatively amicable. Patty and JR agreed to a 6-month trial separation in October. He went off to find his own place in San Antonio while Patty stayed in the house with the kids. After 11 years of stress, as her relationship declined into misery, Patty was born anew. She returned to work at a local company, Quinney Electric, and rediscovered much of the woman she lost in those tumultuous years of married life. This 6-month trial separation, Patty ain't coming back. By this point, it was safe to assume that she was thoroughly enjoying the trial separation. Callum and I, same page. And she wanted to purchase the full lifetime subscription. Boy, there are so many good options for sponsors. Come on, sponsors. Like right now, it could be like a trial subscription to the Great Courses Plus. That one's for free, the Great Courses Plus. They sponsor some of my other channels. Pretty great sponsor, actually. If anyone was in doubt over whether the divorce was really on the cards, well, along came Gary. He and Patty had dated many years before and just so happened to run into each other about a month after a separation. As it turned out, he himself had just finished up a divorce, so they would have plenty to talk about. Yeah, that'd be great. What do you have in common with both divorced? The basis of a solid relationship. I don't know, maybe it is. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've never been divorced. And that basically brings us... That's really weird. I'm like, I say I've never been divorced, and I haven't, but I also think I'm far too young to have been divorced. And then I realize I'm 33 and I'm way older than I think. So, and then basically brings us back to Christmas Eve 1996. Patty and Gary are sitting side by side, surrounded by loved ones, with emptied plates in front of them. It looks like the next chapter in their lives is set to be far happier than the one that came before. But of course, separations are never quite as clean and as simple when there are kids involved. With this, of course, being the first Christmas since the split, Patty wanted to give her kids a semblance of normality, even if it meant putting up with an embittered JR. For her, the kids came first. No questions asked. Good for you. I agree, that's the way you should do things. So, the plan was that JR would come round to the house to celebrate with him. They'd swap presents, have some lunch, and then Patty would take them off to her sister Kathy's house for a big family dinner in the evening. However, there would be some empty seats at the gathering because Patty never made it there at all. To hear JR tell it, they had been bickering throughout the entire day until Patty decided to take off in her car at around 6:30 p.m., leaving her kids at home. Patty's sisters later told reporters that that sort of thing was completely out of character for her. To be apart from her kids on Christmas Day was simply unthinkable. But nonetheless, here they were. Patty was nowhere to be found. I get the feeling like JR might be lying. Allegedly. Patty was nowhere to be found, and the last person to have seen her was JR. Sure, other people had tried to visit that day, but Patty refused to see them. Instead, they were met by JR, who told them his soon-to-be ex-wife was holed up sick inside her bedroom. So suspicious. Anyway, again, this was completely out of character for the family-oriented Patty. Judging by what her family had said about her character over the years, nothing short of a full-on heart attack would have prevented her from putting herself together and coming out to greet them. Maybe she really was having some sort of nervous breakdown. At any rate, they knew she wasn't having a particularly merry Christmas. A family member had called in the morning to check in. When Patty answered, it was clear that she had been crying. She said that her and JR had been arguing since he arrived. He could be heard in the background telling her to get off the phone. That kind of toxic environment doesn't make for a happy holiday, which is why JR decided it was best to send the kids off to his sister's place for the evening. There, they stayed the night, blissfully unaware that they had already seen their mother for the very last time. A long Christmas dinner went by with no word from Patty, which got her family worried. On the 26th of December, one of her cousins filed a missing persons report with the sheriff's office, and a search began. Interesting the search began so quickly. I always thought maybe I've just been watching too much CSI. But it's like when an adult goes missing, normally they're like, the adult just decide. Like when a kid goes missing, it's like red alert or amber alert, or whatever they call it in the US. We're going to find that missing kid. When it's an adult that goes missing, it's like, they probably just left, to be honest. So, well, good for the police going after them right away. Nice search begins. The police started out, as they always do in these cases, by putting out a call with a description of Patty's appearance and vehicle, a light blue 1991 Dodge Caravan. I should mention for our British listeners, I don't mean caravan as in the mobile holiday home sense. Oh, okay. I definitely assumed she was in like a caravan, you know, what people go on holiday in. It's just the name of a model of minivan, okay? And if Patty, why would you call it a caravan then? And if Patty really had taken off in a minivan at 6:30 on Christmas Day, the authorities assumed she couldn't have gotten very far within the 16 or so hours that had passed. The day after Christmas, the Dodge was spotted along the side of the highway near Loop 1604 in South Bexar County. It was Patty's boss from the electric company who spotted the car because it was located just 5 miles from their office and only 15 miles from her home. Strangest of all, he had told the police that he had driven the same road about 90 minutes earlier. The car hadn't been there, implying that someone had parked it there in the brief interim. With the idea of her skipping town out of the question and her family raising concerns over the abusive character of JR, it now looked increasingly likely that the Bexar County PD were no longer dealing with a simple missing persons case, the kind that is usually cleared up when the person rolls up at a friend's house, but rather they were dealing with a highly suspicious disappearance. So, let's take stock of what we know so far. There's an estranged husband and a new boyfriend on the scene, an abandoned vehicle, but no sign of Patty anywhere to be found. No reports of violence or gunshots, but a suspicious set of circumstances on the day for sure. In cases like this, suspicion naturally falls... The next word is going to be husband. Upon the husband. Look, I've seen enough CSI. It's always the husband. Sometimes it's the wife. But it was too early going to make bold claims, especially with two competing men involved. Don't go jumping the gun and accusing JR just yet. No, but definitely look into him first. Allegedly, 100%. If I'm a cop, I'll be like, look, JR, you got to come down the station to answer some questions, son. Sure, he sounds like a piece of work, but there might be a twist in store to absolve him. We have to figure out where Patty took off to that night and why. First, let's act like proper detectives. All right, Callum, if we have to. I'm just happy to blame JR immediately, but if you insist, we will look at the evidence. There was plenty for the police to chew on in those early days. On the 27th of December, they were told about the abandoned Dodge. Patty's family had gone out to verify it was hers the day before, and now deputies Ramirez and Johnson of the Bexar County PD were the ones assigned to follow up. Their report from that day offered up some pretty worrying suggestions. The first apparent abnormality was, and we quote here, a dark-colored stain on the bottom portion of the rear center seat. Johnson leaned into the minivan to take a closer look, resting his knees on the flooring between the front seats and the door. When he stood up, he noticed dark patches on his trousers. The carpeting inside was damp as if someone had recently scrubbed it clean. Needless to say, there were no fingerprints inside. What's more, when they lifted out the seat itself, they noticed some of the cup holders on the doors had water pooled inside them. Someone has wiped that car down and cleaned it, and... Look, things are not looking good for Patty at this point. When they removed plastic covering from one of the seats, Ramirez noticed what he described as some red and brown stained condensation under the larger, this is a quote, under the larger piece of plastic that holds down the seatbelt strap. In case you're still not caught on to what that red and brown staining was, the report concludes that Chief Forensic Serologist Lonnie D. Ginsberg positively identified human blood from the area under the rear seat of the van. We weren't in any doubt about that, Callum. This is the Casual Criminalist. If it's red and it's brown, it is blood. This wasn't the only anomaly. Inside the van was a pile of men's clothing, most significantly a jumpsuit of the kind worn by plumbers and mechanics. Ah, JR, that's you! It was embroidered with the initials JM, which to my keen detective eye clearly implicates James McAvoy, Julianne Moore, and John Malkovich as potential suspects. I blame John Malkovich.
I don't know anything about the girl.
But the investigators were somehow oblivious to the Hollywood abductor angle and continued gathering clues. The final strange detail was the flat tire, suggesting the outside possibility that a heavily bleeding Patty had run over a nail, cleaned her car, and then hitchhiked the rest of the way. Look, if I was in court and I was the lawyer defending this guy, look, all you've got to get is reasonable doubt. That is not it. But A, that's ridiculous. Callum and I, same page, and B, there was no puncture mark. The tire had been intentionally deflated as if someone had wanted to nudge the investigators towards that unlikely interpretation of events. So someone's tried to clean this up, badly. They've tried to stage the scene, badly. someone's... This has been titled The Disappearance of Patty Vaughan, so I'm guessing that maybe we don't know what happened to her. Has it been called The Murder of Patty Vaughan or something like that? So I'm like, I don't know, this person seems really sloppy. Come on, police. Let's see why you didn't catch them. All of this painted a grim picture. Patty was at the very least severely injured, probably worse. Someone had made active efforts to hide that fact, and in all seriousness, who did the jumpsuit belong to? Probably not John Malkovich.
I will see you in court!
Now that they expected a body to turn up sometime soon, police could turn their attention towards the suspects. Gary was a relative unknown to Patty's family, strange in a region of small towns where everyone knew everyone else. Whatever instinctive country folk doubt that might have inspired the officers was quickly assailed by his stellar alibi. I mean, it was Christmas Day after all. Most people had at least half a dozen people who can attest to their whereabouts. Gary was no different. He had been spending time with his own family, and he had only been out of sight long enough to slip off to the bathroom. If he had pulled off a kidnapping and cover-up within those tiny windows of opportunities, he was a true criminal mastermind. And we know the person who did this crime is not. But surely a master criminal wouldn't go straight to the police station to take part in a lie detector test. That's just what good old Gary did with the intent of clearing himself as quickly as possible so the police could focus their search where it mattered. He's a good bloke, Gary. I've always liked him. All right, Callum. I don't really know much about him. Also, lie detectors don't hold up in court, right? And also, I heard that you know, if you know what you're doing, you can trick a lie detector test. Someone said if you clench your butt cheeks when you're answering the question, apparently it throws it off. I don't know if that's true, but apparently lie detectors are not, definitely not 100%. And despite only meeting them once over the following days, Gary won the trust of the family too. Jenny later recounted, "We didn't really know him. We only really got to know him while we were searching for Patty. He was out there searching with the rest of us, except JR. He never came out to help look for his own wife." Allegedly, that's because JR knows where she is. Her body is. Maybe. That's right, JR couldn't even be bothered to join the crowds combing through the fields and brooks for a sign of Patty. Barbara even took a stack of flyers over to him so that he and the kids could pass them out. When she returned a few days later to grab some personal effects for the search dogs, she noticed the flyers were still there untouched. And look, JR, we've already established that you're a dick. One thing is you don't want to look for your wife because you don't like her anymore because you got divorced. Fine. But how about looking for your kid's mum, JR? That'd be good. JR was faking tasks, very suspicious. That's a fact which in modern parlance we'd call highly sus. Oh, I shouldn't try and sound cool, Callum. It doesn't suit me. With suitor number 1 eliminated from suspicion, the cops had all the more reason to suspect number 2, JR. He didn't exactly do much to win over public opinion, which almost seems like a counterintuitive point in his favor. Surely if you were guilty, you wouldn't act so damn guilty. That is fair. Like, if I was in JR's position, I definitely murdered my wife and didn't want people, I'd be like, no, we gotta go look for her. Let's try all of the places that I haven't hidden the body. He actually filed for divorce on the 26th, the same day Patty's family were just starting to figure out that she probably wasn't coming home. Dude. Sure, a Christmas Day bust-up might... Dude, you look so guilty. You're trying to look guilty. It's like some reverse psychology thing. Sure, a same-day Christmas bust-up might have been enough to tip him in favor of full separation, but surely he could have waited until his wife showed up alive first. Interviews also revealed that JR had already told his landlord that he would be moving out in December, perhaps expecting a reconciliation. Or maybe not, because Barbara revealed that Patty had asked her about how to get a restraining order while they cleaned up dinner on Christmas Eve. Despite all these shady circumstances, JR started off by cooperating with the police. He told his story of how Patty and he were fighting all day. Still, he had found out about her new boyfriend on the 13th of December, and this was the first opportunity he had to really hash it out with her. Arguing is not illegal, though, so there was nothing to directly implicate him in foul play just yet. But it all adds up, doesn't it, JR? The arguing, the craziness, the fact that you're a massive dickhead. Judgment would have to be withheld until they could search Patty's house, now legally occupied by JR, motive, whose name was on all the paperwork. They would also need to get a hold of DNA from all the parties involved to compare against samples found in the car. So JR welcomed Deputies Ramirez and Johnson with open arms and gave them the samples they needed, eager to clear his name of any wrongdoing and set them on the trail of the real culprit. Oh, no, he didn't. I get it. But they're going to come back with warrants and they're going to take that stuff anyway. You're just making yourself look mad guilty, JR. Jerry Ray Vaughan instead started to batten down the hatches. He lawyered up and refused to give DNA samples from himself or his children unless the deputies could provide a warrant. Okay, so now we can go ahead and start accusing JR. Sorry for the delay. Callum, I've been accusing JR since page 2. Yes, with his sister and personal attack dog Marion by his side, JR hunkered down at his home that he once lorded over as a domestic despot, throwing mayonnaise all over the place. The children were just 6, 7, and 9 years old at the time, old enough to generally know what was going on, but not nearly old enough to understand the full implications of this new arrangement. You're living with your murderer dad, allegedly. It'd be really bad if we end this and it turns out JR was totally innocent, or something like that. I don't read these ahead in case you couldn't tell. The poor kids couldn't even relax for a few days to let it all sink in because they would have to be ferried out of the house once again. It was time to search the place. Somehow, JR and Marilyn were allowed to stay in the house during the whole thing, and the investigators suspected that they were conspiring to interfere with the forensic team's efforts. Marilyn, in particular, refused to leave the technicians to work in peace. I'd like to think that the technicians, in this case, they would be aware of this, and they would just ignore her and get on with their jobs. Why might that be, you ask? Well, let's take a look at the police report, dated the 29th of December, 1996. The forensic technicians who attended the scene used a substance called luminol. I know all about this because of CSI. For those unfamiliar with this nifty bit of chemical wizardry, luminol is a substance which radiates a blue light when it comes into contact with an oxidizing agent. I believe, unless CSI lied to me, that you spray the luminol on and then you shine a light on where you've sprayed, and if it's come into contact with blood, it glows all blue. And I remember this because there was an episode of CSI where the dude, I think his name was Greg, he was demonstrating how it works, and he sprayed on too much and it corrupted the DNA of the blood, and so the guy got away with murder or something. Poor Greg. So what's an oxidizing agent? Well, blood is a pretty good one, so much so that it will cause luminol to light right up with its signature luminescent glow, even if only small traces are present. Say, for example, after a crime scene has been cleaned up, leaving only amounts of blood invisible to the human eye. Look, JR, you should have set the car on fire. Really. I mean, it was a badly staged crime scene. It can also reveal hidden footprints, drag marks, and cleanup patterns in a crime scene, painting a clearer picture of what might have happened there. Needless to say, by this time, the detectives got into full swing. Patty's house was glowing like a full moon party in Thailand. That's not to say that the place had been totally coated in blood. Substances like bleach can also cause luminol to shine, and that accounted for much of the patterns in the house. Although... in the car or whatever, or in the house, it's like, yeah, what did you find? Well, lots of blood and more bleach. What do you think that bleach was used for, guys? Clearly, someone had been very busy doing a bit of post-Christmas cleaning. I wonder who. It was JR. The greatest reactions were in the bathroom, the bathtub itself, and the bedroom floor. Follow-up tests revealed that Patty's blood did account for much of the staining, and that it was even found in significant amounts on a mop and bucket inside the garage. It's pretty clear that whoever cleaned up the house was not just dealing with an overturned gravy boat. Indeed. So, we have our smoking gun, a sodden mop. Perhaps not the most glamorous piece of evidence, but it should do the trick. I mean, this couldn't be any clearer if JR had sent the detectives a card with a message, "Merry Christmas, I did it." So, why do I have the feeling that things are going to wrap up in a nice, neat ending? Because if they did, this wouldn't be that interesting of an episode. Also, I wouldn't have a big, thick stack of pages yet to go through. That's how I know. And now you guys know. When interviewed in 2007, Barb revealed that the house wasn't actually ever sealed off as a crime scene, even after all of those damning tests came back from the lab. There wasn't a single strip of police tape across any of the doorways, and JR was allowed to continue living in the place. More disturbingly, he was allowed to bring the kids back in. Why? We can hear you shouting. Why, even with so much circumstantial evidence, were the police reluctant to point the finger? Well, there are a few reasons. Barb attributes it to mismanagement in the investigation. You see, the town of La Vierna is located in Wilson County, but Patty's car was found in Bexar County. This led to a lot of tossing back and forth between the two jurisdictions, as well as some involvement by the Texas Rangers, resulting in miscommunication and all sorts of administrative impediments, which you really don't need in the early days of a disappearance case. Yeah, I feel this is just something I know from movies, but every time there's a crime scene, someone from another agency shows up and starts shouting that this is my jurisdiction or something like that. and apparently it's not good for solving cases. The second reason was that this happened in Texas. Every country, and indeed every state, has its own approach to murder investigation. In Texas, things mostly revolve around the mantra, no body, no crime. Really, Texas? Really? Because getting rid of a body's impossible. There have only been a few limited murder convictions in the state without a body to back up the case, meaning that circumstantial evidence just doesn't hold as much weight there as in other parts of the world. And so, the investigation avenue labeled JR Obviously Did It Boulevard was seen as a dead end. If that sounds counterintuitive to you, well, wait until you hear this. The warrants which the detectives acquired for DNA samples from JR and the kids even stated, in words carrying legal weight, that enough evidence had been gathered to surmise that a murder had been committed in the house. Don't clench your jaw too much. It is ridiculous. So, where do we go from here? I don't know. I'd like to see going to a courtroom where JR ends up going to prison. But I get the feeling that's not going to happen because apparently in Texas, no body, no crime. I feel like this is something JR would just shout at the police, like with a knowing smile, like, hey guys, guess what? No body. Where's the body, guys? No body, no crime. No body, no crime. Oh, JR. Classic JR. I think it's fair to say we haven't jumped to any conclusions, but rather the conclusion has jumped at us, like one of those fish which leaps right out of the water and into a fisherman's boat. Great, we've caught a nice bit of dinner, but we still haven't caught the culprit. In lieu of a body, there was little hope of any major progress, so finding Patty was the number one priority. The usual procedure of combing through the surrounding woodland continued on, but there were another few possibilities which Patty's family believed would likely yield the devastating results that they half needed and half feared. One was, of course, the family home. Why go to all the trouble of taking a body into the woods when there's a perfectly good burial lot out back? I don't know. Because that's where I'd immediately look for the body if I was a policeman. Oh, look, there's freshly turned over soil in the garden in the shape of a body. Let's definitely look there, not look there. The other possibility was a little less conventional. Remember I told you that JR was a contractor for... Oh, he buried her in the cement, didn't he? Oh, no. Well, have you ever seen a mafia movie? I have, Callum, and that's how I drew that conclusion. At the time, he was working on 2 different projects, both of them schools. Oh, no, and he buried her body in a school. Allegedly. Oh no. The closest to Patty's home was Natalia High School in the town of Devine, just short of 60 kilometers away. At that site, JR was in charge of pouring the concrete for the foundations. This is... Come on. This guy, come on. Really, police? Really, justice system? Unfortunately, the family would have to wait several years before either of these potential burial spots were investigated properly. So we're going to have to share the frustration and wait a little while before we go snooping around. In the meantime, a word on the aftermath. What did JR, after seemingly getting away with murder, go on to do? I really hope it's not more murders, but I sense it's more murders or at least more bad crimes. Well, after staying in the house which he once shared with Patty for a while longer, he then moved out of town. It must be pretty hard to go out and run errands when everyone in town is pretty convinced that you killed your wife. His new home was down south, near the border of Mexico. I don't want to slip into baseless speculation here. Sorry, Callum. I realize that the first 8 pages, all I've been doing is slipping into, I wouldn't call it baseless, but I would call it speculation, or as I like to refer to it, allegedly. But I will say that if I were anticipating a body might soon be found, I'd want to live awfully close to the Mexican border. Although with that giant wall that Trump has now completed, not really, he's not going to get very far. Of course, he took the kids with him. There was no legal basis which could force him to surrender custody, so as much as it broke their hearts, Patty's family had to watch as their children disappeared from their lives. Although clearly a horrific and vindictive move, her sister Barbara actually saw a bit of twisted protectiveness in it. She admits herself that her family weren't shy in calling JR out. Why would you be? Imagine the rage of having to watch him walk around town with your niece and nephew, knowing in your heart that what he had more than likely done. So JR chose to spare his kids all the gossip and animosity which now surrounded their little lives. What a saint. Yeah, JR, just I'm sorry. Well, it's hard. Because it's like, maybe he didn't do all this crime stuff. I mean, come on. But like, you know what? I'd feel bad if his kids were taken away. Would I? No. He went off without even as much as an explanation, robbing the family of a further 3 loved ones. Since they were so young at the time, JR and his sisters, particularly Marilyn, were able to control the narrative and bring them onto the opposing side of what became an ongoing feud against Patty's tribe. Years passed like this, with the case not quite going cold, but never really exactly warming up above tepid. The family burned through piles of cash within the first year or so, pooling their funds to hire private investigators, and they hoped to catch that one key piece of evidence which would lead to justice and, more importantly, closure. Look, this is Texas. Apparently, the one piece of evidence they need to find is her body, which he's probably dealt with. If he hasn't, well, he is an idiot. He does seem very incompetent, so maybe he hasn't destroyed the body. Now, I know I caught your attention with the mention of the concrete foundations at the school. You sure did, Callan. It's too unique of a detail to just slip by, so let's take a look. It took 5 years before investigators decided that they had enough due cause to investigate the site, bringing us forward to 2001, which, for those keeping track, that's 4 years from the Christmas when the murder happened, allegedly. Thankfully, they didn't have to tear up the entire floor during class time because modern science offers some less invasive solutions. Oh, can they scan into the concrete? That's cool. Ground penetration radar can reveal anomalies in a solid substance, which would allow officers to identify exactly where they needed to dig, if anywhere. Now, there are 2 somewhat conflicting accounts of what happened next, depending on who you believed. Here, Detective Ruben Aravelis tell it. They searched multiple times and found nothing worth following up on. Patty's aunt, Jean Klobasa, really, I might be pronouncing that wrong, or her name might be Klobasa, on the other hand, claims that abnormalities were found and they weren't allowed to continue looking into it further. That seems a bit unlikely. I'm going to go out on a limb and side with the investigators here, me too. Often a family's drive to find their loved one can amplify any little bit of hope, any minor piece of evidence which normally wouldn't even register at all. That would account for the visions of another of Patty's aunts, Kathy Greiner, who says she had vivid dreams that her little niece is buried under that school. Nothing can convince her otherwise. Yes, Kathy, but unfortunately, while we do have all of this evidence and circumstantial stuff, your dreams and not evidence or anything we should go off. In reality, official records state that the concrete pouring was completed around 4 days before Christmas. The dates just don't quite align. This is probably why it likely took so long to pursue the angle in the first place. And so time ticked on as it tends to do. Another 4 years of hurt, another 4 years of not knowing. Just as things seemed to have gone totally quiet again, JR pulled a stunt which ripped open the old scars. He had Patty legally declared dead in 2005. It has been 9 years, so you gotta do it at some point, right? You can't just leave it open forever. This meant he would be eligible to collect her life insurance money, a fact which drew a resounding hell no from the pro-Patty clan. They took him to court with a wrongful death lawsuit, which prompted JR to tell the media that they were trying to get their hands on the cash themselves. His best legal gambit was to roll out his eldest, Brittany, who is now in her mid-teens. She was there to tell the court what a fantastic father JR was, despite her very presence suggesting the exact opposite. This was the first time she had seen her aunts, uncle, and grandmother since her mother's death. Either following orders or unable to bear the stress, she shielded her face from their side of the room. Yeah, I mean, she's been brainwashed into it. Or on the other hand, if against all odds, JR is innocent, I don't think that I would want if I was in JR's position and it turned out I was completely innocent and this was all some big stitch up and mistake, but my family my family-in-law were all accusing me of murdering my wife the whole time, I'm not sure I would want my kids to see them either. The judge took one look at the family circus setting up in front of him and decided that he wouldn't let a young girl be exploited in his courtroom for the sake of scoring a few sympathy points. He gave JR a telling off and had the girl sent out of the room. And thankfully, he also blocked the ex-husband's collection of the money too. Instead, it went into a trust to be collected by the children when they came of age. The lawsuit itself never reached a final conclusion, however, as Patty's family chose to drop it out of fear that the financial burden on JR might have a negative impact on the kids. Well, this is the result you would want, right? You wouldn't want the money for yourself, assuming you're, a good person. You'd want it for the kids. And it seems the judge set up a trust so that, well, that family don't have it, JR doesn't have it, the people who should have it have it. That sounds like a win. The patience and restraint of that decision must have been pretty superhuman. So things fizzled out again, and the family had to make do with waiting for leads to trickle in little by little. Then in 2008, the detectives of Bexar County received the cold case file from their neighboring jurisdiction and decided to take another run at it. This time, they specifically focused on the jumpsuit found inside the car. Was this piece of evidence relevant, or just a ruse put there to throw them off the trail? I mean, an embroidered logo with someone's initials placed inside a crime scene is pretty conspicuous, maybe too much so. At any rate, it should have received far more attention back in late 1996 than it did. Running through all the old evidence and statements, the police managed to add a bit of life to the dying case. They surmised in December 2008 that given the relatively short time between disappearance and investigation and the amount of cover-up which had been achieved, the prime suspect couldn't have done it alone. They identified 3 potential accomplices who may have helped in the disposal of the body. However, they weren't willing to identify them to the press as no arrests were planned at that point. I think there's one person we can safely assume might have made that list. Yeah, it's Marilyn, the sister, for sure. A certain sister, yes, of a suspected murderer, who went out of her way to impede a team of forensic investigators. Hold that thought for a moment. It'll soon become even more relevant. We're jumping forward another 4 years to 2012. We're now firmly in the middle of the Blu-ray era, following a case which began on VHS. Thanks to Callum for those 90s references making me feel old. It's taken this long to discover one of the most crucial elements in the entire case. 10 years after he first looked inside the old Dodge 1991 Caravan abandoned off the freeway, Deputy Ramirez ran over it with a tooth comb once again. Further analysis of the DNA in Patty's van revealed that mixed in among her own were traces of someone else's. It belonged to a mystery woman who had in some way been involved in the disappearance of Patty. Now, Ramirez obviously had a good idea who it might belong to. It's the sisters. That's what the smart money says. And I've already dropped a hint heavily enough to crush you. Oh, guess I'm not as smart as I thought, Callum. But unfortunately, to get a DNA sample from the most likely suspect, he would have to demonstrate probable cause, something which he simply wasn't able to do at this point. Anyway, that's not exactly new information. We always suspected Marilyn, but it is a clear physical link which could implicate the alleged killer's alleged accomplice should a body then be found. Remember, it's Texas, and we might yet have one last shot at finding it. It's 2014, and finally, the police are going to dig up the garden at Patty's old home. It really took this long. We were scanning in the concrete before we looked in the garden. By this point, JR is of course long gone. There's no one to demand a warrant or disrupt the dig. Even more significantly, the investigators have a solid tip to go on. A neighbor reported hearing equipment being moved around the garden on the 25th and 26th of December 1996. That dude's got a good memory. He left the tip with the authorities several times, but this was somehow the first time anyone followed up on it. Really? So back in the day, they were like, it seems like someone's burying something in the... Let's definitely not look into that. Let's not look into that at all. A team of Texas Rangers went along to the house, accompanied by some FBI advisors. Together, they dug up the area at the bottom of the lawn, and they found nothing. Nothing but frustration. You're expecting more. Another person who shared that pessimism was Jolene Mollenkoff, one of the Vaughn's neighbors back in 1996. She was pretty scornful of the Rangers' efforts, which came along almost 18 years after the fact. In her eyes, if there ever really was a body buried there, it had long since been shifted. Too little, too late. Absolutely agree with Joanne on this one. Also, JR is of course long gone. Where did he go? Did he finally go to Mexico? I mean, I guess if you know you've buried a body somewhere in the garden, you're like, yeah, at some point you're going to flee. I'm sorry to tell you, but our story doesn't go much further than that, I'm afraid. This is one of those cases in which the detective seemed to do most things right, and which wasn't obstructed by any major mysteries. For all intents and purposes, the damn thing seemed solved. But due to a few technicalities and a smidgen of red tape, the whole thing faded out without any arrest ever being made. 2,000 hours of police time and no payoff. The story is left without an ending, which means that it's either still to come or to be forever left unfinished. But if we can't have the story we want, let's indulge in the story which the evidence seems to tell. Before I go any further, I'll state that everything which follows is essentially just conjecture. Yeah, really important with all of this stuff that we just restate that this is definitely, most assuredly, allegedly, although JR's run off somewhere, so I guess we don't have to worry about him. But, all of this is just Callum's wild speculation, which I'm probably going to fully agree with. With that little disclaimer out of the way, here's the story of how a murder suspect, Jerry Ray Vaughan, probably, allegedly murdered his wife. On Christmas Day 1996, JR came around to the house of his estranged wife, Patty. He greeted their 3 children with hugs and wished them Merry Christmas. The performance of normality seemed to be starting off well. After giving the kids their presents and seeing what else Santa had brought them, the adults took some time aside to talk. The boys went out to play basketball while their daughter played with her new toys in the other room. JR, again, Callum, you've missed your calling as a screenplay writer. JR had found out about Patty's new boyfriend and he wasn't happy. The shock was probably still quite fresh, as he only discovered the fact less than 2 weeks before. His wife had a boyfriend. Suddenly, the idea that their separation was just temporary became a naive and humiliating fantasy. Of course, for a man used to controlling his wife's life, a major transgression like that couldn't go unanswered. The discussion turned, as it always had in the dying months of their relationship. Heated insults were hurled, past grievances renewed. Maybe mayonnaise was hurled. It was a mess, much of it likely overheard by Brittany, who had already grown used to blocking it all out. At some point early on in the whole thing, the phone started ringing. Patty answered and was hit with a cheery Merry Christmas, words with a bittersweet sting to them, considering how little merriness was filling her home. After a brief exchange, she hangs up the phone and goes back to the argument, trying to explain to JR that it was all over. The back and forth continued for who knows how long, with the phone ringing on unanswered in the background. It became clear that Patty was no longer the kind to bend and bow to JR's commands. She tells him that she's moving on, that she wants to be with Gary. What happened next is a tale as old as time, an alleged tale as old as time. In a blind rage, the scorned husband attacks his wife, maybe with mayonnaise. He likely used a weapon which would leave enough blood for the search to later find. A knife, perhaps. Within a second, it's over. Patty drops to the floor, bleeding out. The phone rings again as the last few moments of Patty's life slip by. On the other end is Gary, calling to see how things are going. He's worried about her, because he knows what JR is capable of. But he never expected anything like this. With a body lying dead in front of him, JR panics. He doesn't know what to do. Caught in that moment of come down in which a callous killer is reduced to a terrified child, he calls his sister, and he has her take the kids out of the house. One of them contacts some other associates and has them help clean up the house and dispose of the body. JR might be a dickhead, but apparently he's got some great friends. I cannot possibly imagine murdering anyone. I don't think there's a single friend I could call who'd be like, yeah, Simon, I'll help you dispose of a body. And not because I don't have good friends, but because I'd kind of expect my friends to call the police on me. I'd probably call the police on my friends. While waiting for his... Am I a bad friend? While waiting for his help to arrive, JR moves the body to the bathtub. Over the course of the next few anxious hours, he has to turn friends and family away at the door with a bogus story. Eventually, his morally questionable helpers arrive. Together, they scrub every inch of the bathroom and the bedroom with bleach and drag the corpse of the victim out to a car. As dinner time rolls around, JR deals with all of the inquiries from concerned relatives, telling them that Patty won't be coming round for dinner because she's gone. She's just taken off. Bye! It's now well into the small hours of the 26th, and whoever's in charge of the disposal drives the body to... Well, if I knew that would be calling the police, not revealing it here on this podcast, sorry to disappoint you. After getting rid of this crucial piece of evidence, they scrub the car clean, deflate a tire, and leave it on the side of the freeway. With that, the physical practicalities were dealt with, and all that was left to do was to set up some legal barricades and retreat into a post-murder life with full custody of the children. The women who brought each of them into the world was gone. JR had beat the system, but faced a lifetime of knowing exactly what he had done. Who knows what kind of toll that can take on a person? I hope it's a heavy one. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't do this. I couldn't kill anyone because I'd just be living in like, oh no, I killed someone and they're going to find out. And also because it's, morally terrible. But JR's a bit of a dick. I think he probably was okay with it. No matter how shoddy it might have all been allegedly carried out, without a body, there was nothing anyone could do to crack the case. End of story. And now we've got a bit of a wrap. This is sad. I mean, we never get to find out. I guess, a lot of crimes are not solved. This is one of those times. And now we've got to wrap up. Now again, that's just all conjecture, but come on, you're with me, aren't you? Yes, Callum, we're with you. We're definitely with you, allegedly. Maybe a few details are off, like perhaps JR actually loaded Patty into her car alive in an attempt to save her, who knows? Not that it matters. Unless some major development comes along to break the case back open again, it's unlikely we'll see it solved anytime soon. All that's left is to look at where things stand in the present to see if there's any hope of a conclusion. First of all, What happened to JR? Well, now he's living in Colorado under a completely different name on account of all the media attention that was piling on his head. And no, we're not going to dox him on the show. This is the casual criminalist, not the casual vigilante. Okay. Okay, Callum, if you say so. To add, I like being the casual vigilante. That could be a new podcast. To add to the sadness of the whole affair, none of the children have ever seen Patty's side of the family since Brittany was ushered out of the courtroom in 2005. By now, they're not children. They're all in their 30s. Some of Patty's family suspect that they might actually hold the missing piece to the whole puzzle, but as of yet, none of them have come forward to reveal what happened on Christmas Day all those years ago. Brittany was in the next room, according to JR's police statements after all. One of the family members attempted to contact her through MySpace. Remember, this took place back in the day, but shortly after the message was sent, her account was deactivated. It seems that whatever Patty's children think of the whole affair, it's been coloured by decades of exposure of JR's side of the story. But the family still haven't given up. In their eyes, it's not even about vengeance anymore. Patty's aunt has gone on the record saying that she wouldn't care if the culprit didn't spend a single night in jail. Their main goal is to find her remains and lay her to rest with a proper funeral. Yeah, but if they found out who did it, they're it'd be good to see him go to prison. As Jenny put it in a recent interview, it's just devastating to lose my sister and to lose those children. They were like my siblings. We just want this nightmare to be over, and even more than justice, we just want to be able to lay her to rest. We want to be at peace. Her sister Barbara spent much of the 90s and early 2000s leading her own search for information with a website called findpattyvaughan.com. Nowadays, the URL is dead with a 404 screen, just the symbol of the family's withering hopes. With Patty's mother pushing 80 years old and suffering from cancer, they hope now more than ever that a break might come soon. Which brings us to the final part of the show, where we ask, is there any chance that you at home might know something that can help? The Charlie Project is a database of missing people across the USA, and they describe Patty as follows. Height, 5'6" to 5'7", weight 120 pounds. Distinguishing characteristics, blonde hair, green eyes. Patty's ears are pierced. Her maiden name is Brightwell, and her last name may be spelled Vaughan by some agencies. So just a slightly different spelling of Vaughan. She has a small mole on her right side of her chin and an appendectomy scar on her abdomen. If that description or anything else in the show rings any bells, then contact the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, who are still in control of the cold case today. Perhaps my appeal isn't hitting home enough for you, so I'll wrap up with the words of Barbara. In 2007, she sent out a message to Patty's oldest child during a radio show, and I think it's worth rebroadcasting it now, 13 years later. I'll read it. I would tell Brittany that we love her so much, and her brothers, Ray and Tyler, and that her mother loved her more than life itself, and would have done anything for her. I promised her, the last time I saw her, that I would find her mother, and I still mean that today. Best of luck. We are rooting for you. So there you have it. A Christmassy tale of murder and the merry perversion of justice. It's by no means a cheery story to tell when you're sitting around the fireplace, but you didn't tune into The Casual Criminalist for that, did you? But it's an interesting case nonetheless. While we wait to see if anything comes of it in the years ahead, it's left to me to try and extract a non-depressing takeaway from all of it. Okay, Caleb, good luck with that one. Here goes. It took Patty's family another 10 years before they could bear to celebrate Christmas again. It's not a good start, Callum. So far, it's just miserable. When they were finally able to bear the emotional strain and come together, they left an empty seat at the dinner table for her, an altar to her memory, dressed with cutlery and napkins. But unlike on that unhappy Christmas night in 1996, the empty seat wasn't a source of anxiety. This time, it actually brought them comfort, because acknowledging the absence allowed them to hope, wherever Patty might be, that ultimately, she was at peace. So I guess the next time you sit down with your family, whether on Christmas or not, let's be thankful for the seats which are filled. Merry Christmas. That's a very nice ending. You achieved it, Callum. Well done. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. During the first 2 years of the search, a woman claiming to be a psychic contacted Patty's mother. Oh no. I'm so skeptical anytime the psychics get involved. Oh, God. This woman went on to create a pretty grim and melancholy website to try and spread awareness, but the forum page descended into a vitriolic brawl between JR's accusers and defenders, and the whole thing was taken down. People acting uncivil online? Surely not. Second, despite the family bringing out national networks NBC, Fox, CBS, and ABC within the first days of the whole affair, they soon packed up and lost most of their interest. Why? Because the disappearance happened on the exact same day as that of 6-year-old John Bennett Ramsey in Colorado, which is a much more famous case and possibly one we could cover here on the Casual Criminalist in the future, if you would like. If you're watching on YouTube, let me know in the comments below. Or if you're watching on a podcast. I haven't set up an email address for this show, but I will, because then you can write in and suggest things. Number 3. In February 1997, Patty's mother did something which I'm sure a lot of others have imagined giving a go. Desperate for answers, she barged into JR's home at 3 a.m. and attacked him with a baseball bat. She was charged with burglary and assault, then released on a $50,000 bond. All in all, it was probably a small price to pay for that satisfaction. And that is where we end this Christmas special of the Casual Criminalist. I do hope you enjoyed it. If you did, if you're listening on YouTube, give this, if you're watching on YouTube, give this a thumbs up. If you're listening on podcasts, wherever you get those, please do leave us a review. It really does make a big difference. It gets this show into the earbuds of more people listening out there. So that would be great. And yeah, just to reiterate, have a very Merry Christmas. And I'll see you in the new year. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist. This one is The Duchess of Death. I think I read about this in a variety piece, and then I asked Callum to put us together a nice script for this episode. What happens on The Casual Criminalist is I've just been given a script by one of our writers, Callum. I'm going to read through it. Maybe I'll add some commentary, and I'd say we'll have a good time. But this, it's The Casual Criminalist. Generally, we have a bad time. So let's just jump into it, shall we? If certain revelations in the past few years have taught us anything, it's that money, provided you have bags of it, you can get away with anything. Well, you sort of can. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein ended up going to prison, and then he allegedly, strong focus on the allegedly there, killed himself. And although I guess all the people who he could have brought down, let's not talk about this. This isn't what this is about. But I'm not sure you can get away with anything anymore. And Harvey Weinstein's in jail. He was like the king of producing movies. Stack enough dollar bills on the scales of justice, and you can pretty much sway them whichever way you please. When you couple that with the fact that many of the wealthiest people around don't have the most well-adjusted personalities, then you have a recipe for some truly horrific situations. In retrospect, it's easy to see that the Weinsteins and Epsteins... Wow, I love that Callum used the exact same examples that I came up with. I mean, obviously because they're the most relevant examples of the last few years. Of this world as monsters. In old photos, their lecherous smiles and wandering hands seem to corroborate all of the terrible allegations against them. Epstein even pitched his own madman eugenics theories at dinner parties, for Christ's sakes. He did? Oh, Epstein, you're just a horrible... you were... a horrible person. They basically wore their swaggering sociopathy on their sleeves. But while history has given these two creeps the trashing they deserve, others have seemingly managed to keep their gilded legacy intact, despite the skeletons piled up in their closets. Beauty, philanthropy, and influence can go a long way when dodging justice. Well, beauty is definitely, Harvey Weinstein, right? With that in mind, let me introduce you to billionaire heiress, Miss Doris Duke. Depending on your familiarity with American high society, you might know her as a minor icon of the 20th century, a celebrated patron of the arts, and contributor to dozens of foundations covering everything from civic restoration to Asian art history. Now, obviously, I'm not an American. You can hear that. I'd never heard of Doris Duke, although maybe she's more known in the US, but this is just a wild story. I think I found, it might have been on my Reddit homepage, was the piece that inspired this episode of the show. Dig a little deeper though, and you'll find her life story is a chaotic tale of glamour, tragedy, and if recently resurfaced allegations are to be believed, a dash of cold-blooded murder. On our way to unpacking the truth behind her complicated legacy, we're going to meet film stars, jazz prodigies, and celebrity sidekicks, all crawling over each other in a world of jealousy, drugs, and riches. Sounds like fun! So let's get started. Callum. Let's get into it. Okay. The fatal event at the center of our story took place in Newport, Rhode Island, a city steeped in old money heritage, harking back to the early colonial days of the USA. I had a great quote the other day, and it was, in the US, 100 years is old. In the UK, a 1-hour drive is a long drive. And I was like, it wasn't quite like that. But I was like, yeah, that sums it up really well because, yeah, we have really old stuff, but everything's really short distances. It's very, very small. UK is very, very small. Some of the richest families in the States trace their lineage back to this coastal town, where entrepreneurs could once make a killing trading in booze, sugar, and people. Oh, well, that got darker. Which were bought and sold at the ports. Yes, this is a town with some dark patches to its history, pasted over with a thick layer of wealth. Yeah, I mean, those two things are definitely not mutually exclusive. By the mid-20th century, the town wasn't quite the same picture of its former affluent glory, but it still housed its fair share of the ultra-wealthy along glitzy Bellevue Avenue. Just a few square feet of floor space here would cost you more than your average Joe makes in 5 years. It was at her home here that heiress Doris Duke laid her head in the mid-1960s at her 10-acre family estate, Rough Point. She had inherited the property from her father, the energy and tobacco magnate James Buchanan Duke, who died in 1925 when she was just 12 years old. In total, young Doris was bequeathed about $50 million. And that's in what, 1920s money? So, Cams mentions it here. $750 million in today's money. That's wild. She's 12 years old. This earned her the nickname, the richest little girl in the world. Now in her mid-50s, with a far larger fortune in her pockets, the richest not-so-little girl had retreated to the familiar world of Newport after a tumultuous spell on the West Coast, which was pockmarked with scandal. If you're into touring the homes of the rich and famous, then you might be glad to hear that Rough Point is now open to the public. Each year, thousands of tourists roll up at the gates for guided tours which take them through the life and times of Newport's favourite socialite. This was the woman who pledged millions upon millions to help restore the architecture of the city back to its former glory, and today she remains a local hero. I get the feeling we're about to trample all over that. But had you been making your way past those same gates at around 5 p.m. on October the 7th, 1966, you'd have come across a far more grisly sight than groups of gawking tourists. You'd have seen a 2-ton station wagon crashing through the tall iron gates and careening across the road, dragging the bloodied figure of a man underneath it. Oh my. The driver was Doris Duke, and the man who now lay trapped under the rear axle, his body mangled beyond any hope of saving, was one Eduardo Torella, a longtime friend of the heiress and a rising star set designer in Hollywood. The police arrived on the scene of this unfortunate accident to find a young Navy nurse and her father already on the scene, who had stopped to help when they saw the wreck. Duke, in a flurry of shock and fear, ran back to the mansion shouting for help, while the responding officer took one look under the car and could tell in an instant that poor Eduardo would not be walking this one off. Okay, I don't blame her so far. I mean, her story adds up, okay, so, I mean, you can't not call for help just because you're like, oh yeah, well, he's definitely dead, so I'm just going to find someone in the morning. It makes sense that she ran off. An ambulance soon followed, and the crew discovered that the car was too heavy for them to raise with their jacks, so a tow truck company had to be called along to assist with retrieving the battered body. It was found that the 42-year-old had died instantly from severe injuries to his brain, spine, and ribcage. That is quite the accident. This was a tragedy for all involved. A talented man had lost his life while his star was on the rise, and Doris had lost her closest friends and confidants. But you might rightly be asking, Jesus Christ, how does one accidentally run a station wagon over their best friend? Yes, Callum, I'm definitely wondering that. I mean, it seems like quite an accident. What did he have? Brain, spine, ribcage injuries? That was a big, big accident. Enter Chief of Newport Police Joseph A. Radis to help crack the case. Surely his rigorous investigation will get to the bottom of things. He sent 2 of his investigators to take a statement from Duke on the Sunday afternoon following the accident, because apparently if your lawyers are good enough, you can mangle a man with your car and then just go chill in bed for a couple of days. Everything will be fine. Yeah, they don't want to touch her. They're probably scared of her and a team of lawyers. I mean, this is like the same. I guess it's the same today, you know? It was in her bed at Rough Point that the detectives found her, surrounded by her 2 beloved German shepherds and the rest of her attack dogs, a team of top lawyers. Yes. They were able to ask her just 4 questions about the event, getting a brief outline of what happened on that fateful evening. She told them they only got 4 questions. The lawyers were like, listen, police, you can only ask 4 questions. We tell you what to do. The police just like, okay, I guess so. Weird. She told them that she and Torella had been heading out to dinner in his rented car, meaning one of them needed to hop out and open the gate to the estate. Then they went to unlock the chain. In a strangely unnecessary maneuver, which Duke claimed they'd done 100 times before, she hopped over to the driver's seat, took off the parking brake, put the car into drive, and accelerated. It's unclear if the previous 100 times Torella had swung open the gates and hopped through the passenger side window like a slick action movie cop, but this time it didn't go off quite so smoothly. She's got a team of lawyers. I feel like you could come up with a better excuse. It's like, oh, no, we always accelerated the car at speed towards each other. It was what we did. Come on, lawyers, do better. Although, I'm going to guess they do quite well. Since she was unfamiliar with the potentially malfunctioning car, Doris Duke had accidentally lurched forward like a greyhound out of the trap and sent the vehicle careering towards Eduardo, who was crushed against the gate and subsequently dragged beneath the chassis. Didn't they say they'd done it? Oh, okay. They said they'd done it 100 times before, but then maybe this was a new rented car or something? Either way, I mean, if I was the police, I'd be like, yeah, maybe I buy it, but let's ask someone else, just in case. Chief Radice heard the report from his men and signed off with a sounds legit, case closed. But his signature methodology of leaving every stone unturned didn't fly too well with the press. He wanted all of the juicy details of this high society tragedy, and the state DA wasn't quite satisfied with the half-page report either. Damn right, I'm glad someone followed up on this guy who was just seemingly just didn't want to do his job. Great one, Chief. Nice. So a further interrogation took place several days later, during which Duke gave a more in-depth account of events. With enough ammunition to shut up the naysayers, the case was closed for real, wrapped up neatly with a bow on top. Nowadays, the information displays at rough point make only a brief mention of the unfortunate accident of October the 7th, 1966, a footnote in the story of an otherwise dazzling, pioneering 20th century woman, and everyone lived happily ever after. Except for Eduardo, who was crushed under a car with brain, spinal, and something else injuries. Ribcage. Yeah, it wasn't so happy ever after for him. Anyway, so I'm sure you're not willing to call it quits and accept this version of events. And something tells me, Callum, that by the huge stack of paper I've got here, there's a bit more to it than this. We know there is. That's not spoiling anything. With your detective's intuition and uncanny eye for detail, you've noticed that you're listening to a true crime show and not a true tragic accident show. You're probably pondering some of the more unscrupulous details, like how was the investigation closed within just a few days, and how you, in all your years on Earth, have been easily able to avoid running over your best mate. Except maybe in a game of Grand Theft Auto or two. Yeah, that's right. I love playing Grand Theft Auto. I sometimes play it with my friends online, and I'm the worst teammate. I'm the worst. Like, we'll do missions together, and I'll just get bored and be like, hey, Grant, I'm just going to run you over. I think you can't kill each other or something. So I just always get his car and just drive it into the sea because, I don't know, it's boring otherwise. I'd definitely be killing my friends in Grand Theft Auto if I could. Anyway, that is off topic. Let's get back to it. We need to know more. Was this genuinely a mistake, perhaps triggered by booze, stress, or stupidity? Or could Doris have actually meant to run down Eduardo? Oh, it's getting dark. It's a question which has been fiercely contested in hushed whispers for decades. So I'm going to let you have the final say for yourself. To help you do so, let's dive a little deeper into the character of the richest little girl in the world. Doris's background, well, it was privileged, obviously. She inherited like the equivalent of $750 million when she was 12 and then made more. So she was definitely like modern day billionaire for real. Being born the daughter of a billionaire industrialist has its perks. Yes, you get to go to all of the best parties, travel the world, rub shoulders with all the top creatives of your day. For many, that's the defining image of Doris Duke, a beautiful, glamorous, wealthy socialite who exemplified the sexual liberation of the 20th century woman. On paper, she fits the role perfectly. Tall, beautiful, filthy rich, she enjoyed the attention of the best photographers and the most eligible bachelors on the scene. It's even rumored that she and Marlon Brando were together for a night or two. Oh, scandalous. When was this? 1920s, 1930s scandals? How exciting. To others, she was primarily a savvy businessman who managed to multiply her inheritance threefold. Okay, so she definitely became a modern-day equivalent billionaire. She plowed millions of it into noble charitable pursuits as well. Her CV was pretty impressive. Throughout her 20s and 30s, she did more than most could ever fit into a lifetime. Competitive surfing in Hawaii, writing for Harper's Bazaar in Paris, training under top names in jazz, reporting from bombed-out cities during World War II. This was no dainty rich girl. She was definitely a rich girl. That's for sure, though. All of that stuff just... I mean, Maybe I'm just jealous. It'd be great to like, be super rich as a kid. You get to do all of this cool stuff. Although, I don't know, maybe it just makes you a broken adult because you're like, I'm already rich. What's the point of trying? At the age of 22, she married her first husband, James Cromwell, an aspiring politician and fellow old money aristocrat. Their marriage was marked by tragedy 5 years in, with the death of their daughter premature, and they divorced 3 years later. Fast forward another 3 years, and Duke was married to Porfirio Riberosa, maybe a diplomat from the Dominican Republic and a renowned playboy who famously possessed what scientists now refer to as big dick energy, or BDE. I had no idea what this is. It came up in, I think, a script the other day that I was reading, and I was like, what the hell's big dick energy? And I had to Google it, and I found out, oh, this is actually a thing. Cool. It was allegedly, I think it's to do like, I'd say if you've got swagger. You've got swagger if you've got big dick energy. It was alleged that Duke paid off Riberosa's second wife with $1 million in cash just so she would agree to a quick and painless divorce. Seemingly eager to make sure this second marriage worked out, our future amateur stunt driver, Callum Dark, continued to splurge an insane amount of cash on her new beloved. The next time your birthday is rolling around, casually mention to your partner that Doris once gave Porfirio an entire stable full of polo ponies for him to play his favorite sport and converted a B-25 bomber to get around in. That is insane. So she gave him a private plane in the early 20th century. And I don't know how many, I don't know how polo works. Like I said, I wasn't mega rich when I was a kid. But it's got to be like a bunch of horses, right? I'm going to say 11 because that's how many people are on a football team in England. I don't know how many people are on the American football team. But even that wasn't enough to keep them. It could be 11. It could be more. I don't even know. I don't know anything about football. I don't know why I use that as an analogy. I apologize. English people are probably like, Simon, everyone knows there's 12 people on a football team. I don't. I also don't care. But even that wasn't enough to keep them together, and the couple eventually divorced on bad terms in 1948. Keep this in mind. You're about to see a bit of a pattern develop. Doris splashes the cash for someone close to her, but still can't seem to keep them around forever. It seems like the resulting abandonment issues became a central issue in her life, which not even a $1 billion bank balance could fix. Yeah, money doesn't buy you friends. Everyone knows this. Even people without money know this. It's like a mega trope. And it's true. So lonely. I wish I could buy friends. Just joking. Let's move on. Middle-aged Duke Castro and Tirella. The next phase in her unhappy love life is when things really started to unravel for Doris. At a jazz bar on the sun-soaked Isles of Hawaii, she sat one evening listening to a band called Three Bees and a Queen. The young lad at the piano caught her eye, partly for his virtuosic skill. Is that how you say that word? I'm not sure. Someone who's a virtuoso. I didn't even know there was a word to describe someone. I just thought you'd say being a virtuoso anyway. And partly for his boyish good looks. This was Joey Castro, a prodigious pianist and band leader in his early 20s. She used their shared love of tickling the ivories to get a foot in the door, approaching him after the show to request some private lessons. It didn't take long for them to become a couple, and the 15-year age gap never fazed either of them. I'm sure the money was also like... The two were soon shacked up together in a Los Angeles hotel, and things seemed to be going pretty well for a while afterwards. Doris and Joey, whose modern-day celebrity couple name would presumably be Dojo. I like it. Settled into a nice life in California, spending their days making music, and sweet, sweet music. Never one to do things by half, Doris bought another luxury estate to add to her collection. This was to be their love nest for the next decade or so, a canyon-side villa somewhat ominously named Falcon Lair. Before settled, that isn't, ominous, but also epic. I wish my house was called Falcon Lair. Although I suppose you can just name your house what you want. When I get a house, I'm going to call it Falcon Lair. Although now it's associated with murder, I guess. No, that was on the East Coast. Cool, so Falcon Lair is still an option for future house. Before settling in for good, Doris added some personal touches, putting ostrich feathers on the roof. What? Installing Napoleon's original war room. This is amazing. It's so good to be a billionaire. You just do what you want. Why do you have feathers on your roof? Why not? I'm mad rich. I just do what I want. Don't they blow away? Yeah. We've got a whole ostrich farm. They just keep shipping in new feathers. Why not? She changed the kitchen curtains as well. You know, the usual. The only one of those I can relate to is the kitchen curtains. They even fitted out the house with practice and studio space inside, which was to be the base of their very own recording company. That sounds positively tame, Callum, after the installing Napoleon's original war room. So they bought Napoleon's War Room, moved it to California, installed it in a house, if I'm understanding that correctly. That is absolutely wild. But when you have billions to blow however you please, it can be hard to stay focused. So it'd be a while before the little business venture got off the ground. This is the problem. Like, if you're already mad rich, you're like, yeah, I'm going to start a recording company. This will be great. And then you just don't, because you don't need money, because you're already mad rich. So you just don't do much. It's a blessing and a curse, I guess. For the rest of the 1950s, Dojo hosted some of the hottest parties in LA, where jazz icons and film stars gathered. Duke Ellington was even said to have come round to jam with them a few times. Don't know who Duke Ellington is. I assume he's famous. My pop culture knowledge is quite weak, especially from whenever this was, the 1950s. I don't know. It was during this time that Doris made the acquaintance of a certain young up-and-comer named Eduardo Torella. He had been making some small appearances in films and trying to build a career in set design and freelance interior designing. He must have taken one look at the dusty ostrich feathers lining Doris's living room and thought, Jesus Christ, I cannot let this woman make her own decisions. And the two became friends, with Eduardo becoming Doris's go-to guy for any and all aesthetic matters. The downward spiral. But not all was well in Falcon's lair. The celebrity couple, which called it home, was spiraling into a lifestyle of routine alcoholism and barbiturate abuse, with increasingly violent domestics erupting between them. It's thought that Doris was becoming jealous of her younger lover's growing renown as a top musician, and that he himself was just a volatile guy all round. In 1963, with the couple now deep in their spiral of self-destruction, they had their biggest fight yet while staying at another Duke family estate. You know your family's rich when you have multiple estates. It's not like you have one estate. You're not just regular billionaires. You have multiple family estates. I like it. And just like that, the rich girl who had spent so much time around actors was now playing a starring role in her very own slasher flick. What? She grabbed a butcher's knife and swung it at her partner, slashing him down the arm. Yes, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's you guys. There's a shining character reference for you. Doris Duke, Knife Fighter. Episodes like this paint the life of the beloved philanthropist in a very different light, which is why you won't find much mention of them in her biographies or news articles. These are the hidden details which she would have liked expunged from her legacy. And it seems like for the most part she succeeded. Like, I don't know who this person is. I don't know negative or positive about her, but at least according to Callum's research, everyone kind of likes her still, or did until, well, we'll get into it. Let's carry on. But thankfully, the lawsuit records remain. Joey Castro left Falcon Lair on the first day of 1964 and filed a suit for the scarring on his arm. What he hadn't reckoned with, though, is how damn persistent a billionaire's lawyers can be. Like every rich megalomaniac worth her salt, Doris even had some ex-FBI muscle on her payroll to deploy whenever the legal heat was on. Also, if I was in Doris's position and I'd absolutely slashed someone's arm and they threatened to sue me, I'd be like, I don't want any paperwork. Here's a large check. Please be quiet and go away. And I mean, she can write a really large check, so it's going to go away. You're going to be fine. We will happily cheer when Batman uses his piles of cash to operate outside the law, but unfortunately, real-life billionaire beatdowns are usually far more litigious and nowhere near as well intended. Castro was hounded by these shady characters and pressured into dropping the case, and then ended up reconciling with Doris before the year was out. He reconciled after she stabbed him with a knife? Dude, come on. Why the hell would you go back after all of that, you ask? Callum, I should read these ahead because that is exactly what I just asked. Well done. Well, remember that recording company they had planned? Doris finally pulled the trigger on it, setting up Clover Records in both of their names. Oh, and she bought him a brand new 100-grand Mercedes and promised to leave him an inheritance after her death too. Oh, okay, so she's trying the whole buying your friends thing again. Oh yeah, no, that doesn't work. We discussed this. It almost is a little heartbreaking to think of the desperation behind the move. So starved for authentic human connections, the isolated heiress was even willing to bribe people with a big payoff if they stuck around until after she was dead and gone. But that kind of cynical connection can never really last. Throwing money at the problem seemed to work for a short while, but by 1965, the couple were raging at each other again. Doris heard from her friends that Joey had been around town in the company of younger women, while her own looks began to fade due to the effects of booze and drugs. Yes, don't do drugs, kids. As the relationship fell apart and her control over life unraveled, she started to spend a lot more time with her now most trusted friend, Eduardo Torella. So this was the guy who was the set designer, the up-and-comer who he didn't like her ostrich feathers on the roof or wherever they were. So, yeah. He was her rock during this most difficult time in her life, although he couldn't hold her together all by himself. The news that her former lover, the Dominican diplomat, Rubirosa, that died in a car crash didn't help. In fact, it finally seemed to send Doris over the edge. In the spring of 1966, all these simmering resentments and anxieties between Doris and Joey boiled over. One of the management execs at Clover Records got a late-night call from Doris and rushed over to Falcon Lair. What he found was total domestic devastation. Joey had trashed the joint completely and stood urinating out of a window while Doris lay in bed with a broken jaw. Oh, wow. Okay. So, I mean, we knew this guy was temperamental. Is that how it was described? It seems he broke her jaw. What? That is not good. I mean, I know she stabbed him with a knife, but these are not good people. Definitely not good people, allegedly. Whatever she may or may not have done, we can all agree that she 100% did not deserve that. Castro's temper had been set ablaze when Doris decided to cut him off, refusing to put any more money into the record company, and with that tragic end to the longest and fiercest romantic affair of her life, Doris was defeated. Resigning herself to the idea that money couldn't buy love, finally, and people just couldn't be trusted, she retreated to Rough Point, the house where she had been presented as a debutante 35 years prior. Now, with a lifetime of regrets to look back on, she must have sat in those empty halls and ruminated on how, despite all of the promise she felt in those early days as an invincible teenage billionaire, despite all of the amazing things she'd done in her life, that it had all gone horribly wrong. If you've been paying attention to the dates, you'll know what comes next. I have to say, Callum, I haven't, but I'm sure you're going to tell me. I'm a casual podcast. I'm a casual showmaker. It's 1966, and we're back in front of that smashed gate with a Dodge station wagon crumpled against a tree and sirens wailing in the distance. The context of how Doris ended up at this point now paints things in a very different light. This wasn't just some charitable sweetheart and lovable partygoer. It was a woman with some violent marks on her record who might have been reaching the end of her rope. But still, it's surely silly to imagine that Eduardo would bear the brunt of this breakdown. He was still a close friend, the person who she trusted throughout all of those years in an abusive relationship, the last person she was willing to invest any faith in. Why murder a friend who had just traveled for hours to go to dinner with you? Before we get into that, let's talk about the man himself. It's only fair. He was a talented and popular guy who deserves more than just to be a footnote in the story of his own death. Yeah, this is always depressing when it's like, if you're killed by a famous person, that's all you're ever known for. That's all you're ever remembered for. I do a podcast where we look at historical stories, and often we'll come across like someone who did something in the 1700s that, you know, they peed out of a window and it made peeing out of windows illegal. And that's the only thing that person will ever be remembered for. That's it. Their whole life. That's it. It's kind of depressing. But also, I mean, everyone dies and everyone's ultimately forgotten. This got even darker than it already is. A lot of biographies of Doris Duke have relegated him to that position as a footnote, even though his life had enough material for a whole book of its own. Known as Eddie to his friends, Chiarella had started his career performing in nightclubs down in New Jersey alongside the likes of Frank Sinatra, who ate at his family home a few times. During World War II, he enlisted to fight in Europe and won commendations for his service during the endgame stages of the war, particularly the Battle of the Bulge. But as both a war hero and a promising performer, he returned to America to begin the rest of his life. Then, as a gay man in mid-20th century America, he did pretty much the most sensible thing that a gay man in mid-20th century America could do. He made the move to LA. This was where Eduardo came into his own, landing interior design gigs and small film roles to fund a comfortable lifestyle with his partner, the sculptor and wardrobe designer Edmund Cara. Their parties were as legendary as any Duke and Castro ever threw, making them big names on the Hollywood scene. I somehow doubt that. I mean, this Duke and Castro were like billionaires. I mean, this guy, maybe he does well for himself, but he's an interior designer. He's probably not a billionaire. Gonna go there and guess. So, I mean, millions of pounds on each party buys you some pretty rad parties. For over a decade, Turella split his time between the East and West Coast, even as his film career began to flourish. But by the mid-1960s, the call of California was growing stronger and stronger. He had landed some of his first big credited gigs, acting opposite Charles Bronson for a brief scene in The Sandpiper, and all set for another big-money production job on Don't Make Waves, featuring his good friend Sharon Tate, who would later go on to befriend Duke herself before ending up a victim of the Manson family. California is a wild place, folks, and I'm sure the Manson family murder, maybe they've just been done so much that people don't want to hear about that again, but obviously the Charles Manson murders we could definitely cover here at the Casual Criminalist. Let me know, and we can do it. I feel maybe it's just overdone. But here was the issue. For a decade now, Turella had been designing Duke's rooms, helping plan her parties, appraising the antiques she used to wow her guests, all for mates rates, which undersold his talents pretty severely. And now, as her once unknown friend was burgeoning into the Hollywood heavyweight he seemed destined to become, she felt she was in danger of losing him to the West Coast world, which had laid her so low. Her fears turned out to be true. See, the very reason that Turella has hired the Dodge station wagon which ended his life was to empty out his apartment. He planned to take his things to his family home for storage before heading back to sunny California for good. While he was at it, he was going to break the news to Doris Duke, doing one last job for her for old time's sake. His partner Edmund advised him against it. They'd all heard the stories about how the woman had cut up Castro's arm, so did he really expect her to take the news quietly? I don't know, I wouldn't expect her to murder me, that's for sure. I mean, okay, we're friends. She's probably not going to be pleased, but she's probably not going to stab me or, destroy me with her car. Doing the sensible thing, he decided to consult a psychic. Oh God, here we go. Dr. Jacques Honduras was the go-to guy when rich Hollywood folk, I feel like we should say doctor, with very much in quotes. Go-to guy when rich Hollywood folk wanted to blow their cash on spiritualist blabber, and he strongly advised Turella not to go to Rough Point. Well, in this case, it was good advice, wasn't it? The so-called doctor probably flaunted that prediction after his client's untimely death, but he probably gave ominous warnings to a dozen people each day, broken clocks and all that. Indeed, it wasn't anything to do with being spiritual or him having some sort of weird other plainly knowledge. It was just a guess. Also, had probably heard about the stabbing thing, so he's not some sort of magical wizard. Anyway, there's no such thing as magical wizards. Anyway, Eduardo had known Doris for a long time, and he was closer to her than anyone at that point, so he thought himself exempt from her crazy outbursts. At any rate, he told the psychic that he needed a quick fix of cash for some dental work, so he could kill two birds with one stone and make a quick buck while he was there. It was the sort of basic job that he had done for the heiress 1,000 times before. As Duke's one-time neighbor, Hal Tinney, tells it, the two were on the way to inspect a pricey relic at some local antique dealer's shop. The piece was a bust said to contain a bone of the Catholic martyr St. Ursula hidden inside. Since that's not the kind of thing they mass-produce at IKEA, Duke had called upon a personal antique expert to accompany her for the viewing, maybe because she was crazy about ancient magic Christian bones, or maybe just to buy some company for a few hours. The things rich people buy. At any rate, you might have noticed the first discrepancy in her story. If you cast your mind back, you'll remember that Doris had claimed they were on their way to dinner. I do remember this. Not appraising antiques. Surely their little treasure hunting trip would be something she'd remember to mention when she recounted the events to police. But hey, it's hardly a smoking gun. Maybe they were just planning on swinging by McDonald's on the way to the shop. Who knows? This was what, 1960s or something? McDonald's was probably around. I don't think she probably ate there. Although Warren Buffett's a billionaire and he eats at McDonald's every day. Whether I eat at McDonald's, I love McDonald's. I mean, I try not to. Not because of any, snobbery. I just try to eat healthier. I try. Unsuccessfully. Where things do start to get very murky, though, is in the days which followed the accident. With Eddie's broken body in the morgue and Duke holed up in bed behind a wall of lawyers, it became less of a game of he said, she said, and more just she said. Doris, the benefits of being a billionaire with a wall of lawyers. You can ask 4 questions. Doris was the only witness to the event after all, and nobody had any real reason to suspect foul play. Did they not have crime scene investigators back then who'll be like, I've seen CSI. They'll figure it out. I mean, I wouldn't expect modern CSI, but surely there were people to look at this stuff. You've already seen how the police chief, Joseph Radice, seems to have been keen to wrap up the case with as little fuss as possible, but we do need to take a closer look at how and why. You see, very recently, the daughter of Radis' secretary at the time said that her mother was convinced that the police chief had accepted some hush money to make it all go away as quickly as possible. Her own granddaughter even suspected the same thing, going so far as to confront him about it. The chief denied it all with a laugh and a smile up until his death in 1997. His own family want to, shit over his legacy. Oh, well, I mean, good in this case. Was it his daughter? No, it was the daughter of his secretary. So it wasn't his family. Sorry, they're probably keeping quiet. But there's one crucial piece of evidence which elevates these accusations above all the other gossip which inevitably gets tossed up around a case like this. Remember how the district attorney was reluctant to let Radis close to the case on the back of a 4-question interview with the only suspect? Well, the plucky police chief would be damned if any 2-bit law school boy was going to force him to do his job properly. Police work is hard, and he had hobbies to attend to. He does sound like a terrible police officer. It's like, come on, get it together. It's alleged that he and his investigators had colluded with the head of Doris Duke's lawyers, one Aram Arabian, to put the whole matter to bed as quickly as possible. Oh no, this isn't good. A story shared by an associate of Arabian. The chief knew the best way to make it all go away was to make a second interrogation report, and the best way to produce one with absolute minimal effort was to totally fake it. Guys, come on. We could do better. That's right, what should have taken a pair of detectives half a day presumably took one underpaid typist just a couple of hours. They drafted a 3-page transcript detailing an interview that most likely never even took place. How can we tell? The suspect didn't even say her birthday correctly when they asked her, something which was amended with a pen by Duke before she and her lawyers signed off on the document several days later. This is so bad. So essentially, they drafted a document, said, hey, Doris, this is what happened, right? And she's like, yeah. My birthday's wrong, but that's right. Where do I sign? Problem solved. Her lawyers probably even signed it for her. I don't know. This is crazy. After drawing a line under this unsavory chapter in the city's history and preserving the dignity of the elite lady involved, things worked out pretty well for the crack team of slapdash detectives. Chief Radis served another 7 months on the force before settling into a suspiciously comfortable retirement in Florida. Oh no! And one of the original investigating officers took his place despite being nowhere near the next in line. Oh well, so yeah, they just totally got bought. That's depressing. And so all went quiet. If Doris had accidentally killed her friend, she wouldn't face any comeuppance, and her reputation would remain as untarnished as possible. And if she had, in fact, brutally murdered him, this prospect could only ever be discussed in hushed whispers around town. Eventually, the idea of it faded to the status of urban legend. And so these are impressive lawyers. I mean, she's a billionaire, so she gets the best. But I mean, that Aram guy, he made murder, allegedly, I guess we're going to find out, totally go away. Not even go away so she doesn't go to prison, but basically turn it into an urban legend. I mean, she seems like a horrible person because she murdered her friend and stabs people. But that Aram guy? Wow, legendary lawyer. And so, we find ourselves going round in circles. A death, a quick cover-up, a dead end. A death, a quick cover-up, a dead end. That's exactly the endless loop anyone interested in the case would have ended up in over the past 5 decades. The official account was enshrined in the history books, and any other versions were regulated to old wives' tales and internet forums where people discuss how Biggie and Tupac secretly lived together in the Bahamas. They don't. If you believe this stuff, you're crazy. Conspiracy theorists. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can smash that dislike button. Things remained this way for years, right up until 2016, when investigative journalist Peter Lance started asking all the right questions. This, I think, is the Vanity Fair thing that I read about that inspired me to tell Callum to make a podcast about it. Crack investigator Peter Lance is a native of Newport, the town where this all went down, who began his career with a job at the local paper less than a year after the accident at Rough Point. He was intimately familiar with Bellevue Avenue, since the prestigious high school he attended was just off of it. In the early days of his work life, he was exposed to the duality and the legacy of his town's most famous daughter. On the one hand, she had set up the beloved Newport Restoration Foundation, which pumped millions of dollars into the redevelopment of the town. On the other hand, there was always the shadow of the horrible evening hanging over the mansion, a chapter in the town's history that nobody really cared to reopen. Let's just hide it under the rug, shall we? It seems that the town, like its police chief, was in a state of cash-induced amnesia purchased by the huge bank balance of Doris's estate. Her campaign of local splurging began just a little more than a week after the accident with a donation to the hospital where she had been received on that fateful night, and another to restore the cliffside walkway behind the mansions, a favourite local tourist spot. Even to this day, the foundations she set up continue to shower riches upon the town of Newport. No wonder they just want this hidden, because it makes her look like a bad, horrible murderer, rather than the philanthropist that they like to imagine she is, allegedly. In the end, the spirit of silence won out in the conflicted soul of Peter Lance too, but the shadow over Rough Point never really lifted from his mind. For 4 hugely successful decades in journalism and media followed, during which he raked through the murky world of counter-terrorism in the post-9/11 era, before he would return to the story at the very start of it all. This world-class investigator became the first to fully unpick the many troubling details which have been swept under the ostrich feather rug. What's with those ostrich feathers? Thankfully, for narrative purposes, Lance has the Roman nose, slick back hair, and macho swagger of a classic film noir investigator. Picture him in black and white, driving down Bellevue Avenue in a trilby and suspenders with a monologue about exposing the seedy underbelly of this rotten town rolling on in the background. Actually, scratch all of that. He started this investigation on Facebook. Why does modern tech have to ruin everything? Okay, so picture him instead sat in his dining room in a coffee-stained vest and boxers, chatting with members of the Newport Rumour-monger Facebook groups. After probably blocking half a dozen people, adamant that Rough Point is the spaceship HQ of the Illuminati. Yes, it is Facebook, and honestly, the internet in general. He managed to contact some people with close connections to the case. Children of estate staff who'd told of heated arguments preceding the events, the aforementioned police secretary's daughter who was convinced bribes were involved. It seemed that there was still a healthy Newport truther community out there. In this case, the conspiracy theory is kind of right, though. The truthers are onto something. Unfortunately, though, all of this amounts to just hearsay without some proper paper evidence, and most of the key documentation around the incident had mysteriously evaporated over the years. Well, one, because time rolls on and, people don't keep paperwork. Although I guess with police investigations, like looking into murders and stuff from the 60s or whatever it was. So yeah, they probably hold on to that. There's like big warehouses full of this junk. But in a twist lifted straight out of the screenwriter's handbook, a mysterious package arrived on Lance's desk one day in late 2019. It was a dossier containing the original police report sent to him by an unnamed government official who caught wind of his probing. With the help of this mysterious assailant, things now started to gain traction. It was in this dossier that Lance recognized the mistake in the second interview, which supported the idea of a slapdash cover-up. This would have been open for anyone to see until the files disappeared from the police records, but it wasn't until now that someone was really committed to following the breadcrumbs. Yeah, what, so decades of years later, a journalist has to do the job that the police guy should have done in the first place? Come on. The next step was to find some other documents to compare with the police reports, and Lance found them in the most unlikely of places. In a stroke of journalistic genius, he dug down deep into the archives of the rental company from whom the victim had borrowed the car. Wow, they kept those records? As part of their insurance procedures, they'd collected a statement from Miss Duke, which she obviously wasn't as concerned about as the official police reports. I mean, who looks at those things anyway? I'm just amazed that a car rental company from back in the day still had that record. It's incredible. In his Vanity Fair expose, Lance quotes the 173 report as saying that she ran back to the house looking for Eduardo because, of course, that's the most logical thing to do when you see your friend mashed between your garden gate and front bumper. Go check if he popped off to the kitchen for a glass of water. Yeah, I mean, it just reeks of something not being right. The sightseeing Navy nurse who was on the scene at the time remembered things very differently. In her police statement, she said that her hysterical Duke had run around her house shouting that she'd ran over her friend, which seems like a much more reasonable response. Indeed. Lance was actually able to locate the very same nurse, whose name is Judith Wartgo, after all of these years. She left the story behind after the event and went on to have a long career as a paramedic. She would have attended 1,000 such car wrecks over the years. But the memories of that very first one never left her. She was able to specifically recall that Duke herself only had some very minor injuries from the crash. In contrast, Dr. Philip McAllister, the medical examiner who treated the heiress at the hospital, reported she suffered major bleeding from cuts to the head, made all the more suspicious by the fact that he acted as Doris's very own personal doctor from the moment she entered the hospital. He even turned away the preliminary investigators from a private room where she spent a few hours recuperating. That doesn't sound unreasonable, though. She's super rich, so of course she gets her own doctor. And also, he can turn away the police, like she's recovering from a terrible car accident. He does what she says. It's no surprise. Again, she's very, very rich. Unsurprisingly, McAllister was an ardent defender of the tragic accident theory, but there's no word on whether he went to live it up with the police chief in Florida afterwards. Well, I'm guessing he was probably really well paid. I mean, whether you want to call that a bribe or not, we can call it a bribe, allegedly. With his investigation building up ahead of steam, Peter Lance returned to Newport, for real this time, and drew upon connections old and new to paint a picture of the night's events. He knew he was onto something big. There were too many missing pieces which had conveniently disappeared. Too many silent figures encouraging him onwards from behind the scenes. Surely his own personal noir film wasn't going to be a flop. Oh, let's hope not. Spoiler alert, it's not. However, it all hinged on finding something more concrete. None of what had been unearthed so far actually pointed to murder. Conspiracy? Concealment? Corruption? Yes, yes, and yes. But there was nothing yet to prove that Doris had hit the gas that evening with the intent to crush her friend to death. Cynics could easily argue that she was just another rich girl dodging responsibility for her own stupidity. Yeah, honestly, I mean, if that's what the evidence you got so far, yeah, I mean, maybe. In criminal law, you got to prove beyond all reasonable doubt. Don't think we're quite there yet. What was needed was a hard forensic counter-narrative. Finally, forensics. CSI getting on the case, or more likely the journalist doing the job of CSI many decades later, because that's where we are. And with a few strokes of luck, he was able to find one. The real course of events. It begins with the gate, warped and blown out from the impact of the car. After asking some questions about town, Lance acquired a previously unseen photographic negative, which lay tucked away in the basement archive of a local family for years. As it turns out, he had known the photographer, Ed Quigley, who worked alongside him during those formative years at the local newspaper. Quigley's family held on to much of his work, whether for nostalgia or posterity. The sepia-toned image was taken from just outside the inside gate and showed some officers and observers milling about the scene as the tow truck hoisted up the back of the Dodge. Visible to the left of the frame were the shattered pieces of the lower gate, with struts bent outwards. Now, this wasn't exactly a bombshell in itself, but it ran directly counter to another piece of evidence, which was presumably pinned up on Lance's investigative corkboard, the autopsy report for Tyrella. This key piece of evidence hadn't evaporated like the rest, but it was filed under the mistaken first name, Edmund. Anyway, remember the doctor who Duke bought out as soon as he made it through the front door of A&E? Yes, we do. Well, or A&E, I think that's the British word. Callum's also British. I think Americans call it ER. We call it A&E, for accident and emergency. Well, he was the one in charge of determining the cause of death and reporting it to the public. But it seems he failed to draw the attention to the fact that Tyrella's legs were actually in good shape. Ribs, skull, spine, pretty rough, as expected, but the damage to his lower half was mostly superficial. Well, that leaves me questioning, like, what, did he just jump up, like, really high when that car was coming? So why then was only the lower gate blasted out? Yeah, okay, makes sense. If Eduardo had really been pinned against it as Duke had claimed, his thighs and shins would be in splinters. Agreed. The picture also offered another avenue of investigation, once again lifted straight out of the Hollywood plot device stock. There was a familiar face in the frame. Kneeling down on the right side, his head turned to the side, was one Detective Sergeant Fred Newton, who Lance had previously written about during his tenure at the local paper. This was a trusted face for Lance, a sort of proper, no-nonsense policeman who couldn't be bought. But sadly, the sergeant wasn't available for interview, having passed away in the late 90s. However, if Lance could find at least someone connected to the good cop, maybe you could get some information from a policeman who had never sold their soul to the Duke payroll. This cover-up goes deep. Pursuing this avenue was how he made the acquaintance of Edward Angel, the man who we met a little while ago at the scene of the crash back when he was a rookie beat cop. Oh, that was a while ago. Yeah, I remember. Being the first policeman to arrive on the scene, Angel had first-hand access to some facts that never made it into the official reports. He went to Sergeant Newton with his findings and with him pieced together a version of events entirely independent of Duke's narrative, which the rest of the department was taking as gospel. Yeah, I mean, she is the only witness in all of that. But she's also the alleged perpetrator of the crime. Do some forensics. Come on. These findings were pretty grisly. Wide smears of blood and patches of skin running across Bellevue Avenue, gorily glistening under the light of the evening sun. That much was to be expected. The man was mashed by a 2-ton car after all. But what later surprised Angel was that he had assumed, based on his analysis of the splatter patterns, that the victim had actually been a passerby walking down the street, because that's where the first impact seemed to have taken place. There was a blood trail starting outside the grounds of the mansion from a large splatter in the middle of the road. Well, that seems completely contrary to what old Doris described, doesn't it? Since he was a fresh graduate of the police academy and it was Sergeant Newton's responsibility to train up the new recruits, Angel went to check his answers with the teacher. The older, wiser cop took a look at the sketch of the scene and said, "No, that's not right. Not as wrong as the official account, but not right either." Together, they returned to the scene where Newton developed his gruesome theory on what really happened that night. In fact, the lack of any blood in the entranceway showed that Eduardo wasn't crushed there at all. The damage to the gate and car suggested he instead rolled up onto the bonnet as the car careered into the gate. Then, as he was thrown from the braking vehicle, he hit the ground and lay in the middle of the road. In that moment, the vehicle had stopped, and Doris had a choice to make as she looked at her injured friend wincing in the headlights. She had the power over life. Oh no, she's going to run him over again, isn't she? She had the power over life or death. Ultimately, she chose the latter. She hit the gas, intentionally steering over Eduardo and dragging his mangled body for a full 40 feet without any mercy. Oh God. It seemed that her maniacal separation anxiety, malicious possessiveness, or both had driven Doris to committing a gruesome and deliberate killing. Straight up murder right there, isn't it? Allegedly. After hearing that, Peter Lance must have been gobsmacked. From beyond the grave, Sergeant Newton had brought all of the threads of the investigation together with an evidence-based theory that had lain smothered under secrecy and corruption for decades. All of their shared suspicions about the case and cover-up seemed vindicated, and it was time to go public. Now, it's worth mentioning at this point that the exposé which Lance wrote is still extremely fresh, having only hit the pages of Vanity Fair in July of this year, 2020. In the coming years, there's likely to be waves of scrutiny poured on both the event and the independent investigation. As of now, none of these murderous allegations have been officially proven in court. The closest was a wrongful death suit filed by the Torella family 5 years after the event, which showed negligence and stupidity, but not malicious intent. Saying that, as things stand at the moment, the physical evidence unearthed by Lance seems pretty conclusive. Indents left by the spinning tires in the gravel were observed by both state DMV investigators and members of the victim's family. The rubber marks on the road showed the car turning and accelerating. The blood patterns discovered by the sergeant and rookie corroborated the autopsy's revelation that the victim was never actually pinned against the gate. Honestly, with these, later on you can read something that'll refute this and find it equally believable. I mean, maybe not, but it often happens. Let's see. We'll have to sit tight on this one. But right now, I'm like, she did it, all right? Allegedly. The Quigleys even came through with a further print of a picture which had been suspiciously expunged from the newspaper archives, but preserved in their own weirdly meticulous family archives. It proved the renegade cop right. The first bloodstain appeared in the middle of the road. Probably with an eye to protecting himself from a hefty libel case, Lance took his findings to a forensic engineering consultancy firm, Collision and Injury Dynamics, before blowing the lid off the case. A senior partner at the firm signed off on the incriminating version of events, and their conclusion read, "It's clear that he went up on the hood, fell off, and got run over mid-street. This was a multi-sequence event in which the driver made a number of affirmative decisions in the course of the incident. The evidence leads me to conclude that the event did not occur as described by Doris Duke." It was all there for anyone to see, but not a single piece of this features in the original police report from that day. All you'll find are the two paltry interviews that treat Duke like a puppy who couldn't possibly do any harm to anyone, even though she previously stabbed someone, like the boyfriends, and seemed to do all sorts of terrible things, allegedly. As it turns out, she may have been more like her famously vicious German shepherds. And so, Lance went on to publish his findings in the extended Vanity Fair piece earlier this year, all still just as allegations. 44 years after the crime and cover-up, one intrepid reporter's investigation was able to pull the veil of glitz and glamour off one of America's most famous elites, revealing a rotten reality underneath. Maybe. Allegedly. Is that the end of the story, though? Or did the police kick down 107-year-old Doris's door to shake out the truth once and for all? Well, no, unfortunately. Even if it's all completely true, we're about 3 decades too late for justice. Doris Duke passed away on October the 9th, 1993. On the same day, her butler bought a brand new Louis Vuitton bag to hold her ashes, which were then cast out into the Pacific from the beach of her Hawaii estate. Another estate. In an obituary for the New York Times, she was referred to as the heiress whose great wealth couldn't buy happiness. While that's very true, her unmasked legacy provides that money can buy a whole lot of other things indeed, not least of all a get-out-of-jail card for the most heinous crime there is. Allegedly. Wrap up. And there you have it, the story of how Eduardo Torella met his end, how his narcissistic employer likely came to be his brutal killer, and how the world kept on turning as if nothing had happened at all. If it's all left you with a bad taste in your mouth from the lack of justice in the world, I'm afraid I have only 2 paltry pieces of consolation for you. Well, I'm looking forward to them, Callum, because I feel like after this one we need them. The first is a closer look at the wrongful death suit which Torella's relatives brought against Duke in the early 1970s. The file had of course disappeared from the Rhode Island archives by the time Peter Lance got there. Of course, but we still know a lot of the details and the eventual outcome. As I mentioned, Duke was proven to have caused the death of Eduardo Torella accidentally, meaning that the family was surely due a hefty chunk of compensation. Right? I hope so, but I get the feeling it's not going to be the case, right? No, only poor people have to pay their dues. As Lance heard from the niece of the victim, their family was willing to settle for a payment of $200,000, about $1.2 million today, but vindictive Doris was having none of it. In the end, she negotiated down to $75,000, which equated to about $5,000 for each family member involved. I told you the consolation was pretty paltry. You did, Callum. I still expected better. And that's kind of the end of it today. Oh no, sorry, there's a little bit more. The last part of the story is a mini mystery surrounding Doris's death in the late 1980s. She had taken on the service of an Irish butler named Bernard Lafferty for her New Jersey farm estate. Another estate? Seriously? By this point, her youth was a distant memory, and under the advice of Lafferty, she decided to undergo a facelift and elective knee replacement surgery. The string of operations through the early 90s took a real toll on the heiress. Under the constant influence of a cocktail of medications and without any children to carry on her legacy, she wrote a new will promising everything she owned to dear old Bernard for seeing her through those unhappy twilight years. Oh no. That's wild though. You're a butler and you're about to become a billionaire. After the ink had dried on paper, Duke's health began to... Did he kill her? Allegedly? Duke's health began to deteriorate further. Agatha Christie taught us all to watch out for butlers. Surely not. They're the most murderous tribe of miscreants on Earth, and serious suspicions arose when Lafferty decided not to bother calling an ambulance while his employer was choking on a piece of food. Regardless, he continued to care for her and saw her off into the great beyonds later that year when her system finally succumbed to the strain of the morphine that she needed to get by. Within a day, he had her ashes stuffed in that Louis Vuitton bag without an autopsy. Lafferty went on to settle into a new life of luxury at the home which Doris once poured all of her hopes for a happy future into, Falcon Lair. Wow! The butler got all the money in the end. I mean, he didn't kill her, surely it's the butler. But, wow. And that's the end, really, this time, of the Ballad of Doris Duke. A sad story all round filled with jealousy, frustration and violence, and more awful people than you'd ever care to meet in a lifetime. Agreed, all of these people, whether it's Doris herself, the police chief, the journalist is a legend, well done. But like all of the people involved in the original story, I mean, other than the guy who was killed, they all seem kind of like pretty horrible people. All of that unhappiness came to a head on that fateful night at Rough Point. Thanks to the efforts of one restless reporter, we now finally have a window into the possible truth of the matter. It goes to show that the perfect crime does exist. In fact, it's just a regular, shoddy, brutal crime with enough cash piled on top of it to make it go away for the rest of your life. It's not much of a moral takeaway, but hey-ho. That's not what we're here for on the Casual Criminalist. You know, most of the time, or a lot of the time, they just get away with it. I'll leave you with the words from the woman herself, with a quote seemingly custom-made for your irritating teenage cousin to post on Facebook. Oh, God. Papa used to say, you help a man who is in trouble and he will be a true friend, but I'm afraid that Papa was wrong. I would have done anything or paid a fortune for one real friend who I could trust. You had one, Doris. You ran him over. Very nice ending there, Khaled. That's very nice. You have included some dismembered appendices for me, so how many of these are there? 3 of these. Let's do them. Number 1. Doris's reputation around Newport wasn't totally unblemished even before the horrible death on her doorstep. Like everyone's favorite evil TV billionaire, Mr. Burns, she was in the habit of releasing the hounds. A pair of German shepherds had a habit of attacking tourists who were walking down the cliffside path to a mansion. Oh my. Number 2. As these murder allegations were kept hush-hush for decades, you'll find plenty of shining portraits of the heiress online. Her Newport Restoration Society is one of the biggest upholders of the sanitized, celebrated Doris Duke narrative. For example, on their website, they allude that Duke and Castro's relationship ended acrimoniously, making no mention of the mad slashing meltdown. Yeah, and he later broke her jaw. Number 3. If you're wondering how Falcon Lair got its name, I wasn't, but now I am. It wasn't because it once housed a bird-themed Bond villain. That's a shame. It was actually built and christened by Italian heartthrob Rudolph Valentino, who named it after a historical drama his wife was planning. The Hooded Falcon. So, this has been another episode of The Casual Criminalist. If you enjoyed it, well, please do leave me a review if you're listening to this as a podcast. Leave me a like if you're watching it on YouTube. If you have suggestions, well, let me know in the comments. And thank you for listening or watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Casual Criminalist. This is one of the shorter episodes that we do. We obviously do the longer, full explorations of a topic, and then we have the Casual Criminalist shorts where I, your host, Simon, found something on the internet. I was like, that sounds interesting, but it wasn't long enough for a full explanation, so we have like a 10 to 15 minute exploration. This one is all about Abraham Shakespeare, who was a dude who won the lottery and then turned out to be like the unluckiest man alive. So let's just dive in. Callum wrote this one. Thank you, Callum. Let's do it. A wise man once said that America looks at Florida the same way the rest of the world looks at America, with a mix of horror and fascination. I've done plenty of videos on a YouTube channel I do called Top Tens, and we do a whole series of Florida Man videos where there's 10 things that Florida Man got up to recently. People love that, and it's absurd. Whenever you hear a particularly weird or wonderful crime story, there's a solid chance it took place somewhere in the Sunshine State. Such is the case with the story of Abraham Shakespeare. So Abraham is himself a Florida man, whose untimely demise was proof that getting rich isn't always everything is cut out to be. Yeah, also, Callum writes, Abraham Shakespeare, no relation. It's like, we knew. We definitely knew. Moving on. The beginning of the story is every working person's dream. In the bizarrely named town of Frostproof on November the 15th, 2006, Mr. Shakespeare and his workmate, Michael Ford, stopped off for a rest before heading onwards to Miami. Shakespeare asked Mr. Ford to grab him a couple of lottery tickets from a convenience store, one of which ended up winning him the statewide jackpot of $30 million, which, I don't know, in the UK, where I grew up, the lottery, it's like, if it's £30 million, that's how much you get, £30 million. But I feel like in America, it's like you get $30 million and it's like, okay, yeah, but you can't have that unless you want it evenly dispersed over your whole life. So you can take like a settlement. Instead of 30 million, you get, 20 or whatever. And then it's like, also, unlike in the UK, I believe it's taxed. So then they must take away half, right? It's a lot of money. So you're left with 10 million after winning 30. It's a little bit depressing. Whereas in the UK, lottery winnings, God knows why, are not taxed when they absolutely should be taxed massively. Anyway, just my opinion. Let's move on. It amounted to just around $17 million after tax. Okay, so that's not too bad. And I guess he took the lump sum as well. Maybe there wasn't a punishment for that. Anyway, moving on. But Abraham wasn't complaining. Up until that point in his life, he had been working as a laborer and barely making ends meet. But now, at 40 years old, he was set up for a retirement beyond his wildest dreams. That was, of course, after he dealt with the question of organizing and distributing his newfound pile of wealth among his loved ones. Obviously, I don't think I'll tell anyone if I won the lottery. I definitely keep it quiet. Also, I definitely wouldn't want to win the lottery because then any success you ever have in life after that can just be ascribed to your lottery win. It'd be like, oh yeah, Simon just has a podcast that does okay. He had a lot of money to put into it because he won the lottery. Simon just has successful YouTube channels because, he bought ads because he won the lottery. Nothing you ever do is going to be, truly down to your success. It's always going to be ascribed to your lottery win. Anyway. Obviously, his close family, kids, and best friends were in for a happy holiday season, but soon everyone he had ever met was gunning for a slice. That's the thing, when everyone hears you won $30 million, suddenly every little favor that they've ever done for you has a hefty price tag attached. Even total strangers who had seen pictures of the lucky winner in the paper started harassing him for a cut of the winnings. And things would only go downhill from there. The first major blow to Abraham's peace of mind was the underhanded maneuvers of Ford, who demanded that the act of walking into the store and buying the tickets warranted a $1 million share of the winnings. I mean, his part in the whole thing was about 5 minutes of work, so at the US minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, I put his actual dues at closer to 60 cents. Or nothing, because he was doing a favor for his friend, and if he doesn't want to give him anything, he doesn't have to give him anything. Abraham likewise scoffed at the $1 million demand, which caused Ford to launch a lawsuit claiming that the lottery tickets were actually his. Oh, so it kind of sounds like he wasn't asking. It more sounds like he was attempting to extort Mr. Shakespeare for $1 million, saying like, I will sue you because I bought them unless you give me $1 million. And he didn't, so he did. So he alleged that Abraham stole them. That is underhanded. The story was obviously nonsense, and the $17 million could buy some damn good lawyers to prove it, so the case was thrown out as fast as it was dreamed up, with just 1 hour of jury deliberation. That's another uniquely American thing. They have a jury. You have a jury for civil suits, which is strange to me. For something like that, it's like you've got 12 people sitting there. It's like, no wonder so many people have to do jury duty. But the lasting damage on Shakespeare's faith in humanity was severe, only compounded by the constant hounding and guilt-tripping that he had to deal with daily. To catch a breather from the cold callers, he had moved into a gated community. With all that drama to deal with, he didn't have too much time to enjoy his winnings. So his new house, a car, and a second-hand Rolex watch were his only big purchases in the first few months. But that had dramatically changed by the late 2008 rolled around. By this time, there was only around $1.3 million left in his bank account, and Abraham was in desperate need of some solid advice on what to do next. Dude, you should have definitely got some more solid advice before you spent $15.7 million. Because that's extraordinary. Enter Doris Moore, Dee Dee to her friends. She contacted Shakespeare in 2008, saying that she wanted to write a book about his unlikely story. His unlikely story? It's like people win the lottery all the time and then spend it all. When they met, she offered to be his financial advisor and to help him get set up with a firm with which to manage the remaining money. This was the unimaginatively titled Abraham Shakespeare LLC, of which Devious Dee Dee was the chief financial officer. Abraham. No, mate, this was not a good decision. Why do I call her devious? Well, in case you hadn't already guessed, her motives weren't exactly pure. Shakespeare had trusted Dee Dee because she explicitly explained she wasn't trying to get at his money like all those other randoms ringing his phone, but in reality, she was just much better at hiding it than they were. This was a woman who, unbeknownst to Abraham, had been convicted of fraud in 2001 for faking a rape and kidnapping to claim the insurance money on her car, a seasoned liar. Wait. That seems awfully elaborate to get the insurance money on a car. It better have been something awesome. So instead of making up some lame story about her sick aunt's medical bills, she had truly conned her way into Shakespeare's inner circle and gained full control of his rapidly dwindling funds. Within 7 months of meeting her mark, she had run up a bill of around $1 million in personal spending, mostly on cars and vacations. On top of that, she had transferred almost all of his property to her own company, leaving him very nearly broke. Surely he can sue her and get the money back, because this is just a blatant case, although you can't get money back for a vacation you went on, but wow, this is mega corrupt of her. We now find ourselves well into 2009, fast approaching the third anniversary. This is crime, but this has got to turn nasty because this is the casual criminalist. We're not interested in financial crimes here. We want to see some worse stuff, like some murders. Come on, Callum, when's it coming? We now find ourselves well into 2009, fast approaching the third anniversary of Shakespeare's big win. It's hardly a cause for celebration, though. In fact, he still feels that getting rich has ruined so much of his life, and it's left him feeling exploited and used.
I really would like my old life back where I could walk the streets like a normal person.
So he's had enough. He takes off to Jamaica to escape it all and enjoy his remaining wealth with the added bonus of anonymity. Or was it Texas or Puerto Rico? Nobody knows for sure because Dee Dee couldn't quite get her story straight on where her friend and benefactor had disappeared to. I'm guessing he disappeared to the bottom of a pond or something. Or, she dissolved him in acid. On November the 9th, his cousin decided to form... And also, how can she be... She was so clever with this, sneaking in and getting his money, or reasonably. I don't want to give her too much credit. It's quite a simple con. But, and then she couldn't remember where he disappeared off to in her story. Come on, Dee Dee. Get it together. On November the 9th, his cousin decided to formally file a missing persons report on the account that they hadn't actually seen him in person since April. Sure, they had spoken to him by text and even received birthday cards from him, but something was off. The text, for example. Shakespeare was suddenly writing a lot more eloquently than he ever had before, strange for a guy with very limited education. And when they asked certain questions, ones which relied on personal information only Abraham would know, the messages would simply go unanswered. It was almost as if they were speaking to an entirely different person. Yeah, they definitely were. I mean, Dee Dee, you seem to have gone from like reasonable con woman to absolutely terrible con woman. So it's little wonder why Abraham's family were worried. And that wasn't the only clue. In the months after he was officially declared missing, Abraham's mother received handwritten letters from him, despite the fact that he couldn't write, as well as phone calls from someone claiming to be him, despite having a different voice. How dumb do you think people are, Dee Dee? Naturally, their suspicions fell upon the woman who would have benefited most from Abraham's timely disappearance. As suspicions started to be heaped upon Dee Dee, she started making some pretty strange offers to various people involved. For example, she tried to pay $200,000 to one of Abraham's ex-partners and mother to one of his kids to tell investigators that she had seen him recently. Likewise, the birthday card to his mother had been sent because she paid family members $5,000 to say Abraham passed it along. If all of this wasn't incriminating enough, oh boy, it is, what came next would push the whole thing beyond any doubt. Honestly, I was already there. In late December, the detectives working on the missing persons case eventually found their way to the doorstep of a man named Gregory Smith. He was a so-called friend of Shakespeare. And it turns out he was the impersonator, apparently a bad one because he sounded completely different, who had been making calls to dupe his worried mother. Rather than wade deeper into the deception, Smith agreed to side with the police. Not long after that, he received a call from Dee Dee offering $50,000 if he would take responsibility for what she had done. He agreed and asked where Abraham really was now. With that information in hand, the investigators went to a home recently bought by Dee Dee. They removed a heavy concrete slab in the garden and started digging. What they found was, of course, the remains of Abraham Shakespeare. Analysis revealed that he died way back at the start of April 2009, not long after the last time he saw his loved ones. Dee Dee Moore's account of how he ended up there followed her usual scatterbrained pattern of making up half a dozen stories and choosing them all one after the other. Dee Dee, come on. You can be a better criminal than this. These included blaming her teenage son. Wow, dick move. Blaming some imaginary drug dealers, and eventually blaming Abraham by saying that she killed him in self-defense. In reality, she had shot him through the chest with a .38 caliber revolver in cold blood and attempted to cover her trail by keeping his digital ghost alive and offering cash rewards for anyone willing to help maintain the lie. That just sounds, I feel like when you're offering cash rewards to help people maintain the lie, you're just bringing in more people who are eventually going to screw you over. You're a shit criminal, Dee Dee. And we can address the amount that she offered before going any further. $50,000 is a bit stingy for someone looking at a guaranteed life sentence, indeed. And that's exactly what she ended up getting. She was picked up by police on February the 2nd, 2010, and held with a bail set at $1 million. Around 18 months later, she was handed life without parole, plus a 25-year cherry on top for using a gun in the act. It's like, yeah, life without parole, you're never leaving prison. And then after you die, you've got 25 more years. It doesn't make sense, but I guess it sends a message. That sounds like justice served to me. A tidy resolution to a tragic story. It's difficult to find any sympathy for someone so predatory as Dee Dee Moore, someone who took advantage of Abraham's need to find anyone who he could trust. Winning the lottery had shown him the worst parts of human nature and made it nigh on impossible to tell friends from parasites. Getting rich hadn't brought happiness. It had only brought pain and tragedy. The final kick in the teeth was that by the time the killer shot him down, Abraham only had around $14,000 left. So the moral of the story is, don't get rich. Seriously. If any of you come into an unexpected lump of cash, I'll take it off your hands. I wouldn't want to see you go through all of that. I take PayPal. Well, Callum, I'll bear that in mind if I ever play the lottery and win, which I won't, because my opinion on the lottery is one, this happens, and as I mentioned, any credit for anything you ever do later in your life is now taken away because you won the lottery. And also, you're not going to win, We have this, what's it called? It used to be called the National Lottery. I think it's just called Lotto now. And it's their slogan growing up, when I was growing up, used to be, someone has to win it, or something like that. And it's just like, statistically, it's not going to be you. It's just a tax on the poor, because statistically, poor people play the lottery a lot more. Like, there's not many rich people playing the lottery. Anyway, don't even get me started on scratch cards. Those are even worse. I used to work in a shop that sold scratch cards. No one came in wearing a shirt, and bought scratch cards. It was always poor people. and they were just always getting ripped off by scratch cards. One kid won £1,000 on a scratch card, and he proceeded to spend that entire £1,000 on more scratch cards until he had lost everything, because just fuck scratch cards, really. Thank you for watching, everybody. This was The Casual Criminalist, followed by a little bit of a rant. I've been Simon, your host. That script was written by Callum. This has been a shorter episode than we normally do on The Casual Criminalist. Do tune in for our longer, proper features. But in the meantime, we have some of these shorter episodes, and thank you for watching. Or listening, if you listen, as a podcast. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. This is one of our Casual Criminalist shorts. It's called The Red Room. It's all about the Red Room. What happens here, as always, is our fine scriptwriter, Callum, has written me something. I'm going to read it. I'm going to add my thoughts as we go through it together, and we'll hopefully learn something. Perhaps it'll be scary. There'll definitely be crimes. Let's jump in. Cast your mind back through time and space to a distant place called late 90s cyberspace. I remember late 90s cyberspace. I had the internet at school around this time. It was very, very cool. And now you look back on it and realize how wildly limited it was. But there were games. Games were exciting. You could play games online. I was very nerdy. This strange world was the digital wild west of eyesore websites and dodgy AOL chat rooms. Compared to the polished web of today, it was a low bandwidth nightmare, and you couldn't pay me enough to go back to it. Yeah, the internet and like 56k, dial-up speeds, ultra slow, like waiting, like AOL chat rooms, they'd be slow to load. Case in point, pop-ups. If you're in your 30s or above now, I guess Callum and I are probably about the same age. I'm 33. So yes, then you probably still have nightmares about opening an innocent link only for your screen to be flooded with dozens of unwanted insurance ads and Viagra promos. So what do pop-ups have to do with crime, you ask? Well, today I want to tell you the story about how a disturbing urban legend from the early internet spilled over into reality with deadly consequences before being reabsorbed into the darker side of digital culture in some pretty troubling ways. We begin in Japan in 1999. A young boy is told by a school friend about a creepy legend, a website which spawns a cursed pop-up with a cryptic message. Being the curious sort, the boy goes looking for the page when he gets home after school. He doesn't have any luck finding it, so he moves on to whatever young guys do when they have a computer in their bedroom. He has barely typed the letters porn H into his search bar. This was 1999. I don't think Pornhub existed back in 1999, when suddenly the fabled pop-up appears on his screen. It's an image of a red door with the words, "Do you like?" written on it. What's more, a creepy child's voice reads the message out through the computer speakers. The kid is understandably freaked out, so he closes the browser window, but after a second, it's back. This time, the message is longer, and even longer the next time that he tries to get rid of it. Do you like? Do you like the? Do you like the red? Do you like the Red Room? The last time, it's accompanied by a web page with a list of names. The boy's school friend is at the top, and just as he realizes this, he feels something creep up and grab him from behind. It said that both boys took their own lives, but not before painting their bedrooms with their own blood. This is just so maximum level urban legend. Okay, so I know you're here for true crime, not ghost hunting, so I'll come right out and say it right now. What I've just described is the plot of an interactive Flash animation from around 22 years ago. Oh my god, I remember Flash animations. If you make it to the end of the story, the pop-up itself appears on your computer with one of those obnoxious, scary-faced jump scares a couple of seconds later. I remember when Flash animation started introducing those jump scares, and there was this brilliant one which had a picture of two photographs, and it was like, spot the difference. And there were no differences, but you're getting so close to the screen, looking at it. And whoever set you up to do it has turned up the volume of your computer incredibly loud. And so you're like inches away from the screen trying to spot the differences. And then this scary face with this horrible sound comes on and just absolutely scares the crap out of you. It was brilliant. Scared the crap out of me, and then I proceeded to scare the crap out of my friends with it. But anyway, let's move on. Standard creepy website fare. But the reason this particular Flash animation has maintained its notoriety to this day is because of a very dark real-world connection, which will become clear in a few minutes. But first, let me tell you another story. The incident. This one takes place on the 1st of June 2004 in a place called Sasebo, Nagasaki. And I'm sorry about my Japanese pronunciation there. Sasebo, maybe? Two girls are alone in a classroom at a Kobo elementary school during lunch break. One of them, Satomi Mitarai, again, maybe, is lying on the floor, her arms and throat cut open. The other, who would later be referred to in the media as simply Girl A, is standing over her with a box cutter, her clothes spattered with blood. After lunch break ended, Girl A simply returned back to class as if nothing had happened. The teacher realized that she had one kid missing and one looking as if she'd walked through the set of a Tarantino film. It didn't take Sherlock Holmes' level of intuition to know that something was amiss, so she went looking. Satomi's body was found lying in the empty classroom. She was just 12 years old, and her killer was only 11. The story shocked the entire nation, as it should have probably shocked you just one moment ago, unless you are completely jaded. Well, to be fair, you're listening to a true crime podcast, and I bet this isn't the only one you listen to. So, yeah, maybe you've just become accustomed to stuff like this. I mean, yeah, kids killing each other. So that's still pretty grim to me. This is a relatively new show, but yeah. People were looking for answers as to what could have driven an elementary school kid to do something so awful. We all know kids can be mean, but this was a few steps further than some stolen lunch money. Interestingly, I think if you're 11, if this had happened in the UK, that's below the age of responsibility, which I believe is 12, but it might be 10 of criminal responsibility. So if you're, it's 10 or 12, so she's probably just on that line. But you can't be convicted of a crime or tried of a crime. You're deemed as not mentally capable of it. So there would be no charges or criminal record for someone this age in the UK, I believe, if I've got my ages right. Also, I read the other day, Japan still has the death penalty, which in a way surprised me. And then also, the way they kill people is by hanging. The long drop, where they, open up the door beneath your feet and you fall through. And I was like, oh, that's grim. I mean, I don't like lethal injection or anything, but if someone would ask me which way I'd like to go, it definitely wouldn't be hanging. Girl A confessed the murder as soon as the police arrived at the school, never making any attempts to hide what she'd done. In fact, she was pretty distressed about it. She kept telling them, "I've done a bad thing. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." She said it in Japanese, obviously, but I'm not going to try and pronounce the original quotes. As for a motive, Girl A said that Satomi had cyberbullied her, calling her overweight and a goody two-shoes, a title which she definitely lost forever that day. Her identity was hidden as per Japanese law, and likewise she wasn't eligible for criminal proceedings on account of her age. Instead, she was sentenced at family court to 2 years of institutionalization at a mental health facility in Tochigi Prefecture, where she was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome and various social maladjustments. Her stay was eventually extended by another 2 years, so it seems Japan has similar laws to the UK in that regard, like no criminal responsibility at that age, but obviously if you've murdered someone and you can't seem to put a good reason on doing it, you're probably going to need some sort of psychological checkup, and they'll definitely do that to you. If you're waiting for another little twist, I'm sorry to tell you that this story is 100% true. And the truth is about to become even stranger than fiction, because while digging around for information on what drove Girl A to murder, the investigators stumbled across some things in her computer which would cement the Sasebo slashing's status as an internet legend for years to come. The legend. See, Girl A had a morbid fascination with some of the more unsavory content floating around the internet in those days. She had her own homemade page where she posted links to various creepy videos, gruesome art, and violent urban legends. Judging by the fanfiction links, she was also clearly a big fan of the Japanese film Battle Royale and the book upon which it was based. In case you're not fully aware, Battle Royale is about a bunch of school kids who are taken to a remote location and forced to battle to the death. Less Fortnite, more Lord of the Flies. But perhaps most significantly, the entire aesthetic was based around a certain Japanese flash animation with which you're already familiar, the Red Room. She had that page saved in her bookmarks too, and as soon as this little detail found its way into the news stream, it was latched onto by superstitious folks, social conservatives, and cynical tech skeptics alike. The story ballooned into its own little pocket of online culture in Japan, eventually reaching message boards overseas. Fans of Girl A, yes, she has a fan base, more on that later, that is rather grim, even took to uploading mirror sites for her personal page after the original went down. See, when a child killer is obsessed with an animation about a curse which creates child killers, you can bet plenty of people are going to take that as hard evidence that something spooky is afoot. That's why you'll often find the story online shorn of all its context. Many sites don't even mention that the original was just some cheesy flash animation. You're probably aware Japan is no stranger to stories of cursed media. In fact, the ghosts there are some of the most tech-savvy in the world. No sooner has a new medium been invented than a demonic schoolgirl finds a way to crawl through it. Although, as is often the case with these things, the real terror lies behind the fiction. If we put aside the hysteria over curses for a second, we have to seriously ask what real trauma or troubles drove that little girl to commit such a horrific crime. Yeah, I mean, obviously, given the website and all the links and the kind of obsession with an incredibly violent movie and other aspects of violence in culture, she's obviously got some issues, and those were borne out in the most horrific way. So, yeah, it's pretty dark. The aftermath. One Japanese psychologist who goes by the name Akio Mori was adamant he could explain the whole thing. So, what did he diagnose Girl A with? Schizophrenia? PTSD? No, he diagnosed her with game brain. Never heard of game brain? I absolutely haven't, Callum. Well, not to worry, it's basically nonsense. See, Moro-san is one of those tech skeptics that I mentioned earlier on. His theory was that playing video games can cause real material damage to the human brain. After the case of Girl A, he extended the theory to include internet usage. Yeah, this is like, well, I feel like this is just a super conservative talking point about violent video games and how they cause people to commit real crimes, like violent crimes. It's like number of violent crimes I've committed in my life. 0. Number of people I've killed in GTA. Thousands? I don't think there's a very strong correlation there. Now, and I'm sure people are going to have an argument and have a go at me about that, but I don't think the data's there. Now, in case you haven't realized, the internet is pretty popular these days. If Mori's theory were true, then surely everyone from your Facebook-obsessed aunt to your neighbor's iPad-addicted kids should currently be engaged in a purge-like battle to the death. Let me check out of the window. No, everything's fine. Yeah, everything's fine. You know, number of people playing Call of Duty. Millions. Number of people acting out Call of Duty. 2. That's not to say that the internet has had a positive effect on this troubled young girl by any means. If you need any proof of how twisted internet subcultures can be, consider what happened to Girl A in the months following her arrest. Some users of the site 2channel, a precursor to the far more famous 4chan, decided this 11-year-old murderer should be made into a meme. They created anime-style depictions of Girl A based on a photograph of her wearing a Nevada University hoodie. Nevada Tan, as the cartoon version of Girl A became known, was typically drawn with a box cutter. Oh god, that is dark. Hoodie and a crazy grin. It didn't just stop with that. There were replicas of her artwork, band songs, even cosplay. If that doesn't make you uncomfortable already, just imagine a grown man or woman behind their computer whipping up that content in a tribute to an 11-year-old girl. Yeah, it's a bit dark, guys. But it wasn't just online weirdos interested in the case. The government were watching very closely too. There was a major discussion on lowering the age of criminal responsibility so that culprits like Girl A would be eligible to face actual criminal proceedings in the future. That sort of change was far from unprecedented. In fact, it had already been lowered from 16 to 14 in 1997 after a 14-year-old boy in the city of Kobe decapitated his 12-year-old schoolmate and bludgeoned an 11-year-old girl to death. Which begs the question, what the hell, Japan? It does indeed. That is dark. Although I'm sure horrible crimes like this happen in every country, right? It's just, yeah. If you're looking for an explanation as to why so many kids are committing bloody murders in the land of the rising sun, plain old psychological issues are usually a solid start. These things can often be taboo in conservative cultures. There's a tendency to try and hide the signs rather than tackle them head on. The last one of these casual criminalists I recorded, probably not the last one you've heard, maybe it's not even come out yet, is about the girl who was staying in the Cecil Hotel in Los Angeles, whose parents were from Hong Kong, I believe. And there was also the same thing. They did, she had mental issues, but they didn't reveal it to the police. And yeah, this kind of encouraged the conspiracy theories. Of course, that just compounds the problem rather than fixing it, leading to some horrible crimes and a famously high rate of suicide among the young and old. Still, don't let the jabbering of medical professionals get in your way if you'd rather believe in cursed websites or the evils of the internet. And the next time you see that little +1 notification ping up on Adblock, be thankful that maybe, just maybe, it saved your life. It didn't, though. It's all just an urban legend. Whatever happened to Girl A in the end, we don't know, but we hope that everything worked out for her. In closing, I'll leave you with the thought that perhaps it's counterintuitively more comfortable to believe in curses and possession or the corrupting influence of media like video games or websites rather than face up to what normal flesh and blood human beings are capable of given the right conditions, even those who we imagine to be the most innocent. Yeah, it's kind of like the same argument that often comes up around conspiracies. It's like, why do we believe in conspiracies? Why do we like them? And because the reality is we like feeling that there's someone in control and in charge when so much of the world and life is just not in control. And because in a weird way, even though they're usually scary, they make us feel more comfortable. Anyway, this has been another episode of The Casual Criminalist. This one was a short episode, obviously. I hope you liked it. If you did, if you're enjoying this show, please do leave us a review. If you get it in its podcast form, if you're watching this on YouTube or, well, wherever you're getting the show, please give it a like, leave us a comment, all of that good stuff. And I'll see you in the next one. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. I, as always, am your host, Simon. This is the show where talented scriptwriter Callum will write me something. I've got it right here. It's Leopold and Loeb, the Genius Killers. This is actually an idea that I came up with. I read about these guys, that they were these super high IQ people who got into killing people. And I was like, well, that sounds like a perfect subject for The Casual Criminalist. And so I'm going to read it, as always. I'm going to add my thoughts, and let's just jump into it, shall we? It's no secret that plenty of murderers make a big deal out of their own intelligence. It's a trademark characteristic of a sociopath. They think themselves above the petty morality of us mere mortals, but honestly, I think the trope of the genius killer is overused, so much so that any old idiot with a smug smile and a murder conviction gets the label. With that in mind, I'd like to introduce today's case, one of the most famous crimes in the history of Chicago, which chilled the city to the bone back in the 1920s. High on a cocktail of trust fund wealth, nihilistic philosophy, and the promise of mass media attention, two young men set out to commit what they believed would be the perfect crime. When the story broke of two book-smart rich kids trying to prove their intellectual superiority over the police, press, and, well, everybody else really, the case was cemented in the American consciousness for decades after. If they were after media attention, well, they certainly got it, didn't they? According to some, the perpetrators had a decent claim to the title of criminal geniuses, but in reality, their execution was anything but flawless. Perhaps this deadly duo weren't quite as clever as they always thought. So let me tell you the facts, and we'll see if you agree. Without further ado, here is the story of Leopold and Loeb, the Genius Killers. The crime. On May the 21st, 1924, 14-year-old Bobby Franks was walking home from playing baseball with his friends through the affluent neighborhood of Kenwood on Chicago's South Side. This wasn't the sort of place where parents worried about their kids walking home alone. Only wealthy people stayed here, predominantly familiar faces from the Jewish community. The crime, which plagued the rest of the city in the 1920s, tended to not cross over into this particular postcode. Young Bobby was one such wealthy resident, son to a watch manufacturer named Jacob Franks. He was well known and well liked around the area, a keen young sportsman with a love of tennis. His parents waited at home on that day to ask him about the game, but dinner time came round, and Bobby still wasn't home. The clock ticked on, and by the evening, their confusion had given way to fear. They spread word that Bobby hadn't made it home that day. They asked around the neighborhood in the hopes that he might have gone off to dinner with a teammate, but no such luck. Nobody had seen him since he left the baseball field after school. Eventually, Bobby's mother received a phone call with news of her son, the exact kind of news that she and her husband had been dreading. The man on the other end of the line went by the name of George Johnson. he had kidnapped their son. That is not the call that I would most dread. Like, kidnapping is fairly terrible. That is not good news, but it's not, he's lost or not lost, he's killed. That would be worse. Johnson instructed the terrified mother to await instructions on how to deliver the $10,000 ransom, which would secure Bobby's safety, which is roughly $150,000 in today's money. Sure enough, after a sleepless night, the next morning a typewritten message arrived in the post, accompanied by another call with the first set of instructions. This set Bobby's father off on an anxious treasure hunt, which was intended to send him to a string of locations and dead drops. But unfortunately, the whole thing ran into a brick wall pretty quickly. The stress of the situation caused Bobby's father to forget the address of the store, which Johnson had given out over the phone. He couldn't receive the next part of the instructions. This is one thing that I always find in movies is incredibly fake. When someone reads out, in this situation, they've been kidnapped. It's like, yes, you need to meet me at 1249 Sycamore Drive at 3:20 p.m. And I'll be like, okay, great. And then I'd immediately forget 142 something Sycamore Drive at some time. Or when someone reads out a phone number and it's 9 digits long or whatever, and the person's like, yep, got it. And no one can do that. I mean, I'm sure some people can, but it seems a bit unrealistic. And in a stressful situation, I'm sure I'm even more likely to forget. Before his wife could give him a slap around his head for his forgetfulness, however, the whole treasure hunt was called off. Apparently, it had all been in vain from the get-go. Bobby was dead. His body had been hastily abandoned in a railway culvert in Hammond, Indiana. His clothes were missing, and he had acid burns over his face and body. The apparent cause of death was severe bludgeoning to the head. This front-page news story sent a shockwave through Chicago, a city which was no stranger to murder, but rarely saw the violent death of a wealthy suburban teen. The pressure was on for investigators to find the culprits, a task which would turn out to be far easier than anyone first thought. How they solved it. They're solving the crime already? We're a page and a half in, Callum, and I see there's a good 15 pages here. See, while combing through the area around the Culverton stream, the detectives found something which was distinctly out of place way out in the countryside. A pair of circular, horn-rimmed spectacles by the side of the stream. Admittedly, knowing the prescription of the perp doesn't exactly narrow things down much, but luckily, these were no ordinary glasses. Yeah, but if they find some other evidence, and then the guy has the exact same prescription, that is definitely going to add to your strong circumstantial case right there. They had a unique type of spring fitted onto them, meaning the police could trace them right back to the Chicago optometrist who had sold them, Alma Coe. This was a total bullseye because according to the shop records, Coe had only ever sold 3 pairs of these glasses. 2 of the short-sighted suspects were ruled out immediately, leaving just one possible owner. And his name was Nathan Freudenthal Leopold Jr., another resident of Kenwood and the son of a wealthy industrialist. Regardless, he didn't seem to be the killing type, a bookish law student with a seemingly bright future ahead of him. It was extremely unlikely that they had found their man. When the police confronted 19-year-old Leopold, he explained that he must have dropped his glasses when out birdwatching the week before. If you think that sounds like something he made up on the spot, I would encourage you to trust your instincts. But this is the thing. Because they're trying to commit this perfect crime, these guys are just psychos interested in killing someone. So the motive thing, the traditional idea of motive, is completely out of the window. And so you got this kid, and if I was the police and you go to this guy, it's like, it can't be him, right? I mean, this guy? It was enough to satisfy the detectives at first, but they still had to follow up on the lead, and although the glasses could be explained away, the letters could not. See, Leopold was a keen academic. When the authorities searched his home, they were able to run comparisons between pieces he had written on his typewriter and the ransom note sent to the Franks' home. The machine itself was missing, but experts needed to only look at the printed characters themselves to confirm a match. That seems a little bit more like a major error. I mean, dropping your glasses, it's like, yeah, you're going to sweat over that, but dude, using your typewriter to write the ransom note, it's like, come on, what are you doing? Sure enough, Leopold's documents were a match for the ransom note, a fact made clear by the defective T and F on the machine that was used to type them. Leopold was well and truly done for, but the police already suspected that he hadn't carried out the whole thing alone. See, Leopold was inseparable from another local teen who happened to be a direct neighbor of Bobby Frank. This was 18-year-old Richard Albert Loeb, the more charismatic and sporty half of this despicable duo. Witnesses attested to the fact that the two had been together on the day when the crime was committed, meaning it was likely a joint endeavor. together. The police brought them both in for questioning, and when presented with the overwhelming evidence, both Leopold and Loeb confessed to everything. Their statements were extensive, with a boastful tone that showcased just how proud the two of them were of their master plan, even though it had gone down like the Hindenburg 10 years before that was even a thing. So there you have it, one of the quickest and tidiest investigations that you're ever likely to hear about on this show. Case closed. See you next time. Callum, there is still a stack of pages in front of me. I also read about this online, and I thought these guys were super smart somehow and actually got away with stuff. So I'm guessing there's a lot more to this story. Actually, hold on a minute. Wait, I can't let you go just yet. We knew it, Callum. The actual crime and investigation are just a fraction of the whole story here. Until we can understand why this case is so infamous, we're going to have to take a deep dive into some pretty dark corners of human psychology and American old money culture. Let's begin with the young men themselves. Why, when both of them had the world laid at their feet, had they decided to kill a child? It wasn't for money. Both Leopold and Loeb already had more than they'd ever need, so was it part of some horrible family feud? Nope. Loeb's family were friendly with the Franks. They were second cousins, in fact. It's like they're just psychos, right? They just wanted to see if they could kill someone. Isn't there a film? It's called like The Perfect Murder or something, where there are these two guys and they try to commit this perfect murder and they just, it has to be a random person that they kill. And I'm like, this is so psycho. Also, the perfect murder is not committed in a pair because, that's just way too risky. Like, someone could tell on you. The other partner, of course. The reality is that the only motives behind this killing were thrill-seeking and a grisly statement of moral superiority. It's a bit of a weird one. See, Leopold and Loeb were by all accounts gifted young men. The former had started university at just 15 years old and had already had several pieces published in the US's top ornithology journal. Yes, ladies, ornithology. That's birdwatching, right? So it does kind of make sense that he would say that he lost his classes while birdwatching. Likewise, at age 17, Loeb had begun the University of Michigan's youngest graduate. He was enrolled at the University of Chicago Graduate School studying history at the time of the crime. Now, have you ever met someone who skipped grades in school and went to university early? I don't mean to generalize, but they tend to mention it quite a bit, and that sort of thing can give kids a major complex. I don't think I've ever met anyone who went to university. I've met, there were kids. There was one kid in my class who was a year younger, like they were moved a year ahead, and there was one kid at university who had the same thing, like they were 17 and they'd gone to university when everyone else was just 18. But other than that, no, it's relatively rare, I think. And to go at 15, that's like 3 years. I didn't know any like super child geniuses. Don't super child geniuses go to like special schools? Such was the case with Leo and Loeb. They had it bad. Leopold was especially interested in the idea of the Übermensch, a term coined by Friedrich Nietzsche and overused by millions of the most obnoxious college students ever since. Yes. In English, it's usually translated to Superman, but not the spandex-wearing type. As with all big ideas, the meaning of it is up for interpretation. But for the purposes of this show, all you need to know is how Leopold took it. He was obsessed with the idea that certain people, by virtue of their superior intellect, were above the morality of ordinary humanity. His obsession was so great that he came to believe he and his buddy were prime examples of this kind of superior being. Boy, was that guy a narcissist. He heaped the majority of his adoration on Loeb. Loeb was the better looking of the two, the more socially successful, and spent more time enjoying a life of leisure than actually studying. The geekier Leopold, on the other hand, rocked a monobrow rival Frida Kahlo and had struggled to fit in during his teens. His social awkwardness and frequent intellectual boasting made it difficult to relate to others. Who knew? Yeah, because everyone... Exactly. No one likes someone who is constantly telling you how smart they are. So a guy with delusions of grandeur uses Friedrich Nietzsche to justify horrible violence. Hold on, I swear I've heard this one before. Anyway, when these... Anyway, when these two insufferable teens buddied up, the stage was set for a violent descent into narcissism, which would eventually leave one young man dead and two behind bars. Leo and Loeb had been acquaintances growing up, but in their late teens, the two of them had become partners in crime, quite literally. It was Loeb who started it. His apparent boredom with his comfortable existence had already led him to dip his toes into petty crime a few times. By this point, he fancied himself as something of a criminal mastermind, even though he had just smashed a few shop windows. Hardly Al Capone stuff. Yeah, it's all great to have a trust fund, and to be born and not have to worry about this stuff. And if you don't have one, you'd be like, wow, that sounds awesome. But the reality is, if you don't kind of have purpose, and if you don't have anything to aim for, it's like that's, I feel like that's a really important part of humanity. And if everything's just handed to you on a plate, you're going to look to get your thrills somewhere else rather than, the normal human way of trying to make your own way in the world. It's thought that Leopold originally got on board with Loeb's criminal pursuits because of a strong romantic attraction. They entered into an unstable arrangement in which Leopold could act as Loeb's criminal sidekick in exchange for sexual rewards. Among their more noteworthy crimes were several acts of petty arson, vandalism, and burglary. For example, in November 1923, the pair drove to the University of Michigan to raid the frat house, which Loeb had once belonged to. Their haul was underwhelming, but included a certain typewriter with a couple of broken keys, which Leopold claimed for himself. It was on his drive back to Chicago that Loeb revealed his plan for their biggest crime yet, one which would finally register in the newspapers and make them the talk of Chicago. He charmed Leopold with the story of the perfect murder, committed by two young geniuses whose incredible intellects would ensure that they never, ever could be caught. Well, we know how that one worked out. They got caught incredibly quickly because they left behind blindingly obvious clues. Confessions. But regardless, let's humor the boy geniuses for now. Ignore the fact that the crime was incredibly shoddily executed and have a listen to them gloat about how exactly they planned to get away with it. Their confessions were taken by the Chicago PD on May the 31st, and as I said before, they were not shy on the details. We even know how much the murder weapon cost. 75 cents, if you were wondering. If you're interested in seeking out the original copies, you can find scans online provided by Midwestern University. I'm warning you, though, they both feature unashamed descriptions of every detail of the crime, which might make your stomach turn. Instead, let me just summarize the events for you. Both statements revealed much the same story. The pair had discussed for months the best way to carry out a murder which would prove entirely unsolvable. Loeb was an avid reader of detective novels and reckoned that gave him a greater insight into how to plan a crime. I wouldn't disagree. It's definitely better than nothing, although the typewriter thing, like the matching the keys, I feel is... I've seen that maybe at least 20 times in, true crime, fictionalized crime, television, movies, books, everywhere. It's the same reason I reckon I'd make a pretty good spy. Don't mean to brag, but I've seen Goldfinger 3 times. To get things started, Leopold and Loeb invented false identities for themselves and then planned every detail from the spot they would dump the body to the vehicle they would use to transport it. Their plan was so extensive that it was set in full motion about a month before any blood would be shed. On the 20th of April, Leopold visited a rent-a-car shop in downtown Chicago. Using the name Morton D. Ballard, he introduced himself as a traveling salesman and asked to rent a vehicle. By way of identification, he provided a bank book which matched the same fake name. The pair had got this by depositing $100 into a new account that morning. Meanwhile, Loeb checked into a hotel called the Morrison under the same name. The imaginary Mr. Ballard had had a busy day indeed. When he arrived at the hotel, there was even some mail waiting for him, sent by the pair in the days prior. Getting the car was the toughest part, though. The rental company operator asked for the standard 3 references. Leopold complained that he was only in the city for a short while, could only provide one, Mr. Lewis Mason. The worker called the number of Mr. Mason, which was actually connected to a drugstore payphone, where Loeb was posted patiently. Wait, so in the past when you rented a car, you had to have 3 references, and the person would phone up and ask them? That seems bizarre, very specific, a massive hassle, and kind of easily cheatable. After securing the car at 11 a.m., the duo drove around for a few hours before returning it at 4 p.m. The rental operator told Mr. Ballard that his registration card would be sent to his hotel over the next few days. When Loeb returned to the hotel to check for it, however, he found that the briefcase he had left in the room was now missing. Apparently, a suspicious maid had reported that nobody was actually staying in the room at all. When the hotel staff opened the briefcase, they would have found it filled with old magazines. Not exactly a crime, but it would have drawn a sort of attention that you don't need when you're gearing up for a murder, so they never went back. These guys suck at being criminals. I mean, the guy went to university at 15. I'll be like, dude, you could be a better criminal than this. Come on. Regardless, they had all the pieces set up, even without the registration card. Fast forward to the day before the crime, the 20th of May. Driving in Leopold's red sports car, the two visited a hardware store to buy rope and another for a chisel. Yeah, a red sports car. That's a great idea to be driving around when you're trying to be incognito. Further down the street, they hit up a couple of drugstores to collect some hydrochloric acid. Apparently, pharmacists were a lot more chill about over-the-counter acid back in the day. With all the materials in hand, they went back to Leopold's to prepare. Loeb wrapped tape around the sharp end of the chisel, creating a makeshift club out of the handle slide. They ripped up pieces of fabric to make a gag, and Leopold typed up a ransom note. Dear sir, you no doubt know by this time that your son has been kidnapped. Please follow our instructions carefully and nothing will happen to him. If you don't follow our instructions to the letter, you will never see your son again. Number 1, do not communicate with the police. If you have done so already, please do not mention this letter. Number 2, go down to the bank and get $10,000 in old bills. Be sure the bills are old. Any new or marked bills will be noticed. Get $2,000 in $20 bills and $8,000 in $50 bills. Number 3, be home by 1 o'clock. Do not let the phone be used. Importantly, he didn't add any address alongside the very specific set of instructions. See, the two hadn't decided on exactly who they would be kidnapping just yet, so they would have to fill it in after the fact. All Leopold and Loeb knew was that their victim had to be a child because these Ubermensch were total cowards and they had to be wealthy. That was a key requirement, as the ransom note was intended to throw police off the trail. If these two rich young men, whose families would be worth about $150 million combined nowadays, wow, so these guys weren't just, regular wealthy. They were wealthy. This would stop money from looking like motive, and the police would probably not look among high society. In reality, there was no material motive at all. The thrill of ending a life and the ego trip of watching the police and media fail to solve it were the only rewards they really wanted, and sickeningly, for a short while, they were able to get both. I should warn you, the part coming up is very violent and very uncomfortable, but, well, you're the casual criminalist, so what did you expect? Confessions. The crime. On the morning of the 21st of May 1924, the two young men met outside the university where Leopold had just finished class for the day. They drove his car to the rental office where Mr. Ballard, now a familiar and verified face, had no problems renting a car for the second time. It seems strange to me. Again, like bringing up the car thing. You need 3 references to rent a car or to set up an account. But you can go to the bank and just be like, yeah, I'm Mr. Ballard. Here's $100. And they're like, okay, here's a bank account. That seems way more sketch. With one of them behind the wheel of each car, they stopped into a diner for lunch before dumping the red sports car behind the back of Leopold's place. It was still early afternoon, so they decided to head to town to park and wait. As Loeb put it, they wanted to wait for the schools to finish before starting any operations. The particular school they were focused on was the Harvard Boys' School, where they had both studied prior. Again, guys, you want to commit the perfect crime? Don't go to the school where you studied. Go to some other random school in some other random neighborhood. And don't use your red sports car. Come on guys, you can do better. At 2:15, they drove over there, all the while looking out for an opportunity. Leopold waited in an alleyway while Loeb went out to scout the school grounds. He later told the police, "I waited in the car while Dick," that's Loeb, "went through the alley to a place where he could either command a view of the Harvard school, or if he saw any likely-looking children, he could start playing with them." See what I mean about some parts of the interviews being extremely uncomfortable? As part of his creepy reconnaissance, Loeb chatted with the teacher responsible for looking after the kids as they left school, as well as a young boy called John Levinson, who was getting ready to head out. Dude, and again, what are you doing? You just, gathering witnesses for later? I mean, if you didn't get caught on the glasses thing or the typewriter thing, you'd definitely be caught in all of this stuff. What is wrong with you? Out front of the school, he bumped into his own little brother. That's right, Loeb's own sibling went to the school. And that didn't even make him stop and reconsider what he was about to do. Because he's a psycho. After chatting for a while, he was called back over to the car. As Loeb told the investigators, there were some children playing on Ingleside Avenue that Leopold thought could be potential prospects. After observing several groups of kids, they set their sights again on one John Levinson, who they spotted playing on a patch of waste ground. Struggling to get a good look, they returned to Leopold's house to grab a pair of birdwatching binoculars. They were so set on ending that kid's life that Loeb even went to a drugstore to check the phone book, hoping to ambush him on his way home once they learned his address. Not long after they returned, Levinson ran off. The would-be killers were deflated at their lack of progress, and the boy was totally unaware of how incredibly close he came to death that day. This is another thing I wonder about. It's the number of times you've come close to dying. I once always got into a pretty bad car accident. It was entirely my fault. I just didn't look properly. I'd recently passed my driving test, pulled out. Someone absolutely slammed on their brakes, almost entirely plowed into the side of me. And that was one of those times where you're like, that would have been extremely bad. I don't know if I'd have died, but it was, that was close. And you think about all the other times, it's where you don't even know that you've been incredibly close to death. I'd be fascinated to find out when was the closest that I came to that. Maybe you're on a plane and it almost crashes with another plane and you never find out, or something like that. Anyway, dark thoughts. One who was not so lucky, however, was Bobby Franks. They happened across him by the side of the road and instantly decided that the plan was back on. Franks was an easy target on account of the fact that he knew Loeb and it'd be easy to coerce into a kidnapping. On top of that, they knew that his father was very wealthy. So Leopold pulled alongside Bobby and Loeb spoke to him through the backseat window. He offered him a ride, which Bobby politely declined, seeing as he was only about 5 minutes from home. A persistent Loeb changed his tune, saying that he wanted to chat to him about a tennis racket, which was enough to draw the sport-loving Bobby in. With the unwitting victim in the passenger seat, Leopold drove off again. At the first opportunity, Loeb grabbed his weapon, the chisel, and leaned over and cut Bobby's mouth and brought the handle smashing down onto the back of the boy's skull. Bobby struggled as he was struck in the head 3 more times, spinning around to face his attacker and crying out all the while. Even after 4 hits, Bobby continued to groan, something which Loeb hadn't anticipated. The reality of ending life was far less clean-cut than in his detective novels. So he dragged the victim to the back seat, forced a rag into his mouth, and taped it shut. It was like that Bobby Franks slowly passed away in the back seat of the car. Leopold claimed in his confession that the victim died instantly of suffocation shortly thereafter, which is an inherently nonsensical sentence. That is horrible. At first, the two killers had given conflicting accounts of who actually killed Bobby, with each blaming the other. However, their stories converged more after that. They told of how the boy was covered with a blanket while they proceeded onwards to Indiana, a total journey of around 25 miles. I feel even if they're in concert so much, I know modern law would label, at least in the UK, I believe in the US as well, it would label them both as murderers because they were acting in consort. Like, I believe there are gang laws that mean people are guilty like that. Not 100% sure. But, I mean, you don't need to shift the blame. You're both going to be guilty of murder, guys. Come on now. They stopped along the way to throw Bobby's shoes into a bush, removing his trousers and socks and putting them back in the car. Now all that was left to do was wait until dark. They cruised around the countryside and stopped in at a sandwich shop for dinner and root beers. It was as if they didn't have the body of a kid sitting in their car at all. Once twilight came, they travelled onwards to the dumping point they had chosen weeks before. Originally, they planned to kill their victim with an ether-soaked rag once there, but he was already dead long before he arrived. At the site, they removed the rest of Bobby's clothes and poured the hydrochloric acid on his face in an attempt to cover up his identity. Some reports mentioned that the same was done to his genitals, as the fact that he was circumcised could help the police identify the victim as Jewish, although neither culprit mentioned this in his confession. Then, they pushed him headfirst into the railway culvert, leaving half the body clearly visible. Leopold attempted to shove it further inside with his foot. We can take a little bit of satisfaction over the image of the pair of horn-rimmed glasses slipping out of his pocket as he did so. Meanwhile, Loeb went off to wash his hands on the other side of the tracks. They then set off homeward. This was at about 9 p.m, and on the way, they stopped at a drugstore to check the address of their victim. Leopold called his parents to let them know that it'd be late. It was he who, on returning to Chicago, called the Franks household under the George Johnson alias. This was to be the start of an elaborate hunt, which would distract the attention of the family and investigators and satisfy the killer's craving for mystery novel drama. It's pretty clear that Loeb's noir novel-filled imagination played a big part in cooking up this part of the plan. I mean, the final step was for the father to toss an envelope containing $10,000 from a moving train near Lake Michigan, with the two waiting in a car to collect it. Thankfully, the family were spared taking part in that futile little game, although it's not much consolation given the circumstances. After Leo and Loeb put things in motion by mailing the ransom note, they turned their attention to the bloodstains in the rental car. They cleaned it up as much as possible, buried the clothes in Loeb's furnace, and then headed over to Leopold's house to hang out with his family as if nothing had happened, waiting for their elaborate scheme to unfold. But as we know, the whole thing fell apart faster than a house of cards in a hurricane. It didn't start off terribly. The note arrived at the Franks household, but there were a few other pieces to set up before they could topple the dominoes that would lead them to the $10,000. First, the car. It was still very clearly bloodstained. While the pair tried to scrub it clean in Leopold's garage, the chauffeur came down to offer a hand. They were able to send him off with a story about spilling red wine. We've all been there, right? Cruising around, drinking Pinot Noir straight from the bottle until some idiot breaks in front of you. In the end, the majority of the visible staining could be removed, despite the close call. Again, just reiterating how these guys are terrible at crime. After that, they drove downtown with a series of typewritten notes that would direct the treasure hunt. They tried to tape one inside a trash can, but it wouldn't hold, so instead they went straight to the train station. Loeb disguised himself in a hat, glasses, and black overcoat. He bought a ticket to Philadelphia solely for the purpose of hiding a note on the train. It instructed Mr. Franks to move to the back of the train and watch until he saw a red brick factory with the name Champion painted on the outside. After waiting a few seconds, he was to toss the boxed up cash as far eastward as possible. While Loeb planted this final instruction, Leopold was setting the whole convoluted sequence in motion. He called a taxi to the Franks' house and called them to direct the father to a downtown drugstore where he would receive another call on a payphone. Honestly, it seems like a completely unnecessary step when they already had him on the phone at that very moment, but I guess I'm just not a criminal genius indeed. It was around that point, at around 2:30 in the afternoon, that the duo had the first inclination that maybe they weren't so good at this crime business either. Driving past a newsstand, they caught sight of a front-page headline, "Boy's body found in swamp." It had been less than 24 hours since they disposed of the body, and it had already been found. Regardless, Leopold demanded they keep on with the whole charade. They tried calling the drugstore, but as we already know, poor Mr. Franks had forgotten the address. His pain at thinking he let his son down was cut off by a deeper pain. The police identified the body that afternoon. For Leopold and Loeb, it meant their little game was over. They decided just to return the car and head home. Loeb's chauffeur told him about the murder when he arrived, and the pair's anxiety started to build. They began discussing what to do if questioned and set about destroying the last of the evidence. The typewriter was tossed in the harbor and its barhead scattered into a river in the park. The blankets they doused in gasoline and burned in an alleyway. But there was one key piece of evidence they couldn't destroy. In the newspaper, they saw the police had found a distinctive pair of glasses near the body, and the heat was really on. Now our two narratives have neatly tied together. We understand exactly how this horrible crime took place, every detestable little detail. Awful and horrible, yes, but could you really call this the perfect crime? Objectively, no. In fact, the whole thing displays about as much genius as your average corner store robbery. I don't mean to be crass, but surely if two huge intellects planned the crime of the century for months, they could come up with a better method than smacking someone with a chisel. And all of that planning, only for Leopold to drop his glasses, undone by the same Achilles heel as Velma from Scooby-Doo. Add to that all the blood over the rental car, cleaning the car at their own home, the shoddy concealment of the body, and the amount of people who the two revealed their faces to while scoping out the school, and you hardly have the portrait of two master criminals. And that's just mentioning a few of the things, not to mention the typewriter with the matching letters. It's like, yeah, you got rid of the typewriter, but you've written a whole lot of stuff on there. It's going to be matched up. Could it really be that these two weren't geniuses at all, but a couple of bumbling sadists with good school report cards? I mean, there's a reason why crime shows don't usually feature a diabolical ornithologist as the villain. Murder and birdwatching are two distinct fields with very different skill sets. At the end of the day, Leopold and Loeb were well out of their depth, just two garden variety narcissists living out delusions of grandeur. Well, that's my take on the story anyway. The media at the time, however, spun plenty of different yarns about what might have caused the horrible crime to take place. This was the early days of true mass media, when radios had just started finding their way into millions of American households. Everyone had an opinion and an agenda to push with it. The airwaves and papers were filled with all kind of speculation. For example, some ran with the idea that the crime was the inescapable result of the new culture of libertinism which had swept over the American youth. Churches, synagogues, and traditional values were having a hard time competing against jazz bars and casual sex. It's hard to imagine why. Evangelist Billy Sunday was one such proponent. He rallied against the moral miasma of the youth of the day and their infidel minds. Likewise, an unnamed individual referred to only as a Jewish spokesman wrote in the Chicago Tribune that rich Jewish parents were to blame for letting their children grow up spoiled and without any values. And of course, once news of the sexual dynamic between the two culprits came to light, this was taken as evidence of moral corruption. Now remember, this was the 1920s. Plenty of folks were on the lookout for chances to bash rich Jewish people, gay people, and atheism. I'll not be participating in any of that because I haven't lost my mind. My aim is to give you a sense of the kind of media frenzy that was whipped up around this case. The idea of the American dream itself was being put to the test. After all, two of its model families had produced offspring no better than the poor folk who were rotting in prison. Various academics were rallied to try and explain the whole thing. Psychologists attached significance to the fact that Leopold had already been sexually abused by his governess. That's nanny for our UK listeners, although I feel like Americans would also say nanny as well these days. Governess feels very old-fashioned. There were even graphics published in the papers featuring analyses of Leopold and Loeb's skull shapes. Is it phrenology? The science of people feeling your skull to see what's up inside, and it's all lies. Why is that important? Well, there's a now defunct pseudoscience called phrenology. Callum and I, same page, and I'm quite pleased that I remember that it was called phrenology, which claims that it was possible to determine a person's psychological character just by looking at the shape of their head. I'll give a quick rundown of Leopold's for any phrenology fans listening in. The slope of his brow meant that he lacked benevolent power. The tops of his ears revealed a distinctive instinct. His lips were sensuous. I think maybe that phrenologist needed to go take a cold shower. Yeah, it's just all bullshit, really. The trial. Against this backdrop of media sensationalism, the Cook County State Attorney was tasked with achieving the harshest possible punishment for both Leopold and Loeb. Death penalty, for sure. This was Robert Crowe, a Republican Party man with mayoral aspirations. He saw his shot to gain the goodwill of the public with a swift death penalty ruling. He was pretty confident that he could pull it off. In fact, Crowe told the papers this was potentially the most complete case he ever presented to a grand or petite jury. Wait, are they pleading not guilty? I assumed they confessed, so I assume they're going for non-guilty. So is there a jury in the US in that case? Or does the judge just sentence? Or maybe in death penalty cases, I don't know, but maybe this is correct, that there is a jury to decide what punishment is dished out. Or maybe in the US, does the jury decide how long you go to prison for? I thought that was the judge's job. Anyway, I'll stop talking because I don't know what I'm talking about. When the defense counsel for Leopold and Loeb was revealed, however, Crowe surely wished he had dialed down the bravado. This was Clarence Darrow, a legendary name in American legal circles, and likely one to ring some bells even for the casual true crime listener. Darrow and Crowe had gone head-to-head before on a corruption case featuring a senior Republican, with Darrow ultimately coming out on top. The trial, which started in July, was all set up to be a major courtroom drama, the kind of which the American public eats right up to this day. Local radio station WGN even considered setting up mics in the courthouse to broadcast the whole thing live, but decided that it would be in poor taste. Yes, it would be in poor taste. Fast forward 70 years and the whole nation would be gawking at the OJ trial, popcorn in hand. I'll let you decide which setup is better. Oh yeah, okay. So you can have like cameras and stuff in US courtrooms. In the UK, I don't believe you can. And so there's sketch artists who will draw what's going on, and that appears in the paper rather than, actual photos and stuff like that. But unlike in the OJ trial, nobody even considered exoneration as an option. I mean, the two killers had given confessions over 30 pages long and were openly proud of what they had done. No lawyer on earth was going to spin that into a not guilty. For Clarence Darrow, the bar was set much lower. Success meant avoiding the death penalty. Of course, when it came time to enter a plea, both Leopold and Loeb admitted their guilt. This allowed them to completely bypass trial by jury. Okay, good. I thought that was the case. I'm glad that we have the facts here, which would have massively swung things in the state's favor. Instead, Darrow only needed to appeal to the judge himself. All he had to do was convince the judge that Leopold and Loeb suffered from mental health problems rather than full-blown insanity, which would be enough to win life in prison. I think that should be achievable. And if this is a very good lawyer, that seems very likely. Because there's that lack of motive, the trust funds, rich kids, just got nothing better to do, spoiled. They're screwed up guys. There's no one who could argue that they're not screwed up guys. Just can that lawyer spin that screwed upness into mental issues? I believe probably yes. I don't know the outcome of this one. So both sides rolled out psychiatrists to give conflicting explanations for the same evidence, which caused a backlash against the field in the papers. The defense played every card in their hand, even arguing that the pressures of being from a wealthy family had caused the two teens to act out against their life of privilege. Man, being rich must be so tough. They painted a picture of both men as fanaticists. Leopold as a self-aggrandizing servant, desperate to worship and serve Loeb, while Loeb imagined himself as a criminal genius with need for someone to applaud him. As evidence, one of the psychological profilers quoted a conversation that he had with Loeb when he asked what he thought of the possibility of death by hanging. The killer said, "Well, it's too bad a fellow won't be able to read about it in the newspapers." All of these narratives and counter-narratives were woven over a grueling 33-day trial, which came to a head with a 12-hour closing argument from Darrow. His speech became a definitive aspect of not only the trial, but his entire career. In it, he gave an impassioned argument against the death penalty in principle. Invoking all kinds of fresh science from the decades prior, he eloquently argued that if it's in human nature or an individual's own nature to commit crime, then they can't rightly be held fully responsible in the traditional moral sense, making the death penalty barbaric. It's a bit of a stretch, but okay. It's an interesting question to consider if we accept that inescapable factors like insanity result in diminished responsibility. Can that be extended to more basic parts of human or individual nature? That might be taking things a bit far away from the casual criminalist and more into the hardcore criminologist territory, so we'll just leave it for you to consider. Thanks, Callum. Yeah, it's getting pretty deep, these moral, ethical questions. At any rate, the closing speech was a home run. Leopold and Loeb, the child killers, were sentenced to life in prison plus 99 years for kidnapping. They had dodged the noose, and Robert Crowe was left to stomp his hat in frustration. Later that day, he rallied against the judge and the press and was quoted as saying, "Leopold and Loeb had the reputation of being degenerates of the worst type. It is unfortunate for the welfare of the community that they were not sentenced to death." I don't know, they're in prison. What are they going to do? I don't think that, other than satisfy some need for vengeance, I don't think the community is going to be particularly adversely affected. They're still taken away and put somewhere where they will never get out of. The two degenerates, on the other hand, seemed quite pleased with the results. They were allowed to shake Darrow's hand before being carted off to Northern Illinois Penitentiary, where I'm sure their Nietzsche quotes won them a lot of friends. Definitely didn't. I can't imagine child killers have a particularly great time in prison, especially when they've got the superiority complex that these guys clearly had. That brings us about to the end of our story of Leopold and Loeb, so I'd just like to ask, was this the crime of the century which the newspapers tried to sell it as? My answer there, Callum, is absolutely not. You kind of read about this online, and it's like, oh, that sounds exciting. These genius killers. And then it's like, oh no, they were just smart kids, but they were really terrible at crime. Maybe, like Callum said, maybe they were really good at ornithology. Honestly, without the money and status involved, I doubt it would even be considered particularly noteworthy. Robert Crowe put it pretty well in his own closing argument when he said, "Take away their money, and what happens? The same thing that has happened to all other men who have been tried in this building who had no money." Clarence Darrow once said that a poor man on trial here was disposed of in 15 minutes. But if he was rich and committed the same crime, and he got a good lawyer, his trial would last 21 days. Well, they got 3 lawyers, and it has lasted just a little bit longer. When someone without the privileged life enjoyed by Leopold and Loeb kills someone, they're tarred as a natural criminal by default. But add in a touch of wealth, and suddenly the killers are given a platform to preach their philosophical justifications. If that fact alone doesn't make you sick, have a listen to this. In a newspaper interview during the trial, Leopold told a reporter, "A thirst for knowledge is highly commendable no matter what extreme pain or injury it may inflict upon others. A 6-year-old boy is justified in pulling the wings from a fly if by doing so he learns that without wings, the fly is helpless." Leopold is a total psycho. Only a total psycho would say that. Like, you can learn that a fly is helpless because someone will tell you so. Like, the fly flies with its wings. If you take off the wings, it's not going to fly. Okay, great. Now I don't need to take the wings off any flies. Problem solved. I'm pretty sure most of us were able to figure that out without any practical experimentation. Yes, thank you, Callum. Even with our puny intellects. But that's beside the point. All he's describing are the same basic impulses as every garden variety sadist, just with added pretentiousness. All this talk of psychology and philosophy just dressed up one simple fact. These 2 men were child murderers. And without any remorse to stop them, where might their murderous line of logic have taken them if they weren't caught? I can't say for sure, but what I can tell you is where they ended up. In January of 1936, Loeb fell foul of another prisoner named James Day, who was serving a bid for grand larceny. Day ambushed Loeb in the prison showers, slashing and stabbing him until he lay bleeding out on the floor. He died of 50 wounds, including a slashed throat at just 30 years old. It didn't take kryptonite to kill this self-appointed Superman. Just a simple shank did the job. Yeah, like I said, he wasn't going to have a good time in prison, was he? He's a dickhead and a child murderer. As for Leopold, he outlived his partner by quite a few decades. In 1958, he was granted parole, partly due to the advocacy of poet Carl Sandburg, who was apparently willing to overlook the whole child murder thing. Carl, what are you doing? He got parole, he was sentenced to life plus 99 years and narrowly avoided the death penalty. Why on earth did this guy get out of prison? He started a new life down in Puerto Rico, refusing to engage with the countless requests for interviews from US journalists. He married a fellow expat, gained a degree in social care, and went on to work in leprosy research and nature writing until his death in 1971. So, 1958, when did he go to prison? Just go back a little bit. Well, it was shortly after the crime, right? And the crime was 1924, so let's say 1925. So he spent 33 years in prison, right? Yeah, good. Arithmetic. 33 years in prison. He should have been in prison for way longer than that. He should have never left prison. 2 very different outcomes which appeal to 2 very different kinds of criminal justice. Retribution versus reformation. If you don't know which side you believe, try this little experiment. Which result made you less furious? There you have your answer. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's a very quick assessment of it. And obviously, like, prison can be for, to reform people. But also, if you're a child murderer, maybe we should just, for no reason, just a psychopathic child murderer, maybe you should stay in prison. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. Despite the lawyer winning one of the most unlikely victories of his entire career, Leopold's father was apparently unhappy with Clarence Darrow's work and refused to pay for his services. It's unclear what he was hoping for. I mean, if your son kills a kid and brags about it, anything short of the maximum sentence has to be considered lenient. Rich people. One quirk of rich people crime is that the world of musical theatre pays a lot more attention. In 2005, a musical called Thrill Me, the Leopold and Loeb story, premiered in New York to positive reviews. If the idea of listening to a chipper number in which a child murderer tries to entice a kid into his car sounds utter unsettling to you, well, still steer well clear. Who on earth thought that was a good idea? Who gave this good reviews? It's distasteful 100 years later. Come on. Number 3. In 1958, Leopold was given a further platform with the release of his autobiography, Life Plus 99 Years. It was seen as part of his attempt to polish his image and gain parole. Another book on the case by Meyer Levin, named Compulsion, was made into a film 1 year later, and Leopold tried to stop it on the grounds it damaged his reputation. The judge on the case essentially said, "You, the proud child murderer, have no reputation left to damage. Goodbye." That has been a rather dark episode of The Casual Criminalist. I do hope, well, not that you enjoyed it, but I do hope you found it interesting. If you are enjoying this show and you're listening to it as a podcast, please do leave us a review. If you are enjoying this show and you're watching it on YouTube, please do give us a thumbs up, leave us a comment, subscribe. And thank you for watching or listening. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. This is one of our short episodes, and, well, you might be disappointed today. I wonder if you'll be disappointed, because not only is this a short episode, and I can look at the stats of these episodes, and I can see that the short ones don't do as well. But, be that as it may, I rather like doing them. It means I have to sit in this chair for less time. It's a weak excuse. This is also one that I don't believe it involves any death. What happens here, as always, is I generally come up with a topic, or Callum, our writer, does, and then he gives me this script, which I have in front of me right now. It's light, because it's a short. And I'm not sure that this one has any murder or death or any of that stuff. Just before we get started with today's show, I was wondering what to call this, because it's a YouTube video. It's also a podcast. And I thought, let's just call it a show. It's a show. This is Japan's classic heist, the 300 million yen robbery. It's a classic in Japan, allegedly. Fun fact, Callum, despite being British, lives in Japan. Yeah, so there's that. I found him on the internet. Obviously, we did just bump into each other in the pub. I don't know why anyone would think that that's how we would meet. Anyway, this is Japan's classic heist, the 3 million yen robbery. Let's just jump into it. People are always asking me, Simon, how can I become as successful in my criminal career as you? That is a brilliant question. My criminal career, absolutely thriving right now. I mean, the YouTube's just for show. You know, it's underneath, basically Heisenberg. I'm the Heisenberg of YouTube. Before leaping into a stolen Ferrari loaded with millions in unmarked bills, I tell them that just like if you want to be a successful musician or painter, you first have to study the classics. Quick question. I mean, a rhetorical question, because obviously there's no one here with me. Are unmarked bills actually a thing? Because don't they all have marks? They all have serial numbers, right? It's got to mean like untraceable. So the serial numbers haven't been written down, or the bills haven't been tagged with GPS trackers or something like that, right? That's exactly what we're going to be doing today. All you criminal aspirants out there, it's a new word to me. I learned something with Callum's script. He's smart, so he uses words like aspirants. I'd just say aspirational people because I'm dumb. Be sure to take notes today. So what makes a classic crime? Well, for the story to really get a hold in the popular imagination, it has to be a few things. Successful, high value, unusual, and if you want people to really root for you, non-violent too. Today's case, although, you know, if you want a podcast in the true crime area to be successful, make them long, make them violent, make sure people get hurt. And today we're doing the opposite of all of those things, so smash that like button, leave me a review. Please listen to this episode to the end. Today's case checks all of those boxes, the crime ones, not the podcast ones, with bonus points for brazenness. It's a vintage heist story, which was equal parts ingenious and bizarre, and which, for many decades, remained the most expensive in Japanese history. The story of the 300 million yen robbery. I'm hoping we find out how much 300 million yen is, because I have no idea. The setup. It's early December 1968 and Tokyo is bustling as usual. We're in the middle of Japan's multi-decade heyday when its factories were churning out consumer electronics which won it a reputation as a futuristic wonderland for years to follow. Business is booming and the country's rapidly expanding middle class are more flush with cash than anyone could have predicted a few decades before. Of course, with that much money floating around, there are far more chances for opportunistic thieves to snatch some for themselves. That's why, it's always best to be a thief in a rich country. Lesson number 1 for today. Thank you, Callum. That's why on December the 6th, the manager of the Nippon Trust Bank in, oh god, my Japanese pronunciation, Kokobunji, I'm sorry, Japanese speakers who are listening, it's gonna be a bad time for you today. Received a letter demanding 3 million yen from the bank's deposits that be brought to a nearby location by one of the cashiers before 5 p.m. the next day. If the manager didn't comply, both his home and workplace would be bombed. That's some heavy reading for a Friday morning. Regardless, the manager wasn't so keen to comply. He called the police, who sent around 50 officers to stake out the drop-off point. I'm no expert in police sting operations, but surely 4 dozen people suspiciously milling around would be enough to deter any decent thief. Unless, of course, they used high-level tactics like cutting eye holes into newspapers, of course. Oh, very good. In the end, nothing came of it, and the weekend passed by without further incidents. I mean, the manager likely had a heart attack every time his kid slammed a cupboard door, but no actual bombing took place. The new work week rolled around, and everything went back to normal. The heist. Okay, so far, it's hardly a classic heist tale, but the best is yet to come. It's now Tuesday, the 10th of December. With the New Year holiday season approaching, companies are getting together their end-of-year bonuses with their employees. As I mentioned before, Japan's collective wallet was pretty stuffed back then, so factories were offering more than a Starbucks gift voucher or cinema tickets. Well, I know what to get you for Christmas next year, Callum. You're getting a Starbucks gift voucher for a single coffee. The Toshiba Corporation was having a particularly good run of it, meaning the total cash value of their employees' bonuses was 300 million yen. And if you take a look at the title of today's episode, you'll sense some pretty heavy-handed foreshadowing right now. I sense it, Callum. The bonus pot was roughly equivalent to $3.4 million in today's money, meaning that 4 bank staff members were accompanying it on its way to the Toshiba factory, and they were all a little on edge. Okay, $3.4 million is a lot, but was this really Japan's biggest heist for a long time? I think I mentioned before, maybe it was on another channel I do called Business Blaze. There was a Securitas raid in the UK maybe 20 years ago, and they made off with like 60 mil or something insane. And a bunch of them still haven't been got caught and the money hasn't been recovered. There are some heists got hardcore. Things went smoothly enough and they started to close in on their destination. But as they pulled down a road running behind... Well, it's spelled like F you, but I'm guessing it's not F you prison. It's going to be like Fuhu prison, maybe? Anyway, it's the largest in Japan. Something strange happened. A police motorbike raced up behind them and pulled in front of the transport car. The officer hopped off and ran over to the car window. He told the driver the worst had happened. The bomb threat, which was made the week prior, had been carried out. The bank had been blown up, as was the house of the manager. Even worse, the police had reason to suspect their car was rigged with dynamite too. The officer crawled underneath to check it out for himself, and sure enough, the car was set to blow. This is pretty clever. Obviously, my guess, as you guys know, I don't read these ahead of time. My guess, there ain't no bomb on that car. That guy ain't a police officer, and he's going to be like, I'm going to drive, in Japanese, he would say, I'm going to drive this car to safety, guys. Don't worry about it at all. I'm going to sacrifice myself. Hand me the keys. Before he could get clear, the bomb began to detonate. Smoke billowed out from the underside of the vehicle. The bank staff ran for their lives, diving behind a wall at the prison, while the officer valiantly leapt behind the wheel to get the ticking time bomb clear of danger. It was even more elaborate. That's why they're the master criminals and I'm not. I am. I'm like Heisen, but not really. The terrified security workers peeked over the wall to watch this brave officer risk his life to get the exploding sedan away from them. Very far away from them, in fact. So far away that it was long out of sight. And still, no explosion. Well, not a very loud one, at least. As the blood stopped rushing around their heads, the four men noticed something. Sitting on the road, right where the armored car had stopped, was an extinguished flare. It's unclear exactly how long it took them to put all the pieces together, and whether or not you've already done so yourself. I really hope you've done so yourself. If you haven't realized that guy ain't a cop and that flare was the smoke, well, you'd make an absolutely terrible detective. Hopefully you're not a detective. If you're there and you're listening to this and you're a detective and you didn't work that out, I'm sorry for insulting you. If you're yet to have your coffee today, I'll spell it out. That was no police officer. It was a thief with an Ocean's 11 level of preparation, genius, and let's face it, balls. And just like the bomb under the car was all smoke and mirrors, so too were the other explosions. None of them actually took place. By the time these thoughts crystallized in the heads of the bank clerks, the money was long gone. Also, this is so clever how they're, threatening violence and bombs and all of this stuff and the danger of it. But really, so far, it's just one flare. The initial investigation. Now, the crime might seem incredibly clever so far, but the thief left behind a plethora of evidence for the cops to go on. As the media frenzy around the story grew and grew, detectives were under pressure to transmute all those A-grade clues into an arrest or two. Transmute is another word. I know it. I know what it means, but I'd never use it in real life. I'm going to try and use transmute from now on. Thanks, Callum. First of all, the motorbike was left at the scene. Anyone giving it more than a cursory glance would instantly recognize it wasn't a proper police vehicle at all. It was just a regular old Yamaha painted white. Checking the license plate proved to be a dead end, as the bike was stolen shortly prior to the theft. Likewise, the megaphone strapped on to complete the disguise was traced back to a construction site where it had gone missing the week before. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be incredibly easy to fake a police car, let alone a police bike. Paint it white, stick some, Japanese word for police on the side, get some flashy lights off, AliExpress or whatever. Similar dead ends were reached trying to trace the purchase of a hunting cap found inside the bike cover, which the fake policeman was accidentally dragging behind the bike, a can of cookies, which was taped to look like a police document box, the flare, and a pair of off magnets, which were supposed to attach to the car, and a newspaper snippet found stuck to the microphone. Despite a total of 120 juicy pieces of evidence found at the crime scene, the abandoned armored car, and other key locations, no definitive progress was made. It's thought that some of the evidence was deliberately strewn around to waste precious police time on a bunch of red herrings. All they knew for sure was that the robber had type B blood, proven by the traces of saliva on the blackmail letter postage stamp. This was when? The late 1960s, did we say? Yeah, 68. Did they have DNA and stuff back then? I don't think so, right? But this is the thing. You could be committing crimes right now. Imagine you're these guys and they're like, oh yeah, there's saliva. What are they going to do with that? Nothing. They found out he had type B blood. But you'll just be, uh-oh. When that DNA technology comes around, you'll be like, oh, crap. Hopefully they don't reopen this case. All that, despite the efforts of hundreds of detectives and tens of thousands of police employees. It's even said that a few died of exhaustion while working on the case, although that sounds a little bit over the top. As does the fact that the whole probe cost 3 times as much as the actual value of the cash stolen, but that part is very much true. Oh God. I mean, I know why you have to spend the money, because then it sets the right message and, criminals going to jail or whatever is good for justice, but that's pretty rough. The fallout. Much of the hefty price tag came from the intense campaign of public interviews which the police conducted in the local area. Using a photo fit image sketched up from the statements of the bank employees, they went door to door and interviewed all the college-age residents of the area to see if they knew the thief. If that sounds like a pretty scatterball approach to use, isn't it? Scatterbrain? I don't know, scatterball, shot. I don't know what the saying is, but whatever. I'm just going to assume Callum's right because he uses all these words I don't know. Then you're pretty much spot on. Consider the fact that the total list of potential suspects topped out at over 100,000 at its peak. Damn! That means even if you just picked one person at random, you'd have a 0.001% chance of getting the right guy, if he was even on the list to begin. Yeah, he might not be on the list. He might not be a suspect. One suspect, however, stood out to the police. This guy was Boy S, as the media was calling him. He was reported to be the son of a motorbike police officer and leader of the infamous Takegawa Group youth gang, notorious teenage carjackers and joyriders. Carjacking and joyriding, two very different crimes. Carjacking, I feel like you're going to go to prison for a long time. That's where you, like, Grand Theft Auto style someone's car, right? You go up and you grab them and you take them, and that's scary for the person. Whereas joyriding is just stealing a car and riding it around, which, I mean, is bad, but you're not hurting anyone. I mean, the person who owns the car, and you're maybe hurting the insurance company, but it's an insurance company. Who cares? Just joking. Boy S was just 19. My insurance premiums probably just went up. My insurance agent would be like, they'll get a message to him somehow, and my car insurance will be much more expensive. I'll be like, God damn it. Boy S was just 19, and not only was he a known delinquent, but he also looked like the photo fit. The police took the 4 bank employees to visit the home of the suspect, and they confirmed that there was a close resemblance. Whether or not Boy S really did commit the crime, we'll never know. He committed suicide using potassium cyanide pills that same night. Wow, that's hardcore. His father insisted on his son's innocence, and Boy S was cleared of any wrongdoing posthumously. The evidence bore out that's got to weigh on you police officers who accused him. The evidence bore out that conclusion in the end too, as his handwriting and blood type were not a match for the culprits. In the end, the bank employees admitted that they never actually got a good enough look at the perpetrator to feel confident about the photo fit. That's gonna weigh, guys. Jeez. They likely just felt heavily pressured into coming up with something useful after their bizarrely comical blunder at the prison. And that's where the facts pretty much leave off with this case, but as we know, that's when fiction comes to fill in the gaps, or speculation at least. The case had enough public attention to stoke theories for decades to come. Kinda like Japan's D.B. Cooper minus the parachute jump. I would say that maybe we should cover the D.B. Cooper case on this, on Casual Criminalist in the future, but I want to see how this one does, because if robberies do terrible, well, I'm not going to make more robberies, because I feel like when you decide what content you're going to make based on reception, it feels a bit creatively bankrupt. But on the other hand, a part of creativity is making things that people want to see. And if it all wants to watch robber ones, I'm not going to make robber ones because I like people watching the stuff I make. All right? The policeman's son angle really stuck, partly because it had the most dramatic appeal of all the possibilities. Those who investigate from this angle will point out the timely suicide of the young suspect and the fact that cyanide had actually been purchased by his father. What's more, the only fingerprints found on the newspaper used to wrap the poison belonged to the father. Could he have possibly coerced his teenage son into suicide for bringing his detective colleagues to their doorstep? That is dark. It's maybe a little far-fetched. If you know anything about the Japanese legal system, you'll know that even being suspected of a crime could completely ruin a person's life. I know nothing about the Japanese legal system, Callum, but that's intense. Extreme psychological pressures and lengthy detentions are used to force confessions out of subjects upon which the country's farcical 99% conviction rate is based. Damn. If Boy S chose to opt out of all of that, he wouldn't have been the first nor the last. Also, I mean, that is insane. 99% conviction rate, something is wrong? Like, most people should be going free? Even the guilty ones? Because I actually went to law school. And one of the things I remember from that, at least in the UK system, is this general, there's the reasonable, beyond all reasonable doubt, which means you got to be absolutely sure that someone is guilty. So the idea of like a 99% conviction rate is a little bit concerning because it means more innocent people are going to go to jail than guilty people going free. And generally, I think the legal systems looks at it, it's better for a guilty person to be free than for an innocent person to be in prison. And I agree with that. And Japan seems rather scary. They also have the death penalty, and they hang people, which I covered that in another video, I believe. Let's get back to it. Even if the suicide was legitimate, there remains the fact that another member of Boy S.'s carjacking gang, who also had the wrong blood type and handwriting, was discovered to be living quite comfortably in the years after the incident. The police never could trace the source of the money he was using to buy fancy clothes and a nice car, so it's still up for debate. Could it have been a joint effort by the gang who went on to split the money? What, just find out where his money is. If he's spending it all in cash, you're going to get in trouble at some point. I mean, where's the money come from? Could it be a joint effort by the gang who went on to split the money? How hard can it be to, trace it? Surely if you rob that much money... Look, I've seen enough Breaking Bad to know you got to launder that money, or you're going to get in trouble. So, just look to see if it comes from, some... but then it comes from a legitimate source. And you're like, yeah. Look into his suspiciously legitimate businesses. That's what I would do. I'm not good at this stuff. That seems like the most likely scenario so far, although I still get the feeling that when faced with utter confusion, mounting costs, and immense public pressure, pinning the whole thing on a gang of teenage delinquents might just have been the most convenient conclusion for the police. So, there's just one more theory worth mentioning. In 1998, a magazine named Shuhan Hoseki, again, I apologize, Japanese speakers, reported that they had finally cracked the case after 30 long years. They had tracked down a 55-year-old man named Yuji Ogata who told them how he and his accomplices had smuggled the stolen cash past police roadblocks before splitting up and spreading out across Japan. A convincing narrative, but... and Callum uses a but with 3 U's there. So, but... just as Japan seemed to believe one of their oldest and boldest cases would be closed, Agata's ex-wife went on record saying that he was a habitual liar. What's more, his family and friends recounted that the perpetually broke Agata-san had asked them for money in the weeks and months after that fateful day in 1968. Hardly the actions of a newly minted millionaire. The story was obviously just the work of a total nonsense merchant looking to make a quick buck off the crime. But I already knew that, of course. See, in truth, it was me! Oh, Callum, no! I committed the Great Japanese Bomb Hoax, good lord, it's got a long name, Great Japanese Bomb Hoax Robbery of 1968. And you can find all of the details in my new memoir, On the Lam in Japan, just $9.99 plus postage and packaging. Callum, are you plugging your merch that doesn't exist? Someone suggested a great merch item. We have no merch for Casual Criminalist yet. It's way too new. Not nearly enough people watch this channel for it to have merch. But someone was like, oh, there was such a brilliant idea. I can't even remember what it was, though, so it wasn't that brilliant. If you've got ideas for Casual Criminalist merch, comment below. Or if you're watching this as a podcast, well, podcasts don't have comments, so I guess too bad. And that's pretty much it for today, folks. In reality, we'll probably never know who the man behind Japan's most audacious heist really was. There is still some hope of seeing a tidy conclusion, but not through an arrest. The statute of limitations expired in 1975, and even all civil liability for the crime ended in 1988. The culprit could go on TV tomorrow and confess with 0 legal consequences. That's quite a short statute of limitations for, robbery. 6 years? All right, but when you're sitting flush on a pile of cash on a tropical island somewhere, why bother? Now, there's one last thing to clear up. I know what I said in the intro, but if you're really just looking to get your own pile of cash, please don't just replicate anything you've heard here. Just buy a lottery ticket. Don't buy a lottery ticket, please. I rant about this on one of my other channels so much. Don't buy lottery tickets. It's a waste of money. And even if you win, it's probably not going to make you happy. And remember that if you do get arrested for making bomb threats, a YouTube personality told me to do it is not a valid defense in court. And I'm going to throw in, we're not telling you to do this, Callum. You're going to get me in trouble, and not just with my insurance agent. This has been a Casual Criminalist short. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you're listening to the show as a podcast, you know what to do. Leave us a review. If you're watching this on YouTube, please smash that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And I'll see you next time, probably, almost certainly, for a long version, with more violence and blood and gore and all of those horrible things that you people love. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of the Casual Criminalist. I, as always, am your host, Simon, and not as always, we're trying something a little bit different in this episode. This is what I am calling a Casual Criminalist short, which, if you couldn't tell from the name, is a short version of the Casual Criminalist. I've had everyone's favorite scriptwriter, Callum, put together a short Casual Criminalist piece. Generally, these are pieces that I felt didn't quite have enough information to be fleshed out into a full episode. So we're starting with The Nun's Tale, Sister Virginia Maria. Just before we get into it, I will say that if you are listening to this in its podcast form, hello there. Please do consider leaving a fantastic review for this podcast, or a negative review if you just don't like it. But then why are you listening? Also, if you are watching this on YouTube or wherever you get videos, then do consider smashing that like button. And let's just jump in, shall we? We all like a good story, even true crime fans. I think particularly true crime fans. I think the story is what already makes these stories come alive. Does that make sense? The only difference is that the sort of romantic yarns that likely suit your depraved tastes aren't exactly fairy tales. Well, actually, they are like fairy tales. The original Blood and Guts versions, oh yeah, fairy tales, like told by Disney, way less gruesome than Isn't the original Snow White, she gets raped while she's sleeping by the king or something and has the baby and doesn't even remember, and I'm like, whoa, the old fairy tales, way more rape, way more murder. And as Callum says, way more blood and guts. Rather than the Disney respins. Callum and I, same page. If that sounds like your idea of a proper romance, then you're in luck. Aww. In our very first Casual Criminalist short, we're going to be looking at one of the strangest, goriest, and most disgusting love stories from history. One of the most disgusting things I remember is something actually covered on another YouTube channel I run called Today I Found Out, where we covered the case of a man who basically makes like a model of this woman, and then it's like made with her bones. It is horrible, and maybe we could cover it. If people tell me, Simon, cover the weird story about the man with his bones, I will. Maybe that's a longer piece though. Anyway, it takes place, as many of the great love stories do, in Italy. Milan, to be precise. The year is 1575, and a local banking family has just added a newborn girl to their numbers. Her name was Mariana de Via e Marino, and I apologize for my Italian pronunciation. I am not Italian. Could you tell? Despite being from a wealthy family, little Mariana didn't have the easiest upbringing. Her mother died of the plague before she was old enough to understand, and her father, the cold and uncaring Earl of Monza, was largely absent as he tended to his investments around the continent. After a tumultuous upbringing in the care of her aunt, overshadowed by a long and unsuccessful lawsuit for her maternal inheritance, Mariana was shipped off to a nunnery at the age of 13. That was just the done thing back then in the day. If you couldn't be bothered with a kid, just send them to the clergy. They're no longer your problem. Despite the surprise twist in her life trajectory, Mariana's time as a servant of God was quite pleasant in the beginning. Her convent was actually in the town of Monza, a picturesque place just a short distance northeast of Milano. Mariana took on a new name after her consecration in 1591, picking the incredibly predictable Sister Virginia Maria, which must be the non-equivalent of John Smith, indeed. And for the rest of her teens, Sister Virginia had a pretty good lifestyle. She made friends easily, read often, and she became a well-liked political figure in Monza, known as a model nun. By the end of her holy career, however, she would be known for messing pretty much every aspect of her religious duties up in the worst ways imaginable. Why, you ask? Well, when our heroine reached the tender age of 22, she fell in love. I'm very curious as to where this is going. I mean, as we know well from the Casual Criminalist, people who have difficult upbringings and are abandoned by their parents, or one of the parents dies and then you're abandoned by the father, you know, I'd say that makes up a disproportionate number of the criminals we cover on this show. The object of her affections was a local Casanova called Giovanni Paolo Ossio, who lived in a townhouse right next to the monastery. Pretty much an archetypal wealthy bad boy. Gianpaolo, I guess that's short for Giovanni, who knew, had been accused of murdering a tax collector in the past. He was later pardoned, but still, this was not the sort of guy who the locals wanted their daughters going anywhere near. Yeah, I mean, normally when you describe a bad boy, it's like, I don't know, he drives a car that is too fast. In this one, no, he's a murderer. Anyway, apparently he had grown tired of seducing his fellow aristocrats and sought more of a challenge, competing against the almighty himself for kicks. So he set his sights on the young sister after seeing her working at the girls' school attached to the convent, which he was apparently in the habit of watching from his window. It all started out innocently enough, with the two exchanging letters using a rope dropped down from one of the monastery windows. Eventually, though, they decided to take things to the next level. Being from a rich family, Sister Virginia had enough influence around town to bring a few of the other nuns onto her side, and Signor Ossio's priest buddy, Father Aragon, also helped keep things under wraps. Why? They had a blacksmith copy the keys to the doors, and Gianpaolo used them regularly to sneak in and spend the night with Sister Virginia. So much for being a model nun. That went downhill quickly. In case of any of our listeners aren't familiar at all with the Catholic faith, abstinence is basically the golden rule for monks and nuns. Look, I don't know much about the Catholic faith, but I do know that nuns can't have sex. That is like, yeah, it's one of the keys, as Callum says. Which is why Sister Virginia was thrown into such a crisis by her perfectly normal human behavior. I mean, being a nun, it doesn't seem like a normal human behavior. I mean, I don't imagine there are too many nuns watching this true crime show, but I mean, it is a bit weird, isn't it? I mean, nothing she's done so far warrants any condemnation, but it was the way she dealt with this inner... Wait, it definitely sees... Isn't condemnation even a religious word? It sounds like she would definitely be condemned by God. She's done the least nunny thing of all nunny things, other than maybe murder. And maybe we're getting to murder. But it was the way she dealt with this inner turmoil that won her a place in the history books under the chapter, "Oh my God, that's disgusting." See, Sister Virginia decided that the best way to conquer her bodily urges wasn't prayer. It was, and there's no sugarcoating it here, she ate Gianpaolo's feces. Yes, her Clockwork Orange-esque logic was that if she could overpower her lust with pure total disgust, then she would be able to avoid sleeping with him ever again. Well, obviously, she's never seen Two Girls, One Cup. I should add that modern therapists do not recommend this method for getting over your ex. No shit. The tried and true method of silently weeping yourself to sleep for months is much more effective than literal shit munching, which is precisely what Sister Virginia discovered. Her methods were as ineffective as they were insane. Yeah, unquestionably both of those things. Although I don't know. Maybe the shit, she's like, yeah, no, now he disgusts me because I know what his shit tastes like. But still, this is not right. Definitely not right. Also, I've seen that Human Centipede movie, which is very bizarre and horrible, but I'm pretty sure you can get some terrible infections from eating other people's shit. And this is what? The 16th century? There's not antibiotics for hundreds of years. You're kind of screwed if you get an infection. Anyway, moving on. So the lovers continued on with their trysts, and Sister got significantly more weird. And Sister Virginia ended up falling pregnant twice. In 1602, her first baby was stillborn. Then in 1603, she gave birth to a healthy daughter who was snuck off to live in the house of Gianpaolo and officially recognized as his illegitimate kid. That sounds like an oxymoron, officially illegitimate. A few years later, by this point, the townspeople basically knew who the mother was, but it was only discussed in hushed whispers. Perhaps because of these extra scandalous developments, the consciences of their co-conspirators eventually decided to stir up trouble. In 1606, one of the other nuns decided she'd had enough, possibly to save her own skin from God's wrath. She threatened to drag the whole affair out of the shadows, which would likely have had some pretty severe consequences back in 17th century Italy. 17th century, but still we're hundreds of years away from antibiotics. What did I say, 17th century? Okay, yeah, this story started in the 1500s, late 1500s, and moved into the 1600s. It's all making sense. But you see, this will likely involve chains and fire, or something along those lines. Yeah, use your imagination. But see, prison wasn't exactly Gianpaolo's thing, so he silenced the nun in the only way he could. He killed her with a crowbar to the head and had two of the other nuns hide her in the chicken coop. Sister Virginia wasn't just an innocent bystander either. She was responsible for making sure that all the other nuns kept their mouths shut, lest they meet the same fate. Suddenly, the monastery was looking a lot more like a prison block than a house of God. So even in a house of God, the same old rules apply. Snitches get stitches. Or murdered and put in a chicken coop. I don't know why they decided to put in the chicken coop. I heard if you put them in the pig pen. Wasn't there some famous mobster who got rid of all the bodies by feeding them to the pigs? Or is this just some movie reference that I'm not going to get? Because as everyone will always point out in the comments that I have not seen movies. I've seen Goodfellas, I think. I've not seen The Godfather. But someone was definitely feeding them bodies to pigs because they're really good at destroying bodies. There you go. Useful fact for the future. But the two lovers were on edge now, unsatisfied that their threats of violence would be enough to cover their tracks. So not only the snitch got stitches, but also the poor blacksmith who had forged the keys. Gianpaolo even tried hiring an assassin to shoot the town herbalist who had sold the nuns some medicines used for old-timey abortions. Lovely. It's likely that adding to their body count harmed their case rather than helped it, because word slowly made it to the top brass in Milan, the governor himself. In 1607, he ordered an investigation into the murders and surrounding rumours, which led to the arrest of Gianpaolo, Sister Virginia, and all of those who had aided them in their decade-long binge of sin. Yeah, now you've got a lot more people to kill to cover this up. It's going to get to the point where it's not really going to work out. Many of them were subjected to, or threatened with, the aforementioned chains and fire, tortured until they spun the same gruesome yarn which I've just outlined for you, albeit with far more screaming and repenting than in my version. Gianpaolo caught a lucky break as he was able to escape from captivity, avoiding the death penalty, which was dished out to him in his absence. But what the courts couldn't carry out, one of his friends managed to do instead. His host had Gianpaolo stabbed to death in his basement. His head was taken to the local governor, while his body was walled into a niche in the palace. What's with hiding bodies in weird places? Where his headless ghost is said to wander to this day, presumably looking for women to hit on like a spectral Joey from Friends. How you doing? And he would say it in like old Italian, but you know. And our anti-heroine, the nun, with the questionable dietary choices, was sentenced to life behind bricks. Yes, bricks, not bars. She was to spend the rest of her days in a tiny bricked-off room which was just 3.3 meters square. Her defense in court was basically that Satan made her do it. She didn't quite phrase it like that, but the gist was that evil forces had placed unescapable urges inside her, so she wasn't acting on her own volition. That's a shaky defense at best, but probably held a lot more water back in the olden time religious courts than it would nowadays. Yeah, I don't imagine many people are in court nowadays being like, God made me do it. The devil got inside me. It's like, all right. So after serving 13 years of her sentence, Sister Virginia was judged to be sufficiently repentant and reformed to return to her holy service, although who knows what 13 years of solitary confinement did to her already quirky psychology. At any rate, she became known in godly circles as a model of repentance and wrote a series of letters instructing young nuns on how to deal with their earthly impulses. It probably didn't have to do with, she probably didn't recommend just eating shit. So, that didn't work out for her at all. These now sit alongside other classics such as O.J. Simpson's Guide to Marital Bliss and Charles Bronson's Practical Anger Management in the Do As I Say, Not As I Do self-help section. So there you have it. A story of lust, murder, love, and some disgusting other stuff, which I don't want to bother repeating. But although she's not the most sympathetic character, I think it's worth asking, to what extent was Sister Virginia herself a victim here? Our Humble Crime podcast isn't the first bit of media to explore the idea. In his 1940 novel, The Betrothed, wow, we're going back, Italian writer Alessandro Manzoni made a case in her defense. His literary version of the famous nun dropped all of the fecal details and portrayed her instead as a mistreated and innocent girl starved of parental affection and manipulated by a sadistic playboy. I mean, she was definitely starved of affection, and it does seem like she was manipulated by the sadistic playboy who just wanted to seduce a nun. So do we buy that? Well, not really, I don't think. In reality, Virginia got her hands far more dirty in more ways than one than the sanitized account would have us believe. And with that final judgment, I'll let you go, so you can try and get the images from the past 10 minutes out of your head. Peace be with you. Amen. Very nice ending, Callum. That is the first ever episode of a Casual Criminalist short. Let me know what you think of it. Do you like these short ones? Obviously, these are just in addition to the regular longer episodes where I found something on the internet and I was like, let's do that, but it wasn't enough material. It's Casual Criminalist short. Please let me know what you think. If you're listening to this as a podcast, leave a review. If you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button, all of that other stuff. Thanks for watching. Or listening, if you're listening. The curious criminal case of the wife of Dr. Crippen involves a very sudden vanishing act, dismembered body parts, a historic moment for the wireless telegraph, a missing moustache, a boat race to Canada, and an execution at Pentonville Prison, all in the very same year. Welcome to the Casual Criminalist. I'm your host, Simon. As always on this show, well, this is actually the premiere episode, so you won't know that, but here, Danny writes me a script. I will read it to you. I might add some comments and a few little thoughts and stuff like that. This is the Casual Criminalist. Let's jump in. Life on the foggy streets of old London town in the very early 20th century was tough in more ways than one. While all the poor people were dropping dead from whooping cough, scarlet fever, bubonic plague and rickets, the wealthier classes were facing their own set of problems, their own set of, first world problems back in the early 20th century. Always a thing, apparently. The main issue was that the television hadn't been invented yet, and although newfangled cinema houses had started to open their doors for the first time in central London, it would be at least another 20 years before anybody made a film that might be worth watching. And I've seen some of those early movies, which are like just a few seconds long. I think the first ever movie made was called The Garden Party or something, and it's just a looping couple of seconds of people at a garden party. Film came a long way. Anyway, let's move on. On top of that, they were even starting to close down the opium dens, and you wouldn't be able to get your hands on a doner kebab until about the 1940s. Yeah, the hard times, between opium dens and doner kebabs. the worst of times. And, also there were wars. So the most exciting thing you could hope to do on a typical Saturday night was snap up a ticket for a musical variety show down at a respectable venue, like the Hackney Empire. If you were lucky, you might catch a couple of banging tunes performed by the queen of music hall herself, Miss Mary Lloyd. And I don't think I can play these for you because I'll get copyright claims and stuff like that, because even though these are almost certainly out of copyright, there's going to be some company out there hoovering up the rights and just making my life miserable. Well, I had to listen to these, and they're really bad. I mean, I know people had different tastes and stuff back in the day, but it's sort of like a woman who can't sing very well telling a really long story. There's no chorus or anything. There's no hook. It's just not very good. Maybe some people love musical music. I would describe them as people without taste. Or, on a quieter night, you might get to see an escapologist, a flea circus, a talking dog, a fire eater, or an amazing feat of memory from the Living Encyclopedia. Yeah, none of these things are really die-hard, though, are they? If you were something of a musical connoisseur, you might have become familiar with a lesser-known up-and-coming singer who went by the stage name of Belle Elmore. And in that case, you'd have known to avoid that particular show like the plague, bubonic or otherwise, because though Belle Elmore always felt she was destined to be a star of the stage, the truth was that she had no discernible talent whatsoever, and Danny has written that in italics, so I assume she really was an absolutely talentless hack. During one performance at the Bedford and Euston Palace, where her services had been engaged for a full week, she was actually hissed off the stage by the audience on the first night. Everyone knows that hissing is worse than booing. She wasn't asked to come back the next day. No surprises there. Yet although she may have deserved a few bad reviews, Belle Elmore certainly didn't deserve the grisly fate that was said to have befallen her during the month of February in the year 1910. But did the right person hang for the crime? And why was the seemingly cut-and-dry case dug up again nearly a century later? Well, good news. You're listening, or maybe you're watching, The Casual Criminalist, and you're going to find out. Thanks to Danny and me. Belle Elmore's real name was reported to be Corinne Cora Turner, although as she'd been married to Dr. Crippen since 1894, her name would have been Corinne Cora Crippen by the time she took to the stage in the music halls of London. Although it turns out that Corinne was never her real name either. In fact, her real name was, and this is a pronunciation nightmare, Kunigunds Makamotski, maybe? But to make Simon's life a bit easier, thank you, Danny, always appreciated. Let's just stick to Cora Turner for the rest of this script, as that's the name she was most commonly known by anyway. I feel as soon as someone's got multiple names already, I mean, she's not the criminal today, I believe. It's got to be her husband, right? But having multiple names is always a bit sketchy. To tell the tragic story of Cora Turner, we first need to properly be introduced to the slightly peculiar-looking man that she was destined to marry. I'll throw him up on the screen now if you're watching the show today. Well, you can see him. He's a strange-looking man. He's kind of got these bulgy eyes. Maybe Danny's going to tell us all about it. Hawley Harvey Crippen was born in Coldwater, Michigan in the United States in 1862 to a comfortable family. I assume financially comfortable rather than, comfortable to sit on or something like that. That was a terrible joke. After graduating from the University of Michigan, young Crippen completed a degree from Cleveland Homeopathic Hospital and took the first of many hops across to England to improve his medical pedigree. Well, he's not started off with a very good medical pedigree, has he? Because he's done homeopathy. I don't know. If you're listening to the show and you like homeopathy, you're going to be in for a treat, because I absolutely love ragging on homeopathy as hard as possible. By 1880, it's like, yeah, we put a drop of this in the ocean, and then we scooped out a bit of the ocean somewhere else, but it retained the memory of the magical substance. Yeah, right. By 1885, he'd acquired another diploma from the Ophthalmic Hospital in New York, and had set up his own medical practice in Brooklyn. Dr. Crippen married his first wife, Charlotte Bell, in Santiago in 1887, and the young couple had a son, Otto Hawley Crippen. Tragically, Charlotte Bell became ill and died suddenly just 3 years later. Young Otto was packed off to California to be raised by her mother, and it's believed that Dr. Crippen, Charlotte Bell's mother, not Otto, was a girl, because her mother. That was confusing for a second, but I'm back with it now. And it's believed that Dr. Crippen had little or no further contact with his son. A few years later, Dr. Crippen had met up with a 17-year-old girl from Brooklyn who identified herself as Cora Turner and who harbored dreams of becoming a star of grand opera. It wasn't until much later in their relationship that she revealed her real name was Kunigunds Makamotski, again, maybe, and that her father was a Russian Pole while her mother was German. probably why she has such a difficult to pronounce name right there. I like Cora Turner better. And I thought we agreed we were going to stick with Cora Turner. Shortly after getting married, Dr. Crippen and his second wife took the unusual step of moving permanently to London in the year 1900. It would be the first of many quite odd decisions that Crippen would take. I say odd because Crippen had spent years earning medical qualifications. Air quotes. Which were not considered good enough for England and were rendered useless the moment he set up home in London. In other words, Dr. Crippen could no longer run his own medical practice, although he did take up a new position as a manager of Dr. Munyon's patent medicine business, an outfit which would go on to fight several fraud cases, largely because most of their cure-all elixirs were just sugar and alcohol concoctions, which I have another channel called Business Blaze. Maybe some of you are familiar with that. We talked about these cure-all, magical 19th century patent medicines. They just contained like alcohol and cocaine, but I mean, they were awesome, but didn't really do anything. I mean, to help you medically. I'm sure they were fun. But then Dr. Crippen and Cora Turner always seemed like an odd couple in more ways than one. Crippen was a small, softly spoken, mild-mannered man with a heavy moustache, gold-rimmed spectacles, and strangely bulbous eyes. That's the thing you notice when you look at this dude. His eyes do kind of stick out a little bit. He kind of looked a bit like he'd unwittingly sat down on a cactus at some point, and his face had never quite recovered from the experience. If you're just listening to this in its podcast form, well, you don't even need to see him anymore. He's been perfectly described. Crippen was a regular attendee and host of high-class social events, but had always been a very quiet and unassuming presence. Although he was courteous and hospitable when required, he was largely happy to just sink into the shadows and allow his wife to bask in the limelight. In contrast, Cora Turner was a bubbly and vivacious personality with a loud Brooklyn accent. Many people described her as quite an overbearing character who wielded dominance over her unremarkable husband and was known to be openly flirtatious with other men while in the eyesight of her uncomplaining spouse. I mean, that would be, I'll be a bit annoyed about that today, but in the 100 years ago, it was a bit more of a thing, I'm sure. But something in the relationship seemed to be working, and Dr. Crippen showed devoted support in furthering the career of Cora, who by now had abandoned her dreams of becoming a grand opera star and set her sights a little lower on the music hall stages of London. In fact, he possibly gave a little too much support. Crippen ended up getting sacked from Dr. Munyon's as they felt that he was devoting too much time to managing his wife's stage career instead of putting the hours into his day job. Yeah, I mean, not a big surprise. He later picked up a more modest managerial role at Jowet's Institution for the Deaf, I'm not sure on the pronunciation there, while continuing to act as manager for his wife, who had by now adopted the stage name of Belle Elmore. It sounds so romantic, Belle Elmore, and foreign and exciting. But I think the best thing about her was probably her stage name. But the musical career was going nowhere fast. The sad truth was that Cora Turner had ambitions far beyond her meager talents. Following a couple of early disastrous high-profile appearances, the critics rather unkindly dubbed her the Brooklyn Matzo Ball. I had to Google matzo balls, as I'd never heard of the term before. Aren't they like a thing that goes in a soup? I feel like they're Jewish, but I'm not really sure. And so Danny Googled it and he found out that it's a big fat dumpling which is usually plonked into lame watery soup. I had a feeling it was put into a soup. Cora Turner was forced into more humble bookings at low-end venues, but even these became increasingly hard to source over the years. And it was during this financially difficult period that the odd couple made another odd decision. The doctor who couldn't legally practice and the musical star who couldn't get a booking decided to splash out on renting a nice new home at 39 Hilldrop Crescent, just off of Camden Road. I do wonder where they got the money for this. Like the doctor who can't doctor and the person who can't sing or whatever they do at musicals, entertain. The semi-detached house in a nice leafy suburb was much bigger than they required and arguably more expensive than they could afford. The rent alone was over £58 a year, and Dr. Crippen was only pulling in about £3 a week from his job at the Deaf Institute. Well, I don't know if that's too bad. I mean, so he's making 150 some pounds a year, and he's spending just over a third of it on rent. I mean, maybe times were different back then, but I feel like a third of your money on rent is not particularly bad today. But I guess things were different back in the day. But they got around this problem by taking in lodgers to help top up the finances and keep Cora Turner in flamboyant dresses and fox furs and jewelry for all the shows that she wouldn't be performing and all the after-show parties that she wouldn't be attending, because she was terrible. Also, furs are super expensive. I was in a shop the other day. It was just a big department store, and they had these furs. I have no interest in buying furs. 1, I am a man. 2, I can never imagine my wife wearing anything like that. But I was like, how much are these actually? Well, 1, they were incredibly soft. And I also picked up the tag, and I was like, oh, the equivalent of several $1,000s. Oh, good. It's believed that part of the thinking behind the move to a bigger house that they couldn't really afford was so that the couple could have separate bedrooms. Okay, I mean, just sleep on the couch if you're having some troubles. But, or, this is the early 20th century. It's going to be tricky for them to get divorced. By this point, is it tricky for people to get divorced back then in England? I don't even know. I feel like I should know that, but I do know less people did it. At this point, it seems Dr. Crippen and Cora Turner were still consumed by the flames of passion. Oh, they were? Oh, just not for each other. Cora was openly flaunting a string of younger lovers in public, including some of the lodgers at Hilltop Crescent, before developing a long-term affair with American musical performer called Bruce Miller. Meanwhile, Dr. Crippen had fallen in love with an 18-year-old secretary who worked for him at the Deaf Institute. Ethel Leneve seemed a little more in tune with Crippen's own character than his wife. She was quiet, intelligent, and treated the doctor with respect, something he hadn't been used to for quite some time. At this point, I do wonder why they would bar or rent a big house together. I mean, it does seem like you want to go your separate ways. I guess he is supporting her in a musical career, but he's not super successful. So, I mean, and I assume with a string of younger lovers, she's relatively attractive. Couldn't she find an easier person, a more successful person to pay for all of this for her? Interesting. But despite the fact that these infidelities were never particularly well hidden from public view, Dr. Crippen and Cora Turner still strangely persevered with keeping up the appearance of a happily married couple, regularly hosting dinner parties and social events which only thinly disguised the cracks in this clearly unhealthy relationship. It was an unhealthy relationship, though, that was about to take a drastic turn for the worse. It's getting exciting. There is going to be some crime, I promise. It's just a bit of a long build up to it. Anticipating the crime, the background, we want to go into depth. On Monday, the 31st of January 1910, the Crippens held a dinner party at their home in Hilldrop Crescent for their good friends Paul and Clara Martinetti. It largely went down well, except for a small incident in which Paul Martinetti had asked to use the bathroom and Dr. Crippen failed to escort his guest upstairs to show him where it was. The house wasn't that big, so I'm sure Paul managed to eventually find the bathroom of his own accord, but Cora Turner was furious with her husband's lapse in etiquette and berated him at the dinner table. Well, that's inappropriate. Be like, how terrible. You didn't tell our guest where the bathroom was. I'm going to berate you, Paul Crippen, whatever your first name is. Aside from that, everyone must have been enjoying a good night of wine and whist, as the Martinettis didn't leave the house until 1:30 a.m. It would be the last day that Cora Turner was seen alive. Oh, did Crippen finally snap and murder her? Over the next 2 weeks, friends began to notice Cora Turner seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Dr. Crippen originally responded to polite inquiries by revealing that his wife had simply popped back over to America to spend some time with her family. It's all very convenient in the days before Facebook or whatever. Yeah, no, she's in America. It's really far away. Good luck finding out. But then his story began to take a more tragic twist. Cora had now apparently fallen gravely ill while out in the States, and the outlook wasn't good. It definitely sounds like he's spinning the story ready for her, to never be seen again, and that she somehow mysteriously died at some point, and hopefully no one will ever put it together, and Dr. Crippen will carry on with his life without his mean wife. Finally, he composed a series of letters on black-edged paper to close friends, in which he broke the sad news that his wife had passed away from pleuropneumonia. In one such letter to their friends Robert and Louise Mills, he wrote, "Imagine, if you can, the dreadful shock to me, never more to see my Cora alive, nor hear her voice again." Dude, it doesn't sound like you're going to miss her very much. She sounds like she was really mean. She berated you at the dinner table because you didn't show the guests where the bathroom was. She is being sent back, and I shall soon have what is left of her. Of course I am giving up the house. In fact, it drives me mad being in it alone. I will sell everything. I do not know what I shall do. Probably find some business to take me traveling for a few months until I can recover from the shock. As soon as I've settled a dress, I will write again to you, as it is so terrible to me to have to write this dreadful news. Will you please tell all the friends of our loss, with love to you all, I will write again soon, and give my address from Dr. Crippen. Okay, this all sounds relatively believable. Like if I were the friends, you'd be like, okay, it'd be a bit weird if I asked to see the body. This explanation didn't appear to convince everyone, though. Oh, okay. I guess I'm just not curious enough. I'd be like, okay, Doc, I mean, that's sad. Sorry to hear. But let's see what happens. Shortly afterwards, Crippen's young secretary lover, Ethel Leneve, moved into Hilltop Crescent, and the pair were often seen out and about in town. It's possible they may have checked out a few musical shows now that the infamously terrible Bella Moore appeared to have been removed from the bills. Yeah, they were probably pleased about that as well. But old friends were particularly displeased to see Ethel Leneve was wearing some of Cora Turner's old fur coats and jewelry, including a particularly distinctive and expensive brooch. Considering his wife had only been dead for a few weeks, this seemed to be in quite poor taste. Agreed. Hold off the fancy coats, Ethel. It doesn't look good. Even if she was actually dead, that's not a good look. A number of old friends, including the Martinettis and a musical strongwoman who went by the stage name Volcana, eventually approached the police with concerns about not feeling entirely satisfied with Dr. Crippen's explanation of the fate of Cora Turner. It's possible that Paul Martinetti was just fuming about not being escorted to the bathroom at that dinner party. That poor guy. How did he ever manage? He ended up peeing in a corner. The matter was overseen by Chief Inspector Walter Dew, a highly respected figure approaching retirement who had previously worked as a detective constable during the Jack the Ripper investigations of 1888. Well, that's quite some pedigree right there. Although they never caught him, so, I guess less so. He felt that he had heard enough to warrant a closer look at the case of the vanishing musical flop, and in his police report he noted, "It will be gathered from the foregoing that there are most extraordinary contradictions in the story told by Crippen, who is an American citizen, as is Mrs. Crippen, otherwise known as Belle Elmore. Without adopting the suggestion made by her friends as to foul play, I do think that the time has now arrived when Dr. Crippen should be seen by us and asked to give an explanation as to when and how Mrs. Crippen left the country and the circumstances under which she died." Just a personal note here, the letter from Dr. Crippen, who is a doctor, is much harder to read, and the grammar seems much worse than the English from this police detective or constable or whoever this chap is right now. That was easy to read, comparatively, especially for early 20th century English, which is usually a bit of a nightmare. On the 8th of July, Chief Inspector Dew and Sergeant Mitchell visited Dr. Crippen at his home on Hilltop Crescent. Intriguingly, the reports noted the presence of Ethel Leneve and described her as the doctor's housekeeper. Even more intriguingly, Dr. Crippen made a surprise opening confession to the police. He said, "I suppose I'd better tell the truth. All my stories about her illness and death are untrue. So far as I know, she is not dead at all." What are you doing, Doc? Okay, so it basically seems that they didn't believe the first story, so it's just like, oh, let's just try something else and make up an excuse. It actually seems like quite a good idea. A sympathetic Chief Inspector Dew was shown around the property by Crippen and his housekeeper, and seemed to find the new version of the story believable. Also, it worked. He advised Crippen that it would be helpful if Cora Turner was traced so the story could be confirmed, and Crippen agreed to place advertisements in American newspapers which would request that his wife make contact. At this point, it's entirely possible that no further action would have been taken if Dr. Crippen had just stayed put for a while. But Dr. Crippen was about to make another bad decision. Seems like he's made a string of bad decisions, really. Gripped by panic, he and Ethel Leneve packed their bags and scarpered to Canada. Purely by chance, Chief Inspector Dew returned to Hilltop Crescent just a couple of days later to confirm the date of Cora Turner's departure, and his nose started twitching in suspicion when he found an empty and abandoned house. Yeah, again, like wearing the furs. This isn't a good look. Just wait. Just wait. There's no rush. There's no rush. No one's coming for you. No one's thinking that you murdered your wife. But you have to make them think that you did, didn't you? Although he had previously been leaning towards the idea that Crippen's story might be true, it now seemed that Crippen had fled the scene with a particularly prickly conscience. Chief Inspector Dew immediately ordered a complete search of the property, and it was while he and Sergeant Mitchell were probing around in the coal cellar — oh, there's nothing ever good in the coal cellar — they made a very disturbing discovery. If you're disposing of a body, don't do it in the cellar. Every serial killer ever disposes the bodies. It's either in the woods or in the cellar. So think of put it in the attic. It might smell bad, though. It had appeared that they had found all that remained of Cora Turner. In his police report, Chief Inspector Dew revealed that, on Tuesday the 13th of July, I made further examination of the house, and I again searched the coal cellar. The coal cellar had a brick floor, there was a small quantity of coal there, and also a little rubbish, cuttings from small branches of trees, an old chandelier, and such things as that. I went down with Sergeant Mitchell on my knees and probed about with a small poker which I'd got out of the kitchen. I found that the poker went in somewhat easily between the crevices of the bricks, and I managed to get one or two up, and then several others came up pretty easily. I then produced a spade from the garden and dug the clay that was immediately under the bricks. After digging down to a depth of 4 spadefuls, I came across what appeared to be human remains. There was actually very little left to Cora Turner at all, save for a few pieces of flesh. The body was headless, and most of the limbs and bones had been removed, except for a small chunk of thigh. Well, this went from like husband murdering his wife and getting rid of the body in the coal cellar to a lot more like Ed Gein. It got weird. Traces of the calming drug hyoscine were found in what was left of the body. Following analysis, it was confirmed that the human remains belonged to a female, and later down the line, a small piece of skin from the abdomen helped to officially identify the victim as Cora Turner, who it appeared had been first poisoned and then filleted. Lovely. It was time to have another word in the ears of Dr. Crippen and his housekeeper, if they could ever be found. The gruesome discovery hit the headlines of the UK press, and descriptions of the 2 fugitives were widely circulated. It's interesting to note just how vividly these descriptions were composed. Far more imaginative than anything you'd find in modern-day investigations. The 2 descriptions pulled from the police reports were published in the Times as Dr. Crippen was described as an American doctor, age 50, rather straggly, long sandy moustache, false teeth, rather slovenly appearance, shows his teeth much when talking, throws his feet out when walking. All of this is very specific, but no one thought to mention his bulgy eyes. Meanwhile, Ethel Nevive was, age 27, will go as Crippen's wife, complexion pale, large grey eyes, good teeth, good looking, pleasant appearance, quiet, subdued manner, walks slowly, looks intently when in conversation. These are, Danny writes here, you get the impression that the writer of these reports was a frustrated author. I'm inclined to agree. Slovenly appearance being particularly good there. So just how far had the feet-throwing doctor and his intently staring girlfriend got? Dr. Crippen and Ethel Nevive had travelled to Antwerp, and from there they had bought tickets for passage to Canada on the ocean liner SS Montrose. In a burst of creative ingenuity, they did something that I thought people only did in films. They travelled as father and son, and had the 27-year-old Ethel dress up as a young boy. You can understand why they thought that a cunning disguise might be in order, as they must have suspected their descriptions would now be reading matter at every British breakfast table. Also, Danny mentions there about the women dressing up as boys. I thought this only worked in movies because, in movies, people suspend their disbelief, and it's like, well, that person's clearly a woman. And no one else can spot it except for, the entire audience. I don't know, this doesn't seem like a good idea, because if anything's going to draw suspicion, it's going to be like this father and son, and the son's a bit like a woman. Anyway, moving on. For his own part, Dr. Crippen had shaved off his distinctive moustache and decided to grow a beard instead. That sounds like a more traditional and good idea. Yeah, why not? But you can't help thinking that dressing up a woman as a young boy creates its own set of problems, and there are always going to be several clues that something's not quite right with this picture. No shit. Nevertheless, this was the strategy they adopted. After boarding the SS Montrose to Canada, it wasn't long before the captain of the vessel began to get a little suspicious. It's interesting to ponder that if the pair of fugitives had travelled second class, they would have probably escaped the scrutiny of Captain Henry Kendall. Oh, they couldn't help themselves. They had to go first class, didn't they? I thought they didn't have any money. They must have gotten some money from somewhere, because I did a video on another channel I do about the Titanic, and the prices of the tickets in first class across the Atlantic were wildly expensive. Insanely, like the modern equivalent of tens of thousands of dollars. But Crippen's assistance on travelling first class had brought them to the attention of the captain, who liked to mingle with his first class guests, and who was also keeping abreast of the news back in London with the aid of the incredible new wireless telegraphy system that had been installed on the ship. In his captain's log, Kendall noted that the man on board the Montrose answers all the descriptions given in the police report, does also his companion, Miss Leneve. So the disguise obviously wasn't very good, was it? The boy matches all the descriptions of this female criminal from London. My suspicion was aroused by seeing them on deck beside a boat. Leneve squeezed Crippen's hand immoderately. It seemed to me the squeezing of a hand could only be immoderate in the early 20th century. It seemed to me unnatural for 2 males, so I suspected them at once. Leneve had the manner and appearance of a very refined, modest girl. She does not speak much, but always wears a pleasant smile. She seems thoroughly under his thumb, and he will not leave her for a moment. Her suit is anything but a good fit. Her trousers are very tight about her hips and are split a bit down the back and secured covered with large safety pins. He continually shaves his upper lip and his beard is growing nicely. I often see him stroking it and seeming pleased, looking more like a farmer every day. This guy sees straight through it. I knew the disguises would be a bad idea. I told Crippen a story to make him laugh heartily to see if he would open his mouth wide enough for me to ascertain if he had false teeth. The ruse was successful. This guy's like Captain Detective. All the boys' manners at the table when I was watching him were most ladylike, handling knife and fork and taking fruit off dishes with 2 fingers. Crippen kept cracking nuts for her and giving her half his salad, and was always paying her the most marked attention. He would often sit on deck and look up aloft at the wireless aerial and listen to the crackling electric spark messages being sent by the Marconi operator. He said, "What a wonderful invention it is." I get the feeling that he is very soon not going to think that it is such a wonderful invention when, I'm guessing, possible spoiler alert, it's going to be responsible for his capture. It certainly was a wonderful invention, but Crippen may not have appreciated the technology so much if he had known how Captain Kendall intended to use it. On the afternoon of Friday the 22nd of July, just before sailing out of range of the land-based transmitters, Kendall telegraphed a historic message to Scotland Yard by Morse code. The exact message read, "Have strong suspicions that Crippen, London, cellular, murderer and accomplice are among saloon passengers. Moustache taken off. Growing beard. Accomplice dressed as boy. Manner and build, undoubtedly a girl." Oh my god, that must have taken forever in Morse code. Chief Inspector Walter Dew knew at this point that the race was on to intercept the SS Montrose before the fugitives could disembark, and it turned out to be quite handy that the much faster White Star liner SS Laurentic was soon to set sail from Liverpool, England, and overtake the SS Montrose on a long voyage to Canada. It's worth noting at this point that Crippen had made yet another odd decision by not travelling directly to the United States of America, where an arrest would have been long delayed by international arrest warrants and extradition proceedings, which would have been further complicated by the fact that he was a US citizen. Back in 1910, Canada was still a Crown Dominion, and Chief Inspector Dew was well within his rights to make an arrest on Canadian waters, which were still considered within the bounds of the British Empire. The SS Montrose sailed into St. Lawrence River on the 31st of July. Chief Inspector Dew and his officers came aboard the vessel disguised as pilots, and Captain Kendall invited Dr. Crippen along in order to say hello to the aviators. From his own 1938 memoirs, Chief Inspector Dew reported the details of the encounter thusly. "I said, 'Good morning, Dr. Crippen. I'm Chief Inspector Dew.' He said, 'Good morning, Mr. Dew.' I said, 'You will be arrested for the murder and mutilation of your wife, Cora Crippen, in London, on or about the 2nd of February last.' He said, 'I am not sorry. The anxiety has been too much.' Old Crippen took it quite well. He was always a bit of a philosopher, though he could not have helped being astounded to see me on board that boat. He was quite a likable chap in his way." Yeah, I can imagine this. Like, if you've murdered someone and you're kind of an anxious disposition, it's going to be pretty hard to not think of that a lot of the time and feel guilty about it. I mean, if you're not a complete psycho. The likable philosopher and his young boy were escorted back to London, where it was decided they would face trials separately. The trial of Dr. Hawley Harvey Crippen began at the Old Bailey on the 18th of November 1910 and would last just 5 days. The prosecution proved beyond reasonable doubt that the remains of the flesh of Cora Turner had been shown to contain traces of hyoscine, a poison which Dr. Crippen had ordered from Lewis and Burroughs' shop in New Oxford Street just a couple of weeks prior to Cora's disappearance. Doesn't look good, does it, Doc? The order of 5 grains had been so unusually large that the shop had needed to place a special order with the wholesalers before Crippen could collect it a few days later. The body of Cora Turner had been identified by a small scar on a piece of lower abdomen originally caused by an abdominal operation, which matched up with Cora's own medical records. But perhaps the most compelling of all, the human remains had been wrapped in a pajama jacket, which was proved to belong to Dr. Crippen. Dude, you're a terrible murderer. Like, how did you get away with it for so long? This is fairly conclusive evidence. I'm going to guess that you're going to get hung, I guess was how they killed people back then. The label on the pajama jacket led to the manufacturers Jones Brothers of Holloway, who confirmed that the material was first acquired by the firm in 1908, and a delivery of 3 such sets of pajamas were delivered to 39 Hilltop Crescent in January 1909. The prosecution alleged that Dr. Crippen had first poisoned his wife, then professionally removed her bones and limbs, which he later burned in the kitchen stove. Okay, so he went to a lot of effort to really dispose of the body carefully, and then he got his own pajamas, wrapped her in them, and as we discussed, hid her body in the most obvious place in his house, the coal cellar. Okay, Dr. Crippen, you're sounding a little bit crazy. He then dissolved her organs in a bathtub full of acid and disposed of some of the other bits while he was out on jolly day trips. It was speculated that he placed her head in a handbag, which he merrily tossed overboard into the sea during a documented boat trip to France. So why didn't you get rid of her whole body, Doc? Crippen maintained his innocence throughout the trial. During cross-examination, he was asked why he appeared to admit guilt and anxiety upon his arrest by Chief Inspector Dew. Yeah, because he admitted to doing it on the boat, to which he replied, "I expected to be arrested from all these lies I had told. I thought probably it would cast such a suspicion on me and perhaps that they would keep me in prison for I do not know how long, perhaps for a year, until they found the missing woman. Leneve was living with me and she had told her people that she was married to me and it would put her in a terrible position. The only thing I could think of was to take her away out of the country where she would not have this scandal thrown upon her." His defense was that the body found in the cellar must have been there long before he and his wife moved into Hilltop Crescents. But of course, this wasn't a particularly strong defense. Of course it wasn't. The body was wrapped in your pajamas, dude. Come on. As Danny says, but of course it wasn't a particularly strong defense when it had just been confirmed that the pajama jacket had been manufactured long after Crippen and his wife had moved in. The jury took 27 minutes to reach a unanimous guilty verdict. No surprises there, and I imagine most of that time was spent sorting out the problem with an order for tea and biscuits. Yeah, unless we're going to discover something else in this episode, seems pretty damn cut and dry. That evidence is fairly overwhelming there, Doc. During the final sentencing, the Lord Chief Justice Richard Everard Webster declared, "Hawley Harvey Crippen, you have been convicted upon evidence which could leave no doubt on the minds of any reasonable man that you cruelly poisoned your wife, that you concealed your crime, you mutilated her body, and disposed piecemeal of her remains. It was further established that as soon as suspicion was aroused, you fled from justice and took every measure to conceal your flight. On the ghastly and wicked nature of the crime I will not dwell. I have now to pass upon you the sentence of the court, which is that you be taken from hence to a lawful prison, and from thence to a place of execution, and that you shall be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul." This feels so old school, and you see it in movies all the time where they're like, "To be hanged by the neck until he's dead. May the Lord have mercy on your soul." And then he bangs a gavel, and the person's like, "Oh no. That's bad." Ethel Leneve was tried 4 days later and found not guilty as an accessory to murder. She settled down in Croydon, married a clerk, had several children, and seemingly led a relatively normal and happy life until her death in 1967 at the age of 84. Which, when you think about this whole story and it being like early 20th century, the telegraph being used for the first time, 1967 doesn't seem like that long ago. Dr. Criz, 20 years before I was born. Dr. Crippen was hanged at Pentonville Prison in July on November the 23rd, 1910. His final request was to have a photograph of his lover, Ethel Leneve, buried with him in his unmarked grave, and it was granted. Dr. Crippen had gone down in history as the first criminal to be captured by the aid of wireless technology, so it wasn't all bad news. Well, it definitely was for him, but not for the rest of us. But I get the feeling there's more to it, because I see here there's still 3 more pages to go, so something else happens. And at the beginning, Danny said that maybe the wrong person hung for the crime. So let's find out, shall we? Not everyone agreed with the verdict, though, and there were some controversial points raised after Crippen's execution. Most notably, a series of letters to Dr. Crippen were uncovered in the police and court archives, which purported to be from Cora Turner herself long after she had supposedly been murdered. In one of them, the author of the letter says, "I don't want to be responsible for your demise if I can save you in this way, but I will never come forward personally, as I am happy now." The letters were deemed as hoaxes by investigators, but they were never passed on to Crippen's defense team. Decades later, the American-British crime novelist and screenwriter Raymond Chandler observed how the murder didn't appear to make any kind of sense. Okay, I mean, it seems, I guess, Raymond Chandler, he's a novelist and screenwriter, he thinks outside of the box. I apparently don't, because I'm like, well, he seems pretty guilty. In his view, most poisoners are keen to obtain a certification of death by natural causes. Why on earth would Dr. Crippen go to the trouble of poisoning his victim first, only to then dismember the corpse? I'd say probably because he's a bit of a coward. Like, he's a very, his wife is the domineering one. And I think generally, if, my knowledge from watching too much CSI is that the wife, women usually poison men. I think that statistically is borne out. But, that's often because the women can't overpower the men. But in this relationship, I would say that his wife was the one who was really, the dominant one in the relationship. And the doctor was more of a coward. So I would say My personal opinion would be like, it's kind of a way to poison someone without overt violence. And then he did the violence afterwards when she was dead. My theory. I'm not Raymond Chandler, though. And why would he have only disposed of certain parts of the body, but quite happily left the rest of it not particularly well hidden in his coal cellar? Yeah, I also brought that up. It is quite bizarre. As recently as 2007, the case has been revisited by forensic scientist Dr. David Foran from Michigan State University, who seems convinced of Crippen's innocence. Ooh, how interesting. Maybe he's got some science. Dr. Foran claims that the surgery scar found on the piece of lower abdomen, which supposedly identified the corpse as Cora Turner, was nothing more than a fold in the skin, and the body may have even been male. He also claims to have tracked down 3 great-nieces of Cora Turner and compared their DNA with a century-old tissue sample taken from Crippen's cellar, concluding that the DNA doesn't match. More importantly, I mean, you could definitely tell from DNA whether someone's male or female, so why didn't he just work out whether it was an XX or an XY chromosome? That sounds very strange, but that is also very strange that the DNA doesn't match. Could have been someone else. I mean, but then there's also the possibility that maybe she wasn't someone's daughter, maybe she was adopted and no one knew. This is a little bit more. Maybe there was something, with the DNA of the descendants. I'd say that's very not 100% conclusive. That's what I'll say. My guess. His claims have been met with skepticism by his peers, but the theories continue to fly thick and fast on the potential alternative identity of the body in the cellar. One notion is that during a financially difficult period, Crippen was performing illegal abortions, and the human remains were the tragic remnants of a procedure that went horribly wrong. Yeah, but then removing the head and the legs and filleting and dissolving the organs and stuff, I mean, that doesn't seem like the work of someone who's not a little bit angry at the person that they're dissolving. In his final letter to Ethel Naviv shortly before his execution, Dr. Crippen wrote, "Face to face with God, I believe that the facts will be forthcoming to prove my innocence." But it would be far-fetched to assume that Dr. Crippen has no blood on his hands. A body was found in his coal cellar, wrapped in garments that were clearly proven to belong to him. Yes. This was around the same time that a loud and flamboyant failure of the musicals completely vanished without a trace and was never seen again. Even in the highly unlikely event that it is proven that the body does not belong to Cora Turner, this would only seem to suggest that perhaps she wasn't Dr. Crippen's only victim. It's still fascinating to ponder how things may have turned out very differently if Dr. Crippen hadn't made those string of bad decisions. If he hadn't panicked and fled to Canada, Chief Inspector Walter Dew may never have felt it necessary to search Hilltop Crescent. If he hadn't travelled first class on the SS Montrose, he may never have caught the attention of Captain Kendall. If he hadn't dressed Ethel Naviv as a boy, they might never have stuck out like a pair of turkey drumsticks on a platter of ribs. Yeah, it's all true. I mean, and it makes you really think, like, imagine how many people get away with this just because they don't make silly mistakes like this. Over a century later, the image of Dr. Crippen and his weirdly googly eyes continues to scare old pensioners and give nightmares to children. For a staggering 106 years, a waxwork of Dr. Crippen was on display in the Chamber of Horrors in Madame Tussauds in London, along with such historical villains as Adolf Hitler, Guy Fawkes, Genghis Khan, Vlad the Impaler, and Yoko Ono. If you get that joke, you're a fan of my other channel, Business Plays. Thank you for coming over to this new channel and watching this far into the video, nor listening this far into the podcast. If you're not a fan of Business Plays and you would like to see me make fun of Yoko Ono extensively and for long periods of time, definitely go check out Business Plays. The waxwork of Dr. Crippen survived the Dogger Bank earthquake of 1931, the strongest earthquake ever recorded in the UK, although its head fell off and needed to be repaired. If a couple of arms and legs had fallen off too, it might have proved a fitting tribute to the London cellar murderer. Indeed. And that's where we end the main part of the content today, but there are some dismembered appendices, which Danny has added for us, so we can go through these. Not like his sources or anything, just extra little facts. Number 1, 39 Hilltop Crescent was, for a time, described as the most famous house in London, but the property no longer exists. I'd say the most famous house in London has to be 10 Downing Street, right, where the Prime Minister lives. The house was completely destroyed by German air raids during the Second World War. Oh, the Second World War, destroying so much of London's architecture. Number 2, Chief Inspector Walter Dew retired from active duty just a few weeks before Dr. Crippen was hanged. Some believe that he had become quite friendly with Crippen. Well, he did say he was friendly or nice in his own way. And he quit his job after feeling sorrowful about the fate of the man he had helped catch. But that sounds a little fanciful, as Chief Inspector Dew was approaching retirement age anyway, and he seemed happy enough to revisit the case in his 1938 memoirs entitled I Caught Crippen. Yeah, that doesn't sound like the man who became friends with him and regretted getting him caught, does it? Number 3, if you ever fancy popping into Barcelona's Automaton Museum, you're in for a treat. Am I? I mean, I wasn't, but now I want to go to Barcelona to the Automaton Museum. How exciting. The museum is home to an execution of Crippen novelty machine, first designed in 1921 and is still in working order. What? Simply pop a coin into the slot and witness the little plastic figures inside the machine accurately recreate the moment that the gallows fell on Dr. Crippen. Probably more value for money than those scammy claw crane machines where it costs you a ton of money not to win a cuddly Smurf. And that's where we end the Casual Criminalist today. This was our pilot episode, the first one ever. It's the end of the show now, so I'll take a few moments to just tell you about it. It's a longer form show. We're doing a YouTube version, a podcast version. Of course, if you've got suggestions as well for criminals that you would like us to cover on the show, we can do that. I probably should have also explained the big microphone at the beginning in case you're watching this on YouTube. It's because it delivers much better sound quality, which is important for people who are consuming this as a podcast, or if you're listening to this on YouTube, well, you just get to enjoy the richness of my voice in all its glory. I'm just joking. But yeah, thank you for watching The Casual Criminalist. Please leave a comment below if you're watching this. Please do leave us a review if you're getting this in its podcast format. And we'll see you next time. Oh, we plan this to be a weekly show, so do subscribe. Thank you for watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist. I, as always, am your Casual Criminalist, also known as your host. I definitely don't want to imply that I'm some sort of competent criminalist. Indeed, I just read a script that Callum has provided. I don't even know what we're talking about today. It's going to be a bit of a surprise. Callum decided not to include a title on this episode. I believe it could be about Bible John, who I believe is kind of the Scottish version of Jack the Ripper. Or that could be another episode we've got coming soon, because I gave Callum a bunch of ideas and he gave me a bunch of scripts, and I suppose I should have done more preparation for this show, but well, here we are. Should we just jump into it today? Because opening scene, I suppose. A smoggy city along the banks of the River Clyde. One half historic sandstone tenements on quiet, leafy lanes. The other, dilapidated high-rises scarred by the effects of economic decline. Welcome to Scotland. 1960s Glasgow, to be specific, a city split between the glory of its shipbuilding past and the misery of its contemporary condition. I have been to Glasgow once when I was a young man. I think I must have been about 18 or 19. And I went there as part of a university club. And we stayed in the hotel for the club and then for the club's activities. And then I was there for one more night until my train left to go home. And I stayed in this youth hostel, and it was the worst youth hostel that I think I've stayed in. I've stayed in some pretty rough ones, but this seemed to be more like a place where homeless people might live for a night. And I don't want to sound like I don't like homeless people, but it was a bit of a weird experience. And I remember I was just like, what shall I do? I didn't really have any money to go out for dinner or drinks or anything, so I just stayed in this hostel and watched the movie Doom on my laptop. It was around the time Doom came out, so whenever that was. I was young. This one-time jewel of Imperial Britannia had lost its sheen after going through something of a rough patch following the Second World War. By the latter days of the mid-20th century, drugs, alcoholism, and crime were rampant, sectarian gangs roaming the streets at night with knives and straight razors tucked into their waistbands. Because remember, in the UK, we don't really have guns. I mean, there's some gun violence, but it's really, really minimal. There's a lot of knife crime, though, because we might not shoot each other, but we sure will stab each other, which I'd rather. Like, I'd rather have knives than guns, but I guess it's all bad. But aside from being one of the most... And also this hostel I stayed in, it felt like sketchy. I didn't really feel like I was in danger, but I'd have felt in danger if I'd have gone walking around outside in the kind of part of town it was in. Glasgow's... I don't know. I didn't see a very nice side of Glasgow, I suppose. But aside from being one of the most likely places to get headbutted in all of Europe, a move charmingly nicknamed the Glasgow Kiss. I didn't even know that. It was and still is one of the best places to party to. This was the swinging 60s after all. Anyone who didn't fancy getting in a machete fight or developing a taste for heroin could instead pass their evenings in one of the many thriving dance halls. So what do you fancy doing tonight, Jeff? You want to go heroin, machete fight, dancing? Dancing sounds good. Chief among them was the Barrowland Ballroom, a beacon of youth culture on the east side of the city centre. Its iconic neon sign shone technicolor light down upon revellers from all over Scotland, who came half for the music and half for the seedy reputation that the place had garnered over the years. Remember that scene from Star Wars in the dodgy alien cantina? I'll let you into a little secret, dear viewer. I've seen, I always say I've never seen Star Wars, but it's not quite true. I've seen 2 Star Wars. I saw one when I was a kid, and they were rerunning the movies from the 60s or wherever, and they're flying through the woods on hover bikes. And then I saw the one that was released a few years ago, with the ball that rolls around. I'm not really into it, but I'm a huge Star Trek nerd. I just don't like fantasy, and Star Wars is fantasy. Let's not even get into that. But look, 99% of people have probably seen Star Wars, so imagine that dodgy cantina that I myself cannot picture. Well, just imagine that, with slightly less comprehensible accents, and just probably compared to aliens, right? I struggle to understand, like, very thick Scottish accents takes some getting used to. And when the concerned parents of Scotland thought the Barras couldn't stoop any lower, this hub of boozing, dancing, fighting, and sleazing became the primary setting for one of the most shockingly violent stories to ever unfold on the streets of this troubled city. I'm talking, of course, about the murders of Bible John. It is Bible John. I'm glad I guessed it right. Otherwise, well, I already admitted to being fairly crap at my job, but here we are anyway. Let's move on. The 22nd of February 1968. It was a Thursday evening, a prime night for those who wanted to get a head start on the weekend by heading out to town. Or, God, I guess Callum has provided something that I'm supposed to read in a Scottish accent. Going up a dancing. Oh, I don't even know why I try. Please don't hate me, Scottish people. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to try accents anymore. He's even provided me a pronunciation guide. Gone up a dancing. All right, as the locals would say. If there are any Glaswegians listening, please excuse the terrible act. Thank you for apologising for me, Callum. I already did it. I don't read these ahead, by the way. Spoiler alert, absolutely nobody. On the south side of the city, a young nurse named Patricia Docker was getting ready to join them. The south side of Glasgow has always had a relatively rough reputation, so it's pretty fitting that Patricia's neighbourhood was literally called Battlefield, despite actually being one of the nicer parts. Here she was, living on Langside Place with her mother and father, the Wilsons, who no doubt pestered her over where she was going that night and with who. She told them she was off to the majestic ballroom, but in fact, she would never end up making it through those doors on that fateful evening. Not for any nefarious reasons, mind you. Oh, have some patience. We'll get to that. We sure will, Casual Criminalist. I was designing the thumbnails for some of the earlier episodes today, and I was like, is that enough blood splatter? Is that too much? No such thing as too much. More blood splatter. Because as with, Casual Criminalist, there's going to be some crimes. There's going to be some murders. It was just because she actually ended up going to the Barrowlands for over 25 nights instead. This was probably a pretty common white lie among young Glaswegian women. Your ma and da were much less likely to let you go have fun in peace if they knew you were headed out to the most notorious single spot in the city, or rather a spot where people went to act like they were single, whether or not that was actually the case. This was actually Patricia's situation, although she was technically separated from her husband and a divorce seemed like a foregone conclusion. She had recently returned to her Glasgow home after her 5-year marriage had fallen apart. Her soon-to-be ex-husband, Alex, was a corporal in the RAF and father to their only son who shared his name. By 1968, little Alex was 4 years old and left in the care of his grandparents while Mum went out on the town. Patricia doted on her wee boy, but at only 25 years old herself, she needed a chance to go out and live her own life every now and again. As she put on her yellow mini dress, slung her grey duffel coat over her shoulders, and put on her lipstick and mascara, she would have imagined a very different night than the one which was about to unfold. A good laugh, a few drinks, maybe a handsome young guy to dance with. And as a hard-working single mother, she was due all of that, and more. And so, after giving her wee boy a kiss goodnight, she stepped out into the chilly, late winter air and made her way towards the centre of town. Bum, bum, bum. The next time any of her family saw Patricia was at the city morgue. Oh, Casual Criminalist, we do get morbid quickly, don't we? Laid out on a slab for identification. That Friday morning, a local of Battlefields named Maurice Goodman had walked over to his garage down a lane less than a minute from the Wilson's house to find the poor woman naked and dead in the entranceway. The officers who responded to Goodman's 999 call, D.S. Johnson and D.S. McDonald, arrived just after 8 a.m. McDonald later recounted, "There had been a heavy frost that night. We stopped the car at the Overdale Street end of the lane. The body was lying with her head towards us. She was completely naked, and there was no sign of her clothing. She was lying on her back, with her head turned to the right." At this stage, there was little to go on. All the officers could do was cross their fingers and hope for a report of a suspicious person running through the city holding a bundle of women's clothes. Yeah, I mean, detecting crime, this was the 1960s. I guess today they'd be doing, DNA swabs. Well, they could have fingerprinted her, and surely there's some, trace evidence on her body they could definitely look into rather than being just yeah, let's go back to the, I'm not going to do Scottish accents again. Let's go back to the, police station? I couldn't think of that word for a second. Police station. And have a cup of tea and hope that something falls into our lap. or do some policing, guys. After a short while, the forensic pathologist arrived on the scene. Okay, good. I mean, yeah, I guess that isn't really their job, but they could do some policing. Ducking onto the cordon tape and joining the two inspectors, their icy breaths merging in the air above the body. Quickly, Dr. Imrie ascertained that Patricia had been dead for at least a few hours and that her neck showed signs of strangulation, possibly by a belt, due to the patterns of friction marks left on the skin. To make matters worse, it seemed as if she was beaten before being murdered, and there were signs of sexual assault. The post-mortem later confirmed all of this, as well as a minor circumstantial detail, the significance of which would only become apparent many months later. Patricia had died on her period. Yeah, that doesn't seem important at all, so I'm glad Callum threw in, this is going to become relevant. I am very curious as to why. It could be some, the guy's called Bible John. The Bible is really weird, so there could be something about women on their periods in there. I'm sure there is. If the Bible doesn't mention women on their periods multiple times, well, I would be shocked. I'm not super familiar with the Bible, if you couldn't tell. So I guess there's going to be some sort of weird religion thing going on there. Just my guess? We're going to find out. When the ambulance had come to transport poor Pat to the mortuary, one of the EMTs on board was able to throw the investigators a bone. They recognized the victim. She had worked as a nurse at Meanskirk Hospital, where they could find out her name, meaning they were able to make the call to her family on Saturday. The next step was for detectives to interview the Wilsons. They had told police that their daughter had been seen wearing a brown handbag, a wristwatch, and a ring given to her by her grandmother, all of which were now missing. Where had their daughter been going that evening? The detective asks. Well, she was headed up to the Majestic, the ballroom up on Hope Street. And with that, the initial investigation was pretty much screwed. The detectives went about interviewing the doorman and staff at the complete wrong place, which, as you could probably guess, didn't yield any case-breaking bombshell. So the trail went cold, and the murder of this young mother faded into obscurity. A minor story in the pages of newspapers, filled with a litany of other violent tales. I have to say, I know it's easy to go and say 2020 hindsight and all that, and everything's fine, everything's easier when you look back on it. But if I was those detectives, I would feel that if I had hit such a dead end when I'd got to that Majestic ballroom, I'd be like, we could go check out the one, other DS, we could go check out the one that all the kids actually go to rather than the one they tell their parents they're going to, especially if they ended up murdered after being sexually assaulted. We could try. Now, we briefly talked about the crime that blighted Glasgow at this time, but perhaps this is a good time to take a closer look. Sure, the ballrooms had a well-deserved reputation for young lads fighting over pretty girls and hands creeping up skirts in the corners, but at the end of the day, that would all probably seem pretty tame compared to what goes on in nightclubs nowadays. The real danger was on the street. Yeah, and they called them ballrooms. Ballrooms, to me, I imagine people in big dresses and men in tails and bow ties dancing around with their hands up in the air, whereas nightclubs today, it's I imagine, cocaine. The real danger was on the streets. This was the domain of the Neds, a term which was popularized around the same time as our story, used to refer to small-time football hooligans and street gang members. As well as being divided along geographical boundaries, these gangs were also divided by religion. With a huge influx of Irish immigrants throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Glasgow had a much larger Catholic population than most cities in the historically Protestant UK. If you're unfamiliar with the significance of Protestant and Catholics, all you need to know is that there's a bloody history between the two spanning centuries. In Glasgow, this primarily manifests in football. The so-called old firm teams of Celtic, the Catholic team, and Rangers, the Protestants. Wow, it's two things I could not care about any less. Religion and football combined. I would be definitely sitting at the sidelines being like, I'm not interested in gang violence. I want no part of gang violence, football, or religion. Be like, I am well out. Even today, diehard Protestants march through the streets celebrating battles from centuries ago, and hardline Catholics sing IRA anthems at Celtic games. Oh my. But all of that is relatively tame compared to the violence of the 1960s Neds, who were quite happy to pull a blade on anyone who wasn't from the right religion, gang, or even just housing estate. These disaffected youths were even known to hide some heavy-duty weapons like hammers and hatchets in the linings of their jackets. In 1965 alone, there were over 850 arrests for carrying offensive weapons like these. Okay, so I know to our American listeners who have probably seen people walking around Walmart with AR-15s, a few axes and knives might sound like child's play. Yeah, it totally is. I've been to America a bunch of times, and I've been to a Walmart. I went to a Walmart once, and I was just like walking around, getting some groceries. It's like, oh, a machete. For $3. Okay. And then there's a whole gun section for like hunting. And it's like, okay, this is so weird. As a British person, I'm sure Americans let Simon, of course. I buy an AR-15 when I get my eggs. What are you talking about? It's very normal. But when you're dealing with dozens of slashings, cracked skulls, and chopped fingertips every week, it's kind of a big deal. Why were they chopping the fingertips? That's weird. I mean, Glasgow had a murder rate more than twice as high as London. Bloody hell. For much of the latter 20th century, it was once dubbed the murder capital of Europe. That's not a good one. It's like, there's this big thing in Europe. You have the European capital of culture, which every year a city is chosen. It's kind of a big deal, and they make the city all nice, and like they talk about the tourist attractions. It's like European capital of culture. It's a little bit different to the murder capital of Europe. Yeah, although I feel maybe Glasgow has been the European capital for culture at some point. Times have changed. But I don't know, I went there 10 years ago and it's still kind of nasty. Sorry, everybody from Glasgow. I went to Edinburgh. That was really nice. Is there a rivalry between Glasgow and Edinburgh? I don't even know. I feel like in the UK, I don't know. Like if you're from London, what do you feel about people from Manchester? You definitely feel they're from the north. But I don't think there's a big, like, angry rivalry. As you can imagine, in this sort of climate, the body of a young woman turning up in a garage entryway wasn't the biggest shock in the world. Glasgow is a much nicer place these days, but I do have one safe travel tip if you're planning on visiting. If someone in the street asks you your favourite football team, they are not trying to be your friend. And whatever you do not say Rangers or Celtic. That's a coin toss that could end in disaster. I'd be like, I don't even like football, mate. What are you talking about? This is one thing, like, people... I felt it happen more when I was a kid, but... You know, when you meet someone and they ask you, how are you? Nice to meet you. What do you do? In the UK, I feel like, oh, nice to meet you. What do you do? What football team do you support? And I was always like, nobody. I don't care. And then I just eventually chose one at random just so I could answer the question and not seem like a weirdo because, you know, as a teenager, you just want to fit in. Be like, no, I definitely support Arsenal. They're the best. They kick that ball great. The safe move is to tell them you're a Wraith Rovers fan and go on your way. Never heard of the Wraith Rovers? It doesn't matter. Nobody's ever been stabbed over the Wraith Rovers either. Are they just a made-up team, Callum? I don't even know. Anyway, now you have a better idea of the setting for our very own real-life tartan noir drama. The lead detectives started by barking up the wrong tree, only figuring out that the victim went to the Barrowlands after their initial public appeal went out, and it looks like the case was set to go as cold as the frost on that February morning in Battlefield. So, I guess there's nothing for it. Rather than worrying ourselves, how about we go for a drink? It's Friday, August the 15th, 1969. We've paid our 4 shilling entry fee, and we're stepping into the Barrowlands. The cavernous, smoky room is buzzing with activity. Hundreds of dancers whirling around under the disco ball to the sound of the band. Lucky ones, coupled up along the sides. That's where we're standing now, backs to the wall. But we're not coupled up. Instead, we're just clutching our drinks to our chest and trying to buck up the courage to ask someone to dance. This feels like uni. It does. This feels like uni all over again. I'd say it more feels like school dances. Those were, you know, with the boys on one side, the girls on the other. At uni, I felt everything was just made a lot easier by alcohol being present. So we scan around, looking for a likely candidate, trying to avoid eye contact with anyone looking for a fight. It'd help if we could head out on our own to the dance floor, but I have absolutely zero idea how to foxtrot. Do you? Didn't think so. Callum, we're really reeling people in today. Look at this story we're telling. And I'm just breaking the rhythm. So, the final few songs roll around and we're still glued to the wall, starting to feel like the kids who get picked last for dodgeball. Totally, I was that kid. Or like football. I feel like I'm talking way too much about football this episode, but I was definitely the last person to be picked. Not because, partly because I had no skill whatsoever, but I'd also just I had no interest in getting involved. Be like, go for it, Simon. I'd be like, no, I'm good. I definitely want to play defense, and I'm not going to do a very good job of it. Let's be honest. It's then that we spot a woman standing nearby, fresh off the dance floor. She's pretty, looks in her late 20s, early 30s, dressed in white with wavy brown hair down to her shoulders. She's only standing alone for a few seconds before a guy comes to join her, a tall guy, about 6 foot, dressed in a blue 3-piece suit with a strong Glasgow accent. Over the next few minutes, we hear a few snippets of their conversation in the breaks between songs. They're chatting about the music, the dancing, their lives. But one thing stands out as strange. The guy likes to slip Bible quotes into the chat every now and then. That's always the charmer. We shoot each other a look. Bible bashing isn't exactly the best pickup strategy. Try it next time you're on Tinder. You'll see. Yeah, it's not going to go down well. So we start paying more attention to the two of them. We're waiting for this nightclub preacher's patter to go down like a lead balloon. But wait a minute. It looks like it's worked. Yeah, look, if you're good looking, you could get away with a lot. They're leaving together now, heading to the cloakroom to collect their coats. Curveball. So that's where I went wrong in my uni days. Not enough fire and brimstone in my pickup lines. I should have studied my Old Testament. I don't know about that, Callum. Anyway, I think it's about time we called it a night. You win some, you lose some. In this scenario, we would have been one of quite a few witnesses who woke up a few days later to see this pretty young woman from the Barrel and Ballroom plastered on the front page of the papers. Her name was Jemima MacDonald, Glasgow native and single mother of three, and she was dead. Much like Patricia Docker 18 months prior, she had left her children with her family before heading out for a night to herself. Jemima's sister, Margaret, was the one trusted to look after her wains. That's Glaswegian for kids, by the way. Wow, you learn something new every day. There we go. When her sister failed to come home on Saturday morning, Margaret was concerned, but she still expected Jemima to turn up with a wild story sometime later that day. But then Sunday came, then Monday, and still no sign of her. Some ominous rumors had begun to... I get the anxiety that a parent might have. I remember, it wasn't 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that I was a young kid going out and be like, yeah, I'm going to go out and, drink too much, party with my friends, see them the next day. And I'd be like, yeah, and I was a boy. I have a daughter who's very young. But I'd be like, yeah, no, I get that. That would make me pretty anxious. And I'd be like... Yeah, and I remember my stepmom saying she was saying I get anxious when you guys are out. And I was like, what are you talking about? Don't worry. Now I get it. Totally 100% get it. Some ominous rumors had begun drifting around the housing estate that weekend. Local boys were heard trading tales of a body in an abandoned tenement. Don't trade tales, guys. Call the police. With 3 kids in her house crying for their mother, these rumors only fueled Margaret's anxiety. So much so that on Monday morning, she went to investigate herself. What is wrong with you? Call the police. Walking through the hallway of the derelict old building, treading over smashed glass and cigarette butts, she found the exact thing she had been dreading. Her sister lay in the middle of one of the rooms, just another discarded thing in this barren and abandoned place. Jemima was clearly dead, heavily bruised, still clothed, with her stockings thrown down beside her. The medical examiner discovered that one of them had been used to strangle her to death after a horrible ordeal of beatings and rape. She was just 32 years old. All of this begs the question, why the hell didn't those kids tell an adult? It took a full 30 hours to get the police on the scene, thanks to those young'uns' laissez-faire attitude towards corpses. Yeah, what is wrong with you? If you think that video games are to blame for desensitizing the youth to violence, remember that it'd be another 3 years before the release of Pong. That which wasn't violent at all. Despite the delay, the police were actually able to gather quite a significant amount of evidence from the scene, including some DNA from the stockings. I didn't even realize, could they do DNA back in the day like this? I didn't even realize. I knew they did some blood type matching and stuff, which was circumstantial. But, that's cool. I guess you can gather the DNA and they'd figure maybe this will be useful later. Anyway, on top of that, since they knew exactly where Jemima had been on the night of her murder, they were able to collect a healthy amount of eyewitness reports, which placed her in the company of our silver-tongued Bible lover from before. By the way, I don't know. I'm guessing because it's referred to as, Scotland's Jack the Ripper. I don't think Bible John ever got caught. I'm not 100% sure, and I know Callum likes to leave it to the end and he doesn't like to reveal up front whether this person got caught. So even if they know the name, they'll often just use their, Jack the Ripper instead of the actual person's name. I don't think he's ever got caught, which is, well, obviously already terrible, but it's going to get worse. Got a thick script in front of me. From the descriptions, a photo fit was produced with the image of the killer. He was slim-faced, a smirking young man with short reddish-brown hair combed neatly to the right. A very public manhunt ensued, with police releasing the image of their suspect to newspapers for the first time in Scottish history. Whether this was a brilliant idea or a fatal misstep is up for debate, because this was the first step in turning the story of a tragic murder into a full-on national nightmare. Okay, I don't know what error they've made, but to me it seems like that seems like a good idea to release the image to the police, so hopefully someone can identify him and he can get caught. Maybe I'm missing something. What could possibly go wrong with that? He sees it, he gets angry, and he kills more people. He's going to kill more people anyway, though. Let's see. But despite all of that, no significant progress was made in catching the killer. The minor media frenzy produced no real leads, and the police resorted to staking out the Barrowlands with a crack team of undercover dance cops instead. And before you even ask, I've already trademarked the name Undercover Dance Cops for my upcoming screenplay, so back off. It sounds like it would be like 21 Jump Street. It must have been a pretty strange beat, just dancing the night away and waiting for some guy to come chat you up with his best Noah impression. But it was a short-lived thing, at any rate. I don't know if you realize, but when undercover cops start roaming around a notoriously seedy bar famous for fights and one-night stands, it tends to kill the vibe, so owners started demanding an end to it. While some of their colleagues were dancing the night away, however, the less fortunate investigators at Glasgow City Police had begun to draw some tentative connections between this case and a similar one from a year before. I'm going to guess it's the one that we covered at the beginning of the episode today. One key detail suggested a pivot from a simple murder investigation to a potential serial killing with a recurring motive. Jemima had been on her period at the time. That is a bizarre motive, and again, Bible has something to do with this. It's definitely got something to do with the Bible, probably the Old Testament, because the Old Testament's scary and weird. The Old Testament's like angry God. 18 months apart, two married women attended the same dance hall, both of them on their period. Are you on your period? But she's like, how do you know? Both found dead in quiet corners of the city, beaten and strangled, with their handbags missing. The theory that these two crimes might have been connected held a small place on the lower corner of the investigative pinboard, but still considered tentative at best. But in October of 1969, one final tragic event would blow that doubt right out of the water and cement the killer's place in infamy for decades to come. I'm gonna guess that event is someone else is getting horribly murdered. On October the 31st, 1969, at around 9 p.m, oh no, it's going to be two people, two sisters entered the Traders Tavern on Kent Street in the market area at the back of the Barrowland Ballroom. Jenny Langford was the older sister of the two, wearing a dark green coat with a shirt and blouse. Her little sister, 29-year-old Helen Partock, sat across from her in a short-sleeved black dress. Normally, a pair of women dressed up to the nines would be an unusual sight in the rundown old man's pub, but on a Friday night like this, there are always a few scattered around the place, loading up on as much alcohol as possible before closing time while waiting for the ballroom to heat up. Ah yeah, pre-drinking. We'd definitely do that because it's expensive to drink in nightclubs. So at university, we'd drink at home first because it's cheapest to drink at home. Then we'd go to the pub for a couple, and then we'd go to the nightclub later. And you'd probably only need one drink because you're probably quite sloshed by the time you get there. That's exactly what the sisters sat doing now, while chatting about their lives and the men in them. Earlier that day, Helen had got into a pretty fierce argument with her husband, a military man on leave from his post in Germany. He wasn't too happy about Helen going out on the town with her sister while he was left to look after their two kids. If there's one thing you should know about Glaswegian women, it's that they can be strong-willed, so she got her way in the end. As 10 o'clock crept up, the barman rang the bell for last orders. Young dancers and scowling market traders alike finished their drinks, then filtered out into the night air. It was a short walk to the Barras, where the women made their way from the queue to cloakroom to dance floor. As they did so, they passed a dire omen posted on the notice board in the hallway alongside flyers and band listings, a police sketch of a certain slim-faced man. Inside the main hall, the familiar energy was radiating off the dance floor, and the girls were keen to get stuck in. Jenny was the first to land a dance partner, John from Castle Milk on the south side. He wasn't exactly the best-looking guy in the world, but he was a good enough talker and a dancer to win her over until closing time. Helen watched her sister disappear into the crowd, but was only left on her own for a few minutes before she was approached herself. Her lad was also called John, because apparently that was the only name allowed for Glasgow men born in the 1940s. We'll call them Castle Milk John and Handsome John for simplicity. I'll let you guess which one is secretly the psychopath. I know Karen's saying like the handsome guy is the psychopath because, you know, I feel like Ed Bundy is the like typical like, okay, good looking guy who is also a total psycho. And then there's lots of movies like American Psycho where the psychopath is good looking, like Christian Bale or whatever. But I reckon like most psychopaths are not good looking, right? That, in reality, they're probably really weird. Especially like the murdering ones. Maybe they're like psychopaths who... I don't think there's a correlation, essentially, is what I'm saying. When the song stopped, the two sisters met at the side and introduced their partners. Handsome John was incredibly well turned out. He wore a well-ironed suit and shirt with nicely combed hair. This wasn't your usual Barrowlands bachelor by any means. Jenny took a long, hard look at this strange young man by her sister's side, good enough that she would be able to describe his face in vivid detail over and over in the days, months, and years to come. Have you guessed which John is the murderer yet? Handsome John is Bible John. Yes, he is. Good. I'm glad. Even Callum knows we get it. But if you have to ask, why hasn't anyone guessed? I mean, his face was literally hanging on a wanted poster in the hallway, for Christ's sake. Well, yes and no, it wasn't really his face, not the face of the man who stood in front of Jenny now. The photo fit hadn't done his good looks and clean complexion justice. His hair was much more red than previously described, and at any rate, the printouts were in black and white. He must have stood at 5'10" tall because his mouth was at eye level, revealing two overlapping front teeth whenever he spoke. Closing time rolled around, and the group jostled towards the exit, stopping at the cigarette machine on the way. Jenny put her money in to buy a pack, but the machine jammed up, swallowing her cash. This was the first crack in the calm demeanor of Handsome John. The previously soft-spoken and refined guy snapped. He made a show of shouting for a manager and laying into the staff with an over-the-top rage. It's probably not a good look. Also, probably had a bit too much to drink. Or maybe just a psycho. At this point, Castle Milk John decided it had enough. This was not a battle he had any interest in fighting. While the others went off to queue for a taxi, he said his goodbyes and caught the last bus home, never to be heard from again. Meanwhile, Handsome John was ranting about how his father called dancehalls dens of iniquity, a phrase which was incredibly old-fashioned even back in the 1960s. It's getting a bit close. He's a bit of a Bible lover, isn't he? You can already tell. With the good vibes starting to sour, the two sisters stepped into the taxi while this suave young guy held the door, then followed them inside. The scene we've just witnessed was the exact nightmare imagined by the sister's mother, also called Jean, before they went out into the night. She had reminded them about the ballroom killings, but Helen had just comforted her mum with jokes. Really, who'd try to do anything with her with sharp nails like these? A Glasgow girl through and through, she had a fighting spirit and wasn't afraid of anyone. The evidence at the scene confirmed as much. Grass stains on the soles of her feet, cracked nails, tracks in the dirt on a railway embankment from an attempted escape, a deep bite mark on her thigh. Helen had fought to the very end, but ultimately wasn't able to make it to safety. The police arrived on the scene on the 1st of November to find her partially clothed, laying next to a drain pipe at the end of the garden of a Scotsdown flat. She had been raped, beaten, and strangled. Just like the other victims, her handbag was missing, and she was found to be on her period at the time of the attack. The detectives informed the family and spoke to a distraught Jenny the same day. Despite her raw grief, she was able to recount everything about the previous night, down to the finest detail. This gave them an invaluable foothold in their investigation. They knew what the killer looked like, how he spoke. They even knew the color and pattern of his tie. She told investigators about everything which had happened during the tense taxi ride home. After Johnny Boy had calmed down about the cigarette machine, he still didn't seem quite right. The two women tried to engage him in conversation, but he was snappy and short. He insisted on heading to Jenny's house first to drop her off. In the 20 minutes it took to get there, Jenny and Helen tried all sorts of avenues to warm up the atmosphere. All they could get out of their new companion were a few short remarks about how his cousin had recently scored a hole-in-one at golf, how he was neither a Celtic nor a Rangers man, but an agnostic, a word which was alien and intimidating at the time, how he was teetotal and prayed rather than drank at New Year, how he detested married women who went to ballrooms, and all of that with a smattering of Old Testament judgment for flavor. Perhaps strangest of all was when Jenny asked for a cigarette. John reached into his pocket and grudgingly produced a half-finished pack of Embassies, which he had been reluctant to share with them earlier on. At this point, she was sick of this self-righteous, cigarette-hoarding Bible basher and glad to hop out of the taxi as soon as they got near the home. Now, all of these juicy details are the stuff policemen's dreams are made of. Jenny's statement really hammered home the religious angle, which until now had been a minor footnote of seemingly little consequence. Crucially, they were now convinced, without a doubt, they were dealing with a full-fledged serial killer. Yeah, twice is a coincidence. 3, it's like, all right, something's up. Under the guidance of John Betty, one of Glasgow's top detectives at the time, Jenny actively joins the hunt for the man who killed her sister. The police produced a new photo fit for the killer, this time made up of one woman's detailed testimony rather than a patchwork assembled from dozens of half-remembered accounts. But there's also another kind of person who thrives on this kind of vivid, violent detail. Journalists. The press went wild for the story of the silver-tongued killer, and his freshly reworked face was on the front of every paper in Scotland. One major tabloid ran with the headline, "The Dance Hall Don Juan with Murder on His Mind." That is a very long headline, which is far catchier than it had any right being. A pretty good line for Bible John the musical, if anyone is ever tasteless enough to write it. Let's hope not. Although I believe they made an American Psycho musical, which is, at least that's not based on a real story, but that's, interesting choice. All the details began to emerge. The entire city of Glasgow let out a collective gasp of terror. Parents demanded their daughters stay home past sunset. Thousands of concerned citizens rang the police stations claiming their neighbors or workmates fit the description. It was the kind of all-pervading, irrational fear that you can surely only understand if you've lived through this kind of thing before. And you'll probably know already, as a fan of true crime, the media don't exactly go out of their way to calm down this kind of hysteria. Yeah, of course not. They're going to sell way more papers if you're scared. Like during COVID, I've spent way more time. I'm not even into the news. I don't read a lot of news. And it's like during COVID, it's like, I'll look at the news at least once a day just to see what's going on. Like, is everything all right? Well, obviously not. But it's different. And it's obviously good for the news websites. It's their bread and butter after all. Here, they had a ready-made sensation with the kind of idiosyncratic details that really capture the imagination. So the journalists of Scotland ran with the story. They invented a nickname, which virtually everybody in the country will recognize even to this day. So what was it? The Bible-bashing ballroom bastard? Satan's strangler? The demon of dancehall? Well, actually the tabloids were a little more tasteful in those days. So they went with the comparatively restrained moniker, Bible John. I guess they were tasteful because, what's his face? Rupert Murdoch hadn't arrived on the scene yet. Rupert Murdoch. And Callum leaves me a note here. If you'd prefer to omit all swearing, change it to the ballroom Bible basher. And it's like, no, it's okay. We could say bastards. Before we go any further, it's worth saying a word about the holy aspect of this case. This was what would eventually capture the terrified imagination of this religiously charged, volatile sectarian city. After all, the idea of a violent misogynist named John justifying himself with the Bible was nothing new, especially in Scotland. This is the homeland of John Knox, the Protestant reformist who founded the Church of Scotland about 500 years ago. He wrote a work titled The First Blast of the Trumpet Against the Monstrous Regiment of Women, although it sounds like the title of a pinned post on an incel internet forum. This was actually a deeply prejudiced theological book arguing against female monarchs. Scotland produced another John of questionable character around the same time, John Calvin. Another preacher of the Reformation, Calvin was not a fan of criticism. When one of his peers, named Jacques Gruet, accused him of hypocrisy, Johnny Boy is said to have had him tortured and executed, and his house burned down, just for good measure, I guess. I'm just realizing I know really very little about the history of Scotland. It's quite embarrassing. I'm like, what? What happens? With who? The Church of Scotland? It is? I guess I could make some videos about this and learn something. Even his Roman Catholic-hating buddies weren't completely safe from this treatment, as the Spaniard Michael Servetus found out when he was tried for heresy and then burned alive. Oh, the good old days. The court decreed that fresh green wood would be used to draw the whole affair out as long as possible, an agonizing 30 minutes in all. I can't remember where I heard this, but I heard that, if you're being burned to stake, burned at the stake, here's a pro tip. Apparently it's a good idea to take deep breaths, because then you'll die of smoke poisoning, smoke inhalation, whatever it's called. before the flames get to you, which I imagine is preferable. So what I'm saying is if you're a sadistic guy named John in Scotland who wants to commit some faith-infused misogyny and murder, you weren't short of role models. Faith has quite a patchy history there, dating back to long before the gang wars of Neds or the red cards of Old Firm derbies. Criminal profilers believe Bible John had appointed himself as a religiously justified judge above the basic worldly law. According to his twisted sense of morality, he was dishing out well-deserved punishments to the depraved and dirty of the world. To him, this meant adulterers and women on their periods. He was a total psycho after all. Yeah, does the Bible have some problem with women on their periods? I feel there's that guy who he lived by the rules of the Bible for like a whole year or something crazy. And one of the weird rules, what's that guy's name? He's like a journalist. It's a good book. And one of the rules was he couldn't sit down on a chair after a woman on her period had sat on the chair. It was one of these really strict. So obviously, like, the Bible's got some hang-ups about periods, apparently. And so does Bible John. Which leads us to one question which could have potentially cut the pool of suspects in half. Which side of the sectarian divide did Bible John fall on exactly? Well, when asked about his favourite football team in a taxi, he claims that he was neither Catholic nor Protestant. A shame, as Glasgow was so divided into sectarian boroughs that this information could have really targeted the search. Regardless, things still seem to be going well. With all of the eyes of Glasgow peeled for a sight of this mysterious murderer, the police were optimistic. There was a solid chance he would be spotted the moment he set foot outside of wherever he was holed up, recovering from his wounds. Helen had given him a fair few for his trouble, most significantly a deep gash underneath one of his eyes, which was spotted as he fled the area on a bus. 100 detectives were assigned to the case, with 50,000 statements collected through witnesses and call-ins, and a total of 1,000 potential suspects were found. Hoping that one of the minute little physical details would be the key to it all, the police interviewed hundreds of barbers, dentists, and tailors, hoping that one of them would be able to give them a name. Meanwhile, the crack team of Detective Betty and Wee Jenny carried out over 300 identity parades. He would first check the teeth, after which she would take a good look at the men and score their likelihood out of 100. But she never got the same feeling of repulsive recognition as when she saw the sketch that the police artist had made from her description. As the days and weeks went by, investigators failed to identify any highly likely culprits. There were too many half-baked leads to handle. Officers even took to drafting in psychics and spiritualists in an attempt to whittle down the possibilities. After all, the filing cabinets had burst apart and normal admin procedure had become powerless to keep up. Yeah, perfect. Let's bring in the psychics. That'll solve the problem, as they have done so many times in the past. Not really. Can you tell that I'm a massive skeptic? As it looked like all of this hype might fizzle out without a conclusive arrest, the police caught a major break. A man who bore a striking resemblance to the police sketch had just gotten into a shouting match with a young woman at the Barrowlands. Jackpot. The idiot had returned to the scene of his crimes. I get the feeling this is not what has happened. Officers arrived to investigate and question the man outside. They compared the photo and description with the individual in front of them. Red hair, check. Well put together, check. Slim face, check. Everything seemed to match up, so they cuffed him and threw him back in the back of the police wagon. Right? Wait, hang on a minute, one of the policemen presumably said. This man is innocent. Well, how so? His partner must have asked. The teeth are all wrong. It clearly says overlapping front teeth. This guy's are as straight as a Hollywood film star's. It can't be him. I feel like if you want to change your appearance and one of your notable thing are your teeth, you might consider getting your teeth changed. It's not impossible. Oh yeah, you're totally right, the teeth don't match. So there's literally no way this could be the culprit, despite the fact that he otherwise totally looks like him and was screaming at a woman like a maniac. Sorry to trouble you, sir. You're free to go. At this point, Bible John, if it really was him, must have immediately stopped sweating and tried his hardest to contain his amazement. The records don't state what happened to the officers. When the news of this close call reached the Strathclyde police precinct, it reminded one officer of a similar individual he had arrested several months before for getting into a fistfight outside the ballroom. The man had given a fake name and address at first before changing them later. The officers had driven him to the hospital to get stitches in his head, where again he tried to use his fake name, then escaped out of a window into the night. Despite potentially coming painfully, agonizingly close to capture, it seemed Bible John was done committing fatal indiscretions. Amid a continuing storm of hearsay which overwhelmed the investigators, the trail went cold once again. Over the following year, their gigantic list of names was boiled down to nothing. With that, Bible John became almost an urban legend. Yeah, dude, if you were that close to getting caught... Are murderers, like, addicted to murder? Like serial killers? Are they addicted to murder? I guess they have to do it, right? I mean, I'm basing this just on people we've covered on this podcast and watching Dexter. Like, they have to, right? And this guy, he's just going to disappear. I get the feeling he's coming back. Also, what's cluing me in is there's maybe 5 pages of the script left. With that, Bible John became almost an urban legend, a myth haunting an entire generation of partygoers, which parents would recount to bring their daughters home early from nightclubs. These same stories were passed down the generations as a warning, a murderous ghost which lingered in the imaginations of every Scottish parent who ever watched their child walk out the door to their first night on the town. And that brings us to the end of today's episode. It's a weighty script. Caleb says, no, I'm only joking. I want to leave you without a little closure. The story haunted not only the popular imagination, but also the entire criminal justice apparatus of Scotland, which found its eye turned back towards the case time and time again in the following decades. That's it? He just stops killing? Or, I mean, maybe he goes somewhere else to kill, or maybe he changes how he does it, but wow. The hopes of a tidy resolution dwindled thinner and thinner until it seemed like a pipe dream. It would be another 14 years until any substantial lead would come along, which happened in the form of a phone call in 1983. The man on the line claimed that he'd grown up with Bible John in an area of Glasgow called Cranhill. The two had spent plenty of nights down in the Barras in the 1960s, and he was convinced that his friend was the infamous strangler himself. Police tracked down the individual to the Netherlands, but unfortunately, they found nothing conclusively linking him to the murders. That means that it was either an embarrassing misunderstanding or a pretty intense prank. The next time you need a good laugh, just call up the police and tell them your mate is the Zodiac killer. No, actually, don't do that. It's highly illegal. Yes, don't do that. It's not a good idea. That's got to be an imprisonable offense, right? Like, to send the police on a wild goose chase, the amount of money they must waste, and also you're kind of setting someone up for maybe a crime. The second time the investigation gathered a head of steam was another 13 years later in 1996. There had always been a suspicion that Bible John might be a military man who killed at intervals whenever he returned home to Glasgow on leave. That's just one reason why ex-Scots Guard soldier John McInnes was of interest to police. Years ago, he had admitted to being at the Barrowlands on the night of the third murder after all. But they had trouble getting a confession out of him in 1996, though. He had been dead for 16 years after committing suicide in 1980. In lieu of words, the police took DNA samples from the remains using techniques not available in the 1960s. On a frosty February morning, not unlike the one on which the first Bible John victim was found, they dug into the frozen earth with pneumatic drills, and first they removed the body of McInnes' mother, who was buried above him, then exhumed the man himself. The small sample of DNA from the tights, collected way back in the 1960s and frozen for posterity, was compared to the new sample from his body. Police were so sure that they'd finally got their guy, but the evidence had deteriorated and the results were inconclusive. McInnes was ultimately cleared due to a lack of evidence. Now, I've teased you with a few dead ends, but the next one is legit, I promise, so just stick with me. But I mean, McInnes is only set free, I mean, he killed himself many, many years before, but he's only been discounted as a suspect because the DNA had degraded. It sounds, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence there. In 2006, Glasgow was shaken by another terrible crime, one which sounds like something out of a Dan Brown book. 23-year-old student Angelica Clark was staying in a residence attached to the St. Patrick's Roman Catholic Church in the Anderston area of the city. Originally from Poland, she worked as a cleaner at the church to help fund her studies. After going missing for several days, her body was found on the 29th of September, concealed beneath the floor of the church. She had been badly beaten, manically stabbed, and raped. The last person to have seen her alive was the handyman of the church, a 60-year-old man named Pat McLaughlin, who was now missing. His face was circulated on national TV, which is when investigators discovered that wasn't his real name at all. He was actually Peter Tobin, a registered sex offender from Glasgow, who had previously spent over a decade in prison for the violent rape of 2 sisters. By moving home, he had managed to drop off the police radar at the end of 2005. They managed to track him down at a hospital in London, where he was admitted under another false name. I feel like, shouldn't getting a fake identity be harder than this? I mean, how do you go under a false name for so long? Surely at some point, you're getting a job, someone's going to ask for some ID of some kind, even if you're just working at a church, or like if you want to get a bank account, or do any of this like normal life stuff. You need ID. Just... Okay. I mean, maybe it's not as hard as I think. I could just disappear, change my name. Yeah, what's your name? John. Now, just John Smith. Now, even if you don't know or remember his story, there's a chance the name Peter Tobin still sends a shiver down your spine. This is another one of the most recognizable names in the UK serial killer lineup. As I'm thinking, yeah, this name is familiar to me, as morbidly iconic as Ted Bundy in these parts. And yes, I said serial killer because this wasn't the first body which Tobin had buried, far from it. A search of his past homes revealed the missing bodies of a 15-year-old and 18-year-old buried in his garden in Margate. Oh, that's near where I'm from. That's way down south. He was convicted of all of these murders and is currently serving the maximum sentence possible in the UK at Sawton Prison in Edinburgh. His fellow inmates have claimed that Tobin boasted of killing a total of 48 victims over his grisly career. I really hope the maximum sentence is until he dies. But I get the feeling it's not, because it's the UK. It's very rare that someone gets sent away forever without the chance of ever getting out. Now, this story is very horrible and depressing, but I brought you here for closure, not some fresh nightmare fuel. So let's bring it all full circle. Could this killer, who was born in Glasgow and frequented the ballrooms of the city in the 1960s, be the man that we're looking for? You only need to take a look at the photos side by side to pique your curiosity. The oldest image available of Tobin, taken in his 20s, bears a striking resemblance to the photo fit of Bible John. Not completely the same, mind you, but these things rarely are. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a perfect sketch. If it's the whole point is it's just should be close. There was another eerie echo of the Bible John murders in Tobin's crimes. His 18-year-old victim, Diana McNichol, had been hitchhiking back from a music festival with her killer. The friend was dropped off first, and McNichol, of course, was never seen again. The young guy later reported that during the trial, Tobin had told them he was teetotal and that he had a cousin who had scored a hole-in-one at golf. It was enough to draw the attention of criminologist Professor David Wilson, anyway, one of the UK's leading experts on serial killers and their motivations. Almost exactly 50 years after the first Bible John murder, he reported on his own independent investigation. As part of a 3-year effort, Wilson travelled to Glasgow and retraced the steps of the killer, filling the dark alleyways of the city with all the grisly details with which he was intimately familiar. He noted how carefully the killer had managed the crime scenes to minimize evidence and agreed with the police that he would have needed a lot of local knowledge to pull it off without witnesses. There was clearly an element of pride to the killings, he thought, the way he had laid the bodies out plainly, without shame, the way he had beat their faces, the fact that he had expressed a hatred for married women who went out to find one-night stands. All of it suggested a sense of vindication, as if he felt he had dealt out the proper punishment for his victim's sins. As a Roman Catholic, Tobin had a clear interest in religion, and his decision to hide Clark's body inside the flooring of an actual church was probably his biggest, most self-satisfied act of symbolism. Several times throughout his life, he used religious groups as a cover to hide from the police. His attitudes to his conventional romances were also very warped and abusive, with all 3 of his ex-wives reporting that he started out as a charming, silver-tongued man at first, but after marriage, he became a sadist and a rapist who terrorized them in their own homes. In particular, his wrath was greatest when they were on their periods. Now, all of these similarities are very, very intriguing. But what about some cold, hard dates to back up the story? Luckily, those fall nicely into place too. Tobin lived in Shettleston, East Glasgow in 1968 and would leave the city for work regularly. His later crimes showed a habit of fleeing an area to avoid the heat and a penchant for living under false names to avoid detection. In 1969, he moved to England and married his first wife. Where did they meet? Well, that was at the Barrowlands, of course. This is the guy, isn't it? I was like, the guy who before he was buried underneath his mother, which is also weird, I guess. I don't know. But I thought he could be guilty. But this guy really lines up. And with that, I rest my case. Or Professor Wilson's case, I suppose I should say. I can't take much credit. When he asked an investigator close to the Tobin aftermath investigation why the police weren't ready to go public with the damning evidence, the reply basically amounted to a reluctance to reopen that old can of worms. Again, police, come on. I know it was a long time ago, but there are jobs to be done. The ghost of Bible John is relatively quiet these days, living mostly in the minds of the elderly generation, so nobody wants to be the one to bring it fully back to life. Is that negligence? Honest doubt? Or maybe there just isn't enough hard and fast physical evidence to make the lengthy process worthwhile when police funds are already stretched as it is. Tobin himself isn't going to offer any answers, that's for sure. He has ignored every interview request from Professor Wilson, meaning our story is sadly lacking the climactic showdown, which would surely have Hollywood knocking on the door. But you're surely with me on this one nonetheless, right? Yeah, I am, Callum, I am with you. I mean, if you're not convinced it was Tobin, I'll give you 1,000,000 to 1 odds on the suicidal soldier or the mystery man in Amsterdam. It's your money to lose, although there is one other possibility, I suppose. Okay. You see, I mean, it could be... is this last one that there could be multiple people doing these crimes? Like, they were plastered all over the papers, so maybe someone is like a copycat killer or something? You see, I told you I was offering you closure because that's what a story like this cries out for. If we can't have justice, if we can't have safety, we demand at least that much. A tidy explanation distills a formless fear, a suffocating mist which can expand to fill the streets of a whole city into something incomprehensible. Suddenly, the universal terror of your loved ones being harmed is reduced down to something more manageable, a sealed-off story with a beginning, a middle, and an end, one which you can file away, one step removed from everyday reality. There aren't always tidy answers to give, however. In this case, that's because the idea that all of the Bible John killings were committed by the same person is not accepted at all. I knew it. Some investigators and academics say that police were too quick to assume that that was the case and that the first killing could have been totally unrelated, or the final two may have been copycat killings inspired by it. When the media gets hold of a story like this, it's really hard to tell apart fact from fiction. Perhaps the public Bible John mania warped the investigation itself and forced the police to give some easy answers, which weren't entirely backed up by facts. At any rate, this still doesn't feel like a closed case. It's too deeply embedded in the psyche of Scotland to ever truly be closed. So I suppose the best we can take away from it is a warning to be wary and watchful for Bible Johns that walk among us. I know we like to take a lighter look at the dark side of crime here, folks, but in all seriousness, keep safe out there. Yes. I mean, I like to make these a little bit lighthearted, but we are always talking about horribly brutal murders, and often the people don't get caught. So, yeah, you know, don't go home with any psychopaths, okay? And if you see a stranger on a night out who might be in trouble, could you ever forgive yourself if you saw them in the news the next day? Keep that in mind, and you might well be a hero in the future. Here on The Casual Criminalist, here's hoping. Dismembered appendices. If you're grinding your teeth in frustration at Peter Tobin's reluctance to offer any information about his potential past victims, you're not alone. It is weird that he would say, yeah, I've killed like 48 people, that when someone wants to talk about it, he was boasting about it. When someone wants to talk about it with him, he's like, nope, not interested in talking about it. Come on. You're in prison forever. I mean, hopefully. In 2015, fellow inmate Sean Monahan slashed Tobin with an improvised shiv, frustrated with his refusal to reveal where the bodies were buried, if they existed at all. The attack left a 20-centimeter laceration down his neck and face. I hope you'll join me in saying, ha, too bad. Yeah. Number 2, Chief Inspector Betty feels that the military connection was a key angle left underexplored due to manpower limitations. They did make sure to circulate the police sketch around every UK military base at home and abroad. However, Tobin had actually served a short stint in the French Foreign Legion before deserting. Number 3. Finally, if you've ever felt like people on the street are staring at you, count yourself lucky you're not this guy. One anonymous Glasgow man bore such a close resemblance to the Bible John photo fit that the cops were called wherever he went, even though he had proved his alibi half a dozen times already. The police ended up making him a special "For the Last Time I'm Not a Murderer" pass to save the trouble of booking him over and over. That's incredible. That's so unfortunate if you just happened... It'd be like if you just happened to look really a lot like Saddam Hussein or, you know, Adolf Hitler. Be like, I mean, Adolf Hitler, just don't grow the moustache and you'll be fine. But yeah, that's really super unfortunate. This has been another this felt long, but super interesting episode of The Casual Criminalist. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you to Callum for putting together the story for this one, and thank you for listening or watching, however you consume this. If you're watching, please do give us a like, subscribe. If you're listening, leave us a podcast review. That would be awesome. And see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist with me, your host, Simon. And in this one is the Titanic PCP incident. And I know nothing about this. What happens on this show is Callum will write me a script, I will read it. I often have no idea about these other than, you know, the very big cases that we've all heard of. I've never heard of this. I'm thinking PCP? Isn't that hallucinogenic drug? And I kind of thought this was like, what's that one? The big famous one, like acid or whatever, or LSD. Not PCP. Or maybe PCP something entirely different, and I'm very mistaken, as we will soon find out. I'm going to read this. Let's just jump in. It's a short one today, by the way, and I think There's probably not any major bits of murder, because this is like a different criminal one. So, I can see in the stats, like the shorter ones are less popular. So I'm sure a lot of people are like tuning out right now. What else have I got to watch on YouTube or in my podcast app? Well, stay with me. Let's enjoy this together. Here we go. It's not easy being the internet's top true crime analyst. Citation needed. Yeah, it's like a wiki. You ever read those Wikipedia pages where it's like really talking up the person, and at the top it says like, this article may have been contributed to by someone close to the source, and it's like, yeah, this person wrote it themselves and they talked themselves up big time, or their agents or their people did, or whoever. All those long hours spent dissecting cold cases. But life's not all about murders and disappearances. Sometimes you have to just take a break from all of that. And I don't know, go do drugs on a boat with James Cameron.
That image is going to endure for 1,000 years, I think.
And that's exactly what I'm talking to you about today. In this Casual Criminalist short, we'll be examining one of the most peculiar, unsolved mysteries in Hollywood history. Its victims, some of the biggest A-listers of the 1990s. This is the case of the great Titanic PCP spiking of 1996. Okay, so I have to say, rather understandably, I guess, I thought this was about the original Titanic and some sort of PCP incident. But I'm glad it's not, because that makes a whole lot more sense with my knowledge of drugs. I mean, I'm pretty sure PCP wasn't around. Were people like doing hallucinogenic drugs back in the day? Anyway. On set. In the late evening of August the 8th, 1996, the cast and crew of James Cameron's Titanic were well into their final stint of filming in Nova Scotia, Canada. After wrapping up this leg of the production, the plan was to travel down to the sunnier shores of Mexico, where the main set awaited a gigantic replica of the original ship. The last night was the culmination of 5 weeks of work, filming all those framing scenes where the elderly Rose goes hunting for the wreck of the titular ship. Kate Winslet, Leonardo DiCaprio were absent for this part of the filming, as they'd only be needed for the period drama part filmed in Mexico. Some big names who were in attendance included Bill Paxman, Susie Amis, producer John Landau, and of course, James Cameron himself. Since much of the filming needed to be done at night, the crew had become temporarily nocturnal, which meant stopping for lunch at midnight. The catering company brought in a nice spread, one of the perks of working on the most expensive movie ever made at the time. Reports of his fateful buffet mention Italian food, vegetarian dishes, and most importantly, great big pots of chowder. Some say it was lobster chowder, some clam, some mussel, but the one ingredient that everyone can agree upon was copious amounts of psychedelics. Just like my granny used to make it. That's right, somewhere out of frame, someone had decided to spike one of the pots of chowder, inadvertently kickstarting one of the weirdest Hollywood parties of all time. Over 60 members of the cast and crew unwittingly ate from the pot, including Cameron, with some even going up for a second helping. It's amazing. I mean, I don't want to be dark, but it's kind of surprising this doesn't happen more often, because it's got to be really easy to poison people, right? Like, thinking about it, like how you could just slip something in, although you'd kind of expect, like, this is a huge movie, that there'd be a bit more careful with security and stuff. But I mean, you're not feeding the president. It's not like every step is going to be watched and everyone's been background checked. It's just like a catering company, right? Anyway. Victim testimony. As Paxton later reported, it only took about 15 minutes after breaking bread for things to get all kinds of weird. After everyone got back to work, Cameron disappeared to go make himself throw up. With his head spinning, he got completely disoriented along the way. At first, he diagnosed himself with having something called paralytic shellfish neurotoxin. That's a kind of natural poisoning caused when shellfish accumulate high quantities of neurotoxins from microscopic algae. Serious business, and not what you need to hear when you're tripping balls. By the time the Academy Award-winning director finally found the toilet, threw up, then came back to the set, the whole place was empty. As he put it in a 2009 interview with Vanity Fair, I get back to the set and nobody's there. I'm standing at the monitors, near the camera, and the room is empty. It was like the Twilight Zone. The reason they'd all taken off was because dozens of the crew had started exhibiting the same symptoms. Not only the nausea, but also alternating waves of intense well-being and intense anxiety, which will sound extremely familiar to anyone who had an experimental phase at uni. I have never done PCP, and it doesn't sound very good. Like, Well-being sounds great. Intense anxiety sounds like, well, I'm just paying for all that well-being, aren't I? Doesn't really seem worth it. As one of the on-set painters, Marilyn McAvoy later told Vice, it was kind of like a combination of being high on marijuana and being drunk. I was functioning, I was reading magazines, it was like a dream. That sounds pretty great though, like being high and drunk at the same time. That sounds like a good time. That sounds a lot better than intense anxiety. Cameron found her and the rest of the cast and crew organizing themselves into two lines. One for people who felt fine and one for anyone suffering from the giggles, a stomachache, or intense existential terror. Exactly, it sounds like great, you know? Yeah, I'm really happy, this is great. Oh no, I have intense existential terror. That sounds horrific. More and more people started leaving the okay line for the yeah, I'm probably very high line, where half of the people were weeping and the other half were in hysterics. This shouldn't be funny. These people got terribly drugged. Eventually, it became clear that anyone who, like Susie Amis, abstained from the chowder was fine. Paxton was not among them. He later told an interviewer, "One minute I felt okay, the next minute I felt so goddamn anxious I wanted to breathe into a paper bag." With a good chunk of the crew potentially about to drop down dead from seafood poisoning, the sober ones decided it was time to get them to a hospital. The hospital. They had the production company's drivers bring round the vans and loaded 6 tripping Hollywood folk into the back of them. Imagine being an ER nurse on that night as this drugged-up rabble burst through the doors all at once. Somebody call TMZ. By this point, the drugs had kicked in even more, with some of the affected going down the rabbit hole into flashback and freak-out territory. The rest, however, were impossible to contain. Each patient was given their own cubicle, separated by curtains, but soon they started leaping out and running amok like a bunch of unruly toddlers. People were falling over. This is not funny. These people have been terribly drugged, but it's also funny at the same time. People were falling over onto gurneys, racing down the hallways in wheelchairs. Paxton joined a conga line led by cinematographer Caleb Deschanel, father to the slightly more famous Zoe. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing his name right there. Deschanel, Zoe Deschanel. Isn't she the one from that? Is she the one from Bones? Even Cameron had chilled out by this point, lying in his hospital bed, blood running down his cheek, giggling away. He had been stabbed in the face with a pen by one of his staff, but he was too buzzed to care. Stab wounds, conga lines, people weeping in the corners. Just sounds like a standard house party in the UK, to be honest. So nostalgic. While the ER was being torn apart by drugged-up film folk, the hospital staff were busy pursuing the food poisoning theory. They forced everyone to drink activated charcoal, a liquid variety which stops anything further being absorbed into the bloodstream. Over the next few hours, things started to simmer down. The damage to the filming schedule was already done, but at least nobody died. I mean, one of the cast members, Gloria Stewart, who played the elderly Rose, was 76 at the time. That's got to be pretty intense, being like a 76-year-old just absolutely tripping balls on PCP. Unless she was a hardened ex-hippie, the drugs could have hit her body hard, but thankfully she was eating out at a restaurant when the whole thing went down. She was eating out at a restaurant at midnight? I mean, Rose, what are you up to? Paxman had already bowed out by the time the cups of charcoal were being passed around too. He told the director, "Jim, I'm not going to hang out here. This is bedlam. I'm going to wander back to the set and just drink a case of beer." Apparently that worked wonders, but I should add that neither I nor Bill Paxman is a doctor, and the NHS website does not list Carlsberg as a remedy for a bad trip. Carlsberg is a remedy to nothing, because it's awful, Callum. As for the rest of the afflicted cast and crew, a nice cup of disgusting charcoal and some bed rest was all they needed. After that, they were right back on set the very next night to continue shooting, which must have been one of the worst days at the office imaginable. I don't know, does PCP give you a bad hangover? And just to comment there, charcoal is not that bad. I've had the charcoal in like pill form rather than liquid form. It's really good. Like if you got an upset tummy or something like that, it quite helps. I guess it just absorbs stuff. I have no idea. I just take it. It makes me feel better. Could be placebo for all I know. I'm not using it to soak up PCP. Suspects. By this point, the police had already been alerted to the incident. The toxicology report soon came back to reveal that PCP was to blame. Also known as angel dust, this drug can cause hallucinations, sensory malfunctions, and even violent behavior, like stabbing the director of Terminator 2 in the face with a biro, for instance.
Talk to the hand.
Now, as funny as the idea of a film set descending into giggling madness is, indiscriminately spiking dozens of people is still a pretty serious crime. Yes, no doubt. Because, like, 76-year-old Rose could have died, or all of these, yeah, this is not a joke. The police launched a full investigation. They compiled lists of everyone on set at the time, who was affected, who wasn't affected, who held a grudge, etc. In the end, they were unable to come up with any definite suspects and closed the investigation after 2.5 years. That's not to say it was a total mystery, however. The fact that the particular pot of chowder chosen was nearest to Cameron's table led some to speculate that it was an act of revenge against him. But who could it have been? Had Tom Cruise rappelled down from the ceiling as vengeance for missing out on the lead role? Can you imagine Tom Cruise in Titanic instead of Leonardo DiCaprio? That'd be so weird. That'd be so weird. But I can't imagine it. I can imagine it, but it doesn't seem right. And I don't know why. Maybe, but actually, there's a more likely candidate. Cameron is pretty certain that a certain ex-crew member was to blame. The unnamed suspect, some say a chef, was apparently fired just the day before over his unprofessional conduct with the catering company. A touch of PCP and the chowder would have been the perfect way to get back at both the production and the caterers all at once. In the end, it worked. The film company fired the caterers the very next day, suspecting that one of their people may have been to blame. That suspicion probably led plenty of the crew to bring their own ham sandwiches from there on out, but the caterers were adamant that the PCP was brought in by Hollywood folk. Whatever the case, the show went on. It did, because Titanic was made. Enormously successful movie. The Titanic cast and crew went down to Mexico, endured a host of other non-psychedelic setbacks, and scooped up 11 Oscars for their troubles, and nobody in Hollywood ever took drugs ever again. The end. It's not really the end, because there's a wrap-up right here. That brings to a close our retelling of one of the most unfortunate incidents in blockbuster history. Or fortunate, depending on your feelings about free PCP soup. I don't have a problem with drugs. That's fine. Do all the PCP you want. What I don't like is being drugged. When there were elderly people and children involved, though, you really have to question the judgment of the culprit. I, for one, will not be condoning the spiking of soups. Definitely not, Callum. We are not condoning that. I'm not sure why you'd bring it up as a point. Nor the consumption of angel dust. However, I do have a pretty banging recipe for LSD chicken balti. I'll leave a link in the description. No, you won't, Callum. This has been a short episode of The Casual Criminalist. I, as always, have been your host, Simon. Thank you to Callum for putting together this script. And I never thank Jen. Jen does all the music and the graphics if you're watching this show. So thank you, Jen, as well. And, well, thank you for listening or watching. If you are watching this show, smash the like button. Make sure you're subscribed if you're listening to it in its podcast form. Well, this is also a video show. It's also an audio show. You can leave us a review wherever you get your podcasts. Although Spotify doesn't support reviews for podcasts, which is frustrating. But anyway, thank you for listening or watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. This one is one of our short episodes. It's all about Iron Mike, NYC's Boozy Rasputin. And if I remember, the premise behind this one is it's to do not with Rasputin being like a bit weird, even though he was totally weird. Maybe he is also weird, this Iron Mike guy, but I think it's about him not being killable. And there's that famous story of like the guys trying to kill Rasputin and how he just wasn't reactive to the poison, and then they shot him and he survived and all of that stuff. I've actually made a video all about Rasputin on my biographics channel, if you'd like more on that, but only do it after watching this show or listening to this or however you get it. And what happens here is Callum has written me a script. I'm going to read it. I've never read this before. And let's just jump into it, shall we? The Great Depression was a tough time for New York. With a staggering half the country out of work, many of those who had come stateside to chase the American dream found themselves jobless, homeless, and above all, hopeless. In the age of COVID-19, we've seen people turn to all kinds of money-making side gigs to make ends meet, delivering takeaways, investing in penny stocks, launching true crime podcasts. Indeed. It's a real testament to human ingenuity, and the same was true back in the 1930s when bootleggers and odd jobbers hustled to fill the gaping budget gaps traditional employment left behind. Some routes to riches are more commendable than others, though, which brings us to today's case. Murder and fraud, for example, is not a recommended method for whipping up some rent money, and I'm about to tell you exactly why. I don't think we need to know exactly why, Callum. It's murder and fraud. I'm pretty sure there are usually prison sentences attached to both of those crimes. This is the story of how one man repeatedly cheated death, stumbling his way through a nefarious plot against his life with nothing but dumb luck and several 100 gallons of whiskey to help him. Toughest of the tough, this is the story of Iron Mike, New York City's booze-soaked Rasputin. The story unfolded in 1933, right towards the end of both the Great Depression and America's Prohibition era. Alcohol was outlawed, but given the recent rising tide of human misery, it was in higher demand than ever before. To fill the demand, underground watering holes called speakeasies popped up around New York. These were unlicensed bars selling bootleg liquor to the down and outs of the town. One such place was the favorite establishment of Michael Malloy, a famous local booze hound who had fallen seriously on hard times. I learned something interesting about Prohibition the other day. I think it was in another video that I made. And rich people were largely fine during Prohibition because before Prohibition, they knew it was coming. And so they just absolutely stocked up with an insane amount of alcohol because, I think while the selling of alcohol was illegal, they weren't coming to your houses and taking away the alcohol you had already bought. So, like Gatsby and whoever, I know he's fictional, but his real life equivalent, they just stocked up their wine cellars, something insane, and just rode it out, which I thought was kind of cool. Despite his lack of funds, he would walk through the doors of the bar each and every day, greeted by bartender Joe Murphy and the owner, Anthony Marino. One day, while watching old Mike stumble out of the doors of their bar and off into the night, Murphy and Marino had an idea. There was a better way to make money off this particular customer than just charging him for drinks. With the help of two of their regulars, a greengrocer named Dan Kreisberg and an undertaker called Frank Pasqua, they hatched a plan to end Mike's life and turn a nice bit of profit while doing so. No, they didn't try and sell his organs. Kidney transplants weren't possible for another 5 or 6 years. Wow, you could do a kidney transplant in the late 1930s? I had no idea, and that's wild. Instead, unless Callum's being sarcastic, but it seems too specific. I'm going to look that up. Yeah, 1954. That was a little way off. It was got, 20-something years late? No. 30s, 40s. Yeah, over a decade later. Over a decade longer than 5 or 6 years, I mean. Instead, they decided to take out 3 separate insurance policies in a fake name before hastening the demise of their most persistent customer. This feels like a terrible crime. Not like a terrible, oh my god crime, even though it is. It's murder and fraud. But, it sounds very unbelievable that the guy just happens to have 3 life insurance policies where he's basically like some washed up dude, and then the guys who are going to cash in on it are just regulars at the bar. If I was the insurance company, I'd be like, they killed him. They 100% killed him, police. Look into it. The first attempt. The next time Mike came to the bar, he was given far more of a warm reception than usual. Suddenly, Murphy didn't seem to care so much about his limited budget. In fact, he offered him unlimited credit for the evening. The owner, Marino, even came in to join the party and informed Mike of his plans to run for a spot in the local government. After drinking on the man's dollar for several straight hours, Mike was all too happy to sign a petition to support Marino's government, and the men toasted to a successful year ahead. Now, you've probably already worked out that there was no petition. Mike had just signed all 3 life insurance policies worth about $65,000 in today's money, with Pasqua as the beneficiary. And with that, they just put phase 2 into operation. Actually, it had technically already started because their murder plan was basically just to let Mike to drink himself to death for free. They even set him up somewhere to sleep in a back room so he could bash into the hooch 24/7. Every time he passed out, he woke up with a fresh glass waiting for him. Surely, no man could gulp down such a never-ending stream of free whiskey and live to tell the tale. There was one fatal flaw with this plan, though. Mike was Irish. Biography. Now, I don't usually go in for stereotypes, but the Irish tend to not shy away from this one. It's more like a badge of honor for some. Whether it was down to genetics, culture, or whatever, suffice to say, Michael Malloy could handle his drink. Born in County Donegal in 1873, Mike came to America in his youth and found work as a firefighter in New York. After being laid off during the Depression, he spent some time as a pro boxer before ending up on the streets of the Bronx. As the Daily Mail put it back then, he was among the flotsam and jetsam in the swift current of underworld speakeasy life, those no longer respectable derelicts who stumble through the last days of their lives in a continual haze of Bowery smoke. He had no family. He made a meager living doing odd jobs like street sweeping in exchange for booze. Homelessness left him looking 10 years older than his actual age, mid-50s at the time, which was one of the reasons the conspirators chose him as their mark. They would soon discover, though, that Mike was far sturdier than he looked. Next attempts. When alcohol alone obviously failed to kill the Irishman, the bar staff started to supplement it with less savory additions. They started mixing his drinks with antifreeze, but to their dismay, Mike found this absolutely delicious and continued to guzzle down glass after glass. It speaks volumes about the kind of swill they must have been serving before. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe that despite it being horribly poisonous and will make you blind and kill you, antifreeze actually tastes quite good. Or it tastes... I might be completely wrong on that. I've not tried it. Don't try it at home. I think I just heard this. Surely, though, if antifreeze wouldn't do it, turpentine would. No? Rat poison. No? Okay, how about some tainted food instead? Pasqua told his conspirators that he'd once seen a man die after eating raw oysters with alcohol, so they gave that a go. It was probably far from the worst meal Mike had eaten recently, so he kept it down without issue. Next, they served him up a sandwich of spoiled sardines, poison, and metal shavings. When he was done, he asked for another. Surprisingly, all of this fine drinking and dining actually had a net positive effect on Mike, who relished his new way of life and felt more upbeat than he had in years. Getting the man drunk was like giving spinach to Popeye. They definitely chose the wrong dude for this. Iron Mike is iron. By this point, the cost of the free booze and insurance premiums was threatening to make the whole thing cost a lot more than it was worth. The gang had to up their game if the plan was going to make them any money at all. It was abundantly clear that Mike's stomach had some sort of inhuman fortitude, so the gang gave up on their attempts at poisoning. Mike could handle anything thrown down his gullet, but hypothermia was another thing altogether. So they decided to wait until Mike was blackout drunk, pour water all over him, open his shirt, and then dump him out into the icy streets of New York. It was just a waiting game now. Surely one of the other patrons would walk through the door the next evening to tell them how Mike had been found frozen dead. When the bar door swung open that night, though, in walked the man himself, clad in a fresh new suit gifted to him by a passerby who took him out of the cold. At this point, the affair was starting to look like a Looney Tunes cartoon, so the gang prepared to end it once and for all. With the promise of a $150 payment, they enlisted the help of a taxi driver named Harry Green, and took Mike out into the streets in the middle of the night. Two of them propped him up on their shoulders while the driver revved up his engine and careened towards them. Guys, you've got too many people involved in this crime. Isn't that like four of you or five of you now? There's and an insurance policy, 3 insurance policies. You're going to get caught. You're definitely going to get caught. Even like police work back in the day, I know they didn't have all the like technology and stuff we have today. I get the feeling they don't need a lot of technology to solve this one. The would-be killers leapt out of the way, expecting Mike to flop down helplessly, but somehow he managed to roll himself out of the way. It took another 2 attempts before a successful impact. Mike rolled over the bonnet of the cab and crashed down onto the road. To make sure he wouldn't be getting back up, the driver reversed over his body before a passerby caused the lot of them to panic and flee. The next day, they started calling around the morgues to confirm their plan had been a success, but they couldn't find any confirmed reports of a deadly hit and run. 5 whole days passed like that, with the crooks impatiently waiting for confirmation so they could claim their cash. I think you know what's coming next. That evening, Mike limped through the door of the bar, a bit bruised, a few broken bones, but very much alive. I feel, Mike, at some point it's probably just worth going to a different bar. I know this is your favorite, but there's got to be a point where you're like, wow, a lot of bad stuff keeps happening to me. Maybe I shouldn't drink here. Death. Oh, so he does die. I mean, it's the 1930s. He definitely dies at some point, but I mean, I imagine it's soon. The murderous cabal at the speakeasy had really pushed the limits of their plan with no success, but they couldn't exactly just give up, if nothing else than a kind of morbid curiosity. How exactly could Mike be killed? Had they found some sort of invincible superhuman like Bruce Willis in Unbreakable? By this point, stories had started floating around town to that effect, earning our hero the nickname Iron Mike and Durable Mike, among others. Frustrated by the apparent invincibility of their victim, Marino and his gang resorted to far more direct methods than they'd ever planned. Over the course of the night, they served Mike glass after glass of toxic wood alcohol until he passed out as usual. After that, they dragged him to a nearby apartment and pressed a hose into his mouth, pumped his lungs full of gas from a light fixture, And honestly, this just feels like bad sportsmanship at this point. The man had beaten them time and time again. Just let him live. Yeah, that would have been nice, but obviously this is real life, so that's not what happened. That wasn't to be the case, though. This time, Mike really was dead after 7 long and costly months of attempts on his life. The gang elicited the help of Dr. Frank, another person. What are you doing? Stop bringing in new people into your crime. Dr. Frank Manzella to produce a false death certificate listing pneumonia as the cause. Pfft, as if a petty human disease could have actually killed him. There's a fallout. There's going to be prison. They're all going to prison. So with Iron Mike definitively down for the count, the gang could go about collecting their money. They had little trouble collecting it from the first company, possibly because they had the help of a corrupt broker, but the other 2 policies proved more difficult to cash in on. The Prudential Life Insurance Company needed to see a body. On top of that, once the first lot of money was in hand, some infighting ensued. The gang couldn't agree on how exactly to divide the loot, and they ended up never paying the taxi driver his $150 cut. That's a mistake. I've seen that movie, War Dogs. They got caught because they didn't pay, a company an insanely cheap amount of money for repackaging all the ammunition, and they told on them, I think, and it all fell apart because they skimped out on some tiny fee. Meanwhile, the police caught wind of the story of Iron Mike and were a little suspicious as to why a man should have to dodge death so many times in such a short space of time. They spoke to the insurance companies, who delivered a shocking revelation. The same bar had been implicated in a similar death the year before. As it turned out, Marino had got a female patron blackout drunk before soaking her and laying her down under an open window. They had Iron Mike's body exhumed and discovered the cause of death was in fact gas poisoning, leading to the questioning of the doctor and subsequent arrest of the entire gang. By this point, none of them were willing to go down to protect the others, so the whole story came to light through all their crisscrossing accusations. All 4 of them, plus Harry Green, the taxi driver, went on trial for the killing. In the end, Green would be the only one who survived the whole affair. He was only sentenced to prison, while Marino, Murphy, Pasqua, and Kreisberg were all sentenced to death by electric chair. No surprises. I mean, I thought they were going to prison, but I totally forgot there was the death penalty, so I'm not at all surprised they got the death penalty. That was the end of the story of Iron Mike. Surely one of the world's most accomplished drinkers who could down a Freshers Week worth of alcohol in just one sitting and top it all off with a hefty dose of poison and still survive a vehicular homicide attempt. Tell this story to your mate the next time he or she passes out after a can of cider. The moral of the story, aside from the well-worn wisdom that crime doesn't pay, is that if you're trying to kill Superman, you'd better damn well find some kryptonite. Or perhaps more aptly, if you're trying to kill an Irishman, be aware that whiskey and turpentine will only make him stronger. And this has been an episode of The Casual Criminalist, one of our shorter ones. If you enjoyed this and you're watching this, smash the like button, subscribe to this channel. If you're listening to its podcast version, a review would mean a lot. It would make a huge difference to me. It would get this show in front of more people, which is always nice. And thank you for watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist. This is one of our shorts, but it is a bloody one. It's the Berlin Butcher and his bloody bratwurst. And this, as always, is written by Callum. I am going to read it. The story here is that I've never read this before. We're going to read it and enjoy it together, hopefully. And as this is a short one, let's just crack on. But before I do, just let me say, if you're listening to this in its podcast form, well, a review of the show would be greatly appreciated. If you're watching it on YouTube, well, you know what to do. Smash that like button. Or if you don't like the show, that's what the dislike button is for. Let's jump in. Remember the horse meat scandal? I do, Callum. This wasn't IKEA allegedly. Just throw that in, just in case. Allegedly, they had like horse meat in the meatballs or something, somehow. Like that. I remember I went to Morocco a few years ago with my wife, and we went to the store and we bought some sausages, and we'll be like, oh, those will be nice for breakfast. They look good. And so we bought them, took them back, cooked them up for breakfast. These sausages taste a bit different, but they're not bad. And then we found out that we had eaten horse sausages. And it was like, good. I mean, I don't care. It was tasty. I'm happy to eat horse. Though with the horse meat scandal, the problem was we didn't know we were eating horse. It's that I'm happy eating horse, but not if it's advertised as cow or pig or whatever. Back in 2013, Britain was up in arms because it was discovered that some of our favorite beef products actually contained hefty portions of equine goodness. 100% in the case of those Findus microwave lasagnas. Meanwhile, the French just looked on confused, thinking, yes, horse lasagna. It's delicious. What's the problem? Yeah, the French love eating horses. I mean, why not? I don't understand what the big problem is. I mean, people are like, oh yeah, we ride them and they're so beautiful. It's like, you could ride a cow if you wanted to. I mean, you probably couldn't. I mean, it wouldn't like it, and it's slow. If you want a case of mistaken meat which would shock even our friends across the channel, you need only to look to Germany. Back in the early 20th century, a brutal criminal sent a wave of panic through the city of Berlin, spawning an urban legend which will have you thinking twice whenever you go to munch on a currywurst. I'm talking about the case of the Berlin Butcher, not to be confused with the Butcher Berlin, which is a burger restaurant with a respectable 4.2-star Google rating. Shout out. No, the butcher we're covering today has some of the worst reviews in the history of the food and beverage industry, on account of the fact that he may have turned hundreds of unwitting Berliners into accidental cannibals. Well, that is dark and intense. The hot dog man. If you had walked down the streets of Berlin in 1920, we might have spotted a strange little man running a hot dog stand outside the Silesian train station, now called Ostbahnhof. Maybe. With German pronunciation, I tend to just say it in a German accent, like Ostbahnhof. That sounds more Dutch. Ostbahnhof. Maybe. This was advice, and I was like, doesn't it just sound a bit racist? And people were like, no, but it does actually sound closer to the real pronunciation. So I was like, okay. This was Karl Grossman, a local bratwurst slinger in his mid-50s and a familiar face to the commuters who came and went through his crime-ridden district. The hot dog man looked skinny in his oversized suit, with a menacing scowl seemingly permanently fixed to his moustached face. Whenever the sausage business was slow, he was known to revert to his old profession, begging for change on the streets. Despite these humble career paths, Karl is actually relatively wealthy for this side of town. He had held many jobs over the years, working in textile factories, butchers, shops, farms, and even had a brief stint in the military during World War I. After his medical discharge, it was rumored that he used his experience as a butcher to trade in black market meat well into the post-war period, when food was strictly rationed. By the 1920s, he had settled down in Berlin for a while and was renting a tiny apartment in a building on Langerstrasse. Again, maybe. I did my German accent thing. Karl wasn't exactly popular among his neighbors, mostly on account of his sexual proclivities. He was well known for drunkenly bringing prostitutes back almost every night and waking up other tenants with the racket. Oh my. Whenever he didn't feel like paying his ladies in cash, he would go searching at Andreasplatz Park for young runaways and homeless women to coerce into coming home with him. He'd flash a fat stack of papier marks and offer them food, shelter, and employment as his housekeeper in exchange for sex. What a pleasant man. Not really. His live-in maids mustn't have been doing a very good job of cleaning up the place, though, because the neighbors often noticed a horrific smell emanating from Grossman's doorway. He usually explained it was down to some spoiled chicken left out on the windowsill by accident. I mean, you can get away with that once, right? But then the next time they'll be like, why do you keep spoiling chicken? What's wrong with you? Understandably, nobody wanted to really get more involved in Grossman's business than they had to, so they kind of just accepted his excuses and just left him to it. The kinds of arrangements he was striking up with these women weren't particularly strange in interwar Berlin, where unemployment and poverty were rife. What was strange, though, was the fact that more women seemed to enter Karl's apartment than ever left. Yeah, that is definitely strange. It sounds like he's killing them, and because we're on the Casual Criminalist, I'm going to absolutely bet that that is what is happening. Disappearances. It was around the same time that the Berlin police were battling a spate of missing persons cases. I wonder where they went missing. From the spring of 1918, the brutally dismembered bodies of young women had been periodically discovered in Lusenstadt Canal and Engelbecken Reservoir. Many were never identified. The killings continued over the next few years, and in October 1920, a woman named Frieda Schubert wound up as the latest victim. She had been working as a prostitute at the time. When the police interviewed witnesses at her usual haunts, they reported seeing her head off with a John on the evening of her disappearance. A little more digging revealed that it was none other than Karl Grossman, once again living up to his name. Because like Grossman, he is a gross man. I guess I didn't really need to explain. Let's move on. Police searched his apartment and discovered Frida's handbag. Grossman calmly explained that yes, he had hired her for the night, but she had simply left in a hurry and forgotten her bag. This guy is super guilty. I mean, also because this is about the butcher of Berlin, and he fed her to... Oh, God. The case has continued to pile up for another 10 months, bringing the total number of bodies to over 20. Throughout this time, Mr. Grossman became a familiar face at the local police station, not because he was under suspicion or anything, he was just having the worst luck with his housekeepers. He filed report after report claiming that his live-in maids were robbing him and then vanishing without a trace. Eventually, the police began to get sick of the sight of the guy. By 1921, the spate of disappearances and/or murders, gonna guess probably both, had reached epidemic levels. The death of a 24-year-old Johanna Sanowski was the most recent, and it prompted the police to launch a renewed appeal for information in the area around the station where it was believed the killer was based. The strange sounds. The posters which they put up were spotted by several of Grossman's suspicious neighbors, including husband and wife Helen and Mannheim Istig. They were among the many residents who had heard sounds of violence erupting from Grossman's room late at night, but nobody really complained unless it was keeping them up. That was the grim reality of being an impoverished woman back then. Violence was seen as a plain fact of life, and even if the violence had been reported, the police weren't exactly in the habit of rushing to rescue destitute runaways. After discovering that an infamous serial killer might be living in their neighborhood, however, the Istigs started to take the plight of Grossman's partners a bit more seriously. These top-tier busybodies drilled a hole in his door. Whoa. Dude, just call the police. That's what they're for. Although it doesn't seem that they're doing a very good job. But, I mean, they want information at this point. Don't go all vigilante. They reported what they saw to the police, but like I said, domestic violence against fallen women was barely even considered criminal back then. It would be another couple of weeks before the incident that finally brought the police back to Grossman's door. On the 21st of August, while walking through Andreasplatz Park, he happened across a young woman named Marie Nietzsche. She had just been released from the Moabit prison after serving a month-long sentence, and she took him up on his offer of lunch and a few drinks. Late that night, the residents of 88 and 89 Lagerstrasse were once again awoken by the sounds of screaming on the 4th floor. But this time, it was so loud and tortured that even the laissez-faire lot decided that they had to intervene. Grossman's landlady, who lived in the apartment above, got the police. When they kicked the door to the apartment open, they found Marie on the bed with her hands and feet tied. She had been bludgeoned to death. Grossman stood over the body in the process of cutting it to pieces. Finally, the neighbors understood that for the last 2 years they had been listening to the murder and dismemberment of innocent women, and none of them had done a damn thing about it. Yeah, this is pretty shocking. I mean, really? And by pretty shocking, I mean horrifically shocking. The pastor rests. Perhaps if his neighbors had been offered a peek at Carl's criminal record, they might have not been so chill about his late-night hobbies. His most recent charge was for first-degree murder, but the list of offenses went back over 3 decades. It started with a short jail sentence for begging, and then it took a bizarre turn where he was arrested for an indecent act with a sheep in 1896. This is really bizarre, but we know the guy's a weirdo. But I mean, that is a pretty special level of weirdo, isn't it? I know you want me to make a joke about the Welsh here, but I'm better than that, and so should you be. Things took I don't know if that's a joke that, because Callum's British, I'm obviously British. We might make fun of the Welsh for relations with sheep, but obviously we're taking the high road here. Things took an even darker turn the following year when Grossman was convicted of the sexual assault of an underage girl in Nuremberg. Following that was another case of sexual assault on 2 minors, which landed him a 15-year stint of penal servitude. So how did he manage to go about his deadly business even after 25 convictions were hanging over his head? Well, throughout his youth, Grossman spent much of his time traveling around the country in search of agricultural work. It's likely that nobody in his neighborhood had any idea what he got up to in those distant rural districts. Even if they did, some of them had a reason to keep their mouths shut. Like I mentioned before, Grossman was relatively wealthy in the slums of Berlin, and he had lent out money to a good few of his neighbors, including the Istigs. I mean, on the other hand, though, if he goes to prison, you're probably not going to have to pay that money back, because he's going to prison forever. Did they execute people back in Germany at this time? Maybe you'd just be killed. Revelations. And that wasn't all this Good Samaritan did to enrich his local community. Remember when I mentioned his stint as a black market meat dealer during the war? Well, it turns out that many of the people in the area had been buying from him. When the media caught wind of this story, they gave Grossman his iconic nickname, the Berlin Butcher, and began to indulge in some macabre speculation. See, given the hacked-up state of the bodies and Grossman's past work experience, the police were entertaining the idea that he might have actually disposed of his victims by selling their meat to his customers. This means that the bratwursts at his cart might have actually contained pieces of the women he murdered. Of course, 1920s forensics was pretty much still stuck in the Dark Ages, so there's no way to know for sure, but the tabloids took this angle and ran with it, turning it into the most popular version of events. What I will say is that it wouldn't be completely unprecedented. Another German serial killer named Karl Denker had been killing and cannibalizing homeless people around the same time that Grossman was active. Denker also ran a small meat shop in his town and was strongly suspected of selling off the meat of his victims to turn a profit from his crimes. What is wrong with you? Whether either of these men really did sell their victims as food is lost to history, as is the true extent of their crimes. As for the Berlin Butcher, reports from the time vary as to how many women's lives he claimed. What we know for sure is that the police found bloodstains believed to be from 3 more victims, meaning 4 had died there in recent months. Grossman eventually admitted to the same total during interrogations. A newspaper report from 1921, however, puts the number much higher. Based on police reports in the killer's personal diary, this report claimed that Grossman was strongly suspected of more than 20 killings in as many years, some linked to the unidentified bodies found in the reservoir and canal. Yeah, I mean, if he only killed 4 people, weren't the neighbors complaining about the sounds going on in his apartment for ages? It definitely... although if you're going to jail forever, often the serial killers, they're like, yeah, I killed like 100 people. And they can't prove it or anything, but they're just like, oh, screw it, I'm in prison forever anyway. But without even a name for many of these victims, the police didn't have much to build any additional charges on. The ones he had confessed to would just have to do. And so, in July 1922, almost 1 year after his arrest, Grossman was brought to trial. Trial and death. During the trial, the prosecution brought forward a parade of witnesses who testified to Grossman's propensity for violence. These included several of the women he had brought back to his apartment in the past. One woman named Erica reported being creeped out by the guy in his strange-smelling bedsit, deciding to back out of the arrangement at the last minute. Other survivors had less fortunate stories to tell about how they had to endure Grossman's sexual assaults and beatings after taking him up on offers out of desperation. In his defense, Grossman just explained that he had killed the 3 women in rage as they had tried to steal money from him. Crimes of passion were generally viewed with more leniency than cold-blooded killings, but Grossman must have sensed that his story wasn't going to fly. On the 5th of July, just 3 days into the proceedings, he was found hanging dead in his jail cell. And I think we can all say here, oh no! Whether dished out by the state or himself, death by hanging was an inevitability for the Berlin Butcher, so he had essentially just expedited the process. With him died the knowledge of just how many victims he claimed throughout his criminal career, and whether or not these train station hot dogs were really fit for human consumption. It's a pretty grim tale from start to finish, yeah, but I guess if we're looking to take something away from it, it'd be this. If you ever find yourself in the same position as Grossman's neighbors, do you really want to hold off on calling the police until it turns into some horrible story like this one? No, you don't. If you're hearing people being tortured in your neighbor's house, call the police. Unless you're my neighbors, because I scream in videos. I do a channel called Business Plays, where often I'll get a bit of a shouting on. So far, the police have not been called on me. That and the golden rule, never buy indiscriminate meat from shady guys down the pub, but I reckon you already knew that. Yeah, just buy your meat from a butcher's or a supermarket, or online. Don't buy it from a weird shady dude. This has been another episode of The Casual Criminalist. This was one of our shorter episodes. We have one of these per week. We also have a full-length episode, which runs about an hour every week. If you are enjoying this, please do subscribe to this show, whether you are watching it on YouTube or listening to it as a podcast. It's available in both formats. Hooray! And leave me a review, leave a comment, smash that like button, all of that good stuff, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello everybody, welcome back to another short episode of The Casual Criminalist. This one is Princess Susanna, Colonial Conwoman. As always, I'm your host, Simon. This episode has been written by Callum. I have it on my iPad here because I forgot to print it out again. So, by me being forgetful, I'm also being more environmentally friendly, although I do like having the paper in my hand. But anyway, I've not read this before. As always, I'm reading this along with you guys. Let's see what it's all about. If you're listening to this show, consider giving it a review wherever you get your podcasts. If you're watching this show, why not give it a like? Why not hit that subscribe button? You'll get more good stuff like this. This is a short episode. We often do longer ones as well. So all good stuff. Let's carry on. Thanks to Yankee worldwide cultural dominance, everyone knows the American dream. The deal goes that no matter where in the world you're from or how much money you have, you can come to the grand old US of A and become whoever you want to be. Today's story proves that some people have taken that proposition a little more literally than others. Also, it's definitely not the case anymore. You can't just come to the USA and pursue your American dream. There are things like visas and immigration laws and stuff like that. It's hard to go and work in America. But it wasn't always like this, so maybe this is said far in the past. This is a criminal case from the old days of America, when, for some unlucky convicts, the prospect of being shipped off to the East Coast colonies was more of a nightmare than a dream. Still, with a strong work ethic or just a major talent for bullshitting and deception, even those down at rock bottom could make something of themselves in the new world. The greatest proof of that fact is the story of Princess Susanna, colonial conwoman extraordinaire. Humble beginnings. Princess Susanna's life didn't have quite as royal a beginning as you might expect, and that's not the only misleading thing about the moniker. Her name wasn't even Susanna. It was Sarah Wilson. The story goes that Sarah was born to a poor rural family in Staffordshire in 1754. What a surprise, she's not really a princess. The lives of working class citizens were generally pretty tough back then, but Sarah managed to catch a lucky break. She was sent off by a family to find work in London and ended up in the service of Miss Caroline Vernon herself, a lady-in-waiting to the Queen. Lifted up out of relative poverty and into Downton Abbey-esque surroundings, young Sarah found herself serving Queen Charlotte's private residences on the site of modern-day Buckingham Palace. She got a crash course in how to behave around nobility and plenty of chances to watch Her Majesty go about her royal duties. A lot of fine dining and luxury parties on taxpayer money, so nothing much has changed. But there's only so long you can watch posh folk living it up without getting envious, and Charlotte soon decided that she wanted a little bit of that luxury for herself. Is she going to start stealing things? Trouble. She found herself inside the Queen's living quarters one day without anyone else around. It was the perfect opportunity to snatch some pricey gear. I mean, the temptation's right there. Kind of obvious. A miniature portrait of Her Majesty, a dress, and a few pieces of jewelry. Wow, she did not start out small though. When someone has so much fancy stuff, surely they wouldn't notice a few minor pieces missing. Well, she might not, even if the Queen doesn't. Someone's going to be organizing that shit and tidying it. They're going to notice. Unfortunately for Sarah, though, Queen Charlotte did in fact notice that someone on her staff had gotten sticky fingers and ordered a guard to keep an eye on the pilfered wardrobe. The thief made the mistake of going to the exact same place to grab more loot and was caught red-handed. Whoops-a-daisy. This led to a speedy trial on charges of theft and violation of the royal privacy. Oh my. Back in those days, basically any offense against a royal meant death. Steal from them, death. Chat shit about them, death. Bump shoulders with them in the corridor, death. Thankfully, though, Sarah's employer, Mrs. Vernon, put in a plea on her behalf, and the Queen had her sentence reduced to transportation. This was a punishment so horrific, so severe, and so outlandish that it doesn't bear thinking about. Sarah would be sent to America. God forbid. I have to say, like, back in the day when Britain would just be like, oh, you've been a naughty boy, off you go to Australia, off you go to America. I'll be like, okay, if my other option was just like, 18th century prison, I'd be like, yeah, no, that does sound better. I know it's full of disease and criminals and the journey's probably going to be a nightmare, but I'd rather probably do that. Or maybe I wouldn't. I don't really know much about it. All I know is I saw that play, Our Country's Good, about the convicts over in Australia, and they were not having a brilliant time. Exile. Yes, penal transportation meant being sent to one of the British colonies for some hard labor, the kind of work that nobody was signing up to do willingly. Sarah was sentenced to this in 1771 when America was just a distant colony of the Crown, one of a number of places that criminals could find themselves riding towards in a prison ship. Sarah arrived via the port of Baltimore, Maryland, and was swiftly led off to be auctioned to the highest bidder. Oh my, they really auctioned the prisoners off. That sounds a lot like something else. Slavery. Yes, these unlucky convicts were to be sold into indentured servitude for the duration of their sentence, meaning anyone with a big enough bag of cash could own them. The man who bought Sarah's contract was one Mr. William Duval, who owned a plantation in Frederick Colony. She was supposed to serve him as a maid for 7 years until her sentence was complete, but our heroine had other ideas. She was able to break out of custody quickly and fled to Virginia. The Con. Now on the run from her master in a strange foreign country, she was faced with the problem of finding some food and a place to sleep. She could hardly be content with some scullery-maid gig in a dodgy inn after a time among royalty, so she set her sights on a far more ambitious career path. Sarah already knew what every South English actor in Hollywood would teach most of us centuries later. If you have an English accent in America, you're either a villain or you're an extremely sophisticated charmer. This is true. You watch movies and it's like, he's British, he's going to be the bad guy. She understandably chose the latter role. The escaped convict used her inside knowledge of aristocratic life to cast herself as a noblewoman and thereby elicit favors from all kinds of wealthy and powerful people. Amazingly, she still had some of the Queen's belongings with her, which she used as props in her act. Wait, so they sent her off and they didn't check for all the stuff that she'd stolen? Guys. Just like that, plain old Sarah Wilson became Princess Susanna Caroline Matilda. And you know, the more middle names you have, at least in the UK, the posher you are. Sister to Queen Charlotte herself. I told you she was ambitious. If you have 2 surnames in the UK, that is like double posh. Now, whenever she rocked up at some rich person's doorstep, they weren't being bothered by a beggar. They were receiving a bona fide royal visit. Princess Susanna was wined and dined by governors and other powerful colonial officials up and down the East Coast. Over candlelit dinners, she told them how she was forced to leave England following a family scandal when she refused to marry the man that had been chosen for her. Not to worry, though. She would surely soon be able to return to her sister's side in England and would certainly be willing to put in a good word for her new friends across the pond, if only they could provide her with some new clothes, a bit of cash, and a couple of bottles of wine for the road. She got her priorities right. Money, clothes, and booze. Her Royal Highness gave the same story to shopkeepers too and managed to rack up huge amounts of credit through this old-timey identity theft, made all the more impressive since she was stealing an identity which never really existed. It would only take a superficial knowledge of the British royal family tree to see through the whole thing, but it's likely the promise of some cushy government position helped pull the wool over people's eyes. By the time the princess made her way to Charleston, South Carolina, she had pretty much perfected all aspects of her story. The town crier announced the arrival of Her Serene Highness, and her calendar quickly filled up with appointments with some of the most powerful people in town. I didn't know we called people Her Serene Highness. I always thought it was Her Royal Highness. I've met a dude who was His Serene Highness. I met the Crown Prince of Liechtenstein. And I was given a briefing on how to address him when he was His Serene Highness. It was fun. As an edition of a magazine from the time, Rivington's New York Gazette recounted, she made astonishing impressions in many places, affecting the mode of royalty so inimitably that many had the honor to kiss her hand. Yet when I demanded the locals kiss my hand in Boston, all I got was a black eye. How does this work exactly, Callan? You've got to pretend that you're super posh, that you're some sort of royal. Although today, do people really care? I feel like maybe the Americans even care more about... You hear about, I listen to a podcast and they're talking about like the British royal family. I'm like, oh my God, who cares? Who cares? No one cares. Please stop. Even though Sarah was having better luck than me, her good fortune was soon set to run out. Talk of a royal touring the colonies began to spread like wildfire and eventually reached the ear of Mr. Duval. he had been trying without any luck to track down his enslaved convict. Upon hearing a description of the royal princess in the autumn of 1773, he realized why. Sarah had managed to hide herself in plain sight while enjoying a life of luxury. He decided to take out an ad in the South Carolina papers informing the locals of Charleston that this princess was in fact nothing but a lowborn maid on the run. In the same ad, he offered a reward of 5 pistols. Really? I was like, is that some sort of currency? And then I realized, no, he's probably just offering some guns. Okay. Which I'm pretty sure is still the standard reward for finding a lost cat in Texas. Yeah, he is in Texas, right? He also sent one of his employees named Michael Dalton to go to Charleston in person and bring her back. After asking around town, Dalton discovered his target was enjoying the hospitality of a plantation owner at his mansion outside of town. By the time the hunter arrived, she was already gone. His princess was in another castle, another plantation actually, where he was finally able to snare her. Now this is where the story gets a little bit murky. See, the narrative which we're currently knee-deep in has plenty of cinematic appeal. Yeah, I'm like, why is this not a movie? This is very compelling. And as we know, anytime a story goes stateside, it's given the Hollywood treatment. Back before sketchy, based on a true story films were a thing, it was the most popular magazines who played fast and loose with the truth. That's why the most popular narrative around Princess Susanna states that she was, at this point, escorted back to her master's mansion at gunpoint. He must have had so many guns. There she remained for a couple of years until Mr. Duvall decided he had other matters to attend to. That was shooting redcoats with muskets mostly. This was the start of the American Revolutionary War, as we Brits call it in history class, the great bloody fuss of the ungrateful colony. Sorry, Americans. We don't call it that, but we do make a little bit of fun. The absence of her master and many of his taskmasters meant Sarah was once again able to give them the slip. Some even say that she managed this with the old switcheroo trick when a convict with the exact same name landed in Baltimore. If it sounds like the story is getting a bit ridiculous now, that's because it is. In fact, there's no real record of Sarah Wilson ever being taken back into servitude. After posting the ad and sending his personal manhunter after her, it seems like Mr. Duvall just gave up. Proper historians reckon that it's likely Mr. Dalton did actually catch up with the princess in Georgetown, but by this point she was already so flush with cash that she could pay her purchase price back to her master with a tasty bit of interest on top. This was a common way for indentured servants to cut their miserable contracts off early, provided they could somehow scrape together the cash. Either way, Princess Susanna was now free to continue on her merry way. She continued onwards to fresh pastures in New York, pulling the same old trick with dozens of new chumps on the way. She never actually faced any consequences for her impressive campaign of impersonation, as far as we can tell. As for what did actually happen to her in the end, nobody can quite say for sure. Some magazines wrote that she married a man serving in the Light Dragoons of the UK military, come to receive a good thrashing from the rebel colonists. After hooking up with a young officer in New York, Princess Susanna decided to settle down with him after the war, starting a business and family in the Bowery. That ending, however, is most likely a load of nonsense. A more credible version is one backed by an obituary from Berwick, Maine. Not sure of the pronunciation there. I mean, not of Maine, I know how to pronounce Maine, but Berwick. In the year 1780. Departed this life on Wednesday morning last at the house of Mr. Jordan Cosselow of this town, a strange lady who called herself the Duchess of Cronenberg, but is supposed to be one Sarah Wilson, a convict. The generosity of Mr. Cosselow in taking in this distressed person after she was forsaken by everyone is really worthy of being noticed. In plain English, that basically means Sarah fell upon hard times and was taken in by a kind couple who saw her in her dying days, even calling her by a fake name for the sake of preserving her dignity. A happy ending? I'm not really sure. At any rate, we'll never know how accurate this is. The truth is that the story of Princess Susanna, Caroline, Matilda mostly just disappears from the history books, leaving room for you to imagine whatever kind of ending you think she deserves. This seems like, I know she conned a few people of a bit of money, but this mostly seems like harmless. Romance versus reality. In that regard, the magazines are already well ahead of you. This is a story which journalists have been flexing their creative muscles on for centuries, so there's just one lasting thing to do before we finish up for the day, a much-needed bit of myth-busting. Yeah, one thing I don't really want journalists to do is flex their creative muscles. What I'd like journalists to do is report the truth. But I mean, that is really asking a lot. As it turns out, one of the most fundamental facts in the case is actually a work of fiction, the reason for Sarah's conviction. Rivington's New York Gazette was the publication that popularized the story about her serving in the household of the Queen, but the reality is a tad less glamorous. Historic documents in the UK actually prove she was just a kitchen servant at the house of a man named George Lewis Scott. She wasn't arrested for robbing the Queen either. There's no record of any such theft. Really, she was brought to court for doing what she did best, swindling a woman out of a dress. Wow, okay. So it was all a lie. An 1867 newspaper from Wiltshire reported that by her mid-teens, she had already got an extensive track record of assuming fake noble titles across England. She'd play the victim and tell her marks that she was cast out by her family for being the sole Protestant among a tribe of Catholics, among other tall tales. As it turns out, the reality is more impressive than the fiction. It's an inspiring story. It is testament to just how far you can go with nothing but a silver tongue and a questionable moral compass. Callum, I don't think we should describe that as inspiring. If you're a person who completely lacks morals, you could be successful. That is inspiring. I'll work on not having a moral compass. Although I am a little bit torn on the whole impersonating a royal thing, me being a true nobleman and all. I've been keeping it hush-hush though, because I don't like to brag, but I'm actually the Duke of Canterbury. It's not a big deal. On an unrelated note, if there are any luxury yacht parties happening this weekend, I'm available. Well, Callum, I'll let you know. This has been another episode of The Casual Criminalist, a short one. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did and you're listening, please leave us a review. If you're watching, please hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to this channel. And as always, I'll see you in the next one. Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist. This one is one of our short episodes where we look at a crime that is less long and usually less brutal. This one is Mas Salaman, Singapore's biggest ever manhunt. You know, when I first started considering doing this podcast, it was so brutal. I found myself like, I'd spend like an hour describing these horrific, brutal crimes that afterwards I'd go read like wholesome memes on Reddit or something for a while. I was trying to think how I could make this show, this podcast, if you're listening to it, or YouTube channel if you're watching it on YouTube. I was like, how can I make this a bit lighter? And I was thinking, tell me what you think of this. We'd just do Florida Man segments, where after an extremely brutal one, we'd have a Florida Man. A crime committed by a Florida man, which would be ridiculous and funny and way less horrific. Let me know what you think of that. I didn't do it because I eventually came around to the thought that it was a terrible idea. So, anyway, let's move on. This is Mas Salamat, Singapore's biggest ever manhunt. What happens here, if you're new, well, first of all, welcome. Callum will write me a script. I will read the script, and occasionally I might throw in my own thoughts if I feel that they are warranted, even if you feel they are not. Anyway, let's carry on. A good jailbreak story is easy to get caught up in. Oh my god. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of a heist. I love Ocean's 11 so much. I've seen that movie I saw that movie in the cinema twice because I just loved it. A good jailbreak story is easy to get caught up in, whether it's a real-world escape like the drug lord El Chapo's underground motorbike getaway in 2015, or Andy Dufresne crawling out of a sewage pipe in The Shawshank Redemption. There is another incredible movie. There's something about them that really captures the imagination. That's the kind of story I've got for you today. By the way, I recently re-watched the first season of Prison Break, which, I'm going to assume you've seen because it was a huge show in 2005, 2000. First year of university, Prison Break was all the rage. And I remember thinking it was brilliant. And me and my friends, we loved watching it. And I watched that recently, maybe last year. TV got really a lot better in the last 15 years. And Prison Break, it was good. It was enjoyable. My wife, who'd never seen it before, she was like, Simon, this isn't Breaking Bad, is it? And I'm like, no, it's not.
You're goddamn right.
That's the kind of story I've got for you today, but before we get too ahead of ourselves, let me point out that you're not going to be able to get behind the main character of this unlikely escape. Oh no. At no point was his life narrated by Morgan Freeman. And on top of that, he belonged to one of Asia's most notorious terrorist organizations. Oh, that's a shame. It's always nice where it's like, the guy breaking out of prison, you're like, yeah, go, come on. And it's like, the reality is most of the people who break out of prison are people who really deserved to be in prison and are probably in prison for a long time, because you don't break out of prison if you're doing like a 6-month stretch. You're like, I'll just do it. Because if you break out of prison, they're putting you back in there for longer than 6 months. I've seen TV shows. I know that this is true. That's how today's criminal mastermind found himself rotting in a jail cell in Singapore, a place among the most secure and strict countries on earth. So how in the hell did one of its most notorious criminals manage to break out of one of its most famously secure prisons? Well, I can tell you now that the answer is surprisingly ridiculous. Without giving anything else away, let's dive right into the story of Mas Salamat, Asia's most wanted man. The capture. First, a little bit of background information. Everyone knows Al-Qaeda. Everyone knows the Taliban. But few outside of Southeast Asia will be familiar with Jemaah Islamiyah. I apologize. I realize I don't even know what language they speak in Singapore. So whatever language that is, I apologize for not being able to pronounce it properly. In short, they're basically an Al-Qaeda adjacent group of radicals who dream of setting up their own caliphate across Asia, what's now commonly known as doing an ISIS. Joking aside, these guys really were no laughing matter, and they were responsible for some terrible bombings in Bali in 2002. I remember those in the news, and they reportedly had some even bigger plays in the pipe throughout the years that followed. And that's where old Mas comes in. Born in Java, Indonesia in 1961, his family moved to Singapore during his early years. By his late 20s, he was heavily involved with terrorist figures in the region, and in the mid-90s, his aptitude for terribleness saw him promoted to head of operations in Singapore. To prepare, it sounds so formal. Congratulations, you're now head of operations of a terrorist cell. To prepare, he went off to Afghanistan for several years to get his PhD in being a total bastard, and a diploma in bomb making alongside. I'm guessing that he didn't really get a PhD in Afghanistan. Probably not. A few years after his return to Singapore, a certain definitive event in US history occurred. Gonna guess that that's Pearl 9/11. Which caused a ramping up of security efforts around the world. With the heat piling on, Mas Salamat decided to up sticks and leave Singapore for Malaysia with his wife and kids before seeing a good chunk of his terror cell arrested. It's a good thing authorities cracked down when they did, as Mas had been in discussions with the head of, I don't know if it's GI or JUL. I'm just going to say GI, the terrorist organization. It's like a J and then either an L or a capital I. Also, what's with English? Why does the lowercase L have to look like a capital I? It's ridiculous, and it makes my job difficult. About his plans to A, hijack a plane and crash it into Changi Airport, B, blow up a bunch of trucks simultaneously around town, and C, overthrow the entire Singaporean government itself. Whoa, dude, number C is way more intense. So yeah, I'm going to crash a plane into an airport, do some regular old terrorism, or alternatively, overthrow the government. But despite all that awful potential, it was something extremely simple which eventually led to his arrest, a fake ID. Yep, the evil plots of Singapore's most notorious terrorist leader were undone by the same flaw as your attempts to get into Wetherspoons when you were 15. In 2003, he was arrested in Indonesia for using a fake Indonesian passport and jailed for a year and a half. Unfortunately, he was allowed to walk free after that because Singapore and Indonesia didn't have an extradition treaty at the time. I always wondered, extradition treaties, where the fact that there are non-extradition countries where they just haven't signed an agreement, and I don't know if these countries don't get along. I don't know a lot about the politics of Indonesia and Singapore, surprisingly. But it is slightly strange that they're basically neighbors, and they're like, no, you can't have the criminals that ran off to our country. Why? Get it together. Never mind that though, because in 2006 he made the exact same mistake in Java and was handed over to the Singaporean authorities. Good, but he should have got handed over 3 years earlier. Come on. Now, I don't know how you feel about anti-terror legislation. Generally pretty good. I mean, obviously, I'm answering Callum's question myself. I know it was rhetorical. I apologize. Generally, I feel pretty good about it. There is some, invasion of privacy stuff that's maybe a bit too far. After all those Edward Snowden leaks, and it's the government's spying on everyone all the time. I mean, that was a bit intense. But generally, I'm I don't know. I'm not really doing any terrorism, so I'm probably okay. Now, I don't know how you feel about anti-terror legislation, but Singapore's is some of the most draconian in the world. Doesn't surprise me. Isn't Singapore the country where chewing gum is illegal because reasons? That meant that the counter-terrorist police could detain Mr. Salamat indefinitely without trial or even any official charges. Now, that should not be allowed, guys. I think in the UK, if I remember correctly, and I'm not sure if they've changed this now, but it was 30 days you could be held without charge if they suspected you of terrorism, which I thought was pretty extreme. Like, to not pursue a charge after 30 days that's long. You could debate the morality of that in your own time. Thanks, Callum. I think we just did. But for now, all we have to know is that Mass was safely locked away and not scheduled for release anytime soon. So in Singapore, I know Callum doesn't want us to debate the morality of this, but doesn't that mean what's the point of the courts? Where it's like, yeah. No, that guy could just be held without charge forever. If we take him to court, it's going to be worse, because then he might go free. The escape. Okay, so that's the prelude done. Here's the meaty part. The escape. Obviously, you saw it coming because, well, I told you it was coming. You did, Callum. But you have to ask, why didn't the Singaporean guards foresee it? I say that because Mas was no stranger to escape attempts. During that 18-month stint in Indonesia, he carried out 2 of them. Isn't there that French guy who's like in prison for cool heists or something? I don't want to say cool heists, but I mean, like, when you're in jail for terror, I'm like, I hope you never break out. But if you're like an international cat burglar, jewel thief, I'm like, you break out of prison, I'm like, respect, especially if it's cool. And I think this guy, he broke out of prison like 3 times with helicopters. I mean, I have no idea like the details of this, so I'm just going to stop. But it was pretty cool. The second involved a pretty daring jump from a window ledge, which resulted in a shattered leg bone and permanent limp. I never said he had a particularly successful track record. The injuries meant he'd be playing as an X-Escapes on hard mode, or so he thought. In truth, he was probably surprised with just how easy it turned out to be. On the 27th of February 2008, at around 4 p.m, the guards at Whitley Road Detention Centre let Mas Salamat out of his cell for family visitation. His wife and kids were coming, and the prisoner was allowed to change into his regular clothes to meet them. I mean, I get family visits. I know isn't this guy going to go to prison forever? Why does it... Okay, no, I can't argue against family visits. I'm like, he should be able to see his kids, even if he's a horrific terrorist. I'm not that cold-hearted. I don't know, am I? He's a horrible terrorist. He planned to kill many people. The guards took him to the bathroom to prepare, and one waited outside the stall. Around 10 minutes passed, and Mas was taking a while to finish his business. The water was still running, and the guard could see his legs when he looked under the stall, so he gave a knock on the door and told Mas to wrap it up. I don't feel like you should let this dude out of your sight. I mean, do stalls in prison, do they have doors on them? Surely, I mean, I've seen prison cells in like movies. There's just the shitter in the room with you. And if you're sharing a cell with someone, I guess you just like, look away, I'm taking a shit. And the guy's like, I know you're taking a shit. I can smell it. We're in a tiny room. But nothing happened. Another few minutes passed before the guards forced open the toilet door to find an empty stall with just a pair of trousers hanging from the door. Mas Salamat was nowhere to be found. Okay, that was pretty brief. Hardly an epic prison break tale. But let's rewind a little bit to find out exactly what happened on the other end of the toilet door. How did the magnificent Mas Salamat pull off his disappearing act? Also, how did the guards... be like, well, we saw his legs, we knocked on the door, he didn't reply, so we waited a few more minutes. What's wrong with you? Well, after hanging his trousers on the door to buy himself a few extra minutes, he climbed on top of the toilet and wriggled out of a narrow window. It's not like he had to spend weeks sawing off the window bars or anything like that, because there weren't any. It was just a regular old window which anyone could have opened. Singapore's most secure prison. After that, it was a short limp through the prison yard under the absent gaze of the armed guards and unattended CCTV cameras. I'm going to repeat, Singapore's most secure prison. To the feeble perimeter fence, Singapore's most secure prison. I'm going to stop, but it's like, really? He scrambled over the fence before making off into the city. All in all, there was just an 11-minute window between Mas entering the toilet and the guards breaking down the door, after which he was long gone. I guess, like, what's a regular prison in Singapore like? Just a field? And it's just they trust the prisoners to stay in the field? It's ridiculous. Season 1 of Prison Break would have been really short. And I should also say seasons 3 and 5, or because they could break out of prison like 3 times. And then there's the new season last year or whatever. And he's breaking out of prison again. It's like, what is going on? The Hunt. Of course, a massive manhunt. Oh, this is actually about the hunt. This isn't about the break. This is Singapore's biggest manhunt. It's not about the escape from prison. It's about the hunt. Of course, a massive manhunt was launched instantly. The government didn't release any statements straight after the event itself, so the public only found out about 4 hours later. But the police were on high alert. Maybe the authorities were hoping to spare themselves the embarrassment by catching en masse just a few blocks from the prison before anyone noticed. I mean, surely he couldn't have limped very far. But no such luck, he really did seem to have disappeared. The main phase of the search began, which would turn out to be the most expensive in the country's history, roping in police agencies from around the region. Images of the escapee were sent to millions of citizens' phones, the same images which were plastered on posters every 5 meters around the city. Singaporeans were even encouraged to lock up their bicycles so public enemy number one couldn't BMX his way to freedom. Singapore, I do wonder about you. I mean, you seem to be extremely draconian, in many ways extremely competent, but also not very competent at law enforcement at the same time. Now, if you're a fan of the show, you'll know that we're a little ambivalent towards that kind of mass media frenzy. Our skepticism really bears out in this story because the tip lines were flooded with thousands of responses all claiming they'd spotted Mas Selamat around Singapore. If they'd all been correct, then Mas must have picked up the ancient art of teleportation alongside his studies in terror. The torrent of information potentially did more harm than good. So, as the days went by and turned into weeks, then months, he's gone. He's gone. He's not in Singapore anymore.
I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
Because Singapore's a city. Like, you gotta leave. You gotta get out. Go to one of those non-extradition countries. If you're new here, I'm guessing, I don't know this story. I don't read these scripts ahead of time. This is as much a surprise to me as it is to you. He's gone. He's gone. Surely the only explanation for Mas's total disappearance was that he had died during the getaway or been picked up by his allies, people thought. They swapped third-hand stories from friends of friends who swore his body had been found in a patch of woodland or that he had escaped to Indonesia on a speedboat. School kids even adopted old Mas as an urban legend for a while, saying the creepy terrorist leader would approach young ones to ask for their help. Don't laugh it off so easily. I still remember the time Bin Laden waited outside my school to ask if I could help him escape to Pakistan. Those were a crazy few months. Yeah, the old Bin Laden urban legend. What a classic. But never mind all that. With the magic of retrospection, I can show you exactly how wrong all of this wild speculation turned out to be. See, Mas was very much alive and well. After squeezing out of that window and strolling to freedom, Mas had made his way to the Pan Island Expressway, where he hid out under a bridge for 5 days. Hardly as glamorous as a speedboat getaway. He survived off little cubes of butter, which he had stowed away and accumulated over the month prior without the guards noticing. Now, I know how people typically smuggle stuff in and out of prison, and how the hell does that work with butter? It's not an image we're going to be dwelling on for very long. Oh no, I'm going to dwell. He's putting that butter up his bum. I guess butter's actually quite a smart thing to take, because it's relatively compact. I guess maybe it comes in like a little plastic thing that you open or something. I don't know. In my mind, it's always wrapped in little bits of tinfoil, which is good. Let's stop dwelling on this. Callum was right? Why am I dwelling on it? Anyway, this tactic got him through. But what I was going to say is butter's quite a good thing to use. It's very calorie dense. It's very small. It's quite convenient. I mean, it doesn't taste great. I mean, it does in the right situation, but like eating it under a bridge for its calorie content, it doesn't sound like a great time, does it? Anyway, this tactic got him through his first few critical days after the escape, after which he put Phase 2 into play. Mas made his way north to the north coast of Singapore through a storm drain. It is like Shawshank Redemption, where he inflated a makeshift pool float made from empty water bottles he had been saving up in the lead up as well, and he set out to sea, where he still floats around preaching jihadism to fishermen and cruise ships to this very day. No, of course not. He actually just used his plastic bottles to swim to Johor, Malaysia, which is directly connected to Singapore by a road bridge. I was like, oh my god, he swam to a different country. But there's a bridge crossing it, so it's probably not super challenging. Also, he's appropriately motivated. Still, the total swim was over 1 kilometer. Jesus, that's a long bridge. Bravo. Let's not bravo terrorists, which definitely deserves a Blue Peter badge, in my opinion. Oh my god, Blue Peter badges I haven't thought about in a long time. As a kid, one of the most desirable things was a Blue Peter badge. Americans and whoever else from other countries probably has absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. But a Blue Peter badge would get you all sorts of free, cool stuff. And I actually had 2 of them because I'm a legend. Not really. I mean, I did have 2 of them. I got one because there was a play we did at my school, and Blue Peter came to film the making of a play. And they gave me a Blue Peter badge because of it. And then I won a photography competition. And they gave me a Blue Peter badge for that as well. It was like epic. And I lost them both. Oh, my parents were upset because then they had to pay for me to go to theme parks and stuff. The city of Johor has its own issues with terrorism, and Mas was able to link up with the local terror cell to secure a spot in one of their safe houses, where he safely hung his hat for the next year. And that's the official story from the Singapore authorities today. But the Malaysian counter-terrorism police actually insist that Mas was aided by some family members along the way, including his brother and niece. We can't quite verify any of that, though, so let's just stick with a slightly more bizarre motorway bridge story, shall we? The recapture. So, what happened next? Is Matt Salamat still out there, plotting his next move? Is he in your neighborhood? Is he in my neighborhood? Oh, it's extremely unlikely. Is he behind me right now? Oh, God. Whenever that happens, whenever I'm watching a movie or anything like that, I still have to look behind me. I'm looking behind me right now, and I know he's not here. I know he's not. He's, like, converting to... What's going on? Anyway. No, let's calm down. Everything's fine. Let me wrap this up and put your mind at ease. The authorities continued their search throughout the following year. Interpol issued a worldwide alert for the suspect, and his face became known to border guards all across Asia and beyond. A couple of Singapore citizens even forked out a $1 million reward for any information leading to his capture. Surely Mas Salamat's wings were well and truly clipped with all that attention heaped on him. I don't know if this guy's going to get caught. I have a feeling he isn't. I mean, at this point, you've gone to another country. You got to go somewhere where there's no extradition policy. Although with $1 million, I feel like someone could kidnap you for that and take you back and be like, yo, you're going here. And then just secretly informing on the, telling them where he is and getting the $1 million. That's a lot of motivation. Regardless, from his new base in Johor, Mas Salamat and his accomplices were dreaming up fresh schemes for his big comeback. Namely, they planned to kidnap Singaporean Chinese people working in Johor and hold them ransom in exchange for the release of all their terrorist buddies back home. This is how you're going to get caught, committing more crimes. But I guess he didn't get caught for the original. Anyway, thankfully, the plot never came to fruition thanks to the Singapore anti-terror squad's favorite play, threats of indefinite detention. They picked up 3 ex-members of Mas's terror posse and took them in for questioning. Interrogating them led the police to a tiny village in the northwest of Johor called Kampung Tawakal, maybe, I apologize. During a raid on the 1st of April 2009, just a prank. Authorities found a man who had eluded them for over 13 months and caused Singapore no end of humiliation on the world stage. Dude, yeah, as you deserve. Your prison seems to be a bit of a joke. Yeah, we keep our most dangerous prison. How did he escape? He climbed out of a window and then over a fence and escaped by swimming to another country. Come on, Singapore. Less focus on the gun, more focus on the terrorism. Around 40 officers from the Raw Malaysian police descended upon the village of just 100 residents to kick down the door. They found Mas hiding in the basement of a house where an accomplice named Johar lived upstairs with his family. Mas Salamat had been living a deservedly miserable little existence there, hidden from the other villagers and not even leaving his hidey hole to prey. The villagers were oblivious to the terror kingpin living among them, but Johar didn't quite have the same level of plausible deniability. He was arrested too, along with several others suspected of helping the escapee throughout his year on the run. And then, on the 24th of September 2010, Mas Salamat himself was finally sent back to resume his indefinite detention at Singaporean prison, where he still wanders around, preaching jihadism to drug runners and murderers to this very day. Good. I mean, he shouldn't be there on indefinite detention. He should be there after being convicted of being a terrible, horrible terrorist. And that's the end of the story of Singapore's most wanted criminal in recent memory. Well, it's probably the end. I mean, it's unlikely that en masse will be escaping anytime soon, as the authorities are now far more strict when transporting prisoners around the detention centers. Shackles and chains now come as standard. 9 guards and officers got a good thrashing the last time it happened, so they're pretty darn determined to not become the laughingstock of the criminal justice world again anytime soon. So what can we take away from this story of penal mishaps and bizarre getaways? Well, if you frequented jihadist internet forums at the time, definitely didn't. First of all, what the hell? Yes, what the hell? And second, you might have seen Mas's fans bigging up his escape as divinely blessed. Yeah, God guided him through the window. Surely only God himself could have facilitated such a farce. Callum and I, same page. In reality, though, you just have to have a brief look at the facts to see that it wasn't down to the will of God. This was just plain old human incompetence at work, allowing one of Asia's worst criminals to break out as easily as a wayward pensioner wandering out of their retirement home. Is that fact utterly terrifying, a bit hilarious, or perhaps a mix of both? I'll let you decide. Indeed, I think it is a mix of both, to be honest. Because it's like, oh, it's terrifying that the terrible criminal escaped. If it was a jewel thief, we'd be like, fine. But he's a terrible terrorist. This has been a short episode of The Casual Criminalist. If you liked it and you're watching this on YouTube, smash that like button. Make sure you are subscribed, because we have usually one episode a week, which is long and more brutal. And then we usually have one of these extra short ones, sort of a bit of a palate cleanse, like my idea for The Florida Man. At the in-between, maybe one or two a week. We'll see how we do. Like I say, I've been Simon, this was The Casual Criminalist, and thank you for watching. Or listening, if you're listening. Hello everybody, and welcome back to a brand new episode of the Casual Criminalist Show. As always, I'm your host, Simon, and in this one, well, Callum has put us together a script. I was particularly interested in this because I think I saw a CSI episode back in the day where they couldn't identify who the criminal was because it was two twins. And I was like, well, yeah, that's a nice story, but it never actually happens. Except it totally did. I will warn you up front that this Casual Criminalist, I don't believe it contains any murder. I don't think they murdered anyone. So if you tune in for murder, as I know many of you do, well, you're going to be slightly disappointed today at that. But I hope that this story and how wild it is makes up for that. Anyway, thank you to Callum for putting today's script together. If you're new here, what happens is I will read Callum's script. I might occasionally throw in some of my own thoughts, and we'll just crack on with it, shall we? They're partners in crime. If you have brothers or sisters around your own age, I'll bet your parents described you like that at some point. They were probably joking about the time you and your brother were caught feeding crayons to the dog or nabbing a few extra sweets from the kitchen cupboard. But there are plenty of siblings out there for whom the phrase is much more literal. Actual partners in crime who work together in their criminal careers. Yeah, most famously, the Cray brothers, at least in the UK, were these famous criminal... I don't think they were twins, but they were just brothers. My nan, I believe, if this wasn't a story that she elaborated, which wasn't very much in her character, the woman who was her neighbour, used to be married to one of the Cray twins. Not in London. She had obviously moved away somewhere or something like that. They didn't get along, and she had a very ostentatious car. And yeah, so that's an interesting story. I don't actually know if it's true, but why are we talking about the Crays? Let's get back to the video. Although, to be honest, I wouldn't trust my brother or sister to change a light bulb, never mind back me up in a bank heist. I don't know. I have to say, if I was thinking of people to commit crimes with, I'd be like, yeah, family are probably not going to screw me over. That's probably, people who are least likely to screw you over. Anyway, but I'm thinking about robbing any banks, all right? But if you both, unless this career goes down the tubes, then I'll be like, I've got a lifestyle to sustain now. I got that podcast money. But if you both have a talent for crime, it makes sense to pair up. Your partner is much less likely to rat you out to the cops when you share a mum who'll give you both a smack on the ear for your trouble. So pop culture and world news alike are filled with tales of sibling crooks wreaking havoc and making their fortunes. And the most intriguing ones of all are the most difficult cases to solve, those involving twins. Without saying too much too early, that's the kind of story I have for you today. And I'm sorry, Callum, I realize in my sort of intro, I already gave away because I like to tell people I came up with the idea for the video. And in a slight departure from our recent episodes on grisly murders and disappearances, today we're going to take a look at a good old-fashioned heist story. It's a story with enough Hollywood-worthy details to give all you screenwriters out there itchy fingers. Stylish entry, check. Multi-million euro haul, check. Final act twist, oh, check. Get your notepads at the ready because this is some Hollywood gold. Without further ado, here's the story of the 2009 heist of Kaufhaus des Westens. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I believe it's German. Kaufhaus sounds super German. For those of you whose GCSE German is a bit rusty, yes, it is German, great. Kaufhaus translates to department store, and Kaufhaus der Westens, or Kadower for short, is one of the most prestigious in Europe. It's located on the west side of Berlin and has been an icon of luxury consumption since its construction in 1907. After taking a battering during World War II, the symbol of Berlin wealth was reborn again in the post-war era, right at the heart of the west of the wall consumer culture. The East Berliners must have gripped their communist manifestos in fury as they peered through binoculars and watched 50,000 daily visitors walk out with bags full of fur coats and diamonds. Look at them with their Walkmans and blue jeans. Disgraceful. I think probably most people in East Berlin were like, this communism thing kind of sucks. Let's lose that communist manifesto, eh? Of course, Kadower needed a lot of room to accommodate that many decadent Western dogs and frivolous bourgeoisie goods. The 7-story neoclassical building was built with over 650,000 square feet of shop space, second in Europe only to Harrods in London. Yeah, Harrods is absolutely surprisingly massive. Nowadays, it's still going strong, selling everything from clothing to homeware to jewelry. Some pretty darn expensive jewelry, for that matter. Which is exactly what 3 mysterious individuals were looking to get their hands on as they scaled the outside of the building in the early hours of January the 25th, 2009. It was a Sunday morning, in the early hours before dawn. It would be a fair while yet before Kadower opened its doors. I'm sure Germans, if there are any Germans listening to this, they're like, Kadower? That's not how we say it, Simon. Oh god, never mind. And the staff who would greet them were mostly still sound asleep in bed. The only workers on site were the overnight security guards sat in a room with monitors cycling through the whole expanse of the massive store. If they had been watching one particular camera feed in those early hours, they would have seen something strange, a knotted rope ladder descending down from the top of the screen. As it came to a rest, dangling above the floor, the figure of a masked man came sliding down it, and then another. And another. The security cameras never picked up much audio, but we have to assume that at least one of these low-tech Tom Cruises was humming the Mission Impossible theme. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I'll stop. That's James Bond, isn't it? How's Mission Impossible go? It starts with that the burning of the string. I don't know. Let's move on. No one's here to listen to me hum the Mission Impossible theme. Even if it were Mr. Tom Cruise himself, it'd be impossible to tell. Their faces were completely obscured by ski masks, and each man wore gloves to eliminate the risk of leaving fingerprints. These guys are actually seeming pretty competent compared to some other, we've covered some crimes recently on the Casual Criminalist. Where it's really, guys, that was your master plan? You just didn't want to wear a mask? Now, at this point, the security guards hadn't spotted the peculiar activity going on down in the jewelry department, but surely they would soon. The entire area was rigged with motion sensors, which were armed every night when the shop doors closed. Surely only a highly trained acrobat could slip through unnoticed. Well, it seems not. This reminds me of that entrapment movie with Sean Connery and Catherine Zeta-Jones, where they're dancing through all the lasers. And it's a cool scene, but it's also that's not realistic, is it? Rather than backflipping over lasers and swinging from chandeliers, these 3 burly men just moved carefully. They picked their routes along the rows of display cabinets with extreme caution. It seemed like they knew exactly where the motion sensors were set up, and they already had safe routes all mapped out in their heads. Touché, robbers. Touché. These canny criminals found the spot they were looking for, a jewelry boutique named Christ. Okay, they went about prying open the display cases and filling their swag bags with some of the most expensive gems and watches in the entire store. Again, they did this with enough care that no alarms were set off. The crooks cleared out case after case, scooping up handfuls of priceless jewelry into backpacks, giving each of them a haul big enough to turn their living room into Smorg's cave. But one bag was not enough. They had come this far after all, so why not help themselves to seconds? Once each had filled his first, he climbed up the rope to stash his haul outside and then climbed back down for more. I'd quit when I was ahead. With the second bag full, just as silently as they came, the 3 men were gone. They climbed back up the ladder and disappeared from frame, disappearing into the early morning crowds as the city roused itself from sleep. It was a job well done. The same could be said for security guards, who seemed utterly incompetent. I know there's no, they knew where the motion sensors are. But were you guys just not looking at the right cameras or what? News reports from the day don't state he finally noticed that the rope ladder was left hanging there, but let's just assume it was one of the guards who spat his coffee over the monitor in a panic as he noticed enough empty jewelry cases to have him fired about 20 times over. Really though, the security weren't exactly to blame. The sophisticated electronic systems which were meant to draw their attention to break-ins had been totally outwitted. So they called the police, and they arrived later that morning. They entered the looted hall to find the ladder leading up to a second-story window. It seemed the perps had scaled the outside of the building up to a stone awning and lowered themselves in after forcing a window lock open. When the losses were calculated, it was found that the three men had escaped with a total of €6 million. That is a mega heist, guys. This was the sort of crime that mustachioed Eurocops are born for. A diamond heist lifted straight out of Hollywood, but it likely wouldn't be an easy one to solve. It does feel like I'm reading a movie so far. With no fingerprints left at the scene and no distinguishing features on the camera, the perps looked likely to disappear to some island paradise far away for a cushy retirement. Until they were called up for the sequel, of course. Needless to say, when the papers got wind of the case later that day, it was front page news, and no wonder. I mean, in an age of Russian hackers and ransomware, isn't it a little nostalgic to see a good rendition of the classics? Just a plucky crew of thieves up against modern sensors and security cameras with nothing but their wits and a rope to rappel in on. The story of a crime that's easy to romanticize, which is one reason why it became a national media sensation. Public imagination was likewise captured by the handsome €100,000 reward offered up by the jewelry shop owner for any information which could lead to the recovery of his priceless stock. By the way, that offer is no longer on the table. All of this glamour and sensationalism cemented the 2009 Kadower heist as the most audacious and glitzy robbery in post-war German history. And also, as far as anyone could see, the perfect crime. There was a big robbery when I was at school. I went to school in Kent, and there was a big robbery of a Securitas depot, which I believe is one of the biggest robberies of all time. It was way more than €9 million. And that thing was intense. There were police like swarming around the county for days. And then there were like bags of cash that were stolen, like found on someone's farm. And it was pretty wild. The break. Well, maybe not the perfect crime. See, for all of their criminal ingenuity, the three men had committed one fatal blunder. Remember how they had all been wearing gloves when they entered? Well, it turns out 6 gloves entered and only 5 gloves left. Oh no. I feel like there are 2 people who you don't want to leave gloves behind, unless you're the police or a patient. Robbers and surgeons. That's right, one of the latex gloves lay at the bottom of the rope ladder. A Cinderella slipper left for the detectives, who promptly sent it off for analysis before probably treating themselves to a midday Stein of Weissbier for another job well done. The robbers couldn't claim as much. I bet when the missing glove was noticed, someone got a good slap. Yeah, can you imagine? Just getting back to wherever you rob a base and noticing that one of your rubber gloves is missing. You'd be like, oh, we're so screwed. Unless they don't have your DNA on file. Which, I mean, unless you've done like previous crimes and stuff, they probably won't. And as long as they don't catch you and then get a DNA sample from you. Or nowadays, maybe even your family with all those genealogy websites. Isn't that how they caught the Golden State Killer? Which is someone we could definitely cover on this channel. If you're interested, let me know. Had one of the men taken it off before climbing the rope? Perhaps then it had fallen out of his pocket on the way, or maybe it had ripped as he scrambled out through the window and fluttered down to the floor. Whatever the reason, it was a pretty fatal mishap by an otherwise meticulous crew. Looking to capitalize on the blunder, the police lab techs analyzed every inch of the glove and were able to recover a sample of sweat from the inside. You might not know this, but even something as minor as a drop of sweat can be used to extract a DNA sample, which is what they did. I absolutely know this, because I've watched at least one episode of CSI. This looked to become just another decidedly retro crime undone by modern investigation techniques. The age of the cat burglar is surely long gone when even one drop of sweat from their brow can directly implicate them in a crime. Well, maybe not. What I would like to see is, I'm sure it's unrealistic, but rather than DNA, they'd flip open that glove and they'd find like a fingerprint from the inside on the rubber. It's probably, I guess with DNA, it's just easier and more sure. Although, as we will see, maybe not. See, when the police ran the DNA through their databases, they didn't get the results they were hoping for. That's not to say they came up empty. In fact, they had twice as much as they had expected. 2 individuals on file were an exact match, a pair of identical twins. These were Abbas and Hassan O, whose last name was abbreviated in all media reporting per the German criminal justice law. With a direct DNA link to the scene for not 1 but 2 known criminals, a neat conviction now seemed like a done deal. But the German police were about to discover the hard way that sometimes less is more. Also, if you know 2 identical twins with the names Abbas and Hassan in Germany and the surname O, I'm betting that's a fairly limited sample set. It's not like, I don't know what the German equivalent of like John Smith or Joe Bloggs is, but it'd be like, yeah, it's not quite the same. The brothers. Sweaty glove in hand, the police were able to get a warrant for the brothers' arrests and picked them both up on February the 11th, 2009, a little over 2 weeks after they had plundered the store. But had they? I mean, the investigators knew that at least one of the men sitting in their holding cell was likely to be present at the robbery. But if so, then which one? And if both, how could they prove it? As you can imagine, neither Abbas or Hassan was interested in owning up or pointing the blame at the other. This wasn't their first rodeo after all. The 2 had a history of criminal activity dating all the way back to their teens. By this point, they were both 27 years old and well versed in shutting their mouths whenever the police came knocking. The 2 were from a Kurdish Lebanese family who had made their home in Lower Saxony, far to the west of Berlin, since the twins were just 1 year old. They had arrived seeking asylum, receiving a special kind of German-issued non-national passport, as the Lebanese government refused to issue the proper papers to them. But Germany wasn't quite the safe harbor the family had hoped for. In a strange little coincidence, precisely 20 years to the day before the heist occurred, the twins received the news that their request for asylum had been denied. After 20 years? It's a bit harsh. By 2000, I guess they are criminals. So, yeah, don't be criminals. By 2009, they had been extending their permission to stay over and over for a full 2 decades. You might feel inclined to interpret the date of the heist as some symbolic middle finger to the German state for turning them down after all those years, but there's nothing to particularly suggest that this was the case. There's a solid chance the twins never even knew the potential significance of that date. Still though, maybe they weren't going out of their way to stick it to der Mann, but it can't exactly be said that Abbas and Hassan were model citizens either. The 2 were believed to be affiliated with a criminal gang in Berlin with ties to prostitution, knife attacks, and drug dealing. That sort of stuff rarely features in the backstories of plucky movie heist artists. And wait until you hear this. Alongside convictions for theft and fraud, it was also reported that one of the twins was known as an illicit dealer of Viagra. I guess that'll either make him a more or less sympathetic figure in your eye, depending on your opinion of the little blue pill. I don't really feel, I feel indifferent to it. It is a drug. I mean, like a legal drug. Unfortunately, the middle-aged men of Saxony would have to go flaccid for a while because, as I mentioned, their hookup was now being held in a police cell. Hassan and Abbas were picked up by police at a gambling arcade in the town of Rothenburg, with one T not to be confused with the city of Rottenburg. There we go, I've never heard of either of them. They were both charged with burglary and faced a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. If their judge in their case set his sentence based on the monetary value of the crime, both brothers would likely get the whole shebang. The technicality, we can already guess what it is. Identical twins, same DNA. But as I've already warned you, when twins are involved, things aren't quite as straightforward as they seem. That's because when you have a pair of monozygotic twins like these, that's identical twins to you and me, they share almost exactly the same DNA. I think you might be able to predict what's coming next. See, the way DNA analysis works is by honing in on specific parts of the genetic sequence which show the most variation among individuals. That way, they can easily match up a sample to an individual with overwhelming certainty in most cases. But unfortunately, the vast majority of this useful DNA code falls within the 99.99% shared by identical twins. That meant that for all intents and purposes, Hassan and Abbas were basically indistinguishable on the genetic level. So there's no way to know which one of the twins the glove at the scene belonged to. A massive roadblock when you're trying to implicate someone beyond any reasonable doubt. Yeah, this is the thing. Maybe it's like, well, we're pretty sure it belonged to Abbas or Hassan or whatever, but you got to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt. And that is something that a defense lawyer is going to jump all over, being like, yeah, you might think, but are you absolutely certain? The twins' silence meant that the best officers could do was surmise that one of them had been present for sure, but that's as far as they could possibly go. In the immortal words of Johnny Cochran, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. Well, in a twist of fate, the glove found at Kadawa did fit, it just fit two people, essentially rendering one piece of evidence pretty much meaningless. All of that despite the fact that CCTV footage showed that two of the burglars were an exact match for the height, weight, and build of the brothers. The investigators were watching the tape feeling totally sure they'd already caught 66.6% of the criminals shown on it, but they were unable to do a single thing about it. I'm imagining them shouting some pretty intense German expletives at this point. Nobody does swearing quite like the Germans. That is absolutely true. Scheiße! Then they faced a further humiliation. On March the 18th, before any of this could be brought to trial, the case against the brothers was suspended, and they walked free. As the judge in charge of handing out the dismissal said, from the evidence we have, we can deduce that at least one of the brothers took part in the crime, but it has not been possible to determine which one. What do you think? Was this a failure of the justice system, or a reasonable bit of legal caution? Well, it's not a failure of the justice system, it's a failure of forensics, or, something unavoidable. And always, the kind of maxim in law is that it's better for an innocent man to be, it's better for a guilty man to be free than an innocent man to be in prison, which is why there is the, beyond all reasonable doubt, at least in most countries, for criminal crimes. I mean, it makes sense that the legal system wasn't willing to throw both in prison on what would essentially be a hunch, right? Imagine you have two identical twins, Klaus and Heimlich, because they're the first two German names I could come up with. Klaus is an upstanding citizen, a small-town accountant, while his doppelganger is a shotgun-wielding bank robber. It wouldn't be fair to send poor Klaus off to the slammer just because his DNA was found all over the scene of a robbery, and unfortunately means that you can't send Heimlich down either, just in case Klaus really did fancy trying his hand at crime that day. It's unlikely, but even that little bit of doubt is enough to ruin a case. Nowadays, it would actually be possible to find genetic differentiation between the good and evil twin. Wow, I didn't even know, that's cool. But in 2008, the methods were still relatively expensive, imperfect, and invasive, and therefore inadmissible in German courts. The only thing that could have helped the case along was the discovery of a good old-fashioned fingerprint. Those distinctive marks develop in response to conditions in utero, meaning that even if two twins look exactly the same down to the last follicle of hair, they still have different fingerprints. In lieu of that crucial piece of evidence, the whole thing fell apart. The investigators had to plow through on trying to find another angle. Their last update on the case reported that they were actively pursuing a total of 4 suspects who were likely involved with the robbery, although no further evidence has been uncovered. Can you imagine if when they had that glove, they were like, nah, don't worry about the fingerprints. We got the DNA evidence in here. And then they threw the glove. I'm sure they didn't. And then they just discarded the glove. But I guess they just can't pull fingerprints off the inside of a glove in this case. Yeah. So those guys are still totally free. I don't know why they don't bring them back in and do that new genetic test. I'm sure that they can get a court order for that. Find that one of them was definitely there. Although the other one, who also was very likely to be there, he gets to go free. Further examples. Jesus Christ, you're thinking. I never knew that having a twin made you immune to prosecution. Why aren't we outlawing twins altogether? Yes, no. Well, calm down. Despite what horror has taught us, not all pairs of twins are evil. And so, yes, some of them are pretty morally questionable. And Germany isn't the only place where they get a free pass on nefarious doings. For example, in 2011, a 19-year-old man, Sir Xavier Brooks, was killed outside a nightclub in Arizona. Despite the Sir honorific, I'm pretty sure he hadn't been knighted by old Lizzie, but regardless, he didn't deserve to be shot. Who names their kid Sir? 20 witnesses saw it happen, but they gave conflicting reports about who did it. They described 2 identical twins who were at the club that night, distinguishable only by their clothing. Some pinned the blame on one, some on the other. The police were convinced that it was one of the brothers named Orlando Nembhard, so he did spend about 4 months in jail awaiting trial. But in the end, his $500,000 bail was reduced to $10,000 as there simply wasn't enough certainty to justify keeping him behind bars any longer. Likewise, in 2009, a man in Malaysia was acquitted because the prosecution couldn't prove whether he or his twin brother was the owner of a huge amount of opium and marijuana found in a house in Kuala Lumpur, which they had been staking out. Officers, if you're a young twin watching this isn't a guide to crime, okay? Don't do crime. Maybe get involved with magicians or, I don't know. There's got to be good opportunities for identical twins. Officers knew that one of them had the key, but they were unable to say beyond reasonable doubt which of the brothers it belonged to. The Super Hash Bros wept and tugged each other when the acquittal verdict was read out, fully aware that one of them had just dodged the mandatory death penalty. Whoa. Oh yeah, it's Malaysia. Don't smuggle drugs to Malaysia or anywhere in Asia. They'll probably kill you. There are countries where you go to the airport and there's just a big sign and it's just like, remember, smuggling drugs carries the death penalty. And you're like, can you imagine walking in there with a bunch of drugs? You're like, oh shit, I didn't know. Why are you telling me now? These cases were down to old-fashioned mistaken identity, but when it comes to actual DNA evidence, there are plenty of examples of the twin problem too. Unfortunately, DNA evidence is a common fixture in sexual crime cases. So many of the examples come from this thoroughly depressing chapter of the crime and punishment textbooks. There's the 2005 rape case in Texas, which saw the jury stuck in a deadlock because the DNA matched twin brothers who had both kidnapped the victim. Oh yes, they were both clearly very guilty of kidnapping, but the same forensic technicality meant there was no way to prove both of them had participated in the sexual aspect, which was most likely the case. That probably makes you angry, and quite rightly so, but hold on a minute, because later we're going to be looking into some ways in which these loopholes might soon be closed for good. In the meantime, all you parents of twins listening in, keep an eye on the little monsters for all of our sakes. Aftermath. Now let's get back to the story of Abbas and Hassan, which pretty much comes to a close where we left off. The final scene of our film sees them collecting the money from whoever... If someone writes a screenplay off this, I'll tell you where to send the check. This is such a good story. The final scene of our film sees them collecting the money from whoever they had hired to fence the loot, or maybe rolling open the shutter of a lock-up garage where 6 bags of jewels sit propped up against the wall. We'll never know. The statute of limitations for robbery lasts only 10 years in Germany, meaning that whoever was involved with the crime had been enjoying guaranteed freedom from prosecution since it expired in 2019. Can you imagine being those guys? There's that new DNA technology. And they're like, come on, statute of limitations! Throughout the whole 10-year period, the arrest warrants on the brothers were suspended. That meant the police couldn't even track their bank accounts or phone communications. Unless the crooks had physically led the investigators to the bags of jewelry, there was little that could be done. Understandably, this didn't sit too well with the German tabloids who accused the brothers of laughing in the face of justice. Do you blame them? I mean, to be fair, it is a bit funny, isn't it? After all, not for the jeweler, not for the police, and not for the abstract concept of justice itself, but, objectively. Eventually, a photo of the twins was unearthed. They didn't quite have the Clooney-esque good looks we've come to demand from our master thieves, but reality rarely has the same polish as fiction. The pic shows one brother, I can't tell which one, which is precisely the problem with this whole affair, sitting with a slight smile on his face. He's resting his arm on the back of his twin, who's sticking his tongue out at the camera. And it's like, yeah, you know we did it. Rather than leave some journalistic hacks to whip up a fire and brimstone caption to go along with their self-satisfied expressions, the twins gave them one ready-made one. In a statement released to the papers through a family member, the two said they were proud of the German constitutional state and very grateful to its legal system. That's about as sarcastic a middle finger as they possibly could have given. Yeah, that is wild. The new genetic method. There's one last thing to cover today before we wrap up. We're taking a short detour into the world of forensic criminology. Consider this part a warning for all of you twins, triplets, and quintuplets out there who are considering embarking on a life of crime. Before you go investing in balaclavas and revolvers, you should know that modern science has been hard at work at plugging the gaps which Hassan and Abba slipped through back in 2009. As I mentioned before, the science was there back in those days, but it wasn't quite so refined as it is now, and the courts of Deutschland hadn't yet integrated the most complex tests into its systems. Back then, it would have meant analyzing the entire genome of each individual to see if there were any differences caused by random mutations. However, this takes a hell of a long time, not to mention a fair bit of cash. German law was also quite cautious of allowing such extensive DNA testing, seeing as it's kind of a privacy and human rights nightmare. One forensics expert described it as a virtual dissection, which is not the sort of thing free countries allow, and modern Deutschland is no authoritarian state. They tried it once, it really didn't work out. But around 5 years ago, a researcher at the University of Huddersfield named Graham Williams devised a simpler and much more elegant solution. See, even though we inherit our genetic material from our parents, it doesn't all stay completely stable throughout our life. This is due in part to damage and mutations, but also something called epigenetics. I won't go into too much details because, well, I can't. But what we need to know is that epigenetics is the study of the expression of DNA within cells, and by that I basically mean all of the things which essentially switch the various genes on or off. If DNA is the computer code, then epigenetics is the OS's way of reading it and loading the specific parts that it needs. This is why all cells contain all of our DNA, but we have so many different types of cells within the body. A liver cell is different from a skin cell because the body's OS loaded that particular part of the code. And not only that, these epigenetic changes are influenced by your lifestyle too. Everything from the way you exercise to your sleep patterns, which alcohol you prefer, and even which STDs you've contracted can cause changes in the way epigenetics chemicals attach to your DNA and alter its expression. DNA is fascinating. Genetics is fascinating. I wish I knew more about this. Now, before I lose all of you non-chemistry geeks entirely, you weren't losing me, Callum. I would read a whole thing on this. I'll get to the point. The way that this is used to detect differences between twins is surprisingly simple sounding. You melt the DNA. Graham Williams and his team were able to treat samples of DNA with a chemical which would react differently depending on the switch chemicals, the methyl group chemicals which are attached to the genes. Long story short, the resulting combinations had melting points which differ depending on the methyl groups attached to the DNA, which, as I said, differ depending on lifestyle and disease history. Essentially, this means that even when the actual underlying code is identical, different lifestyles yield different melting temperatures when the DNA material is treated in this way. So let's go back to Klaus and Heimlich for a moment. Say good guy Klaus is completely straight edge. He doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, and always goes out for a 2-hour-long jog before work. Heimlich, on the other hand, sleeps until noon every day, eats greasy kebabs for every meal, and loves nothing more than a nice, refreshing bit of crystal meth. If you melted down the identical DNA of these two twin brothers, there would be more than enough variation in the epigenetics to yield conclusive results and exonerate lovely Klaus of any involvement in the great shotgun robbery of Deutsche Bank Dusseldorf. All in all, it would only take a few hours to do once you had samples from both brothers in hands, compared to a whole month for the old school and more invasive methods. Hassan and Abaso would likewise face similar incriminating results, meaning whichever klutz dropped his robbery glove would have faced some seriously difficult questions. The DNA in that glove could have been melted down and compared with a swab from each twin's cheek. If the Viagra dealer had been tucking into his own supply, for example, the epigenetic implications would ultimately be his undoing. So what I'm saying to all of you twins out there is, if you're planning on making money from your crime, just make sure that you live the exact same lifestyle as each other, and you'll still have that get-out-of-jail-free card tucked into your back pocket. For Hassan and Abaso, they were likely one of the last few pairs of twins to ever stride out of prison simply because they were roommates in the womb. So there you have it, a mix of old school heist charm and modern CSI magic. Hassan and Abaso may have been able to slip through this loophole in the German legal system, but it looks like any would-be copycat criminals surely think twice before planning their big score. Or maybe that's not the lesson you learned here, because there's actually a much more simple one. Don't drop your glove. Now, 1 year on from the expiration of the statute of limitations, our pair of plucky thieves are free to enjoy their spoils without any fear of repercussions. So where are they now? Well, it's kind of hard to tell without a last name to track them down, but we do know a little about what they went on to do. Back in 2009, just 2 weeks after the heist and 6 days before the arrest, Hassan applied for permanent residency in Germany. Was that a hint that maybe there was something a little symbolic about the whole affair? Well, make of it what you will. Abbas, on the other hand, received an expulsion order. We don't know if he ever attempted to appeal it or if he's off living somewhere else. With millions of euros to his name, the world is his oyster. As for the crime itself, it's funny how much more we're likely to sympathize with the perpetrator when their methods match our Hollywood-tinged expectations. Sure, a carjacker might have taken off in someone's 100 grand Porsche, but the moment he clears a sick jump over a rising bridge, he has our full support. I also think it's important, even more than that, whether they hurt anyone, or threaten someone's life. If they were breaking in and they shot a security guard and then robbed everything and shot another one on the way out, people are going to be like, well, screw these guys. But they didn't hurt anyone, and people generally don't feel sorry for the rich guy who owns German Harrods. Keep in mind, though, that Ocean's 11, this ain't. The murderous gang that these two belong to likely reinvested much of their ill-gotten gains into the sort of enterprises which don't make for such a feel-good film. trafficking, and attempted murder to be precise. At any rate, there's a bigger problem which we all need to worry about. In 2007, it was reported that a total of 21,600 pairs of twins were born in Germany. By my reckoning, they'll mature to high stage within the next 5 years. Lock your doors up, Germany. And God help us all. Well, they've got their new testing method. Also, all of those twins are not going to be identical. I'm not sure what percentage are identical, but I'm fairly sure it's less, because I don't know that many identical twins, but I know several pairs of non-identical twins. Anyway, dismembered appendices. Number 1. If you're struggling to shift the sympathetic image of these two heist masters, here's an example of a violent tragedy in which one of their tribe was involved. In 2008, a 19-year-old stole a BMW in Berlin and ended up crashing it into an elderly person at Potsdamer Platz who died at the scene. The thief was a relative of Hassan and Abbas. Number 2. Given how lucrative the 2009 heist was, it's little wonder that others have targeted Kadawa over the years. In fact, it experiences an attempted heist about once a decade or so. The 2014 one was a far less slick affair than ours. A group of thugs wielding machetes, hammers, and tear gas stormed into the Rolex section and smashed open the cabinets before taking off in a stolen car. 11 onlookers were treated for tear gas injuries. Yeah, that's way less, there's less excitement there. Number 3. After the story broke about the genetic technicality in the case of Hassan and Abasso, a friend of the pair revealed that this wasn't the first time they'd taken advantage of having an indistinguishable look-alike. In fact, the two had shared community service hours in their youth, and if one had their driving license suspended, they would simply use the other's instead. Even with all of our modern criminological developments, the system is still no match for the good old switcheroo. This has been another episode of The Casual Criminalist. I'm sorry nobody got murdered today. I mean, people did, but not in the main story, so sorry about that. I'm sure there'll be more blood in the next episode. I found this super interesting. I love the technicalities and the legal stuff. It's just very, very interesting, and I hope you enjoyed it too. If you're listening to this show on a podcast, wherever you get your podcast, please do consider leaving us a review, all of that good stuff. If you're watching this show on YouTube, or wherever you watch it, well, please smash that like button, leave us a comment below, and thank you for watching or listening. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. I, as always, am your host, Simon, and in this show, in this episode, as always, what happens is Callum has written me a script. It feels like a lengthy one. This is a full-length episode. I know we also do our shorts, but this is The Poisonous Romance of Madeline Smith. It's a good while long. What happens here, of course, Callum writes the script, I shall read the script, and while you guys listen along, we'll explore it together. If you're new here, I don't read these ahead of time, so I'm exploring this along with you. Let's just jump into it. Some things never change. I know it's a worn-out cliche, but it bears repeating, especially after I just spent dozens of hours exploring the archives of infamy for the benefit of discerning true crime connoisseurs like yourselves. What becomes quickly apparent is that there are certain features of crime and punishment that have always existed and probably always will. Different eras, different tech, same human stories. Today's case took place all the way back in the Victorian era, a time when showing a bit of ankle would cause a neighborhood scandal. Despite the gap in time and culture, I think you'll agree that there are plenty of recognizable features in this 160-year-old tale of passion, both romantic and violent. Yeah, I mean, one thing we've talked about a few times in these episodes is, of course, DNA evidence. And when that came along, it was like, oh, people are going to get in trouble. And there was one recent one where they could only tell, it was the Japanese one, it was a short, where they could only tell what type blood someone had from the DNA that they'd, or the body liquid, I think it was saliva, that they'd recovered at the scene. But now, it's like, I mean, I guess the statutes of limitations and stuff, but not for all crimes, not for murder and stuff. I don't know. And it obviously depends on the country. But yeah, those people who committed crimes in the past and there's DNA comes along, it's like, oh, you're going to get in trouble. Anyway, let's move on. Definitely didn't have this in the Victorian times. And they're all dead now. So, they're okay. Middle-class Victorian Brits thought themselves very civilized, above all the vice of foreigners and poor people. So I guess poor people didn't count as Brits. So you can imagine the shock when one of their own, a wealthy young woman, found herself on the dock for murder. And I have to warn you, It gets so much worse than that. I feel sick just thinking about it, but I have a responsibility to the truth, no matter how terrible it is. Anyone of a sensitive disposition should cover their ears now. Today's episode features a case of premarital sex. Oh my god, how are we ever going to wash the blood and dirt off our hands? What? You're not shocked? Okay, maybe I hyped it up a little bit too much, but give me a break. I've had my head stuck in 19th century news reports all day, and trust me, it was a much bigger deal back then. See for yourself. Let me take you to the streets of Queen Victoria's Britain, all the way back in 1857, where we'll explore the case of Madeleine Hamilton Smith. Just promise not to drink the water while we're there. I don't want you giving me cholera. The cast. The story takes place in Glasgow, a place which at the time was famous for shipbuilding and heavy industry. The shipyards and factories of the city regularly spewed out blankets of smog, which would make modern Beijing's air look positively crisp and clean in comparison. And I have been to Beijing, and but that really is saying something. The air in Beijing is unpleasant. Another effect of the city's strong industrial pedigree was its social dynamics. The wealthy upper classes inhabited fancy townhouses in the west and center of town, in contrast to the poor factory workers and laborers who often endured poverty conditions on the outskirts. The class system, as was usually the case in the UK, was very acutely felt on these streets. But just as James Cameron taught us with Titanic, that sort of thing sets the stage for some compelling romantic drama, and that's exactly how today's case began. Like a James Cameron movie. The lovers in question were Madeleine Smith and Pierre-Emile L'Angelière. I'm going to imagine he's French with a name like that. They first met in 1855 when she was just 20 years old and he was in his early 30s. She was the well-educated daughter of a wealthy architect, heavily drilled in the proper conduct for a young Victorian lady. She had studied in London at Mrs. Alice Gorton's Academy for Young Ladies. That sounds made up, but, you know, Victorian times. As you can guess, they didn't focus too much on the STEM subjects. Women's education in those days focused more on how properly to address suitors and sew a tear in your husband's waistcoat. Ah, the past. Madeleine wasn't exactly the docile housewife type, however. She played the part by going to all sorts of social functions with her family, which were just where rich people went to trade kids for social status. But underneath her polite manners, she had a hidden rebellious streak. Her outlet for this was Pierre. He had been raised on Jersey, an island in the English Channel, which is a dependency of the UK. Pierre's parents were, unsurprisingly, given the name, French. How did I ever guess that with a name like Pierre-Emile L'Angelière? Although that kind of sounds like L'Angelière sounds like English somehow. Like, don't they? What's the word for English in French? Anglais? Anglais? I'm not sure. His father was a small-time seed merchant who sold mostly to the francophone locals. In a bid to boost business and draw in English-speaking clientele, Pierre's father encouraged him into an apprenticeship and English studies. By the end, young Pierre was pretty fluent. Along the way, he won the friendship of a wealthy Scotsman who offered him a job on his estate. Golden ticket in hand, Pierre traveled to Edinburgh for some preliminary training in Scottish botany, which is not slang for cannabis farming, I swear. During his training, however, his wealthy benefactor died, so without any money to travel home, he ended up staying on in the plant nursery for another year. It was in 1852 when he moved to Glasgow, taking a job as a warehouse clerk. Things were going relatively well for Pierre by this point in the Scottish phase of his life. Decent enough salary, good social life. But what he didn't have was a wife, a key part of the Victorian dream. And not any old wife would have done for Pierre. He had ambitions to climb the social ladder. Well, this woman was rich. It sounds like he succeeded. Although I'm going to get the feeling maybe he's going to get murdered. Is Pierre the victim today? I get the feeling he might be. Or wait, did he murder her? What was the title? The Poisonous Romance of Madeleine Smith. I get the feeling that Madeleine Smith is our culprit, because she's in the title that Callum chose. It was the spring of 1855 when he first set eyes on young Madeleine. This was before the days of pickup lines, so he needed to find some way to approach her. Eventually, he discovered that they had a mutual acquaintance, a middle-aged woman named Mary Penny, who lived in Madeleine's neighborhood. Now, the stage was set for the main act in the wild drama of Madeleine's young life, and the final act in Pierre's. Oh, there we go. Pierre is the one who gets killed today. Yes. Their relationship. They began meeting each other in private whenever possible. Madeline would spend the evening with her family at their home in Blytheswood Square, and then, after they had said goodnight, try to steal as many moments with her boyfriend as possible. Visits to her bedroom window, sneaking to the bottom of the garden. You know, classic Shakespeare stuff. Come on, Callum, it's Shakespeare, there's got to be a balcony. There's those, they're even called, in the UK, I don't know if this is international, we call like one of those balconies where it's just there's a window and then there's a barrier outside that kind of looks like there should be a balcony there, but there's not. We call them Juliet balconies. Because obviously, Juliet would stand and wave out of the window to Romeo. But these are, I don't understand them. They're kind of pointless. It's like, it's just a window then, isn't it? During the day, they arranged brief rendezvous at a nearby shop and in quieter parts of the neighborhood. It's understandable why Madeline enjoyed the idea of a secret romance with an older foreigner with a French accent, no less. And as for Pierre, well, his new girlfriend was a good-looking 20-year-old with boatloads of cash, need I say more. They're well matched then. Is she going to kill him? But because of the scandalous class divide between the two, their relationship could not be made public with limited in-person contact. They resorted instead to writing letters to each other pretty much every day. Pierre would slip his through Madeline's window, and she would post hers to his apartment. Ah, yes, but as I've got another channel, Business Players, where an ongoing in-joke on that channel is don't write down your crimes. And in this case, someone's going to discover those letters. I feel. They were pretty careful to be sure that nobody found out. Madeline burns the letters after reading for fear of her servants happening across them, whereas Pierre kept them all. Oh no, Pierre. Madeline, that's smart though. But they were evidently not careful enough. Eventually, Madeline's father wised up to the amorous Frenchman loitering around his garden in the evening and demanded that she stop speaking to him immediately. It seemed like the end for the relationship, but Pierre convinced her that he would find a way to make it work. He asked Mary Perry to let them meet in secret at her place, and she agreed. So, the clandestine meetings and secret letters continued. In fact, they didn't just continue, they intensified. See, somewhere along the way, either at Miss Perry's house or after sneaking into Madeline's bedroom, their relationship became physical. And this is, Victoria, dun dun dun. The letters started to reflect that fact, with mentions of certain desires which were not befitting of any decent Victorian lad or lady. The eggplant emoji hadn't been invented back then. We can safely assume that it would have been used. Part of the eggplant emoji is brilliant. I'm so mature. Part of the reason neither Pierre nor Madeline saw a problem with this is that they believed themselves essentially as good as married. Madeline started referring to herself as Mimi L'Angelière and his darling wife. That wasn't just make-believe. The two really did plan to marry, even though Madeline's rational side knew that it could never happen. Regardless, the couple got engaged. Yeah, but seeing yourself as being married is not the same as being legally married. But as you're well aware, if there were a happy ending in store for that union, then you wouldn't be hearing about it on this show. No, especially not in the longer episodes. Sometimes in the short episodes we do, it's sometimes a happy... no, it rarely is. The problem. I bet you're imagining a scenario in which Madeline's father finds out about the whole thing and challenges Pierre to a duel or whatever people did in those days, but no, the truth is much stranger than that. See, after chasing Johnny Foreigner away from his daughter, Mr. Smith was under the impression that she was single and ready to respectably mingle. In the latter half of 1856, her parents decided it was time they shipped their daughter off to her husband. The man they chose was a neighbor, William Minnoch, who had established himself as a successful young merchant. After putting the idea to Mr. Minnoch, the family traveled with him to their riverside summer house in the country to see if Madeline would take him. The past was the worst, right? No one likes this. At this point, Madeline either decided that marrying within her class would be far more convenient, or that maybe Pierre wasn't really all that. Because in January 1857, she decided to accept Minnoch's marriage proposal, meaning that she had one official fiancé and one secret one. The romance novel lifestyle is all well and good until you're dealing with a headache like that. Or maybe she just felt like immense pressure from her parents and the rest of society to get married to someone she didn't like. Always remember, the past was the worst, especially if you were a woman. And that doesn't mean that I think the present is perfect. There's plenty of things we need to fix here as well, but the past was worse. It was worse. Obviously, she wasn't interested in a future with a secret husband, so something had to give. It was Pierre who got the dreaded au revoir, and he took to it about as badly as possible. I mean, we all act a bit crazy after a breakup, but he was downright spiteful. Pierre refused to let Madeline leave him. How did he achieve that? Well, I told you that he kept all the letters that she sent him. When Madeline wrote to him to break off their relationship, she asked that the letters be returned to her to destroy. She said, "Altogether, I think owing to coolness and indifference, nothing else, that we had better, for the future, consider ourselves as strangers. I trust your honor as a gentleman that you will not reveal anything that may have passed between us. I shall feel obliged by your bringing me my letters and likeness on Thursday evening at 7. P.S. You may be astonished at the sudden change, but for some time back you must have noticed a coolness in my notes. My love for you has ceased. I did once love you, truly, fondly, but for some time back, I've lost much of that love." Look, Madeline, if you wanted to be really sneaky and probably a bit sensible, you shouldn't have broken up with him immediately. You should have secured those letters and then broken up with him. I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but that one seems a bit obvious. Look, you'll notice that she made no mention of her main guy in the letter to her side guy. That's because Madeline seems to have thought the whole thing would go more smoothly if she sold Pierre a simpler story, but smoothly it did not go. The death. Pierre replied that he would be keeping the letters. What's more, he would be keeping Madeline too. If she went through with a plan to cut things off, he would go to her father with all of the letters she wrote him and reveal every word. This was the old school version of revenge porn, and it was equally as despicable. See what I mean? Same stories, different age. Yeah, it always existed like this. I think in the modern age, the problem is there's a lot more communication. There's a lot, there's photographs and video for one, which makes it even more complicated. But yeah, essentially same story, different age. Madeline did the only thing she could do. She kept going on with the relationship. See, there weren't any laws back then which could have protected her from that sort of thing. Hell, it's only fairly recently that we've got anything protecting us from the digital equivalent. Victorian society was, of course, much, much further behind. If Madeline had tried to call Pierre's bluff, but he actually went through with it, her life would be torn to pieces. She would be shunned and shamed to everyone she knew, and face severe punishment from her family if they would even speak to her at all. She wrote back asking to see Pierre as soon as possible. Her letters took on the same warm tone as before, and their usual schedule of secret meetings resumed. Rumors of the engagement reached Pierre's ears, and Madeline had to dismiss them as hearsay, insisting that she fully intended to marry him and no one else. Her hands were well and truly tied. Whether Pierre believed the lie or not, he didn't care. Even if that wealthy posh boy had won her over, he had the letters. It's unclear what his long-term plan was, though. Did he think he could marry her and they'd grow old together with papers just sitting in a locked drawer as collateral? Or was he perhaps more of a short-term kind of guy? Well, he seems to be going for the long-term thing because he wants to be in a relationship with her. But then I don't really feel like you can blackmail people into being with you. Maybe you can blackmail someone into being with you for life, but it's going to be really awkward. Either way, he got what he wanted. Over the next couple of months, Pierre continued to go to Madeline's window for a chat, a cup of cocoa, and probably something more intimate. He started writing short entries in a diary shortly after Madeline had sent her rejection letter, detailing his plan to extort affection from her. It's not really affection then, is it? It can be physical, but it's not affection. In the pages which followed, he kept track of the various meetings and letters, as well as the rest of the goings-on in his daily life. Oh, Pierre, don't write down your crimes. Come on, Pierre. On several nights, he recounted feeling incredibly sick with severe stomach pains. Food hygiene probably wasn't the greatest in the 1800s, so it was nothing to seriously worry about. You're being poisoned, Pierre. Immediately, I know this. Women poison, that's their way of killing. We know this from this show and other shows and television and everything. That's how women kill a lot of the time. And yeah, she's killing you, Pierre. Wake up. Or at least it wouldn't have been if it had simply let up. But this happened twice within the first few months of the year, both times shortly after making a trip to the Smith household. The first to put Pierre out of commission for just one day, but the second left him confined to his bed from the 22nd of February until the end of the month. And then a month later, on the 23rd of March at around 2 a.m., Pierre was in really bad shape. His landlady watched him come through the door, clutching his stomach in agony for the third time in less than 2 months, and asked what was wrong. Don't you write a letter and being like, "Hey, Madeline, are you okay? I seem to have got really bad food poisoning from the food last night. Do you have anything?" Oh, Pierre, come on. He said he had no idea. It was likely another bile issue and leaned on her shoulder as they slowly made their way up the stairs. Things got even worse when Pierre was laying in bed, so his landlady decided to call a doctor who arrived at 7 a.m. The good doctor did the only thing doctors did in those days. He prescribed opium. water laced with a chemical called laudanum, to be precise. But, shockingly, hard drugs didn't cure all of his ailments, and Pierre continued struggling for several hours before eventually falling asleep. The doctor returned at 11 a.m. for a checkup, and the landlady told him her tenant's condition had improved. The doctor, however, with all his medical expertise, argued that it had actually worsened dramatically because the man was dead. Yeah, I mean, the doctor might be... opium doesn't seem unreasonable. He's in a lot of pain. There's nothing he can do about it. I mean, sure, give him some opium, it'll ease the pain. Doesn't seem like a terrible medical condition. I mean, unless it was the opium that killed him, but I think it was probably the poisoning. The arrest and trial. So, before we go any further, let's test your detective skills with a little quiz. Who had the motive to kill Pierre? Who had the means? Who had the opportunity? If you need me to tell the answers, then you're probably not cut out for police work. Again, as I always say on the show, if you're a detective listening and you didn't figure it out, what are you doing? And if everyone knows, it was Matt. If it's not Madeline, I'm shocked. Maybe it was the dad, and she told him, like Madeline told the dad what was going on, and the dad decided to poison him. Maybe, but then I think it just straight up kill him. So I think it's Madeline. The Glasgow police, on the other hand, answered them all fairly quickly. After searching through Pierre's belongings, they came across a certain bundle of letters which pointed them in the direction of the Smith household. That's your motive and opportunity right there. Ah, yes, Pierre writing down his crimes. As for the means, the coroner had found huge amounts of arsenic in Pierre's stomach, a strong poison which was used for various household functions back in those days. While these details were being unearthed in Pierre's rented room, Madeline was out of town. Her family had woken up to find that she had fled to their summer house on the Isle of Clyde. Her fiancé, the legit one that is, went to find her along with her brother Jack. They found her on a steamer boat alone. When they got to the summer house, he asked her why she was being all weird, and she cryptically replied that she had done something wrong, and she knew her parents would be angry with her. Yeah, no shit, Madeline. You murdered Pierre with poison, and you made it really easy for the police. You had a strong motive, and you made it easy for the police to figure it out. Why? Just destroy the letters. You could have destroyed the letters. All the signs seemed to suggest that Madeline was guilty, and she was arrested just 8 days after Pierre's death. When searching through her belongings, the police found evidence of arsenic purchases within the last few months. Or maybe this is just so obvious, and she's being set up by someone, but who and why? I think she's guilty. Before the Glasgow courts could prepare for a trial, the court of public opinion had fast-tracked one through. The newspapers reported on the biggest scandal to hit Scottish society in years, revealing as much of the sordid details as their readers' delicate sensibilities would allow. The Victorians loved a good media shitstorm. / frenzy, delete as appropriate. I like Callum's notes on what sort of language we want to use in the show. I imagine we're bleeping out shitstorm, but I like it. It doesn't feel very Victorian England, though. But one thing I really like is modern language applied to old stories. Like, a retelling of the Bible with modern language would be amazing. And commenters rose up on both sides to attack both Madeline and Pierre. Some argued that Pierre was an evil manipulator and Madeline is innocent victim. They're both bad people. He was an evil manipulator, and Madeline was a murderer. But the bulk ran with the angle that she was a depraved and wicked woman, further proven by the fact that she, enjoyed sexual intercourse. Terrible. As my treasured copy of the American Law Register, February 1858 puts it, Madeline Smith was tried and condemned by the public, from which the jury was selected before she was arraigned. The noise kicked up around the case was so great that a trial in the defendant's hometown was out of the question. Proceedings were instead moved over to the High Court in Edinburgh starting in July of 1857. Madeline faced charges of poisoning Pierre with spiked drinks on 3 separate occasions, the third one resulting in his murder. The exact words from the indictment were wickedly and feloniously administering arsenic, which sounds much better than what I said. That does wickedly and feloniously administering arsenic. I mean, I wonder if there's non-wicked ways to administer arsenic. I don't think arsenic has any medical uses anymore. And I mean, by medical uses anymore, I mean it didn't have medical uses in the past, but I believe it was used for some medical things in the past when they didn't realize it was poisonous. And just like today, when a rich young woman from a prestigious family ends up in court, Madeline was represented by the very best lawyer that money could buy. This was Mr. John Inglis, who would go on to become the Solicitor General for Scotland. That's an important lawyer. This case, however, would always remain his most famous, and surely one of his most difficult. I mean, the evidence stacked up in favor of the prosecution. The victim was blackmailing the defendant. The defendant purchased arsenic several times in the months the victim suffered poisoning. The defendant fled town following the victim's death. You gotta, legal defenses available, insanity, I guess, or however that works in Scotland, and just saying, he drove me to it, blah, 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 and hoping for a reduced sentence. Maybe you were set up because it's so obvious. What's more, Madeleine had already been so thoroughly disgraced that a character assassination by the prosecution would be just like digging up a grave and shooting at the coffin. As the same law journal from the time put it, she was seen as a foul and determined homicide because, having fallen into the corrupting hands of her lover before marriage, her passions had been both excited and gratified imprudently. This old language is so funny. Remember, ladies, if you have sex before marriage, you will become a killer. It's only a matter of time. It's Victorian England, after all. What are you doing? It's terrible. Not really. Don't give in to these impulse lusts, or you might as well start stocking up on weaponry and worshipping the devil right now. That's not to say that a bit of casual sex will make you a particularly good killer, though. It certainly didn't for Madeleine. The prosecution's case featured all sorts of damning evidence, such as record books from the pharmacy where she had bought the arsenic. All retailers were required to keep logbooks of poison purchases for this exact reason. That feels very modern. Like, I felt like in the past this wasn't really kept a very good track of, but I guess it was. Now, what's that one? When you're cooking crystal meth and you have to buy, from Breaking Bad, they buy is it a decongestant pill? And they have to keep track of people who buy lots of it because they're not really congested. They're cooking meth. All these transactions were recorded on February the 21st and the 6th of March under her name. That was an error. It's like, I'm going to poison this person who's blackmailing me, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy the poison that I used to kill him, and I'm going to buy it and write my name in the book. Really? What's more, they even brought forth Mary Perry, the one who'd introduced the couple, to testify against Madeleine. She recounted a conversation with Pierre from February the 17th, when he had reportedly said, "I cannot think why I was so unwell after getting that coffee and chocolate from her. If she were to poison me, I would forgive her." Well, you're dead, so, you don't know. That sounds a little on the nose, but damning nonetheless. It also confirmed the prosecution's argument that the cups of cocoa and coffee which Madeleine gave Pierre during their meetings would likely be the vector for this hypothetical poisoning, or as I like to say, alleged poisoning. The landlady revealed how Pierre had suffered 2 other serious bouts of illness, which, according to the letters and diary, coincided with the late-night visits into Madeleine's house. The diary itself, though, was ruled inadmissible as evidence. Ingle successfully argued that proper cross-examination was impossible given the current state of the diary's owner, meaning it would be given unfair weight. It was a blow to the prosecution, but would it matter in the grand scheme of things? Probably not. Okay, so Pierre, you kind of got away with writing down your crimes. Wow. Perhaps it wouldn't have if everything else had gone their way, but that wasn't the case. Oh, is she going to go free? What was the title of this episode again? The Poisonous Romance. It doesn't give a clue as to whether she got away with it. Anyway, we're going to find out soon enough. But now's the indication that she probably did. See, to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Pierre had in fact visited Madeleine each time he got ill, they needed the letters to clearly display the dates of their encounters. Since these were the old-timey equivalent of sex, however, the couple weren't exactly sticklers for formality. The letters weren't dated, so the postmarks on the envelopes were the only clues. As we know, Pierre's ones were all burned, and he never actually sent his in the post anyway. That just left Madeleine's, and unfortunately, a few crucial ones had postmarks which were too smudged or crossed out to read. Eventually, it was revealed that a large amount of the letters were actually found without an envelope at all, and had all just been stuffed into an empty one by the police. All the letters offered was some shock value to turn the jury against the loose women they were supposed to pass judgment on. When summarizing the prosecution's case, the presiding judge is reported as saying that they were written without any sense of decency and in most licentious terms. Slut-shaming was a little more eloquent back in those days, but still clearly recognizable. We keep hearing that these letters were packed with details that should appall anyone in their right mind. So, what was actually in them? Anyone in their right mind, but this was Victorian England, so they were all a bit weird. So what was actually in them? Cheeky flirting? Sexual requests? Play-by-play recaps of their most impressive sessions, complete with Kama Sutra diagrams and ratings for each? No, I'm going to guess that it's all going to be really, really tame. Well, let's take a look at some examples written by Madeleine. How do you keep warm in bed? For I am not a bit warm. I often wish I had you with me. Would you not, sweet love, put your arms around your Mimi, fondly embrace her, and make her warm? Ah, sweet one, I know you would. It's very soft, isn't it? Cuddling. Oh, cover your ears, children. Anyway, back to the timeline problem. In the absence of a reliable paper trail, eyewitnesses were needed. But, as we know, the couple were well versed in avoiding the prying eyes of their neighbors. Nobody had come forward to take the stand, so the prosecution couldn't back up their chronology of events with anything other than the diary, which, as I said, was not admissible. One man did reportedly come forward to tell the papers he had seen the couple meeting on the night before Pierre's death, but this was unverified. and happened too late in the trial to be included anyway. It sounds like Madeline is going to get away with this, not because she's a brilliant criminal. In fact, it seems like she's a terrible criminal, but it just seems that everything is going her way, and I imagine she also has a kick-ass and expensive lawyer. Even with these few setbacks, however, the odds remain stacked against Madeline. Mounds of circumstantial evidence and stains in her character meant that she would more than likely find herself hanging from a rope before the year was out. Ah, yes, the past. It's like, I mean, I don't really know where I stand on the death penalty, but I think in this case where the murder was committed because someone was blackmailing her, I mean, yeah, she murdered someone, and she should go to prison. But I think in this case, maybe we shouldn't be hanging people, but this was the past. The past was the worst. The papers wrote that she sat in court with sadness in her expression, but no trace of that anxiety and deep mental suffering to be expected in a woman charged with such a dreadful crime and with her life in such imminent danger. Well, yeah, the press really didn't like her, so they're not going to paint her as some sort of saint. At the end of each day's sessions, she had to endure a carriage ride back to the jailhouse past gawking crowds who turned out to see the murderous gentlewoman from the papers. And in the mornings, she took the same journey in reverse, arriving at court with a fresh lineup for humiliation. This included testimony from her ex-fiancé, William Minnick. I say ex because understandably he decided to break off the engagement once he found out that 50% of Madeline's fiancés had died suspicious deaths. Yeah, no, you can't blame him. Even her own family took the stand to pick her life apart. They were backing her up, but still, the embarrassment must have been off the charts. Well, I mean, good at least for her family for sticking by her. Her teenage sister Janet told the jury how she hadn't noticed Madeline getting up on the night of the alleged third poisoning. The two shared a bed, and Pierre would only usually risk coming into the bedroom window if Madeline's father were away on business, meaning Janet would be sleeping with their mother. On the night of the death, however, that wasn't the case. The defense had plenty of witnesses like this lined up to try and turn the tide in Madeline's favor. Some of them testified that Pierre attempted suicide several times before. Others backed up one of the stranger parts of Madeline's alibi, that she had bought the arsenic to rub on her face for cosmetic purposes. I knew there was some use for arsenic in the past, and I now vaguely remember it was cosmetic. Maybe it was to make the face look more pale than it was. I don't know if I'm right. That's right, Inglis had licensed physicians take the stand to testify that rubbing arsenic on your face to look pretty was a legit thing. It was a very different time. Agreed, but I think him taking to the stand to do that didn't mean that he was wrong. I mean, obviously, in today's science, he was wrong, but in the time it wasn't like, it wouldn't be like today saying, yeah, she was rubbing cyanide on her face for health. Although we do inject botulinum toxin to get rid of our wrinkles, so yeah, weird times still. On the poison books, Madeline had written that she would use it to kill rats, reportedly because she was self-conscious about buying it for her skin. She never used a fake name either, which suggests perhaps she didn't foresee any real reason to hide her identity. The testimony of the apothecary staff also revealed another little detail which would sow doubt in the minds of the jurors. The arsenic in Pierre's stomach was reportedly the standard white, but the kind bought by Madeline was colored. That was standard practice back then, as it would be easy enough to confuse plain arsenic for flour or other common household substances. Since nobody wanted poison cake lawsuits on their hands, soot or indigo were often added to make the poison distinguishable. On all three occasions, she purchased the arsenic, February the 21st, March the 6th, and March the 18th, she had left with the soot-colored varieties. And even the coroner said that he hadn't been asked to specifically check the color, and there was no guarantee it would have shown up. Regardless, the argument sowed a good bit of doubt among the panel. These details, along with the prosecution being unable to lay out a concrete timeline, would prove to be the deciding factors in the whole affair. 8 days into the trial, the jury retired for just 30 minutes before returning to deliver their verdict. Pretty much everyone in the gallery expected Madeline to hang, so when a verdict of not proven was announced, the whole place erupted. The American Law Register reported that the jury, with the knowledge of the verdict, which was expected at their hands, were actually apprehensive when they acquitted the prisoner, that they might, on this account, suffer violence on returning from the court through the virtuous and indignant mob. Yep, this was Victorian Scotland's version of the OJ trial, and the jurors had genuine fear of retribution, given how invested the public had become in the case. I mean, I admire the jurors in a case like that, because yeah, the public have seen you. They know who you are. I mean, maybe they should be secret jurors at that point, because it's really going to bias them. But the fact that they came back anyway, yeah, wow, okay. In the courtroom, the judge even had to order some people grabbed out of the crowd and thrown into the dock for a scolding. Madeline, meanwhile, was escorted out of the courtroom and transported home to Glasgow. Whether she had just won unlikely justice against a tide of public hate or simply gotten away with murder is up for you to decide. I kind of feel like, I mean, There's a little bit to go, so I guess Callum's going to analyze this a bit more. But I mean, based on the evidence at hand that we have here and how everything went, it does seem like she was guilty. But the point is, like, not proven isn't not guilty. And when you pronounce someone guilty, you've got to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt. And I guess her very expensive lawyer did manage to prove that there was some doubt. Arguments in her favor. Now, I understand that most of you are probably on the latter side of that fence. I mean, she looks pretty massively guilty on the face of things. But in the interest of fairness, we have to look a little closer at the arguments in her favor. And thankfully, there's plenty for us to chew on, plenty which suggests that Madeleine might just have been the unlucky victim of Pierre's accidental death, or worse, his spiteful suicide. The first things to consider are simply circumstantial. Why, when all she really needed to do was destroy the letters, would Madeleine poison her lover? That is the question I asked earlier on, and definitely as her defense lawyer, that is the question I would raise. It's like, she could have just kept the relationship going and destroyed the letters, or she could have worked out a way to destroy the letters without, if you can poison him, you can probably figure out how to destroy the letters. Also, he's totally into you. He's like smitten with you. You could probably figure something out. All this would do would guarantee that the letters would be found. She would have the exact same scandal on her hands, plus the murder charge. If it really was a murder, it was a poorly conceived one, a fact made stranger still since she had plenty of time to come up with a better plan. At the end of the day, why not just set fire to his boarding house? I mean, I'm not condoning arson. Good, Callum. You don't want to encourage crimes. Let me make that very clear. Those days are behind me. Oh, Callum. The mystery of your past. But I guess I would take it over murder if I had to choose. And the mechanics of the murder itself are quite strange. I'm not sure how many of you like a spoonful of arsenic in your coffee, but I have it on good authority that it is not very pleasant. For Pierre to have ingested the huge amounts found in his body, Madeleine would have had to pack those late-night drinks pretty full of rat poison. Yeah, I mean, it's going to taste of something, right? Is that the one that tastes like almonds? Or maybe that's cyanide. There's some poison that apparently tastes like almonds, because almonds originally were poisonous, and now they're not. But I think the poison makes the almond poison make that almonds can make cyanide, something like that. I don't know. Callum unfortunately didn't research this. Why would he? How then did he not notice? Was her coffee always that bad that a touch of sooty poison actually improved the taste? It's unlikely. Not even Starbucks. Hey, Callum says insert least favorite coffee shop. I quite like Starbucks. It's strong. It tastes like coffee. It's pretty good. I kind of like all coffee. I don't like that new hipster coffee that doesn't really taste like coffee. So let's say that. On top of that, the coroner reported such huge amounts in Pierre's system, somewhere north of 200 grains worth, that he would have had to drink a lot of coffee to hit the dosage. Apparently 20 grains is about the maximum, which would have dissolved into each cup. So he's drinking 10 cups of coffee. I mean, this does seem unlikely, doesn't it? Suicide, didn't they say that he tried to commit suicide several times previously? I mean, I know it was just someone arguing for the prosecution, but who knows? This is all fairly good at it's definitely not disproving her guilt, but importantly, of course, we're not trying to disprove guilt. We're trying to prove guilt. Innocence is assumed, even in Victorian England. Scotland. Sorry. Don't get me wrong, I've smashed 10 cups of coffee in a row when deadlines were looming, but it's pretty strange to imagine Pierre chilling with his girlfriend and knocking back cup after cup of disgusting poison brew. We know he had apparently mentioned the passing possibility of being poisoned to Miss Perry, so he'd be pretty dumb to accept that many drinks, especially from the person you are blackmailing. So it would take so much stupidity to trick someone into swallowing that quantity of arsenic. What other solution could there be? Well, remember how I told you Madeleine was apparently a fan of rubbing arsenic solution onto her skin? Well, she wasn't alone in this. In fact, the Victorians apparently saw arsenic as a magic solution to all of life's problems. It was cheap and abundant, a byproduct of the metallurgy industry which drove the Industrial Revolution. In a bid, I have no idea of the science here. How do you get arsenic left over from metallurgy? Honestly, I'm not even sure what metallurgy is. In a bid to profit off their waste products, the mill owners pushed various nonsense applications which were backed by doctors at the time. The past. Just pay the doctors and they'll say everything's wonderful. Although, I mean, the pharmaceutical industry today does leave, something to be desired. Imagine taking arsenic to cure your asthma, cure cancer, or to bring back the spark in your marriage. Really? That's right, arsenic was a medically prescribed aphrodisiac. After a Victorian gentleman had taken care of the rats in his basement, he'd snort the rest of the box and carry his wife up to the boudoir. Okay, maybe that wasn't exactly how it went, but it was probably just as bizarre. So we know the Victorian culture found plenty of pseudoscientific uses for poison, and it was even reported in an edition of Scientific American from 1869 that certain peoples in Austria were believed to regularly eat it to strengthen their bodies against illness. The superstition took hold in the UK, which is how one Mr. Pierre L'Angelière allegedly became a self-admitted consumer of the poison. It's such a huge amount. He's got to be aware that he's eating it, no? The idea then is that perhaps Pierre was the victim of an accidental overdose. But why on his deathbed would he not reveal that to the doctor in the hopes of dodging the Reaper? And how would someone who was experienced in eating arsenic swallow such a catastrophically huge amount without seeking help? This leads us to the second theory. Perhaps it was no accident at all. Now, it's worth saying before you go any further that Pierre, of course, never lived to defend himself from these charges. Nonetheless, they aren't just some recent theory. They were floated around in the papers and journals of the day as well. And much of the theory revolves more around the evidence we don't have rather than the evidence we do. That's to say, there was nobody who could definitively prove that Madeleine and Pierre met on the nights preceding his bouts of sickness. The one piece of proof we have is the journal written by Pierre. But can we trust him? This is fairly strong in Madeleine's favor, because if he was doing this and maybe he wanted to commit suicide and he wanted to set himself, he wanted to set Madeleine up for his death, even though he was committed suicide, maybe. Again, this is all really strong stuff for a defense lawyer to use. It seems a little odd that he never bothered writing about their meetings until after Madeleine attempted to break the whole thing off. And the fact that he made such an explicit mention of poisoning to Miss Perry, even identifying the drinks as the delivery method, stands out as just a little too direct. Fully agree. That's why some believe that the journal was written by Pierre in order to provide a false account of events for the police to find. Likewise, his exposition-heavy conversation with Miss Perry was supposedly to guide them in the direction of Madeleine. That might be why he actually asked for Miss Perry on the night of his final illness. She was the one who was to unwittingly ensure the police were sent after innocent Madeleine. The plan would, of course, require Madeleine to be observed buying the poison, so some have put forward the idea that Pierre asked or encouraged Madeleine to make the purchases, perhaps a bit of a stretch. But then again, he did hold her entire life in his hands. He could probably have made all sorts of demands while he still held on to those letters. Yeah, we definitely know that Pierre is not above blackmail. Also, it's entirely possible that Madeleine did buy the poison for the purpose that she said, for killing rats or using as a beauty thing or whatever, and then Pierre knew that and was like, this is a good way to set her up. Consider the fact also that Madeleine's first purchase of arsenic happened 2 days after Pierre's first bout of sickness. Ooh. I didn't pick up on that the first time. That's interesting. Sure, we know the Victorians weren't short on the stuff, so maybe she had a box at home, but add to it that a witness gave testimony which suggested Pierre himself or someone who looked a lot like him had purchased an unidentified white powder on the day of his death. Even with all the pieces lined up like that, the entire theory rests on one thing. Did Pierre have the motive and willpower to end his life solely out of spite? He must surely have understood that his blackmail gambit was only a temporary thing. It was daft to imagine that he would ever be accepted as Madeleine's husband. Yeah, and also the fact that he said, if she poisoned me, I would forgive her, just makes me think that this guy is not right in the head and that he might just do this. Suddenly, his dreams of climbing the social ladder were made to look like a stupid, childish fantasy. Because of this, he had alluded to several acquaintances that he wanted revenge on Madeleine for the humiliation. Moreover, the courtroom testimony revealed that he was of an impulsive, vain character, and he often talked of committing suicide, according to the American Law Journal. I mean, if people are going to pick apart the woman's character in the case, then let's do the same for the guy. We already know he had a spiteful streak in him, given the blackmail, and the Law Journal goes further, saying there was evidence that L'Angelière was addicted to the practice of lying in different forms. He was a vain, vaporing person, fond of talking very freely and with great exaggeration about himself and his doings. Callum writes, he was a dick, basically. He does seem like a bit of a dick, doesn't he? But was he enough of a dick to end his own life just to get back at his soon-to-be ex? It's perhaps not as far-fetched a theory as it might seem at first glance. The defense team had brought forward a witness who revealed that Pierre had once stabbed himself when he was turned down by a woman and that he was about as emotionally stable overall as that little episode suggested. It's easy to see why the jury was unable to decide one way or the other. Given any lack of evidence to back up the prosecution's theory, this alternative carries just about as much weight. It's simply a different interpretation of the same shaky circumstantial evidence. Could it be that despite his relative success in work and social life, Pierre was genuinely suicidal and decided that losing his young lover to another man was the final straw? In a cleverly planned sequence of events, he set up a line of dominoes to make himself seem like the victim of murder, one last middle finger to Madeleine on his way out of the door. I don't think this is unreasonable at all. I can see why at first I was like, she's guilty. She's guilty, she's guilty. But now we see the other side of things and definitely see the argument that the defense would put forward. I'd probably say not guilty. I mean, I don't know whether she's guilty. I mean, I'd say she's not guilty, but I don't know if she's innocent either. I'm not sure. And that's enough to say no, she shouldn't hang. Aftermath. So was it a shoddily executed murder by an inexperienced young killer, or a Gone Girl-style plot to frame her? Make of it what you will. Of course, the simplest explanation is most often the right one. It's Occam's razor after all, but there are too many stretches in both versions of events that it seems bizarre that either of them could be true at all. We could spend all day chasing our tails, but in the end we'd never know. What I can tell you for sure though, is what happened to Madeleine Smith following her acquittal. As you can imagine, with all the papers climbing over each other to get at you, it's quite hard to return to normal life, and given the shame she had brought upon her family, it's likely she didn't feel too comfortable in her own home either. So Madeleine attempted a disappearing act as best she could. She changed her first name to Lena and moved to London. There she married the artist George Wardle in July of 1861. He worked as the business manager to William Morris, who was basically a rock star in the wild world of Victorian arts and craft. Their marriage lasted for quite a few years and brought them a son named Thomas, but eventually things fell apart. Madeleine ended up moving to America, along with 90% of other people trying to flee their past in those days. She married once again and settled down in New York City. By the 1920s, everyone in the UK had pretty much forgotten the case. Madeleine was assumed to be long gone, which is why people were shocked when an edition of the Scotsman newspaper reported in 1926 that she was alive and well. I'm going to assume that the headline was, "You'll never guess what these celebrities are up to now. Number 9 will shock you." I hate those bloody clickbait articles you see all over the internet. And then you click on it and it's just nonsense. And the picture never has anything to do with the article. I actually made a video all about this just because it was pissing me off. Just 2 years later, Madeleine passed away under the name Lena Wardle Sheehy, aged 93. Her legacy lived on through various plays, books, films, and internet crime shows hosted by handsome English gentlemen for decades to come. Academics continue to be interested in the case as well, largely thanks to the sheer weight of vitriol heaped upon Madeleine at the time. I'm not sure what crime show is hosted by a handsome English gentleman. Callum, I have to dig that one up. Whether she was guilty or not, the fact the papers laid into her doubly hard for the crime of basic human sexuality was massively telling about the culture of oh-so-moral Victorian Britain. Take a look at this quote from the Glasgow Sentinel, who called her one of the most abnormal spirits that now and then rise up in society to startle and appall us. Yeah, I mean that premarital sex. Terrible. Whichever theory you believe, I bet you agree Madeleine was hardly the most vicious or terrible killer out there, not even close. Nowadays, we save that level of condemnation for the Epsteins of the world, not young women with secret boyfriends. Yeah, I mean, Epstein didn't kill anyone, right? He was just a rapist. But he was worse. Yeah, he was worse. Definitely worse. And that's all for the story of Madeleine Smith, a young woman whose romantic misstep led her towards a desperate and miscalculated murder. Or perhaps a young woman whose romantic misstep put her on the receiving end of a terrible man's suicidal spite. We'll never know for sure. It's the sort of case that has the familiar echoes of modern-day crimes, especially those where young women and their private lives are involved. Rest assured that the next time something like this pops up in the news, you'll see some very similar judgments thrown around. At any rate, we can perhaps look back on the case nowadays with a more sympathetic eye. At the very worst, Madeleine was a desperate victim of blackmail who made a terrible choice when trying to get out of it. She hardly belongs alongside Manson and Bundy. And she definitely isn't. She is free. She didn't go to jail. She ended up living to 93 years old after marrying 2 more times, having kids, and moving to America. It's pretty great. Seems like things worked out for her. If there's one thing you should take away from today, it's that a drop of arsenic a day keeps your doctor away. Couple it with an asbestos cracker and a teaspoon of opium before bed, and you'll never need to visit a clinic ever again. For legal reasons, I should point out that was all said sarcastically. The real takeaway is that Victorians, despite their prim and proper image, were absolutely mental. Yeah, I mean, the science of the day. I don't know if asbestos crackers were a thing, but opium, just casual consumption, was a thing. Cocaine as well. It was pretty wild back in the day. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. Part of the reason Madeleine couldn't escape the public eye after her trial was the strange verdict of not proven. It's a verdict that was unique to the Scottish legal system, and it meant that she wasn't guilty, but certainly not exonerated either. That ambiguity gave license to the rumor mills and gossipers to keep reprinting the story over and over. I feel like we've come across the This is a not proven thing in a previous episode, but I don't remember which one. Or it might have been a video I do on other channels. I have several YouTube channels if you're unfamiliar. Number 2. Back in 2018, some evidence was supposedly uncovered which might be enough to convince us of Madeleine's guilt. Wow, we're really doing this now? It's 2018. True crime author, although here we are digging this up right now in 2021. True crime author Denise Mina was attending a book signing for her recent novel when she met a couple of city archivists who claimed some items from the case had been recently tested by their health and safety staff in preparation for an exhibition. The cup allegedly used to poison Pierre showed traces of arsenic. Ooh, okay, that's pretty interesting, but I mean... yeah, who knows. Number 3. Despite the journalistic investigations which tracked her down, there's a solid chance that Lena Wardell Sheehy wasn't actually Madeleine at all. The death certificate suggested that the person was actually 30 years her junior, so we might never know what eventually came of her. Some say that she still roams the earth to this day, sprinkling arsenic into the cocoa of unsuspecting Casanovas where she wanders. Actually, nobody said that. I just made it up on the spot. Sorry. That's okay, Callum. I forgive you. And this is the end of the episode today. This has been another episode of The Casual Criminalist. This was written by Callum. I, as always, have been your host, Simon. If you're watching this on YouTube, why not smash that like button below? Or if you didn't like it, there's a dislike button you can use. If you're listening to this in its podcast form, please consider leaving a review wherever you get the show. That would be amazing. It helps this show grow and reach more people, which is obviously great. And I'll see you next time.